Chapter 1. The early days of the S10 Summer Championship. Two identities have captured the attention of the League of Legends community. One, known as Saber, is a top lane player, specializing in champions such as Dr. Mundo, Renekton, and Gnar, mastering them with remarkable finesse. In a mere 15 days, he surged to the pinnacle of the leaderboard, achieving a flawless score of 0. The other, named Archer, is a jungler renowned for his unconventional strategies, excelling in champions like Morgana with a burst damage build and the aggressive Titan build. He gained fame across the internet in just 12 days, climbing the ranks with impressive speed. Although he may not have reached the top 10, his dominance in the jungle and astonishing win rate cemented his reputation. Wow! At EDG Club, Abu wore a cheerful expression, leaning against the back of his mid-laner Scout's esports chair, brimming with anticipation. Scout nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, we've matched up once more." "It seems Saber has been targeted again. It's likely he'll lose a few points," remarked Ming Kai, the former star jungler and current head coach of EDG, who approached with interest. Miko, sitting beside Scout, chuckled. "I remember when Archer went by a different name, it was something like Loneliness of Invincibility." "Huh, yes." After losing to Saber, they faced each other, and it was quite the bloodbath. Ming Kai laughed knowingly. Those familiar with anime would recognize the significance of these two characters, who share a unique history. Archer's name change from Loneliness of Invincibility clearly signifies his intent to conquer Saber. Ming Kai smirked, teasingly inquiring, "Do you think the Saber could actually be a woman?" "Arthur, after all, come on, stop it. Don't ruin my youth." The group immediately lamented, their minds conjuring images of a charming, golden-haired maiden. Yet, they preferred to envision Arthur as a scruffy, unkempt fellow, perhaps slightly portly, a fitting image for both a king and a nerd. After all, who would imagine a cute girl playing champions like Dr. Mundo and Urgot? That would be absurd. With a mischievous grin, Ming Kai shifted the topic, asking Abu, "Our club is rather inefficient after all this time. We still haven't secured the contact information for these." Abu shrugged. "I share your frustration. Neither of them adds friends, making it challenging for us and other clubs alike." "Then let's get to work unless you're willing to relinquish these two prodigies," Ming Kai insisted. "Only if I've lost my mind," Abu replied, clearly determined to acquire these talents at all costs. "Here we go." Miko's voice snapped them back to reality, and they focused intently on the game. In this match, Saber opted for the formidable champion, Renekton, likely aware of Archer's selection of the. Chapter 2. The clubs are aflutter at this moment. A user named PerfectOB was broadcasting a match on Tiger TV. Uzi, unable to resist the pleas of his fans, took a peek at the room, partly to watch Sab, and saw Archer once again execute a remarkable play, catching his opponent off guard. In a moment of excitement, he transformed into a fountain, spraying water vigorously. He sighed, "Now you understand how challenging it was when I played against EDG, right? I knew it was tough. But this guy seems to understand me all too well, making it impossible to evade. Back then, I couldn't avoid farming either. Hence, this tactic is utterly unsolvable." The barrage of comments erupted into laughter. "Is it really that easy to counter Uzi? Just gank at level 2. Someone remarked. Classic responses. "I get it now. It was indeed a tough time for Uzi. My heart aches for Saber. However, honestly speaking, have the clubs not yet reached out to these two? It seems like we might witness their debut on the stage. Once they step onto the field, the competitive atmosphere changes drastically. The gap between a match and ranked games is immense. Yet, curiosity remains. After all, their consecutive winning streaks have been nothing short of terrifying, shattering all previous records in the league." Upon seeing this, Uzi pondered for a moment and said, "Brothers, let me share a secret. RNG is secretly in talks with these two." The revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. At IG Club, President Wang personally arrived at headquarters to witness the match unfold. He scrutinized the gameplay, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "Principal Sab, the crucial point is that we have yet to make contact with either of them." Su Shaoluo awkwardly added, "What?" President Wang frowned and slammed the table, exclaiming, "What are you all doing? Wait, look at this team fight." Rookie suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. At this point, the game had progressed to the mid-game. Around 20 minutes in, Archer had even managed to outplay the enemy several times. A skirmish broke out in the middle lane. The Crocodile champion lunged into the fray, executing a flawless combo that instantly eliminated the blue side's ADC while pursuing the LeBlanc. LeBlanc, in a panic, activated her W ability to escape. The Crocodile swiftly followed up with his E skill, but it was evident he was targeting the minions, refreshing his second E skill. After dashing forward, he unhesitatingly pulled back with his E. LeBlanc, noticing the Crocodile's advance, cleverly activated her second W, retreating just in time to evade his grasp. Whoa! Almost everyone internally exclaimed in disbelief. Archer S Spider Champion also entered the fight, using Flash to join the fray. The crocodile seemed to anticipate this, immediately flashing behind LeBlanc. Yet, the Spider's E-skill, the web, was already en route to LeBlanc's rear before the flash, effectively obstructing her vision. Smack! The web struck, ensnaring the crocodile. The Spider transformed and unleashed devastating damage. LeBlanc, seeing this, hurriedly fled. The battlefield became a fierce contest between the crocodile and the Spider. As the web dissipated, the crocodile promptly activated his W skill, aiming to bite the enemy just as he broke free from the snare, but the Spider reacted even faster. Perhaps having predicted this moment, the large Spider leaped into the air with its E-skill, targeting the red side's other champions to create distance. The crocodile pursued closely behind, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, inadvertently eliminating all surrounding teammates and opponents. At last, only the two remained on the battlefield for a climactic showdown. As both champions were ensnared, an aura of brilliance enveloped them simultaneously, startling the onlookers. They had both acquired Mercury treads. They had just refrained from using them. Amidst a flurry of maneuvers, the Spider ultimately triumphed with a well-timed second E-skill, landing on the F6, using Smite to heal, and transforming back to human form to land AQ ability. The crocodile was successfully taken down. The team fight finally concluded. Sweaty and exhilarated, the execution was nothing short of spectacular. The audience struggled to keep pace with the action. President Wang, momentarily stunned, erupted in anger, slamming the table once more. Su Xiaoluo. If you cannot establish contact with these two within 3 days, do not bother returning. Understood. Su Xiaoluo, drenched in cold sweat, quickly nodded in agreement. In the RNG club, the owner also watched the match from his office, solemnly declaring, "We must secure these two. RNG is in dire need of a skilled top laner and jungler." At LNG Club, the newly appointed affluent owner issued a command. Find them. At EDG Club, Ming Kai and Abu exchanged knowing glances. Everything was left unspoken as they departed, seeking connections through various channels. Simultaneously, the highlight of the team fight rapidly spread across the internet. Platforms like Weibo, Douyin, and Kuaishou erupted with activity. Even the most renowned players on Douyin were rendered speechless, their previous claims of mere skill falling flat in the face of these two. Wait. Who are these IDs? Oh my. It's Archer. That's a relief. In the coastal city of Magic Capital, within a seaside villa district known as Tinlu Manor, a strikingly handsome young man with deep, captivating eyes and a subtle smile stretched languidly. Ah, that feels good. A familiar English voice echoed from his computer. Victory. Chapter 3. A chat with Saber in this parallel world. Chen Yang, a young man, found himself in a familiar yet strange place 3 months ago. He became a quintessential rich heir, enjoying the luxuries of life without worry, living in a lavish house and driving an expensive car. His family boasted savings of at least 500 million yuan, along with a stunning seaside villa, arguably the most valuable asset. Both of his parents were university professors, rarely present at home. Remarkably, Chen Yang possessed a unique system, a League of Legends cultivation system. After a day of playing the game, his operational proficiency reached a score of 10. After 2 days, his awareness sharpness increased to 15. By the 3rd day, he quietly ascended to the rank of a top-tier player, yet his personal template remained incomplete. Name: Chen Yang. Age: 20. Operational proficiency: 85. Awareness sharpness: 87. Last hit proficiency: 90. Game awareness: 90. Team cooperation: 70. Chen Yang felt a sense of melancholy. Despite his efforts, these skill proficiencies ceased to improve, as if frozen in time. During a period of frustration, he encountered his first defeat, a crushing one, at the hands of a player named Saber, who dominated the match. Chen Yang's lack of focus certainly contributed to his loss. Yet Saber piqued his interest as a formidable opponent worthy of challenge. Without hesitation, he changed his name to Archer. Today, fate smiled upon him. He met Saber once more and emerged victorious. A smile crept onto Chen Yang's face, and his friend list buzzed with notifications. He rolled his eyes in impatience, prepared to dismiss the constant barrage of friend requests, most of which came from youth training managers of various gaming teams. Then, amidst the flood of requests, he noticed one from Saber. Intrigued, Chen Yang's mind conjured images of a player indulging in snacks while gaming, an image he found rather unappealing. He initially intended to disregard Saber, treating them merely as an online rival, wary of the potential risks of forming connections in the virtual realm. However, against his better judgment, Chen Yang's hand instinctively pressed the add button. Ding! The game confirmed the friend request. Almost immediately, a message arrived. Saber, scoundrel. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Was Saber truly so bitter over a game loss? Maintaining his composure as a refined, rich heir, he refrained from resorting to insults. Archer, what is your grievance? Saber, scoundrel. Archer, speak plainly. Saber, scoundrel. Irritated, Chen Yang let out a cold laugh and typed in response. Archer, you possess remarkable skills. Knowing I am a scoundrel, yet still engaging in this delightful conversation is quite impressive. Saber, you admit it? Archer, indeed. I am a scoundrel. The only one capable of conversing with you. Does that not imply? Saber, bastard. Saber's composure faltered, and Chen Yang smirked, relishing the banter. Engaging in such verbal sparring was second nature to him, and he felt no pressure. A scoundrel was merely a scoundrel. It would not change the reality of their exchange. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Saber had been a name he remembered from earlier. Saber? Saber, I do not have golden hair. What are you talking about? Saber, are you insulting me? Scoundrel. Saber's rapid-fire responses amused Chen Yang, and he spent the afternoon joyfully exchanging barbs, relishing the exchange. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his repertoire of insults was extensive, while Saber's seemed rather limited, resorting mostly to simple terms like scoundrel and bastard. Feeling a twinge of pity, Chen Yang contemplated offering Saber a few more sophisticated insults to enhance their verbal dueling. Surely, this individual could not be a cute girl. He chuckled softly, shaking his head at the thought. Most likely, Saber was just another unremarkable, overweight gamer. In this age dominated by keyboard warriors, encountering a rare breed like Saber was indeed intriguing. Chen Yang resolved to engage with Saber daily, offering a taste of the harsh realities of life. Just then, Saber sent a new message. Chapter 4. In the midst of the competition, Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and chuckled, responding with 2 words. Archer, not going. Saber, you're a coward. Archer, apologies. I'm a rich second generation. Money is not an issue. Saber, you're just a coward. Archer, heh. Saber, humph. You truly are a coward. Chen Yang fell silent. After a moment, he glared at the username Saber with gritted teeth, muttering, this guy really knows how to provoke me. Of course. He was also contemplating. The data metrics had reached their peak and were no longer increasing, especially the coordination rating, which was a mere 70 points, far too low. He wondered if the small scale of the venue was to blame. However, he was merely reluctant to pursue a professional career due to his affluent background. At that moment, Saber sent another message. Saber, ridiculous rich kid, look at Uzi, look at PDD. None of them became successful by relying on their parents like you. Just a shameful freeloader. Damn it. Just a second ago, Chen Yang was merely irritated, but now he was genuinely enraged. Is this a provocation? He chuckled. He was indeed susceptible to such tactics. Archer, fine, just don't kneel and call me daddy when you're crying after getting beaten. Saber, shameless. Archer, how's that shameless? Chen Yang felt somewhat baffled. Yet since he had agreed to prove himself on the battlefield, he was determined to crush this pathetic opponent. When the friend request notification lit up again, he chose to accept. A flurry of notifications appeared. Managers from several teams, including IG, EDG, and RNG, all added him. IG manager Su Xiaoluo, brother. How about a trial at IG? With the S8 champion, Principal Wang backing you, you can ask for anything you want. RNG, may I ask how old you are? Interested in a trial at RNG? I'm Abu. EDG needs you. FBX manager. Hello, the S9 champion Phoenix invites you to join. What do you think about a trial? Chen Yang glanced at these messages. A total of over 10 individuals, including some second-team managers and even managers from LDL teams, had reached out to him. Some hoped he would help elevate their teams, while most were inviting him to trial. Among them, one message stood out the most, Abu's simple yet striking words, EDG needs you. Chen Yang was inexplicably touched by these invitations. He raised an eyebrow, ignoring the others, and replied only to Abu. Archer, can the benefits and demands be met? His words were somewhat bold, even a bit arrogant, as a newcomer. Yet, Abu appeared unfazed, seemingly waiting at his computer, quickly responding. I'm Abu. I can't promise anything else, but if you join EDG, I will go to any lengths to support you and ensure you are a starter. Interested in becoming a champion in S10? A tantalizing proposition indeed. Truly, a team manager adept at winning hearts. Chen Yang smiled and messaged back, suggesting they meet. I am Abu. The EDG club is located in the heart of the CBD in Modu. You've probably seen it. If not, we can arrange another place. Archer, no need. See you at the club tomorrow at 9. I am Abu. V. As a prestigious team manager, he was quite cheeky. Chen Yang smirked. He noticed Saber messaging him again. Saber, I finished chatting. I'm going to the trial tomorrow. What about you? You probably haven't received any team invitations, right? Archer, I declined about 10 offers, keeping one. I'll check it out tomorrow. With an air of pride, Chen Yang snorted, internally mocking Saber, thinking, who isn't sought-after player. This pathetic opponent would soon be crying in defeat on the battlefield. Saber, which team did you join? Saber, don't get me wrong. I'm just worried we might end up on the same team, and it would be too boring since I want to crush you. Chen Yang pondered for a moment and replied honestly. Archer, IG. Saber, very well. I'm going to RNG. Archer, a fierce rivalry? Saber, get ready to kneel before me. Archer, heh. Saber, heh. Their banter continued late into the night. Chen Yang and Saber, in perfect sync, chose to close the chat window, having made an important decision. After his trial at EDG tomorrow, he would likely remain there to sign a contract and compete, so he called his university professors to inform them. The time spent in this world had been brief. He felt little attachment to his current parents, though he acknowledged their kindness. He thought of Saber, vowing to make him regret his words, forcing him to kneel and change his name. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang's smile vanished. The thought of the blonde-haired, cute girl lingered in his mind, a hurdle he could not overcome. He cursed softly, glancing at the chat window on his computer. The last message read, V. Grateful not to be on the same team, he felt immensely relieved. As long as he had a few good teammates, what could Saber possibly do against him? With a triumphant smirk, he shut down the League of Legends client. The name that fleetingly appeared on the client was unmistakably Saber. Chapter 5. Is Abu coming towards us? Early the next morning, Chen Yang, eager for his meeting with EDG, rose promptly. After a brief grooming session, he initially opted for a deep blue suit complemented by gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refined elegance. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he admired his own handsome visage and demeanor. However, realizing the importance of modesty for an interview, he switched to an all-black ensemble paired with polished leather shoes, embodying a commanding presence as he stepped out. At the EDG club, Abu had shared his success from the previous day with only one person, Ming Kai. This news kept Ming Kai awake throughout the night, for his ultimate aspiration was to secure a world championship, a dream that had eluded him thus far. The closest he had come was during the S5 tournament, where they triumphed over the formidable SKT team, but ultimately fell short, being eliminated in the quarterfinals, a lingering pain. Now transitioned to a coaching role, his ambitions remained unchanged. Unable to sleep, Ming Kai rose unusually early and, at 5 in the morning, roused Abu from his slumber. Much to Abu's irritation, after waiting for over 3 hours outside the lavish EDG club, both clad in thin long sleeves and perched on stools, they anxiously scanned the busy streets. It was already 8:30 a.m., yet no familiar figures appeared. Frustrated, Ming Kai turned to Abu, questioning whether he had been deceived about the meeting. Of course not, Abu replied with a frown. We're scheduled for 9 o'clock. Why the rush? Can you blame me? You know how sought after these individuals are. If they train well, they could be debuting in the summer season, Ming Kai lamented. EDG's top and jungle positions are lacking, and I'm baffled by the decision to sell Eboi, Abu teased. Ming Kai scoffed. Indeed, he is young and talented with immense potential. To part with him for VG makes us seem utterly foolish. Abu nodded in agreement, sighing, if we fail to recruit anyone this time, we may not even make the playoffs this summer. Forget the notion of EDG never missing the World Championship. Without playoff participation, our reputation and fan base could plummet. Ming Kai sighed in frustration, his eyes scanning the bustling street. Despite the luxurious CBD location of the EDG club, filled with pedestrians and office workers, he could not spot the brash young man with dyed hair that he had envisioned, nor the rotund figure clutching snacks. Suddenly, Ming Kai's gaze sharpened. Wait, those two, he exclaimed, nudging Abu with urgency. Hey, that hurts. Abu glared at him, but Ming Kai continued to observe intently. Look at the northwest and southwest corners. Don't those two seem to be watching our club? Thieves? Abu raised an eyebrow skeptically. Not likely. He scoffed, but upon closer inspection, he understood Ming Kai's sentiments. The figure in the northwest corner donned a sharply tailored suit and polished shoes, tall and handsome with an air of refined arrogance in his gaze. The sight evoked a desire to describe him as a gentleman of unparalleled elegance, yet words caught in their throat. Meanwhile, the individual in the southwest corner wore a white t-shirt emblazoned with colorful letters, paired with light blue jeans that accentuated her long, shapely legs. Her white sneakers revealed a glimpse of her delicate ankle, and her striking beauty was accentuated by long hair cascading over her shoulders, shimmering in the sunlight. The two shared synchronized gestures, hands in pockets, gazes directed forward, occasionally stealing glances toward the EDG club. Are they coming for us? Abu, seasoned in worldly affairs, initially failed to grasp the situation but soon began to contemplate, narrowing his eyes in return scrutiny. At that moment, the dapper man and the striking woman simultaneously took a step forward, indeed heading straight for the EDG club. Chapter 6. The unspoken understanding of late encounters. Two con artists have arrived. Ming Kai exclaimed softly. Abu also widened his mouth, feigning composure. I'm not blind. I can see. Can you remain calm? Your boss's son is here. Will you still be able to keep your cool? Ming Kai shot him an incredulous glance. Chen Yang and Su Qingru had already arrived before them. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly catching a hint of confusion in each other's eyes, before they unexpectedly spoke in perfect harmony. Hello, I am Chen Yang, the one who made arrangements with you yesterday. Hello, I am Su Qingru, the one who made arrangements with you yesterday. Suddenly, they froze. Chen Yang, not being foolish, quickly deduced the identity of the aloof girl before him and was taken aback. Aren't you a couch potato? Chen Yang exclaimed. Su Qingru gazed quietly at Chen Yang, the delicate curve of her porcelain-like lips lifting slightly, before she coldly huffed and imperceptibly uttered, fraud. On the surface, she remained the same proud and aloof maiden. Ming Kai and Abu, however, did not catch that last remark. Ming Kai blinked, piecing together the two individuals' identities, astonished that there was indeed a girl. And that Chen Yang was not the arrogant young man he had expected. His face immediately broke into a gentle smile befitting a head coach. Abu, being sharper, asked with a smile, so you two know each other? Chen Yang replied, not at all. Su Qingru chimed in, no. Oh, Abu scratched his head, somewhat bewildered, but relieved that they had arrived. Come, this is your first visit to our EDG club. Let us go inside and take a look. I assure you, the facilities will meet your satisfaction. By the way, Ming Kai, do we have a training match from this afternoon until evening? It would be perfect for Xiao Yang and Qingru to warm up. Abu's eloquence as one of the most seasoned managers in the LPL was evident, and his tone was inviting. His suggestion of a warm-up rather than a trial clearly signified his absolute trust in Chen Yang and Su Qingru, which made both of them feel at ease. Ming Kai thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Indeed, we have a match against FBX at 2 o'clock. FBX? Abu blinked, looking at Chen Yang and Su Qingru, grinning as he said, how about that? A top-tier team. Will it suffice for you to hone your skills? Su Qingru's delicate face held little emotion. She nodded slightly, stating, I am not afraid. Chen Yang shrugged. It's a piece of cake. I like your confidence. Ming Kai exclaimed. All right, Abu, please take them to get settled. I'll inform the team. Ming Kai found himself increasingly drawn to Su Qingru, captivated by her icy demeanor, while Chen Yang resonated with his youthful spirit. With a radiant smile, Ming Kai exited excitedly. Abu then led Chen Yang and Su Qingru on a tour of the club, drawing numerous curious glances along the way. Abu marveled, Xiao Yang, Qingru, your beauty is exceptional. If you join us at EDG, managing the staff might become quite a challenge. Both Chen Yang and Su Qingru fell into contemplation. In the next moment, they simultaneously declared, perhaps I should leave. Perhaps I should join another team. Abu's face turned pale, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was furious, realizing the dangers of careless words. Are you two deliberately doing this? You must know each other. How could you speak in such perfect unison? This understanding of late encounters, don't even think about it. Abu hurriedly positioned himself between them, as if fearing they would escape. Su Qingru frowned and glanced at Chen Yang. Chen Yang returned her frown. Abu, exasperated, muttered, and you claim not to know each other? Do you think I'm blind? This is the dining area. This is the dormitory area. This is the training area. See that? Our mid lane ace, Scout, and Miko are over there, your future teammates. And here is our gym area. As a prestigious club, EDG boasts a wealth of facilities, so you need not worry. Gaming does not necessarily lead to weight gain. Here we are, my office. You too, please come in. Throughout the tour, Abu maintained an enthusiastic demeanor, embodying the perfect manager, approachable, knowledgeable, and gracious. Finally, stopping before the office door, he eagerly asked, so, if you find our EDG appealing, shall we step in and sign the contract? He brimmed with confidence regarding the signing process, having already secured favorable terms with the higher-ups at EDG overnight, ensuring that the compensation and benefits were undoubtedly top-tier among newcomers. Chen Yang looked at Su Qingru and smirked, fraud, you go first. Su Qingru's lips quivered slightly, but she said nothing more, deliberately avoiding Chen Yang's gaze. The cool young lady strode into the office with an air of aloofness. Chen Yang watched her graceful silhouette, his heart still tumultuous, unable to calm the storm within. What happened to the couch potato image? What happened to the chubby persona? What happened to the chips and soda? Why was that player of Echo, Saber, so endearing? Chapter 7. A team, dormitories adjacent. After entering the office, Su Qingru quickly emerged. The cool girl cast a fleeting glance at Chen Yang. Chen Yang teased lightly. Signed? Signed. Su Qingru nodded, retreating to the side, her gaze seemingly wandering aimlessly. Perhaps it was directed outside? Through the window, one could see a supermarket bustling with people, all carrying bags of chips and cola. Chen Yang pondered this development. Signed? This woman is not to be trusted. She is but a little deceiver. Last time, she mentioned joining RNG. Hence, it follows that this time, the truth must be the opposite. She hasn't signed. I shall remain with EDG, eagerly awaiting the moment I crush you, bringing you to your knees in tears, begging to change your name. For some inexplicable reason, Chen Yang was fixated on the idea that Su Qingru must change her name, despite knowing she was undeniably a strikingly beautiful and cool girl. Little Yang, what do you think of this contract? Does it ignite your passion? Upon seeing Chen Yang enter, Abu beamed like a flower, promptly handing him a contract. He stood, not taking a seat. Chen Yang perused the document. The stipulated rest periods post-spring and summer competitions were included, of course, as professional players do not rest during holidays. The signing fee was a staggering amount. Chen Yang looked at Abu in astonishment. He recalled that this year, EDG secured a top-tier training camp player for only 500,000. The value of the other party was merely a fraction of that. As he continued to read, the incentives grew even more enticing. Each regular season MVP would earn a bonus of 50,000 yuan. If the team advanced to the playoffs, an additional 100,000 yuan would be awarded. A spot in the World Championship would net 150,000 yuan, with a World Championship MVP fetching 300,000 yuan. Winning the World Championship would bring an impressive sum. Note, post-victory, the player's value would at least triple, with EDG guaranteeing a minimum signing fee of 800,000 yuan. The FMVP at the World Championship would yield another substantial bonus. Manager, are you this generous with every newcomer? After reviewing the contract, Chen Yang no longer hesitated and swiftly signed his name. Abu shook his head. Of course not. Am I the only special one, then? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Feeling touched, Abu appeared somewhat embarrassed, gesturing towards the door. You know, Qingru's talent is also exceptional. Such a genius. Especially a high-value girl. There's no reason not to provide equal benefits. What? Chen Yang's smile abruptly faltered as he silently glanced at his sign name, hastily reaching to erase it before the ink dried. In a flash, Abu, quick as a whip, concealed the contract in his embrace, glaring at Chen Yang. What are you doing? Manager, let us negotiate. I want to go to IG, Chen Yang suggested. Not a chance. RNG, dream on. I don't want to be on the same team as that woman, Su Qingru. You two know each other? Not at all. Chen Yang's protest sounded weak. His teeth clenched. Yet, Abu remained obstinately unyielding, leaving him utterly exasperated. Glaring at the contract, which Abu clutched protectively as if it were his life, Chen Yang threatened, Manager, do you believe I would throw a match just to spite you? Hand over the contract now. Match fixing incurs a tenfold penalty of 800,000. You do the math. Abu retorted cautiously, stepping back, assessing whether Chen Yang's family, regardless of their wealth, would casually squander millions. His gamble paid off. Chen Yang truly feared the consequences. He cursed silently. The thought of defaulting and incurring such a hefty penalty was enough to infuriate his academic parents. Furrowing his brow deeply, he glared at Abu before stepping outside. Su Qingru awaited him. Upon seeing Chen Yang emerge, a slight smile graced her pale lips, and she spoke succinctly, decided. Which team are you joining? Staying. Chen Yang shot back. Su Qingru's smile stiffened, her glassy eyes reflecting a hint of annoyance. Frustrated, Chen Yang demanded. Last time you deceived me so easily. Why speak the truth this time? Are you out of your mind? Su Qingru bit her lip, saying nothing more, turning to leave. Chen Yang clearly observed her delicate fist clenched, as if she wished to strike him, yet was desperately trying to maintain her composed facade. He slapped his cheek, feeling a twinge of discontent. The collision of their peculiar thought processes had inexplicably landed him on the same team as Saber. Thus, it seemed he could no longer confront this high-value, cool girl head-on in competitions. He felt quite vexed. His initial intention for pursuing a professional career included mercilessly tormenting her, even though he had imagined her as a complete novice. Little Yang, you haven't left yet. Wonderful. Here, This is your dormitory key. Do you remember the way? It's the second last room at the end of the hallway. At that moment, Abu dashed out, shoving the key into Chen Yang's hand before hurriedly making calls. Today, he had secured 2 significant contracts and had much to attend to. Chen Yang weighed the key in his hand, frowning as he made his way to the dormitory area. Ahead of him was Su Qingru. The girl had a striking figure, her genes accentuating her perfect curves. Likely around 20 years old, the epitome of youthful beauty. Neither spoke as they walked together, stopping at the end of the hallway. Click. The sound of 2 keys entering their locks echoed simultaneously. Chen Yang and Su Qingru glanced up, locking eyes before quickly looking away and entering their respective rooms in silence. Computer. Chen Yang dashed toward the sole high-end computer in the dormitory. Booting it up and logging in, he found that someone had evidently shared his thoughts. Su Qingru's chat window lit up. Saber. You liar, you scoundrel, shameless. Was that intentional? Did you find me so beautiful that you couldn't resist staying with EDG? About the female protagonist, her initial intentions will be shaped into the type of character seen in Imudo. Amara-chan, while in matters of love, it will attempt to mimic the tropes of Kaguya-sama. Love is war. Therefore, although the story primarily focuses on competitions, daily life will not be lacking, creating a slight bittersweet flavor. Chapter 8. The Girl at the Table Key, Come. Chen Yang scoffed disdainfully. Such self-satisfied women. He would not show her any mercy. Especially not through a screen. His fingers danced across the keyboard. Archer, huh? With that flat chest of yours, how dare you flaunt it? Even an airport wouldn't dare to compare. Liar? Who are you calling a liar? Wasn't it you who claimed you'd join RNG last night? Saber, and you claimed you'd join IG. Archer, you actually believe that? Are you foolish? Saber, who said I believed it? I just sensed your ulterior motives. Are you stalking me, enamored by my beauty, plotting against me? Archer, now that you mention it, I realize. That morning when you were on the other side of the street, you must have been struck dumb by my good looks. Saber, police. I was clearly looking at the club. Archer, huh? If you say so, I'll pretend to believe you. Saber, scoundrel. Archer, weakling. Saber, scoundrel. Archer, fool. Saber, suit-clad man. Archer, sloppy girl, pig. The dialogue continued in an endless loop. After more than 2 hours of this verbal sparring, Chen Yang was astonished to discover that the girl named Su Qingru possessed remarkable speed in her responses, although her vocabulary was painfully limited. Consistently resorting to calling him a fool, there were many instances where he would send one message and she would counter with 2 or even 3 retorts. The future seemed promising. In Chen Yang's mind, a vivid image emerged of Su Qingru sitting at her computer desk, yelling key, as she engaged in a fervent exchange with others across various platforms. Unable to suppress a smile, he quickly composed himself, realizing that Saber was his lifelong nemesis. It was imperative to maintain his disdain, even if the actual person was a celestial being. He resolved to switch teams next year to triumph over this girl, Su Qingru. In the EDG training room, Mingkai implored, "Come on, just tell us. Stop keeping us in suspense. It's driving us insane." "All right, Mingkai. Tonight dinner is on me. Deal. Whoever backs out is my son." Suddenly, a smile graced Mingkai's face as he smirked, lifting his chin with delight. Miko's expression darkened as he muttered under his breath, "Old silver coin. You guessed right. This time, we struck gold. A tremendous opportunity." Mingkai snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "Saber. Wow. Incredible, Abu. EDG is actually this formidable? How was I unaware of this? Ha ha ha. RNG and IG, even the reigning champions. The Little Phoenix have never outperformed us. What a joy." The room erupted in jubilant laughter, a sense of relief washing over them. After all, since S7, EDG had faced a decline, its former glory fading, consistently languishing at the bottom amongst the 3 major teams. As for recruiting players, who would willingly join a team with a lackluster track record? That would be a hindrance to their future. Despite the team's illustrious past and its prestigious title among the top 3. Moreover, Mingkai leaned back in his gaming chair, snapping his fingers again. And with a playful wink, remarked, "Archer is quite the dashing young man." The group, led by Scout, simultaneously rolled their eyes. Is that supposed to be good news? A nightmare. Mingkai chuckled, saying, "Impatient fellow, Archer." From outside, Abu's voice broke in. What happened? Mingkai was abruptly interrupted as he stood from his chair. The others behind him were left in a state of astonishment. Chen Yang's appearance was striking enough, with his handsome features complemented by a white shirt and black dress pants. Exuding an air of a domineering CEO, yet he remained a mere man. Their gaze, however, was captivated by Su Qingru standing beside him. Her hair flowed like satin in the wind, her delicate brows framing eyes that sparkled like stars and shone like the moon. A perfectly sculpted nose and rosy cheeks enhanced her beauty, and her lips resembled dewy cherries. Her flawless, oval face radiated a shy allure, accentuated by her fair, smooth skin. Clad in a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, she emanated an ethereal charm, embodying both the freshness of a neighborly girl and an enchanting aloofness. In summary, one could only exclaim, "My goodness, she is breathtaking." Ming Kai, could this possibly be? Saber? Is she a celebrity? She is genuinely a girl. I've fallen in love. The training room fell into an awkward silence, broken only by the sound of people swallowing hard, their eyes seemingly yearning to expand further. Su Qingru pressed her lips together, instinctively retreating slightly behind Chen Yang. Seeking my protection? He mused, amused. How laughable. In an instant, Su Qingru regained her composure and calmly moved aside. Chen Yang smirked, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. Be mindful of your image, everyone. Ming Kai, still buzzing with excitement, redirected his attention to reprimanding Miko and the others in the training room. Abu entered, followed closely by Chen Yang and Su Qingru. Allow me to introduce, Abu began. Saber, as you can see, has rapidly ascended to the pinnacle of the canyon in just 15 days, reigning as the king of Solo Lane, Su Qingru. The cool girl offered a polite bow to everyone, saying, "Hello, I am Su Qingru. I look forward to your guidance." She discreetly cast a glance at Chen Yang, as if to boast, "See? Abu introduced me first." Chen Yang felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, contemplating a reckoning with Abu. Next, Abu introduced Chen Yang with a grin, saying, "This is Archer, the jungle king of the canyon, who achieved his rank in just 12 days. Though his record may not be as astonishing as Qingru's, he is the only one capable of consistently challenging her in the jungle. His name is Chen Yang. Hello, everyone." Chen Yang smiled, donning a modest expression, though I wouldn't say I have a clear upper hand over Qingru. It's merely that I won 16 out of 17 encounters. Each of us has our victories and defeats. Su Qingru's gaze instantly turned icy, while the training room erupted in ignorant laughter. Chapter 9, The Silver Coin Brother. As Abu approached, he simply briefed everyone on the training match scheduled for this afternoon. Chen Yang and Su Qingru were assigned positions near the window, with Su Qingru by the window and Chen Yang leaning against her, under the watchful eye of Ming Kai. Everyone was compelled to cease their banter and earnestly engage in ranked play. Chen Yang found the game rather tedious and casually suggested to Su Qingru, "Shall we queue together?" Su Qingru frowned and replied, "I refuse to queue with a scammer." "What are you thinking?" "I meant for us to queue together, so I could end up facing you and relish in defeating you for your points." "Surely, you jest. You, with your plain looks, harbor such grand ambitions." Chen Yang chuckled gently, yet his demeanor was infuriating. Su Qingru's eyes turned icy once again as she stated, "Q." She clicked a match with Chen Yang. The rift was bustling with players, yet the two seemed to share an uncanny connection, a fateful bond. They successfully matched up against each other. A smirk graced Su Qingru's lips as she confidently locked in the champion Nasu's. Chen Yang immediately selected Li Xin. "If you lose, you must kneel and call me queen." Su Qingru's voice was soft, audible only to Chen Yang. "And if you lose, will you call me father?" Chen Yang inquired with curiosity. Su Qingru chose to ignore him, feeling exasperated by his antics. Half an hour later, boom, the sound of the crystal shattering echoed. Chen Yang's smile reappeared, radiating charm. Su Qingru's expression grew increasingly frosty. She had lost again. This defeat also cost her the top spot in the rankings, reducing her to second place. "Damn that Archer." Su Qingru fumed, feeling anxious that Chen Yang might taunt her by saying, "Hey girl, isn't it time you called me father?" "Hey," Chen Yang called out. "Huh?" Su Qingru jolted, maintaining her composure and refusing to look at him. "Your account credentials." Chen Yang tossed her a card. The account details were exclusive to the LPL competition, newly registered by Abu for both of them. "Okay," Su Qingru nodded, internally cursing Chen Yang for startling her. "Time is running out. Everyone, log in." Ming Kai's voice resonated in the training room, specifically checking in on the newcomers, Chen Yang and Su Qingru. "I'm good." Chen Yang had already logged in. Username, EDG. "Archer." "I'm fine too," Su Qingru responded softly, having successfully logged into the competition server moments ago. "All right, I'll create a room and invite you all." Ming Kai settled in a spot and quickly set up the room in draft mode, inviting players one by one. All 5 members of EDG joined, the mid laner Scout, the ADC Hope, the support Miko, alongside the newcomers, top laner Su Qingru and jungler Chen Yang. After the 5 entered, representatives from FPX also joined. The chat box displayed, "FBX. Tion has entered the room FBX." LWX has entered the room. FBX. Doimb has entered the room. Upon entering, FPX's members immediately notice something unusual. Wait. The names of this top laner and jungler seem strikingly familiar. Miko, have you recruited new foreign aid again? FBX. LWX inquired. Is it possible? If not, you better vote. FEX. Doimb exclaimed. Whoa. Dad. Is that really you? Dad. FBX. Sirsp reacted, bewildered. EDG. Miko? EDG. Clear Love 7. Upon entering, calling out Dad was not unexpected from him, the silver coin brother. In the FPX training room, several members glared at Doimb, feeling utterly embarrassed. Meanwhile, the EDG training room was filled with puzzled glances. Who was silver coin brother calling out to? Miko asked, confused. Just then, Chen Yang spoke up. EDG. Archer, are you calling me? FBX. Doimb, is that truly you? How did you end up at EDG? Wasn't FBX good enough for you? Dad, I need you. EDG. Clear Love 7. Get lost. A brief exchange ensued. The sudden revelation in the FPX camp, prompted by Doimb's outrageous antics, jolted everyone awake. Is it really those two? Arch. Oh my. What a calamity. Battle horse. Battle horse. Battle horse. Oh no. I just got crushed by Saber yesterday, losing points. Please, table, hold steady. Gold gong. Let us talk things over nicely. No need to smash tables. If it doesn't work, we can call Khan. The game commenced. Given that it was a training match, the remaining players, Mingkai, intrigued, glanced at Chen Yang and Su Qingru, inquiring, so, how about you two? Do you want to pick first, or should we set up some counter picks? I want Urgot, Su Qingru declared unabashedly. All right, Urgot it is. Mingkai nodded. And Su Qingru promptly locked in her first choice. Chen Yang's expression twitched. Don't let me down. He simply couldn't fathom such a delicate, cool beauty playing Urgot. So he teased her. Su Qingru coldly replied, the top lane doesn't require assistance. Please refrain from feeding. Mingkai was at a loss, seeing Chen Yang's silence. Fine. Let us help others pick first. As the blue side, they selected LeBlanc and Kale for the second and third picks. FPX opted for the top lane champion Renekton and mid laner Lulu for their first two picks, decisively choosing the bot lane duo, Kaisa and Karma. The standard 4 Protect 1 strategy had commenced. Mingkai smiled as he proceeded with the second ban phase, then turned to Chen Yang. I'll go for Zed, Chen Yang stated. What? Mingkai's eyelids twitched, wanting to remind him that this was a training match and not to joke around. Coach, I've selected him for him. Su Qingru's melodious voice chimed in as she cleverly chose for Chen Yang, given her position on the 5th floor. Mingkai was both exasperated and amused, feeling speechless. Yet, he thought to himself, well, newcomers are always headstrong and unaware of their limits. However, that is fine. After a few defeats, they will understand why flowers bloom so beautifully. But Chen Yang and Su Qingru's relationship, it felt inexplicably delicate. Mingkai was perplexed. At that moment, FBX made their final pick, selecting Rek'Sai for the jungle role. The champions were officially locked in. On the blue side, EDG, and on the red side, FBX. Top lane, Urgot versus Renekton jungle, Zed versus Rek'Sai mid lane, LeBlanc versus Lulu EDC, Kale versus Kaisa support, Thresh versus Karma Chapter 10. Quiet down, you two? Welcome to League of Legends. As the electronic voice echoed in his headphones, Chen Yang entered the game and first glanced at the latency. As expected of a competition server, the stable latency of 79 was quite comforting. You glanced sideways, and Su Qingru's eyes seemed to sparkle slightly. Chen Yang, feeling displeased, moved the microphone aside and muttered, a girl who has never seen the world. A phone was handed over, and Chen Yang frowned. What is it? He then saw his own expression on the screen, astonished by the 79 milliseconds latency. Was it that flash of light just now? In this day and age. Taking candid photos with a flash. My, what a brazen girl. Chen Yang immediately turned his gaze to Su Qingru. She, the cool and aloof maiden, retrieved her phone, ignoring Chen Yang as she focused intently on the screen. What a cunning and devious coach she was. Chen Yang nodded, adjusted his headphones, and prepared his microphone, muttering softly. What did you say, Xiao Yang? Miko inquired curiously through the earpiece. Nothing, Chen Yang replied with a gentle smile. Su Qingru's eyes glimmered with irritation. She felt wronged, indeed quite so. Yet, Chen Yang relentlessly pursued this matter. If she quarreled with him, it would tarnish her image. If she let it slide, it would surely vex her to no end. Su Qingru silently resolved to vent her frustrations on Chen Yang for 3 hours upon returning to the dormitory, lest her mood remain unexpressed. The training match proceeded in a rather formal manner. FPX had no intention of invading. Instead, Doimp sent another message in the public chat. FPX. Doimp. Jungle Dad. Look, I'm playing Lulu. This mid laner is garbage. No need to target him. Just crush our bot lane. Thanks. FPX. LWX. Jungle Dad. Don't listen to him. I'm just a support. There's no need for this. Go kill that monkey in mid lane. He is genetically isolated from us. Even though Ming Kai was not actively playing, merely observing from behind, he couldn't help but chuckle. The reputation of Archer was indeed evident here. Although Jin Gong remained silent, he quietly equipped a Doran's shield for lane sustain, preparing to engage. Ming Kai inwardly exclaimed, "Yes, what a treasure I've found." The red buff spawned. With the assistance of the bot lane duo, Chen Yang swiftly secured the red buff after activating his Q skill. Though the early game for Zed can be quite punishing, Chen Yang's jungle techniques were remarkably deft, leaving Ming Kai in awe. After finishing the red buff, Chen Yang still had over 3/4 of his health remaining, practically unscathed. Immediately, he activated his E skill. Oh no, wrong skill. Ming Kai's heart sank, clenching his fists. Indeed, the new top laner appeared calm on the surface, yet internally was a bundle of nerves. Who levels E on Zed at level 2? The next moment, however, he was astounded. Chen Yang had indeed chosen E, but with a clear purpose. He leaped over the F6 wall, then scaled the turret wall, continuing his ascent until he reached the red buff position of the opposing team and began to assault their red buff. Wait, what? Ming Kai's eyes widened as he hurried to his seat to view the observation perspective. At that moment, Xiao Tian was still battling the three wolves. His speed was impressive, having forfeited the Magic Toad contest, clearly aiming to reach the upper quadrant swiftly. As a Rek'Sai, he could opt for a quick level 3 by starting red and then moving to F6. This champion thrives on abundant resources. Chen Yang successfully pilfered Xiao Tian's red buff. Ming Kai thought this logic was quite ingenious, truly worthy of Archer's reputation. Let us gank top, Chen Yang declared after claiming the buff. Su Qingru frowned. Her aggressive playstyle kept the crocodile at bay, forcing it to cower behind the minion line. And she hadn't even leveled her skills yet. The top lane doesn't require a jungler, she firmly rejected. Sorry, did you think I was here to assist you? Think again. If it weren't for the team's victory. Chen Yang mocked, you are exceptionally selfish and arrogant. Hey, you too. Miko exclaimed, bemused. Scout chimed in. Stop arguing, everyone, let us work together. We're on the same team. They all believed Chen Yang was at odds with Su Qingru. After all, they were both former solo Q kings, having walked the same path, each convinced that their own approach was correct. At such times, the seasoned veterans were needed to provide gentle guidance. Miko even wore a fatherly smile, about to speak. First blood. The first kill erupted in the top lane. After Chen Yang arrived, Su Qingru almost instantaneously leveled her E and Q skills, flashing to engage. Applying a slow with her Q skill, synchronizing perfectly with Chen Yang's timely arrival, amplified by the red buff S slow. Although Jin Gong had also activated his flash at the first opportunity, the combination of Urget's Q and Chen Yang's red buff slow was exceedingly frustrating, forcing him into the turret's embrace, ultimately yielding first blood. Miko's smile froze, his eyes wide with disbelief as he turned to Chen Yang and Su Qingru. What on earth did you two just do? Despite claiming disinterest, their coordination was unmatched. Su Qingru frowned. The jungler insisted on coming. Chen Yang retorted. I saw the top lane was suffering quite a bit, so I just want to pick up a kill. Miko. Chapter 11. The problem lies with Su Qingru Chen Yang. Don't clear my minions. After claiming first blood, Su Qingru suddenly let out a sharp scream, but fortunately, she managed to stifle the latter part of her sentence, lowering her voice. Otherwise, her character might crumble. Look at you being so petty. I was merely trying to help you clear the minions so you could get home sooner, Chen Yang scoffed disdainfully. As he spoke, the teleportation signal lit up on the map. Su Qingru sneered, her teeth clenched. Well, I truly must thank you for that, Archer. Just keep it in mind. Chen Yang smiled, concealing his achievements and accolades. Since the teleportation was to a defensive tower, a second kill was impossible. He decisively retreated, gnashing his teeth in frustration at Su Qingru. The few scouts in their team could only laugh helplessly, although it seemed that the two were bickering. Their cooperation was evidently stellar. Moreover, as they listened, a peculiar sourness tinged the air. Damn, are these two really not in a relationship? With a sudden realization, Scout and Miko exchanged glances, simultaneously directing an intense gaze at Chen Yang. Chen Yang frowned. It was that he felt guilty upon noticing their reactions, but rather a notification rang in his mind. Ding. Host detected a cooperative kill with Saber on a professional player. Teamwork rating 1. Interesting, Chen Yang mused, surprised. So, professional players truly represent the pinnacle of every game? He blinked. The three players, who had not received the desired reactions, silently turned back to focus on their lanes. When Xiao Tian rushed to the top lane, his red buff had already vanished. Disheartened, Chen Yang successfully initiated with 3 buffs. He cleared his blue buff jungle, and, seizing an opportunity, he managed to secure the double river crabs ahead of Xiao Tian. Ming Kai's eyes lit up instantly. Impressive. FPX. Zhama, what the hell? Is this the renowned archer from all over the internet? The king of the splits has taken down our FMVP? It was a private message. Ming Kai smiled nonchalantly. EDG. CLE. The lane king. FBX. Zhama. Ugh. This is unbearable. I can't even chat anymore. Chen Yang did not belong to the greedy jungle type. After clearing the jungle, he promptly returned home to replenish his equipment. He swiftly acquired a Tiamat. With this item, the Blade of the Ruined King became formidable for jungle clearing. He leaped over terrain and headed straight down. Miko decisively flashed to initiate, but Chris blocked the hook with his own flash, allowing LWX to survive, though Karma inevitably fell. The Blade of the Ruined King claimed a second kill. However, no notification from the system sounded. Was the problem with Su Qingru? Chen Yang suddenly turned to glance at her. At that moment, Su Qingru, fully engrossed in the game, was highly focused and tense. Especially with the bothersome Chen Yang beside her. Caught off guard by his sudden stare, her concentration wavered, leading to a crucial mistake. Jin Gong seized the opportunity with a series of swift combos, diminishing her health and placing her at a disadvantage in lane. Su Qingru turned back, somewhat irritated at Chen Yang. Chen Yang remained silent, already making his way toward the top lane. The top laner doesn't team need assistance. Su Qingru retorted, no longer angry, but instead offered a reminder. Xiao Yang, the excavator seems to be in the upper jungle, but I lack lane control, so you might want to be cautious, Scout interjected. Upon hearing this, Su Qingru instinctively moved towards the river to provide vision. Without hesitation, she coolly unleashed her ultimate, transcending the fear of death. Xiao Tian was crouched in the brush, edging toward the top lane. Upon confirming that these new external aids from EDG were the recently popular archers, he knew they had to be targeted. Moreover, Jin Gong had called out that he had severely damaged Urgot. An opportunity arose. However, just as he approached, a heavy projectile suddenly struck him. Urgot's ultimate. The sensitivity of professional players' instincts was remarkable. Xiao Tian immediately reacted, emerging from the earth to assess his surroundings. Great. Chen Yang's eyes brightened. It had been a while since he encountered such a harmonious teammate. He swiftly vaulted over the wall, flashing in with W, cut down the roots, landing a critical strike with his Tiamat. Equipped with Electrocute, a typical early-game burst damage rune, and with decent gear, even without reaching level 6, his damage was substantial, bringing the excavator down to the execution threshold of transcending the fear of death. Su Qingru's eyes sparkled. Lulu is coming. Scout's voice rushed in, but he lacked lane control. Nearly watching helplessly as he urged, transform. Urgot had already unleashed his chain and the ultimate. The excavator was forcibly pulled in, yet Doim's support was too swift. Lulu's ultimate yanked him back just in time. Something's gone wrong. The crocodile is on the top. Su Qingru clicked her mouse frantically, determined to rush down. We can secure a kill. Chen Yang urged swiftly. Are you going to trade with him? Which one? Of course. In an instant, she understood. Su Qingru, who had originally directed her mouse downward, suddenly shifted it upward, executing an E-skill. Fearless charge, directly bringing the crocodile back. Chapter 12. Is this the jungler? Chen Yang had long since given up on the excavator. It was impossible to endure the damage from 2 opponents while attempting to engage in basic attacks and trade health. Instead, he leaped over terrain, drawing closer to the crocodile. Menju Wanshuching. Calm. With the cooldown on his Q ability, he closed the distance. Basic attack. Su Qingru executed her Q skill with precision, applying a slow, initiating her W to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Tap 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 tap. Jin Gong immediately activated his ultimate. However, he could not withstand the ferocity of 2 opponents, and without hesitation, he redirected his fire, unleashing a relentless assault upon him. In a state of panic, he sought to escape, but Su Qingru's movements were exceptionally agile. Chen Yang also pressed in, obstructing his path as if he were a protective hen, ensuring that Jin Gong could not lay a finger on a single hair of Urgot. After several skirmishes, Jin Gong succumbed to the onslaught, falling victim to the 2S coordinated attack. EDG. Saber eliminated FPX. Gimgun. Nice. Splendid. Chen Yang and Su Qingru exclaimed in unison, satisfaction evident in their voices. A 3-for-2 counterkill, executed flawlessly. Yet, almost immediately, both turned their heads, exchanging a glance. Chen Yang's expression transformed into one of stoicism, while Su Qingru's delicate visage tightened. Her gaze icy. Is this the jungler? Is this the top laner? The words they uttered bore striking similarity, though their order differed. The implications, however, shifted dramatically. Su Qingru's tone was laced with derision, insinuating that she had stated the top laner need not assist, yet he still came, this jungler? Bah, truly shameless. Chen Yang's words also dripped with sarcasm, suggesting, if I hadn't come, wouldn't you have been soloed by the crocodile? This level of play is indeed renowned. The top laner is this? Bah, a pathetic fool. How laughable. Su Qingru, evidently the first to concede, let out a cold huff and retreated to purchase items. My heavens. Miko placed a hand upon his forehead, feeling as though it might split open. Hope chuckled shyly, sincerely remarking, what Arch has achieved goes unnoticed. Hope opened his mouth wide, whimpering, feeling aggrieved and awkward. I was praising you. Ding. System detected that the host and Su Qingru executed a flawless collaboration to eliminate a professional player. Teammate Synergy Level 1. Ding. Exclusive Synergy Ability activated. Target, Su Qingru Exclusive Synergy Power, 5. Exclusive Synergy Power reflects the host's ability to collaborate with teammates. The system's prompt resonated in his mind once more. Chen Yang understood immediately. This meant that his current synergy level with teammates like Scout stood at 72. Whereas with Su Qingru, it soared to 725. Impressive indeed. But why must it be Su Qingru? The system was driving him further away from his initial objective of dominating this aloof maiden. Remain calm. Do not panic. Repeat the small goal 3 times daily. Dominate Su Qingru. Dominate Su Qingru. Dominate Su Qingru. Ah, instant relief washed over him. In the voice chat of the FPX team, Jin Gong was somewhat agitated. Shouting in frustration, this Arch is indeed a first-timer. Don't taunt it. Absurd. Xiaodian had witnessed the earlier scene, marveling at their synergy, which could only be described as extraordinary. You advance, I retreat. You retreat, I advance. You evade, I intercept, moving in unison. Such chemistry. Such coordination. A level of understanding not easily attained even by seasoned couples of 30 years. Brother Xiang, I'm coming to help. Xiaodian called out. LWX exclaimed, good. Then followed with a shout of surprise, are you coming down? Didn't you say you would? Why are you still up there wandering aimlessly? Just a moment. Xiaodian wanted to wait, but pressed by LWX, he dashed over. Upon returning, he was astonished to find. What the heck happened to my jungle monsters? Ming Kai, observing from a god's eye perspective, saw clearly that all the jungle monsters had been cleared by Chen Yang, who had timed it perfectly, eliminating them the moment they respawned. Xiaodian, in a fit of rage, dashed toward the river. To his delight, he spotted the river crab. An unexpected joy. He quickly dispatched it. However, Ming Kai furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the male assassin, puzzled. What has Xiaoyang been doing here all this time? Staying still? Has he disconnected? He contemplated rising to investigate. Chen Yang had been pressed against the wall of the Rift Herald for over 20 seconds. The game time was barely over 10 minutes. At that moment, after finishing off the river crab, Xiaotian burrowed underground, heading toward the Rift Herald. It appeared he intended to engage the Herald? No, not to attack the Herald. He aimed to tunnel up from the rift to ambush the top lane. Xiaotian, after all, was a top-tier jungler. He sensed something was amiss. Arch was deliberately targeting the top lane, seeking to prevent Jin Gong from being ganked. Ming Kai's eyes widened in anticipation. He watched intently as the excavator burrowed forward, almost brushing against Chen Yang's face, holding his breath. Ah, it felt as if he were there in person. Even as an observer, Ming Kai dared not breathe until Chen Yang finally struck decisively. AQ activated Tiamat, utilizing W, rooting out, unleashing his ultimate for invisibility. Even as Xiaotian emerged from the earth, he remained oblivious. Instant kill. What just happened? Xiaotian was utterly stunned. In the FBX training room, the coach, a champion of S9, furrowed his brow, quietly jotting down notes from the god's eye perspective. EDG's new jungler, Arch. EDG's new top laner, Saber. No notable highlights discovered yet. Crack. Overcoming the fear of death. The top laner suddenly unleashed a wave of solo kills. Su Qingru's long-range ultimate struck true, flashing into the tower to displace the crocodile, followed by a rapid barrage of gunfire. Executing a Q skill that brought the crocodile down to the execution threshold. Solo kill. The corners of the coach's mouth twitched, begrudgingly biting his teeth as he recorded once more. EDG's top laner, Saber. Entry completed. In his mind, a vision of a fearsome, portly figure emerged. For reference, think of the character from Avengers, Endgame, who, after losing everything, also lost his abs. Goodness, what a vivid picture. The coach was startled, jolting upright. Chapter 13. A resounding victory in the training match once again. Wen-Oh coordinated effortlessly, securing a kill against Jin Gong. Su Qingru, unable to contain her excitement, shouted out loud. However, she soon realized that the pesky Zed was clearing her minion wave, which infuriated her, prompting her to spam the retreat signal, urging him to leave. Undoubtedly, the top lane had gained a significant advantage. Yet, the bottom lane was experiencing turmoil. Ever since Xiao Tian was overwhelmed by Zed at the Rift Herald, he completely altered his strategy, opting not to clash head-on with Chen Yang in the top lane. Instead, he focused on the bottom lane. Hope and Miko found themselves in a precarious situation. Fortunately, Su Qingru easily took down the first blood turret in the top lane, while Chen Yang secured the Rift Herald and assisted the mid lane LeBlanc in demolishing the mid turret. This forced a skirmish mode to commence, particularly in the contest for the dragon. Due to his lack of attention to the bottom lane, Chen Yang allowed Xiao Tian to claim 2 dragons, and he was determined not to let the third slip away, directly calling for assistance from the top lane to contest the dragon. Before Chen Yang could finish his sentence, Su Qingru had already activated her teleport. It seemed she wanted to convey a message. As long as I teleport quickly enough. It's not because of your command that I'm doing this. Who do you think you are, Chen Yang? A fraud. In simpler terms, she was being tsundere. Yet, despite her pride, she did not wish to lose the game. In her eyes, the collective interest of the team held substantial weight. She would never resort to petty tricks and jeopardize the game simply because of her disagreement with Chen Yang. Chen Yang shared this mindset. Thus, during the dragon fight, the two showcased a true sense of synergy. Chen Yang initiated the dragon, with Miko taking the brunt of the damage. Su Qingru, leveraging her teleport speed and superior equipment, boldly initiated the fight. She charged in with her skill, fearless charge. The team fight erupted. Scouts immediately found themselves targeted, with the crocodile solely focusing on him. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's Rek'Sai faced off against Chen Yang in the dragon pit. However, Chen Yang ignored the dragon entirely, vaulting over the wall and using his Q skill to dive onto Kaisa. Be careful, Doimb shouted, having discerned Chen Yang's intentions. Yet, I have my sheep transformation. As a professional player, Doimb was confident in his reflexes. His alert was intended to inform LWX to eliminate Zed first. Doimb's cleverness was met with understanding from LWX. Unfortunately, Zed's speed was too swift. After closing in, he refrained from using any skills and unleashed his ultimate. Silver blades spread out, splattering in all directions. Time was of the essence. Understanding that hesitation leads to defeat, Doimb immediately cast his ultimate to protect Kaisa. LWX made a savvy decision, flying towards the dragon pit, aiming for the Titan. Though the Titan brought crowd control, being shielded by Lulu's ultimate made it undoubtedly the safest position for output. However, Su Qingru had anticipated this. Just as Kaisa was airborne, she unleashed fear beyond death, landing a precise hit. Chen Yang no longer sought to evade. He flashed forward, applying red punishment, followed by a basic attack with his W skill, Eradicate. He executed a swift combination, while LWX desperately attempted to retaliate. Lu Qingsong's karma rushed in, trying to ensnare Chen Yang with her tether. Yet, the explosive damage of Zed's burst was overwhelming, and with Su Qingru's assistance, he didn't even need to kill Kaisa. As the health bar dipped to a fifth, he swiftly escaped over the wall. Lu Qingsong clenched his teeth and threw out his arcu to pursue, falling just short. Miraculously, Chen Yang executed a beautiful sidestep upon landing, evading capture. However, LWX's Kaisa was ensnared, engulfed in black chains that filled the entire screen. He cried out, "Help me! Help me, help me!" Alas, he had no means of escape. Lu Qingsong managed to cast a shield, but it was futile. He lacked a locket and could not regain health. Boom. At the moment Kaisa was dragged to her demise, Su Qingru flashed into the fray, simultaneously controlling both Lulu and the crocodile. Fear. Well played, Little Red Riding Hood, Chen Yang remarked unexpectedly. Having already vaulted over to the other side of the battlefield, deep within FPX's jungle. Despite being low on health, his fighting spirit remained unwavering, and he executed a brilliant QWA combo, effortlessly claiming Lulu's life. Su Qingru frowned. This kill had been snatched by Chen Yang, and suddenly she recalled the reference to Little Red Riding Hood. Who was he referring to? It seemed to be her, but no, absolutely not. Instinctively rejecting the title, she immediately replied, "Scout, you played well." Scouts, who had been entangled by the crocodile until Su Qingru's fear beyond death pushed it back, was left in tears. No. Why are you being so sarcastic? All right, I want to hold it against you because you're pretty. Smack. EDG's archer eliminated FPX's Gim gun. Double kill. Someone was quietly amassing wealth. Su Qingru felt another kill had been snatched from her, her face paling with anger, her eyes reflecting a hint of fury. Convinced that it was a deliberate attack against her. In a single wave of teamfight, they emerged victorious. The only drawback was that Xiao Tian had claimed the dragon. However, even with FPX holding 3 dragons at that moment, the tide of the game had already shifted irreversibly in EDG's favor due to their overwhelming economic lead. Predictably, within 6 minutes, the game would conclude. Ming Kai, perched atop the fishing platform, felt a sense of joy. He mentioned 6 minutes because in 5 minutes, the 4th dragon would spawn. FPX might make a desperate attempt. If they relinquish this dragon soul, they risked EDG widening the economic gap further, making it increasingly difficult to contest the 4th dragon. A minute more for pushing towers was needed, but he was clearly overthinking. During the 3rd dragon team fight, at the 23-minute mark, Chen Yang and Su Qingru charged at Kaisa, only to suddenly turn back and eliminate Lulu in an instant. The 4-Protect-1 formation lacked a formidable support. Scout charged in with full force, recklessly trading blood with Kaisa. FPX ultimately fell beneath the relentless onslaught from EDG's team. In the training match, they achieved a resounding victory. Haha, what a relief. From a goddess perspective, Ming Kai excitedly slammed the table, his face blooming with joy. Let us devise a plan for additional updates, a stable foundation of 4 updates daily. For every 5 tips, an additional update. For a total of 0 tips, another update. 1 update for every flower given and 1 more for every 10 monthly votes. Daily updates will be forthcoming. Chapter 14, The Little Shrimp, Struggling Desperately. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving a resounding victory in your first duel against a professional player, unlocking the basic Son of the True Dragon talent. Character template expanded. Son of the True Dragon, 60. In the fierce competition for dragons, unexpected results often occur. Just before the game concluded, a notification echoed in Chen Yang's mind. He took another look at his character template. Name, Chen Yang. Age, 20. Skill proficiency, 85. Awareness sensitivity, 87. Last hit proficiency, 90. Overall game awareness, 90. Team coordination ability, 72. Special team partner synergy bonus, target. Su Qingru 5. Son of the True Dragon, 60. System, what does a basic score of 60 for the Son of the True Dragon signify? Curious, Chen Yang immediately consulted the system. A score of 60 for the Son of the True Dragon is equivalent to the standard level of an LPL jungle player, resting on the balance line. For reference, IG's Ning scored 63, WE's former jungler Kandi scored 71, and RNG's current jungler, Zilong Bao, scored 54. Oh, so, Chen Yang understood now. Kandi is quite representative. Although his character is questionable, one cannot deny his prowess in dragon contests. There's a reason he was once dubbed the Son of the Dragon. He anticipated surpassing 71 soon, aspiring to become the next king of the jungle. Ahem. Indeed, the goal of dominating Su Qingru seems more attainable. Haha. Xiao Yang, impressive. You're incredible. As the game ended, Miko couldn't contain her excitement, rushing over and laughing joyously. Scout nodded repeatedly, performing a graceful spin in his esports chair. Promptly giving a thumbs up, you are the most formidable newcomer I have ever seen. Especially considering you haven't undergone professional training, it's simply unbelievable. Hope shyly smiled, impressive. Chen Yang and Su Qingru exchanged an unintentional glance. To be honest, Chen Yang held a certain admiration for Su Qingru. He had the advantage of external help. But she was solely reliant on her innate talent and managed to hold her own against formidable opponents. Of course, such thoughts were best kept to oneself. One must remember their original intentions. What are those intentions? Recite them multiple times daily. Dominate Su Qingru. Dominate Su Qingru. Dominate Su Qingru. Shall we go out for a meal tonight? Ming Kai, having concluded his conversation with Jean Ma, approached with a cheerful demeanor. Absolutely. Eating is a must. The summer competition is about to commence. If we don't eat now, when will we? Xiao Yang, Su Qingru, what do you think? Scout and Miko raised their hands and feet in enthusiastic agreement. Naturally, they were going. Chen Yang smiled and consented. Su Qingru nodded as well. All right. Despite her cool demeanor and composed facade, it was evident from her calm cooperation with Chen Yang that she was a girl who cared deeply about collective interests. Such a girl easily wins the favor of others. Ultimately, they decided to split into groups. Ming Kai, along with Scout and the others, headed out first to find a place, while Chen Yang and Su Qingru resolved to return home and gather their belongings, as they would soon be residing at the EDG club. Chen Yang's home was nearby. Upon returning, he promptly changed out of his suit, shedding the imposing aura of a CEO, and donned a simple black t-shirt, casual pants, and a baseball cap, grabbing his suitcase and departing. A round trip took merely half an hour, effortless and leisurely. Once home, he essentially tossed his belongings into the dormitory and then headed out for a meal. What bliss! The door next door remained closed. Presumably, Su Qingru's home was farther away, and Chen Yang had no intention of waiting. He bore a grudge against her, after all. The previous match had provided ample material for critique. This evening, he planned to sort through it all and then log on to unleash his thoughts. With his hands in his pockets, Chen Yang strolled, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon reaching the steps, he spotted a certain girl straining with all her might. Her slender waist bent into a C shape. Her feet braced against the bottom of her suitcase, her hands gripping it tightly, while she attempted to manage a large parcel atop it. She resembled an adorable little shrimp struggling hopelessly, but she couldn't move it. Uffed. Unable to contain himself, Chen Yang burst into laughter. The little shrimp, sensing his gaze, turned, her cold eyes locking onto him. The smile vanished from Chen Yang's face, replaced by indifference and calm, as if he were oblivious to her presence. Su Qingru's lips twitched, a disdainful huff escaping her. She resolved to ignore him and hoped he would leave quickly so she could proceed with her task without embarrassment. Chen Yang sauntered over nonchalantly, but for some reason, he intentionally veered slightly to the side, applying too much force as his shoulder collided with Su Qingru's. The cool girl staggered backward, her back hitting the railing. "You fraud." Su Qingru fumed, her brows furrowing, nearly rising on her toes to confront Chen Yang. This guy was too strong. Her shoulder ached, and the railing had left her back bruised. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, casting an annoyed glance back at her. "Why are you blocking my path? Didn't anyone teach you that good dogs don't obstruct the way?" "You." Su Qingru clenched her fists. She had been standing there first, yet he had collided with her. This fraud was infuriating. She fantasized about punishing him, slapping him repeatedly, until she felt satisfied. Not only did he block her way, but he was also so inept. Chen Yang sneered, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it. I'm not some heartless villain, considering you're so ineffectual and wounded. I'll help you carry your luggage." "No need." Su Qingru's body jolted, and she rushed forward to stop him. However, as she did, she found herself face to face with Chen Yang's smirking eyes. "What secrets are you hiding, Goddess Qingru?" The last 4 words were pronounced with particular emphasis, dripping with sarcasm. How ridiculous. Su Qingru suddenly regained her composure, crossing her arms in disdain. "If you want to carry it, go ahead. Who told you to bump into me without reason? This is merely compensation." Chen Yang shrugged. Under the pretense of compensation, he lifted the suitcase in one hand and the large backpack in the other, his expression darkening. What the heck? He had underestimated the weight. Su Qingru blinked her clear eyes, intending to say, "Put it down. I'll take it," but upon witnessing Chen Yang's resolute stance, her words transformed into, "Archer, the king of the wild. You won't struggle to carry that, will you?" Chapter 15. Comfortable, joyful, yea. A melodious voice. A pure tone, filled with confusion and tension. Yet it was utterly mocking. Chen Yang coldly snapped, "Be quiet." Gritting his teeth, he mused internally. What on earth is in this that makes it so heavy? Women are truly troublesome. Why had he been so careless earlier, to bump into Su Qingru? If not, he wouldn't have to compensate her by carrying her luggage. What an air of authority for such a young girl. Fortunately, the steps weren't too high, and with a determined grit, Chen Yang pressed on. After landing, although still heavy, the suitcase was equipped with small wheels that allowed for easy gliding. However, a daunting challenge still lay ahead. The staircase between the first and second floors. Chen Yang maintained a stoic expression, unwavering as a seasoned veteran. Yet a fine sheen of perspiration began to beat on his forehead. Su Qingru remained silent, trailing closely behind him. It was not until they reached the door of the bedroom that a flicker of anxiety crossed the girl's eyes. She hurried forward, arms outstretched in a defensive stance, blocking the entrance with determination. Chen Yang frowned. Su Qingru tilted her head back, her cold, clear gaze locking onto his. "The compensation ends here. You need not enter the room." Chen Yang had no intention of stepping inside, but her words irked him nonetheless, prompting him to retort, "How ridiculous. To judge a gentleman with the mindset of a petty thief." Surprisingly, Su Qingru refrained from losing her temper. Instead, she remarked quietly, "Even without you, I would have managed to move everything myself." Chen Yang feigned an exaggerated expression, nodding with a grin and giving her a thumbs up. Then you truly are like a little cow jumping over a 500 yuan umbrella in the night. Su Qingru was taken aback. Was he actually complimenting her? Unbelievable. Chen Yang broke into laughter, reveling in his own jest before casually walking away. Su Qingru bit her lip, watching his retreating figure. With a thud, she struck the door with her delicate fist, her face a mask of calm. Yet her shoulders trembled as she fumbled with the key to unlock it. In a flash, everything transformed. Su Qingru, who had appeared so composed and alluring just moments before, now stood within the confines of the room, her beautiful, cold eyes brimming with tears as she cried out in pain. Ouch, it hurts. She rolled on the floor several times, then suddenly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes darting around in search of something. Upon spotting a bedsheet, her expression brightened. Like a little rabbit, she leapt toward it and wrapped herself in its comforting embrace, instantly flooded with a sense of security. Chen Yang, you scoundrel. You bumped my shoulder. You stole my thunder. You consumed my share. You even indirectly caused me to punch the door. You rogue. It hurts so much. Her fingers turned crimson. All the blame placed on the deceitful Chen Yang. Su Qingru buried herself in the sheets, rolling about on the floor until she collided with her suitcase with a thud. Ouch. The girl poked her head out from the sheets, her tearful eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement as she grinned broadly. With a swift motion, she opened the suitcase. Yes. Oh yeah. Haha. Her delicate hands rummaged through the contents, sending snacks like potato chips, biscuits, and chocolates flying into the air, creating a delightful chaos around her. Amidst the disarray, she discovered an entire case of cola at the bottom of the suitcase. No wonder Chen Yang had felt the weight of a fatherly burden. Hee hee. Su Qingru gazed at the case of cola, eagerly popping one open and taking a sip, her laughter bubbling forth as her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Turning her head, she peered through the tightly drawn curtains, seemingly catching sight of a nearby convenience store. With a gulp, she swallowed the cola and lay back on the floor, a satisfied smile on her face as she mused about what to do once the snacks were gone. She realized she had perhaps overestimated her own strength. Had Chen Yang not bumped into her today, she would have never managed to bring these treats. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated the situation seriously. After a few seconds, a mischievous smile graced her lips. Hee hee, I can't think of anything for now. I'll deal with future matters later. With a sudden burst of energy, she tore open her oversized backpack. Snacks scattered everywhere, raining down upon her. Su Qingru felt utterly content. As for her clothing? Oh, suddenly, she recognized a critical oversight. Aside from what she wore, she had completely forgotten to bring any extra clothes. With a swift motion, she sprang up from the floor, sitting cross-legged in deep thought. After a few seconds, she decided to shrug it off. I'll drink my cola, and tonight we feast. With a clever choice to momentarily forget her dilemma, she eagerly grabbed the cola and took a hearty swig. Ah, refreshing. Filled with joy, Su Qingru dashed to the bathroom. In just under a minute, she emerged transformed into a gentle goddess. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, exuding grace and poise, while her cool, charming face bore a subtle, reserved smile. She adjusted her attire, looking neat and tidy. With a determined fist, she declared, let's spice up this gathering. She opened the door only to find her serene smile replaced with a look of icy composure. Noticing the door to the adjacent room still ajar, she furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and quickly scanned the surroundings. No one around. What a perfect opportunity. The best way to defeat an enemy is to first understand them. Peering through the doorway, she noticed a white shirt laid out on the bed. Glancing down at her own outfit, an idea struck her. Why not buy a new one? Having vacated her previous rental, she presumed her belongings had already been discarded by the landlord. Returning was simply not an option. Su Qingru, ever the independent spirit, would not retrace her steps. With this thought in mind, she pulled out 200 yuan and quietly slipped into the room. Chapter 16, non-existent, just arrived at the end. After compensating Su Qingru, Chen Yang went to the restroom, taking a moment for introspection. What a flawed sense of balance. If he couldn't even manage direction, how could he expect to succeed? Now, he had unwittingly allowed Su Qingru to take advantage of him. Today's Chen Yang had gained some insight. After his reflection, he returned from the restroom to change clothes, preparing for the upcoming gathering. Just then, he spotted Su Qingru at the end of the hallway, elegantly striding towards her dormitory, seemingly carrying something. Hey, Chen Yang called out suddenly. Startled, Su Qingru stumbled slightly, but quickly regained her composure without turning around. Chen Yang, aware of her aloof nature, casually inquired, what time are you going to the gathering? Don't misunderstand. I simply want to avoid crossing paths to keep things comfortable. Su Qingru, feeling a twinge of guilt, clutched the white shirt tightly in her arms. Her delicate fist clenched as she took a deep breath to steady herself. 7 o'clock, she asserted confidently. Chen Yang glanced at his watch. Note that he looked down at his watch, not at his phone. As a leisurely rich kid accustomed to a life of ease, wearing a Cartier watch worth over 300,000 was merely a matter of self-cultivation. What? Cartier may look good but is impractical and expensive, with no potential for appreciation? This is likely not a matter for a leisurely young heir to ponder. In any case, it is now 6:30. All right, I shall depart now. Chen Yang nodded, calmly returning to his room to quickly change clothes, hoping to avoid a chance encounter with Su Qingru. Su Qingru walked briskly, her demeanor hinting at a hint of anxiety. She hurried into her room. Where's my shirt? She inquired. Next door. Upon entering his room, Chen Yang furrowed his brow, puzzled. He distinctly remembered taking that shirt out to lay on the bed when he went to the restroom. How had it vanished so quickly? Simultaneously, he noticed 200 yuan on the bedside table. Chen Yang rubbed his chin, perplexed. Where had this money come from? Could it have accidentally slipped from his pocket earlier? He felt bewildered and confused. Nevertheless, Chen Yang did not dwell on it for long. He opened his suitcase. To his astonishment, it was filled with a plethora of shirts, white, blue, black, a veritable rainbow of options. Considering that tonight's dinner might be at Hadaleo, he opted for a black shirt, recognizing that only a fool would wear white to indulge in hot pot. After this brief delay, it was already 6:45. Time was slipping away. Su Qingru was set to leave by 7. With urgency, he decided to seize the remaining moments and hastily set out, lest they cross paths. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Su Qingru's heart raced as she feigned calmness upon entering. Once inside, she could no longer maintain her composure. With a thud, she leaned against the door and slid down to sit on the floor. Oh no, she gasped, her lovely face scrunching up in distress as she rubbed her sore backside. Chen Yang, you scoundrel, she lamented. I nearly got caught. If I had been discovered, it would have been disastrous. I am not that kind of person. I, Su Qingru, am proud, composed, dignified, and skilled, an absolute goddess. In a moment of distraction, she felt parched and instinctively reached for a can of Coke. With a satisfying pop, she opened it and took a long drink. Ah, that felt delightful. Before long, she finished another can, realizing it was already 6:45. Surely that scoundrel has left by now, she thought. Feeling a sense of relief, Su Qingru curled up like a little kitten in front of the door. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded to herself, muttering, 2 possibilities. First, he has already left at 6:30. Second, he might be drawn to my beauty, trying to time our encounter at 7. A smirk appeared at the corner of her fair lips. In the next instant, she covered her exquisitely beautiful face with her hands, exclaiming, Ah, Su Qingru, you are simply too clever. You are a little genius. From now on, anyone who dares to call you a fool will have to answer to me. Regardless, departing at 6:45 was undoubtedly the right choice. Let's go, she declared, tossing the Coke can aside and heading for the door. Click, click. The sounds of 2 doors opening echoed in succession. On this side, Su Qingru's heart sank slightly. On that side, Chen Yang's heart also felt a twinge of unease. Their gazes locked like flames and ice colliding. Almost in unison, they spoke. Chen Yang, oh, I just stepped out to use the restroom. I suddenly thought I might leave at 8. Su Qingru, don't overthink it. I just need to use the restroom, and it's not yet 7. An awkward silence ensued, as if the air had thickened. They exchanged silent glances before bursting into laughter. Chen Yang, I misspoke. Actually, I need to leave now. Su Qingru, oh, I just realized I want to go right now. Another silence. Chen Yang, Su Qingru called out in a low, frustrated tone. Su Qingru. Chen Yang retorted, equally displeased, glaring at the girl who seemed to be deliberately provoking him. I'll go first, Su Qingru declared through gritted teeth. Huh, as if anyone should leave first, it should be me. Didn't you say you were leaving at 7? Chen Yang countered, refusing to back down. And you claimed you were going at 6:30. You deliberately delayed for 15 minutes before opening your door. What were you scheming? Let us not even get into who opened the door first. Chen Yang scoffed. That is not how it went. Su Qingru insisted. You must have misheard. As their argument escalated, neither was willing to concede. They briefly considered backing down, but the thought only fueled their frustration. They were determined to stand their ground. Their banter continued as they descended the stairs and exited the club, where they hailed a taxi. The driver, noticing their relentless bickering, timidly suggested, You both are headed to the same place. Why not share a ride? You don't understand. Chen Yang replied. You don't understand. Su Qingru echoed. The driver, feeling slightly awkward, fell silent, thinking, all right, I clearly don't understand. P.S. This is an additional update fueled by the influx of flowers. I'm exhausted and somewhat regretful. Who could possibly have sent so many flowers? Chapter 17. The World of Youth. A lack of understanding, the two individuals found themselves in a heated argument. The driver, observing the escalating tension, was on the verge of relinquishing the fare. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, both Chen Yang and Su Qingru simultaneously entered the back seat of the taxi. The driver, perplexed, inquired, "Shall we go?" "Yes, thank you." "Sorry for the trouble, driver," they responded in unison. They can express gratitude, it seems. They are rather well-mannered children, the driver mused. The destination, Haidaleo, was not too far away, a 10-minute journey costing 13 yuan. Habitually, the driver reminded them, 13 yuan, payment via WeChat? We'll be there shortly. I'll pay. Chen Yang declared fiercely. No, I will. Su Qingru retorted, their eyes ablaze with determination. Once again, their gazes clashed, neither willing to concede. The driver, taken aback, hesitated, his lips quivering, ultimately deciding to drive in silence. The world of youth was beyond his comprehension, yet he felt an inexplicable connection. What a sudden exhibition of the profound essence of Chinese culture. The battle raged on. Su Qingru, her teeth clenched, emanated an icy aura, wishing for a table to slam her hand upon. No matter what, I will pay for this fare. Are you jesting? You, a little Red Riding Hood. Dare to haggle with me? What Red Riding Hood? You're the one who is being cryptic. Red Riding Hood is female, I am male. Childish. The wolf devoured Red Riding Hood's grandmother. Liars, I shall confront you. Do you intend to strike me? How absurd. I would not dirty my hands on a deceiver. Then it's settled, driver. I will pay. No, you pay? Chen Yang was utterly astonished, turning to Su Qingru in disbelief. The serene girl had already turned her gaze to the window, exuding an air of indifference and detachment. Had he not witnessed her fiery spirit moments ago? He might have mistaken her for an unworldly fairy, aloof and indifferent to fame and fortune. How curious. She had suddenly relented. Surely, this was a ruse. Could it be that she had developed a fondness for him? It was certainly plausible. After all, he was handsome and articulate. Was it not customary to be admired? What was he even astonished about? As they arrived, Chen Yang successfully paid the fare, though his emotions were a tumultuous blend. And as for Su Qingru, it was not that she had ceased to contest. She still felt humiliated for allowing Chen Yang, this deceiver, to cover the fare. However, a quick check of her pocket brought forth an awkward realization. She had just purchased a white shirt for him, depleting her entire savings. Her eyes dimmed, feeling cheated by the expenditure. How would she manage in the days to come? She prayed for the swift processing of her contract so that her funds could be replenished, allowing her to indulge once more. Otherwise, her snacks and soda in the dormitory would soon be exhausted. What to do? Su Qingru took a deep breath, repeatedly inhaling and exhaling, unwilling to dwell on her predicament. The mere thought sent her spiraling into despair. Perhaps descending into the depths of hell would be preferable, as long as there were snacks and soda. After all, that would be akin to paradise. The two remained silent, each absorbed in their thoughts, proceeding directly to Haidaleo. Upon entering, the atmosphere was electric, with staff exuberantly welcoming them, waving red signs and cheering joyfully. What a spectacle! As long as one remained unembarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others. Chen Yang found himself enchanted by Haidaleo's attentive service. Farewell, adieu, he mused, convinced he would have no further ties to this place. Su Qingru, equally astounded, gazed wide-eyed, her mouth slightly agape, seemingly taken aback by the grand display. Chen Yang, recognizing her naivety, seized the opportunity. A girl who has never seen the world. How amusing. One who is 50 steps away laughing at another. Look who is quick to regain composure. As Ming Kai and Miko greeted them, urging them to get ready to eat. Chen Yang was startled to hear Su Qingru's response. All right. Was not initiated by him. What's this? Su Qingru blinked, unperturbed, asking, is there a problem? Or is there some premial activity? And no, not at all. Ming Kai hastily assured her. Miko scratched his head, commenting, I thought you would be aloof, but upon interaction, you seem quite down to earth. Don't be like that, goddess. I might fall for you. Su Qingru raised an eyebrow, assertively replying, in that case, I may not accept. Chen Yang nodded in agreement, playfully patting Miko on the shoulder. She is a beauty aficionado, secretly infatuated with me. You understand. What? Miko was taken aback. However, before Su Qingru could respond, Chen Yang turned to find her absent. How peculiar. It's dull now. I must return and settle the score with you tonight. The 5 starters of EDG, along with Coach Ming Kai, spent a blissful evening indulging in their meal, even to the point of excess. Ming Kai suggested, "Let us play a game of landlord. Who SN? Chingru, Miko, Scout, and Hope called in unison. Su Chingru, who had been quietly savoring her meal, finally looked up with a gentle smile, saying, "Perhaps I'll just watch you play." How ridiculous. With so many delectable dishes before her, who had the inclination to engage in games. Disappointment washed over the group. "You can't refuse, Chingru," Miko implored. Chen Yang, feigning disdain, said, "Fine. I'll play a couple of rounds." With that, Ming Kai, Chen Yang, and Miko dove into the game, while Scout and Hope offered counsel from the sidelines. Su Chingru, maintaining her serene disposition, remained largely silent throughout, elegantly focused on her meal. In truth, unbeknownst to others, she was secretly relishing a plate of creamy peanut butter cakes. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, before taking a bite. Delicious. With a composed demeanor, she subtly lifted a piece of lamb from the pot, savoring the exquisite flavor. If only she had known that pursuing a career in esports could be this delightful, she would have embarked on it sooner. Sated. Su Chingru reclined on the sofa, her eyes narrowed in satisfaction, resembling a little fox, though she felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she wouldn't have indulged in those 2 cans of soda in the dormitory. What a hasty decision. The following day, with the summer competition approaching, various clubs began to showcase their skills, and rumors of transfers flooded the air. However, the absence of Uzi and Clearlove 7 during the transfer period leaves an unmistakable void. Fortunately, the overall strength of the LPL teams remains intact. The situation persists as it has always done. EDG appears somewhat impatient. The contract formalities may take a fortnight. Yet the players have already been confirmed. Merely 3 days before the tournament, they instructed Abu to make an official announcement. Abu, caught between laughter and tears, complied. It is quite uncommon for the team manager to personally handle publicity, yet Abu did just that. At 10 o'clock that morning, he updated, "Welcome the king of solo queue, the #1 SAB in the national server." One could say it was just shy of being emblazoned on their faces. How boastful. RNG's official account was the first to comment. How absurd. IG's Su Xiaoluo chimed in. "My heavens, could you leave one for me? I need to save face." FPX's official account remarked, "A single misstep leads to lifelong regret." W's official account quipped, "So it was you. All right, we've confirmed that you are indeed beyond our financial reach." JDG's official account added, "The Jungle King? Intriguing. I wonder if he is a rival to Arcanovi. I'm rather looking forward to it." TES's official account inquired, "Where's the official photo?" What a spectacle. It was merely a small announcement. Yet it seemed to rival the transfer of Uzi in its significance. Over 7 teams' official accounts left comments simultaneously. Abu was elated, convinced that the signing of Chen Yang and Su Chingru was a stroke of genius. "Oh, the official photo. But wait, are your team uniforms even ready? It has taken far too long. Isn't that outrageous? They lacked sizes for women. Joking aside, I can give you 1 more day at most." Abu's temper was flaring as he paced the office, his hands striking each other in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Regardless of the circumstances, the announcement was complete. Yet the official photo must be addressed to avoid criticism. Moreover, with Qingrou's feminine identity and striking looks, along with Xiao Yang's good looks, they were likely to serve as excellent promotional assets in the early stages. As the team manager, he naturally prioritized the team's interests, referring to overall benefits and not merely performance. He resolved to take action. The team had spare uniforms. They had not been issued previously because Su Chingru needed a specially tailored size. Time was of the essence, so they would have to make do with what was available. Grabbing the uniforms, Abu swiftly made his way to the dormitory area. The night before, they had played 2 practice matches against Wei, and it was already past midnight when they finished, leaving the players still asleep. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Yang, open the door. I'm here to deliver the uniforms. Abu rapped on Chen Yang's dorm door. Interestingly, though he knocked on Chen Yang's door, it was Su Chingru who first awakened, startled from her slumber. Dressed in Chen Yang's white shirt and wrapped in a bedsheet, her hair disheveled, she wore an expression of panic. "Oh no, Abu is here." Quickly, she scrambled to tidy herself up, planning to greet him through a small crack in the door. As her thoughts raced, she leaped from the bed, only to trip over her own feet and tumble to the ground. "Ah, I truly am a fool." In her frustration, she punished herself with half a can of cola, then nestled into her pillow to continue sleeping. What? Abu's here? Who? Time to sleep. The memory of a fool lasts only 7 seconds. She deemed herself unworthy of thought, only deserving of sleep. unless Chen Yang dared provoke her. Chapter 19. Su Qingru. Come out for a duel. Chen Yang took the 2 sets of uniforms from Abu. I can't get through to Qingru's door. When she wakes up, please deliver them to her. Remember, the official photo shoot is at 8 tonight. Abu repeatedly reminded Chen Yang, ensuring he would not forget. All right, no problem. Chen Yang nodded, glancing at the closed door next door. Ah, it truly is shut. Abu left, reassured. Yet before he could descend the stairs, he heard a series of loud knocks. Chen Yang was pounding on Su Qingru's bedroom door. Instantly, a smirk crossed his lips. This pair of adversaries truly was unparalleled. After observing them, he concluded they were unlikely to fall out over trivial matters. If all else failed, they could simply turn against each other. Su Qingru. Come out for a duel. Chen Yang called, his white shirt sleeves rolled up, tapping on the door in a calm, provocative manner. Unfortunately, Su Qingru was in no mood for combat today. She tightly covered her ears. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. The little one, bundled in a quilt with the air conditioning on, resolutely blocked out the outside world, persuading herself, and growing increasingly irked. Are you trying to annoy me? What a deceitful trick. She refused to fall for it. A few sips of cola later, her mood brightened again. Amidst the relentless knocking, Su Qingru drifted back into a peaceful sleep. Outside, Chen Yang was bewildered. It was odd for her to remain silent for so long. This was not Saber's usual behavior. How ridiculous. Failing to rouse Su Qingru, his spirits dampened, he simply left the uniforms at her door and departed. Training was scheduled for noon, and the official photo shoot was set for the evening. Chen Yang, tall and handsome, looked striking in the black and white EDG uniform. Entirely unsurprising. As for Su Qingru, despite wearing a men's uniform that did not quite fit, her figure was still accentuated beautifully. Chen Yang squinted, somewhat puzzled, wondering when the Little Red Riding Hood had grown so voluptuous. Best not to ask. Asking would only lead to trouble. Abu approached, affixing new name tags to their backs. The entire evening was consumed in the photo shoot. Initially, it was somewhat novel, but soon it became dreadfully tedious. Later that night, back at their dorms, Chen Yang and Su Qingru engaged in banter for an hour and a half, which finally lifted his spirits, allowing him to sleep soundly. Meanwhile, Abu was busy with preparations. Countdown to the summer split. 2 days. Hold on. Just hold on a little longer. The next morning arrived. Countdown to the summer split. 1 day? Login. Abu personally oversaw the planning department, orchestrating the release of the long-awaited official photos. The late-arriving official photos were attributed to Arch, accompanied by a grid layout. EDG's official account exploded with activity throughout the day. It even generated several trending topics. Astonishingly, EDG's new top laner Saber turned out to be an incredibly attractive girl. My heavens, I'm in love with EDG's new top laner. Goodness, EDG's new top laner is a girl. Upon seeing Archer, my feelings for Ashue dissipated instantly. Archer is the best in the world. I shall support EDG for life. I recognize you. Didn't you just say you unfollowed 5 days ago? Curious, shut up. Hammer. Chen Yang and Su Qingru paid little mind to these comments, nor did Ming Kai and the others. The summer split was fast approaching, and time was of the essence. Just an hour ago, the official match schedule had been released. Excited, they were set to face IG in their first match. Was there a hint of cheer and anticipation? Ming Kai leaned against the desk, raising an eyebrow. I'm cracking up. How did we end up with a starting position against IG? Scout and the others were visibly anxious. Since S7, EDG had never won against IG. To claim otherwise would be utterly false. How absurd. The IG team is quite absurd. They are incredibly fierce. A bunch of reckless individuals. Nevertheless, this time in the summer competition, they have completely revamped their bot lane duo, with JK and Baolon both stepping down, which at least indicates they are not fielding a championship lineup. Ming Kai, with a cheerful demeanor, comforted everyone. After speaking, he cast a glance at the quietly elegant Su Qingru, whose delicate face bore a hint of coldness. Qingru, do you have confidence in facing the Shy? Ming Kai inquired with curiosity. Su Qingru nodded and replied earnestly. As long as the jungler doesn't throw the game, I should be able to handle it comfortably. Hey, good heavens. Are you boasting while subtly calling me out? Chen Yang remarked. Rest assured, brother Changzi, at worst, I'll just reside in the top lane. Trying my best not to let our top lane lose the first turret too early. Su Qingru. Chen Yang. Ming Kai immediately slapped himself in exasperation. Why stir up conflict when you're perfectly fine? These two seem to be at odds once again, don't they? I implore you, hurry up and fall in love. It wasn't just Ming Kai who held this thought. Even Miko and others had long regarded Sun Qingru as the goddess in their hearts and shared the same sentiment. Yet, it appeared that these two were oblivious to their feelings. Never mind. Minkai succinctly explained the strategy for tomorrow's match, as well as the pros and cons of IG. The insights of an experienced player were still remarkably astute. After listening, Chen Yang felt immensely enlightened. Since the first training match against the Little Phoenix was completed, his attribute points had not increased, and he understood that this B system was quite greedy. It seemed he would need to step onto the true professional stage to make any real progress. Set to make his debut, Chen Yang felt a flutter of excitement at the prospect of facing off against the newly crowned champions of S8. Per top lane is Audi, Xiang, and junglers Jiejia and Juanjia could only sit idly on the bench, at least until Chen Yang and Su Qingru managed to perform without being too glaringly poor. How strange. Why are so many teams inviting us for training matches today? The competition is tomorrow. What is the point? Minkai's astonished voice suddenly echoed, followed by his grumbling as he declined all offers, waving his hand and shouting, "Everyone go rest. Let us give it our all tomorrow." Chapter 20. An MVP awaits tomorrow. In the dormitory at 11 o'clock at night, the room was enveloped in darkness, save for the soft glow emanating from the computer screen, where the rhythmic clatter of keystrokes resonated in the air. The League of Legends client was open, and the chat window buzzed with activity. Saber, are you capable or not? If not, just concede. We're looking out for you. With your skills, welcome to the LPL. Archer, keep it up. Thicken your skin a bit. Fixing you is more useful than repairing the Great Wall. Saber, are you being sarcastic? Are you a Yin-Yang person? Archer, a noob is a noob. There is no point in discussing it. Saber, hee. I, Su Qingru, am playing a melody for the swine. After 2 hours of playful banter, Chen Yang felt invigorated. Having derived an exhilarating sense of accomplishment from the exchange and experience foreign to the wealthy offspring. Is this what it means to be a professional player? He felt enamored. Time to wash up and sleep. With a truce established, both players logged off, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, on his phone, Minkai sent a late-night message to the entire team. Attention! The rules for this summer's competition have changed to adapt to the World Championships BO1 format. The regular season will also be BO1. One game decides the victor. Pay attention. Chen Yang blinked, his mind clearing slightly. What the heck? He quickly logged in again. Saber was online too. He had just witnessed Su Qingru log off, and now she was back, evidently having seen Minkai's announcement, contemplating how to initiate the conversation. He was interrupted by Saber's chat box lighting up. Saber, what are you dawdling for? You logged in without a word. How odd. Oh well. You're declaring war this time, huh? What confidence you have. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and retaliated instantly. By midnight, after the second round of banter concluded, both Chen Yang and Su Qingru decided to truly engage in a truce, fearing the repercussions of further exchanges. Chen Yang fell into a deep slumber, while Su Qingru was preoccupied with her finances. Just a few days ago, she had borrowed 5,000 yuan from her mother, only to spend it on a couple of clothing items. Now, she found herself in desperate need of funds. Lying on her bed, her cheek pressed against the pillow, one arm stretched upwards and the other down, one leg curled and the other extended, she embodied grace and elegance, clad in an oversized white shirt. Her personal space might appear disheveled, but she was diligent in her chores. However, her large, expressive eyes were clouded with frustration as they fixated on the solitary bottle of soda on her nightstand. In a moment of weakness, a small hand reached out. Smack! Su Qingru swiftly slapped it away with her other hand. Resist! She reminded herself through gritted teeth. If she finished this bottle, she wouldn't be able to buy another. Hold on, Su Qingru. You can't overspend at your mother's. She resolved to sleep early, for tomorrow awaited her with an MVP opportunity. With renewed determination, she thought, let us go, let us go. An MVP prize awaits me tomorrow? Oh, thud, thud, thud. How delightful. Time for sleep. With the comfort of her fizzy drink, Su Qingru drifted into an exceptionally sweet slumber. The summer competition, the grandest event in the LPL every year. According to reliable statistics, each match, even those involving lesser-known teams, attracts an average viewership exceeding 10 million. When renowned teams like EDG, IG, and RNG take the stage, their popularity doubles at the very least. When rival teams clash, especially adversaries like IG and RNG, the viewership skyrockets, often surpassing 30 to 40 million. And the playoffs? They're an entirely different spectacle. Moreover, the summer competition leads directly into the World Championship, an unparalleled worldwide event in the realm of League of Legends, capturing the attention of millions. The championship title is the pinnacle of honor for every professional player. Take Faker, for instance. Why is his status unassailable? Three-time champion. S3, S5, S6. Securing these 3 titles signifies that as long as the league persists, Ligue remains Ligue. Thus, the significance of the summer competition becomes evident. Not only is it crucial for qualifying for the World Championship, but it also provides a clear indication of a team's current form. Once they qualify, can they exhibit their true capabilities? The involvement of sponsors further amplifies the summer competition's grandeur, elevating its stature to unprecedented heights. As Ming Kai led Chen Yang and a few others to the official competition venue, the opening ceremony was nearing its conclusion. The singing, dancing, and dazzling array of colors and effects, coupled with the fervent cheers of fans, created an atmosphere that could not be fully appreciated unless experienced firsthand. You're lucky to be here alongside me. Without me, you could never experience such a scene. Su Qingru remarked, her voice lowered in excitement. What else with that attitude? Chen Yang replied, his face darkening with amusement. Su Qingru blinked. Just how many papayas did you eat to feel so bold? Did the big bad wolf return your grandmother? Little Red Riding Hood. Chen Yang pronounced each word with clarity. Su Qingru's lips twitched as she contemplated kicking him, but she ultimately refrained. Deep breath, deep breath. Stay calm. A little banter is fine, but if it comes to blows, you'll be brutally defeated by that con artist. Know your limits. Spotting a vending machine ahead. Su Qingru's eyes lit up, and with a sly grin, she sauntered over. Chen Yang, feeling thirsty himself, followed suit. Chapter 21. The Summer Competition. Initially, Su Qingru frowned in annoyance. Why was this trickster following her? So bothersome. Yet, as her hand delved into her pocket, she remembered. Oh no, she had forgotten. Just last night. She had pondered this dilemma. Now, she found herself without funds. How could she possibly enjoy her soda? Without it, how could she perform in the competition? As she contemplated halting her steps, her eyes darted, and a cunning smile graced her lips, only to vanish just as quickly. Chen Yang, maintaining his composure, purchased a bottle of water. Care for a drink? Chen Yang asked, his tone polite. Su Qingru hesitated for a brief moment, but quickly agreed. Sure, since you're a teammate. Even though you annoy me, I can't refuse a teammate's offer. Next time, I'll treat you to 10 bottles. With a frown that conveyed her irritation yet acceptance, she left Chen Yang exasperated, his temples throbbing in frustration. Suddenly, Su Qingru glanced at Nongfu's spring and muttered. Is it expired? With a swift motion, she discarded the bottle into the trash without a hint of hesitation. Forget it, since the water is expired. I might as well buy a Coke. She approached the vending machine and pressed the button, not just touched it, but actually pressed it. Chen Yang sensed that something was amiss. How could the drinks in the vending machine possibly be expired? Yet, Su Qingru's delicate finger had already made contact with the button, and he suddenly realized something. Nongfu's spring wasn't expired. She simply felt embarrassed about not having paid for the taxi last time. What a little trick. Without a moment's pause, Chen Yang stepped forward, gently nudged Su Qingru aside, paid for 2 cans of Coke, and tossed one to her, casually remarking, Here, have a drink. Do you really think you'll have the chance to treat me later? Oh, the sarcasm. How utterly mocking. Su Qingru's eyes widened in indignation, feeling utterly humiliated once more. Just wait, you swindler. Once I get my revenge, don't come crying to me for help. Chen Yang opened a can with one hand and retorted calmly, with your skills, you might as well stick to brushing papayas. For everything else, just forget it. You're so annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore. Let's see who truly excels on the battlefield. Though the Coke might soften her stance, it did not diminish her resentment. Su Qingru furrowed her brows, filled with anger as she clutched the can and walked away. Along the way, she exclaimed, Boom. Haha. This sweet taste. I feel like I could take on 10 top laners from IG. Just you wait, swindler. The anger within her dissipated, replaced by a bright smile. However, once she reached a crowded area, her gentle demeanor returned instantly. As for how to regain her dignity in front of Chen Yang, she had already devised a plan. First, dominate the arena a few times, and as for treating him, she would bide her time, developing quietly for several days until her signing bonus arrived. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a young girl. This queen will make you, Chen Yang, eat my soft rice 100 times. Hello, dear audience. It's that exhilarating time of year again. I'm the commentator Wawa. Hello, everyone. I'm Miller. Today, we bring you the thrilling opening ceremony. Hey, Miller, I must say, this year's first battle is quite intriguing. Indeed. EDG versus IG, are you interested yet? As the opening ceremony concluded, familiar voices resonated throughout the venue. The fans in the audience erupted with excitement. and the official live streaming platforms were flooded with comments. Just from the opening, the popularity surged to over 10 million, a clear indication of the excitement. Wawa gleefully remarked, "This summer season is shaping up to be quite interesting. Just look at the recent changes in IG and EDG." Miller nodded with a knowing smile. IG has brought in the former bottom duo from VG. Let's see how that plays out. EDG has even sold off Eboi. Such bold moves. One must admit. EDG is not one to shy away from big decisions. Wawa quipped with a wink. As Su Qingru would say, this person is rather peculiar. Miller chuckled. It's hard to say. Even though EDG has lost Eboi, they've acquired 2 more talented players. Yes, and I've heard that in their recent scrims, those 2 have been performing exceptionally well. Miller added with a mischievous grin. Wawa's tone became exaggerated, I see. But I must say, Saber is mine. No one else can have her. Oh my, Wawa, is that description of yours true? She's absolutely stunning. I'm love-struck. As discussion swirled around these topics, various supporters emerged, and with the match yet to start, fans revealed their identities as beauty enthusiasts, while the once-fallen EDG had suddenly become the focal point of attention. Until the players took the stage, the comments erupted once more. Is that Saber? She is breathtakingly beautiful. Oh my, I want to see Saber live. EDG's uniforms have never looked this good. EDG's visuals are off the charts. They completely overshadow IG. But what does looks matter? This isn't the entertainment industry. Exactly. Even if they look good, they want to win a championship just for that. Don't be foolish, beauty enthusiasts. If EDG gets crushed by IG, let us see how you'll react. Who says IG will definitely win? Remember, this is a BO1 format. The outcome is uncertain. EDG is no less than you. Bring it on. The pre-match banter continued, as is customary in the LPL. Regardless of how friendly the 2 teams might be, once they meet, their fans transform into prickly hedgehogs, ready to clash. At that moment, Wawa and Miller were also analyzing the current situation, assessing who might have the upper hand. Ultimately, there were only 2 points worth analyzing. The changes both teams had undergone during the spring and summer seasons. IG had revamped their bottom duo. And while the previous lineup had left a lingering nostalgia among fans, perhaps losing them was for the best. The bottom duo of IG clearly falls within this category. However, how the newly formed duo will perform remains uncertain for now. We can only infer from the 5 words of the orphanage director that their strength will not be insignificant. What about EDG? With Eboi gone, although he was previously a ticking time bomb, his exceptional talent allowed him to shine and perform exceptionally well. Now that he is left, replaced by Hope, many are skeptical about this change. This aspect nearly offsets the potential risks associated with IG's altered bottom duo. Therefore, the greatest uncertainty lies within EDG's top and jungle positions. No one anticipated that EDG would act so decisively, securing the renowned Sab just days before the summer tournament commenced. And even more surprising was their immediate decision to field these new players. Has Audi lost his appeal? Well, even if he has, does that mean they no longer want the illustrious Jejia? Oh, how my heart aches for the prince. Many fans of Audi and Jejia expressed their sympathy. But upon witnessing the striking new top laner and the handsome new jungler, they rallied behind EDG. What? You mention Audi and the prince? Who? My apologies. I seem to have forgotten. I believe that EDG's boldness in employing fresh talent directly reflects their confidence, prompting Sab and Wawa to nod in agreement, their eyes gleaming. Indeed. Indeed. The camera has shifted away from us. The match is set to begin in 2 minutes, heralding the start of the BP phase. The cameras in various streaming rooms focus on the players. They linger briefly over the 10 players, including both teams' coaches, particularly fixating on Su Qingru and Chen Yang. Much to the delight of the audience, the director truly understands our sentiments. This ISNTA paid promotion, is it? The skins are exquisite, confirmed. Sab is exactly my type, hee. Is this the archer? Just days ago, I encountered him and was utterly overwhelmed. He reached level 15 while I was still at 10. His performance was outrageous. Go EDG. Everyone, let us relax. IG is merely a minor obstacle. Clashing swords and galloping steeds in Changsha, the fierce dragon descends upon the city. If the blade is dull and the horse too lean, what do you possess to challenge me? Brothers, with a determined gaze and a racing heart, let us decisively overwhelm them. Ming Kai is sure to perform exceptionally, as he meticulously organizes the players' emotions as their coach. Yet, in the end, he is left in shock. Oh my, Scout, Miko, Hope, can you not aspire for greater heights? They're just a small IG. Neither Yang nor the gentle Su Qingru seem fazed. As veterans, why are you all sweating profusely? Bringing shame upon yourselves? Ming Kai silently offers a tissue. Thank you, Miko expresses gratefully. Roll it away. Ming Kai's reprimand follows. Chen Yang, feeling idle, decides to hand a piece of tissue to Su Qingru. Here you go. Su Qingru's bright, expressive eyes glance over, appearing momentarily innocent. Before she retorts, you need it more than I do. What are you thinking? I'm not here to wipe your sweat. Chen Yang replies gracefully. Su Qingru raises an eyebrow in surprise. Chen Yang immediately smiles, adopting a teasing tone. Remember to use this to wipe away your tears when you stumble later. You liar. Su Qingru's temper flares, and she turns to call out to Ming Kai. Coach, could you please prepare a bowl of rice for me? Is our gentle Su Qingru feeling hungry? Ming Kai, concerned, shifts his attention from Miko. Su Qingru smirks and says, I worry that if I witness someone's poor performance in the jungle later, my stomach might growl and disrupt the atmosphere. So I'm preparing in advance. Ming Kai. Good heavens. These two are at it again. It's exhausting. I beg of you, please start dating already. Fortunately, the gentle referee interjects at this moment. The BP phase is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. With that, the screens before the 5 players officially transition into the BP phase. The choice of sides is determined by a draw. EDG has drawn the red side this time. An average stroke of luck, as the blue side is often favored. They immediately target the top lane for bans. Having noted that the Shy has been performing aggressively with AD champions recently, banning Lucian, Kalista, and Vayne, Ming Kai clearly did his homework, utilizing his authority as coach to decisively make the call. Chapter 23. A delightful spectacle. Su Qingru's delicate brows furrowed slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. One mustn't challenge the authority of the coach, after all. The coach is certainly not a fraud like Chen Yang. Moreover, the pressure loomed large over her, as she bore the title of the #1 top laner in the LPL and the world. With a deep breath, she steeled herself. IG made the initial pick, seizing the popular champion Gangplank, a favored choice in the current patch. Although not Ning's specialty, popularity is paramount. What does this imply? Every professional player can adeptly wield it. It must not be allowed to slip through our fingers. Give me Aatrox, Su Qingru declared without hesitation, her petite fist clenched tightly on the table, her gaze intense and brimming with competitive spirit. Ming Kai glanced at her, and for reasons unknown, cast a look at Chen Yang as well. Why are you looking at me? Chen Yang replied, feigning ignorance. I had no intention of speaking up. However, sensing the weight of his gaze upon him, he felt compelled to say something. Ahem, well, stop. Ming Kai, caught in a reflexive moment, suddenly noticed Chen Yang was about to speak again. Su Qingru's piercing gaze interrupted him, forcing a decisive action. What about picking the support? How about Nautilus? Ming Kai inquired. Absolutely. Miko has no qualms about it, came the enthusiastic reply. Thus, EDG swiftly secured their top and support picks, Aatrox and Nautilus. IG responded with a jungler pick that nearly sent them into a frenzy, nabbing both Aphelios and Tahm Kench, champions considered formidable in the current meta. The bottom lane is in for a rough time, Miko lamented upon witnessing their opponent's choices. No worries. Ezreal. Chen Yang winked. Ming Kai nodded in agreement. Right? I was just thinking the same. Hope chimed in. I can protect myself. Am I being sacrificed here? Have you strategically chosen to abandon me? Miko exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide with dismay. No one acknowledged him, as Su Qingru was preoccupied with meticulously selecting her runes. The second ban phase commenced. IG lived up to expectations, capitalizing on EDG's earlier misstep. Not only were their jungler champions eradicated, but even tempo-setting champions like Jarvan 4 and Lee Sin were banned. Miller was the first to detect IG's strategy, exclaiming from the commentary booth. Wawa concurred, confidence radiating from him. Just watch how Chi-Chi responds. It's a feeble response, someone remarked. There's no response at all. Chi-Chi has simply forgotten. Upon witnessing IG's thorough ban of jungler champions, the realization dawned on everyone. Wow. IG is targeting Archer. Wait, a rookie is facing a direct 4-ban strategy? Xiaoyang. You were truly fortunate. Miko, Scout, and Hope exchanged sympathetic glances. Su Qingru, reveling in the chaos, wore a smile, her fair lips curling upward as she seized the opportunity to mock. Play a bit more cautiously in the jungle. Just be a perennial jungler. Chen Yang rolled his eyes, retorting, top laners should first secure their own minions. In every practice game, they've been outfarmed within 20 minutes. Su Qingru's temper flared instantly. It's not my fault if you take my minions. You think I'll have fewer? Damn fraud. You're infuriating. Yet, she knew better than to voice such grievances outright. Doing so would imply she had succumbed to a position of weakness. Ah, I've got it. she exclaimed. The top laner can pressure the lane freely, and if the jungler faces an invasion, just call for me. I'll be there in a flash to ensure no jungle monster is left unscathed. Chen Yang fell silent, recognizing her fiery spirit today. She had shifted from being miserly to unexpectedly generous, rendering him speechless. Don't worry about me. I'll be countering, Chen Yang casually remarked. Ming Kai relaxed, nodding as he locked in EDG's fourth pick. Syndra, a champion scout, excelled with. IG's final two picks consisted of a mid laner and a top laner. They selected Quinn for the top lane, which instantly made Su Qingru feel belittled, igniting a fervent desire to outplay IG's top laner repeatedly. The mid laner picked Akali. In truth, IG's composition boasted overwhelming damage potential, rendering them nearly invincible during the landing phase, a quintessential early-game explosive lineup. After some contemplation, Chen Yang declared, "Give me LeBlanc." LeBlanc? Ming Kai's brows furrowed in disbelief. This is the regular season, my friend. Every point is crucial. Don't engage in any frivolous antics. In a life-or-death situation, why not take a gamble? Chen Yang countered with a grin. Miko rolled his eyes, protesting, Archer, isn't that a bit excessive? It's making us both anxious and disheartened. Let him choose. Su Qingru interjected. Of course. Miko replied cheerfully, promptly locking in the enchanting champion, LeBlanc. Ming Kai shook his head in disbelief. For heaven's sake, Tianshi, you really avoid anything remotely related to strategy. He approached Miko, ruffling his hair playfully. Miko, do mind your appearance, he chided, as Miko grumbled in response. Moments earlier, the commentary booth, the audience, and the myriad of livestream comments erupted in a frenzy upon witnessing EDG's surprising pick. LeBlanc? The deceptive enchantress? Wait. Isn't she a signature champion for our junior? One voice questioned. Indeed, it's not a signature, but what are they trying to showcase? Do they think a mere reveal of Syndra would blind us to their pick? Miko, get your act together. Why reveal if you want to lock it in? Wawa playfully chimed in. EDG is quite cheeky today. Miller wholeheartedly agreed. With just 15 seconds left, I wonder what EDG will choose in this precarious situation. Wait. They locked it in. The commentary booth was engulfed in astonishment, while Wawa's eyes widened dramatically. The director's hand trembled, hastily shifting the camera to focus on EDG's Archer. Meanwhile, Chen Yang provocatively turned to Su Qingru with a smile. The LPL audience. The audience. LeBlanc? A chorus of bewildered faces erupted. Chapter 24. The initial clash, a minor victory absurd. Astonishing. Xiaoya, I desperately require your expressive emojis to console me. The one that goes, my heavens. Who is the jungler? The sword demon. It must be him. Indeed. When Syndra ascends, it is apparent that my goddess Saber would never play a champion like Echo. She would certainly opt for the magical girl Syndra. Are you certain? Wait, I must inquire. What business do you have with Saber? Keep quiet, you cunning rogue. The audience erupted into fervent debate. Undoubtedly, it was yet another instance of being slapped in the face. 30 seconds before the match, the champions were locked in. The deceptive LeBlanc was assigned to Chen Yang, with EDG's Archer in the jungle position. Even IG was momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, the Shy quietly switched his resistances to physical, while Ning gritted his teeth, opting for magic resistance. The game commenced. IG, the blue side, faced EDG, the red side. Top lane, Sword Demon versus Quinn jungle, LeBlanc versus Graves mid lane, Syndra versus Akali ADC, Aphelios versus Ezreal support, Thresh versus Leona outside the arena. Cheers erupted from both teams. On the field, the 10 players had already entered the Summoner's Rift. Naturally, Chen Yang commenced with the blue buff. LeBlanc lacked the capacity for solo buffs. Should Su Qingru decide not to assist out of spite, one must always portray her as a malicious character to avoid losing one's original intent. She could easily falter. Furthermore, LeBlanc inherently struggled with mana in the early game, which was a sound strategy in the red side. Can Xiaoyang perform? After a brief bout of overconfidence, Miko began to feel apprehensive. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, confident. Rest assured, I am principled. I wouldn't select LeBlanc without purpose. Unlike the clumsy brute in the top lane, who only plays recklessly. Humi. Su Qingru gritted her teeth, smiling through her anger. How rash. Chen Yang turned to her. The coach should prepare me 2 bowls of white rice. Su Qingru suddenly flashed a sweet smile, her appetite seemingly robust, a charm only Chen Yang perceived. Chen Yang scoffed, coldly dismissing. Nonsense. The blue buff spawned, the battle began. Everyone deemed LeBlanc's jungle presence utterly ridiculous, merely suitable for bullying weaker opponents. Yet with attack speed and some agile positioning, she proved to be formidable. Of course, seasoned junglers quickly recognized that this new EDG jungler, the renowned Archer of the Rift, possessed exceptional skills. Ning, playing Graves, faced off against LeBlanc and appeared quite unfazed. What is LeBlanc even capable of? Does this champion even belong in the jungle? After finishing the red buff, he wasted no time, heading directly from the Dragon Pit to invade the enemy jungle. Wawa revealed a knowing smile, stating, as expected, "How can I play if every match pits me against a weak jungler?" With the arrival of a strong jungler, Ning's demeanor shifted entirely. "Are you reading the Bible?" Haha. Miller couldn't help but laugh. Alas, Ning was destined not to encounter Chen Yang. After completing the blue buff, Chen Yang lingered not in his jungle, swiftly transitioning to the top lane for his red buff. Upon discovering it vacant, Ning frowned, immediately retreating. It was not fear of being ambushed, but rather, greed could cost him his blue buff if he overextended for the frogs or wolves. In the back and forth, Ning successfully wasted approximately 10 seconds. The audience gasped in astonishment. In the first round of confrontation, Ning was defeated. Shifting focus to the top lane, when the director switched the camera. Wow. So intense. The Shy unleashed Quinn, employing the classic long-range against short-range strategy, establishing a notable early advantage, dominating before level 6. Yet, to everyone else's surprise, Su Qingru was undeterred from the very start. The Shy unleashed AQ ability, blinding and following with an auto-attack. Su Qingru paid no heed, retaliating fiercely with Q and E. The fact that she landed hits was the most alarming. Back and forth, the Shy Quinn failed to gain an edge in a minor exchange despite leveling up, leaving many astounded. Incredible! Is this the new top laner and jungler from EDG? Absolutely thrilling. EDG's fans watch with awe in their eyes. At this moment, Chen Yang had successfully cleared his red buff and F6, but was still not level 3? No matter. Chen Yang's skill allocation, Q at level 1. W at level 2 was designed for swift clearing of F6, maximizing experience gain in the shortest time frame. After completing this, he did not immediately engage the Rift Scuttler. Without a smite, it was a challenge. Yet he still made his way to the top lane. Trash, Sword Demon. Push the wave quickly, Chen Yang instructed. Su Qingru frowned, retorting, "Can the jungler refrain from coming to feed? You're quite bothersome." Though she voiced her annoyance, she actively pushed the wave. The Sword Demon's 3-part Q proving formidable in the early game, rapidly shoving the minions to Quinn's tower, despite suffering considerable damage herself. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yang stealthily slipped into the first bush, then the second, before flashing into the third bush. What decisiveness! From the god's perspective, that was the sole evaluation. However, the minions were already at the tower. Would a flash merely exchange flashes? Was it worth it? Worth it. At this moment, Su Qingru's ferocity came into play. Unconcerned about her health, she pushed the minion wave, unhesitatingly trading blows, even at the cost of her own health being reduced to a quarter. Good heavens! The commentators and audience were left speechless. What was this? Acting skills? A fierce maiden indeed. Could she possibly be from a theatrical background? Yet, they were unaware. This was merely Su Qingru's inherent demeanor. She was simply a reckless top laner. A true performance. Initially caught off guard, the Shy soon recognized Su Qingru's substantial health and decided to pursue her, but with each auto-attack, the third hit had yet to land. Wait. The minions were the same, yet the enemy Sword Demon was still level 2 while he had already reached level 3? This implied, Chapter 25, Up and Down. Left and right in the inaugural match of the season, the jungler from the opposing team provided unexpected support. The Shy has been in the LPL for a considerable time, capable of speaking simple Mandarin and exclaiming profanities, though his tone remains consistently elevated. Without a second thought, he turns to leave. Too late. Chen Yang has already used his flash, lying in wait in the third bush, ready to unleash his W skill, Shadow Dance. The Shy decisively activates his own flash. However, Chen Yang's chain was cast afterward, and it was expertly thrown backward, accurately ensnaring Quinn. The knockup follows. At this moment, Su Qingru also turns around, executing her QE flash, landing a hit. The Shy had just used Cleanse to dispel the chain, yet Su Qingru's swift QE flash re-establishes control over him. Chen Yang's basic attack lands. The electrocute triggers. Having exchanged blows with Su Qingru, the Shy is immediately left on the verge of collapse. Should he continue to flee? With a red buff on him, the Sword Demon can't reach, but the LeBlanc is relentless in her pursuit, ready to finish him off. The Shy glances at Ning Wang's position. Ning declares, "I can take 2. Let's exchange blows." The Shy instantly complies. He pivots and relentlessly attacks Su Qingru. As he assaults her, Chen Yang retaliates against him. Su Qingru, seeks to escape. Am I the only one suffering? Absolutely not. I won't be the scapegoat. But upon turning around, she spots Graves and is startled into a tremor. Deceiver, there's a jungler. First blood. The first kill erupts at this moment. Chen Yang successfully claims the Shy's life, leaving him with just over half health. While Su Qingru is barely clinging on with less than 100 health. Graves traps the two of them between himself and IG's turret, akin to a wolf eyeing its prey. This wave, Ningguang might just secure 2 kills. In the commentary booth, Miller's excitement surges as he speaks. What does it mean for Graves to net 2 kills so early in this version? Absurd. It could very well lead to an early game conclusion. Would it be too much to ask for the enemy crystal to explode automatically? The audience's eyes widen in disbelief. The sword demon desperately flees, taking refuge behind LeBlanc, while the two cleverly avoid standing against the wall, always mindful of Graves' Q skill. Striking Chen Yang merely causes minor damage, but hitting Su Qingru could spell death. Bang! Ning makes his move, hurling a smoke bomb from 500 yards away. He targets the sword demon first. A basic attack lands on LeBlanc, and immediately, the Q skill is unleashed. The first segment of damage easily connects. As he turns back, both the sword demon and LeBlanc inexplicably veer to the left, even while moving. They remain tightly together, mirroring each other's movements as if they were conjoined twins. This display leaves everyone astonished. What an astonishing level of synergy. However, it must be said that this is precisely the approach needed to counter Graves. Ningguang finds himself frustrated. As he moves to attack, LeBlanc swiftly shifts in response. And the sword demon follows suit. When he attacks, both LeBlanc and the sword demon respond in kind. Up and down, left and right. Miss Saber is exceptionally formidable. The sword demon's movements are nothing short of extraordinary. Use flash. Flash now. The sword demon is dangerously close to level 3. The Shy watches anxiously, loudly reminding over voice chat. Ning comprehends instantly. He flashes, bullets about to be loaded. Yet, LeBlanc activates her W shadow dance. Bang! A muffled shot strikes the sword demon. Ouch, that hurts. Just 15 health points. The red buff continues to burn. It's scorching. The suited man is a scoundrel. Su Qingru's face pales with fury, feeling abandoned. Yet, a holy light descends upon her. Level 3. Huh? Su Qingru blinks, suddenly realizing that Chen Yang's W skill cleared the minions. Intelligence activated. She understands. Oh. So this trickster had anticipated that Graves would panic and flash to shoot her. If she hadn't leveled up, even her grandmother couldn't save her. Meanwhile, as Chen Yang uses Shadow Dance to clear the minions, he also suffers damage from the IG minions, swarms of cannonballs bombarding him, triggering LeBlanc's passive clone. To everyone watching, it merely appears that LeBlanc is afraid and retreating, as both, with no flashes remaining, would surely be pursued to their demise by Graves. Better to escape with one than none. However, just as the clone detonates, no? At the very moment before, LeBlanc returns. Snap! The mist disperses. LeBlanc splits into 2. One moves upward, while the other descends, creating a dual-layered protection. Su Qingru suddenly feels an overwhelming sense of security. Hooray! She quietly thinks, perhaps I shouldn't argue with Chen Yang today. One clone ascends, the other descends, and Su Qingru instinctively follows the one moving upward, continuing their conjoined movement. What good does that do? Ning instinctively pursues the sword demon. Su Qingru retaliates with her W skill, landing a hit. Just as Ning prepares to attack, a chain is thrown from behind, catching him in a pincer attack, trapped from both sides. The delay is too long. Chen Yang's second chain is ready, and with a snap, Flame Bind strikes first. Phantom Chain follows. The final Q skill comes from LeBlanc. The second explosion of Phantom Chain, still marked, instantly obliterates Graves. Second kill. My goodness, what a showcase. Did Ningguang just get taken down? Mother, come quickly and pinch my face, so I can ascertain whether this is a dream. Up and down, left and right. This wave had Ningguang at best on the 5th tier. Arch. This level of cooperation, unless one has been practicing together for a decade, who could achieve this? What is their relationship? Does anyone know? Unfathomably impressive. Completely bewildered. Recently acknowledged. Incredible is all that needs to be said. The entire venue erupts in cheers, the bullet comments explode, seemingly in a frenzy. Especially the old fans of EDG, pondering whether our fallen aristocracy is on the verge of resurgence. Quite formidable. I never expected this maneuver to be executed in such a fashion. Wawa openly exhibits his bewilderment. Miller's expression mirrors a large, confused character, stating, this wave, this wave. Sab, ding. Host detected cooperation with Saber. marking the first time on the professional stage to secure a kill, directly achieving a double kill. Rewards obtained: Operational Proficiency, 2. Teamwork Ability, 2. Special Teammate Binding Cooperation, Su Qingru 10. Chapter 26. Welcome to the LPL? The rewards are quite bountiful. Chen Yang, 2, feels a surge of excitement, diligently assisting Su Qingru in pushing the lane. Overjoyed, unable to contain a flicker of gratitude for Chen Yang, Su Qingru glances back, only to find him in the dim light. Hey, stealing her experience, stealing her gold. You scoundrel, hurry and crawl away. Enraged, Su Qingru wishes to strike him, yet refrains from voicing it too strongly. Quinn lacks teleport, making Chen Yang's assistance in clearing the wave entirely justified. Yet this trickster, while clearing, insists on claiming her gold too. Damn it, my lungs are about to explode, aren't they? Miko and the others, who had moments ago been reveling in praise, now fall silent, too intimidated to speak further. Hope is quite the clever little one. With no pressure in lane, he immediately steps in as a mediator. Arch. Su Qingru casts a cold glance. Are you jesting with me? Chen Yang was astonished. Did that sword demon just exhibit some skill? Is it really just about having hands? Goodness, you do talk a lot. Miko cast a knowing glance at the clever little sprite. Hope appeared dazed. When one is bewildered, a slip in execution is inevitable. But Miko roused him, and Hope immediately regained his focus, diligently attending to his lane. Wow, this duo from IG in the bot lane possesses remarkable prowess. Although Aphelios and Leona are undeniably strong in the current meta. Subsequently, Chen Yang returned home to purchase a tech gun component, since he intended to jungle. Both lifesteal and physical damage were essential. After equipping those items, the jungle experience became considerably smoother. He lay in wait in the mid lane for 2 waves, but to no avail, so he ventured to the bot lane, only to be ambushed by Ning, resulting in a brief skirmish with both sides exchanging blows. A mere taste of the action. Miller remarked, even if the situation remains stagnant, simply holding position is advantageous for EDG, as they are a late-game composition while IG relies solely on Aphelios. Indeed, that was true, yet Rookie would not simply wait idly with the Shy in the mix. Action was imminent, and ID wager it would not be long. Wawa shared his insights on IG, and lo and behold, he was not mistaken. By the 11th minute, the restraint was palpable. Following a previous failure, IG swiftly made internal adjustments, and the Shy in the top lane felt the pressure of the matchup. This top laner was ferocious. Rookie understood instantly. He pushed the wave and dashed to lend assistance, knowing that if she dared to press forward, her demise was inevitable. And he could teleport around a flank. Rookie noticed the ward placed by the Shy in front of EDG's turret. Such sharpness from a professional player. The Shy had preemptively warded there to orchestrate this very play. After clearing the wave, Rookie promptly teleported in, only to be met with disaster. Su Qingru, with her mind fully focused, activated her ultimate the moment she saw the teleport, employing her E ability and flash to dash toward the river, leaving Rookie in the dust. Let us take the Rift Herald. At this moment, Ning was also in the upper jungle, calling for Rookie's assistance. All right, 1 teleport for a flash and an ultimate. Plus the Herald, doesn't seem too costly. However, after they engaged the Herald, Su Qingru reversed course. She had been stealthily hiding in the bushes leading up to IG's small corridor. You're quite the trickster. This maneuver elicited laughter from all onlookers. As Su Qingru emerged, she immediately engaged the Shy in combat. Rookie raised an eyebrow. I can handle this. The Shy exuded confidence. Of course, having a range advantage over a melee champion was inherently beneficial, even if that advantage diminished post-level 6. Yet, Su Qingru was without her ultimate. What did it matter if her equipment was slightly superior? The Shy trusted in his abilities. The world's best top laner was not merely a title. The two immediately clashed fiercely in the top lane. Ning, while engaging, gradually positioned himself away, as the battleground was perilously close to EDG's turret, leaving Rookie with no opportunities, but he had his own plan. With a decisive ultimate, he unleashed a damaging blow that led to a kill, or rather, secured damage. It became apparent that this 1v1 was indeed the Shy's moment of overreach. Just as he pondered this, someone leapt down from above the Rift Herald pit. It was LeBlanc. Ning's keen eyesight and quick reflexes were commendable. Take her down. Professional players, especially those refined through teamwork, possess an undeniable synergy. The two instantly focused their fire on the unsuspecting LeBlanc. Chen Yang had a clear objective. Though he lacked a complete jungle knife, his tech gun components were fully equipped, and his damage was substantial. Faced with a half-health Graves and a full-health Akali, was he afraid? Yes. But he was determined to engage. He had a plan. He aimed directly at Graves, unleashing a barrage of strikes. However, he neither activated his W nor his ultimate. He executed precise QEs while skillfully dodging the smoke bomb and the second Q from Graves. His own damage output was equally impressive. Ning was left with a sliver of health, promptly using his smite to heal and flashing toward his jungle for safety. Chen Yang chose not to pursue. Rookie intercepted him. It seemed less like an interception and more like Chen Yang was engaging in a 1v2, forcing Ning to flee while continuing to confront Rookie with audacity. This was undeniably reckless. The tanky chicken neglected to use his ultimate, and with 3 QS and the Xayah S ultimate, LeBlanc was reduced to a third of her health. Was this merely to secure the Herald? Was Archer being too hasty? Foolhardy. There was still a Graves lurking in the distance, watching intently. The only silver lining was that the top lane appeared evenly matched. Both sides were likely to hold back and retreat. Among the audience, whether seasoned players or novices, many discerned the underlying dynamics. Rookie's lips curled into a subtle smile, silently welcoming them to the LPL. At that moment, he finally unleashed his E ability. My unique technique. Falcon Dance. Boom. LeBlanc's clone was finally dispelled. Rookie's intention was twofold: to accurately identify LeBlanc's true form and to ensure she had no chance of escaping with even a sliver of health. After enduring so many professional matches, who among them was not a cunning fox? Commentators and viewers alike sighed, lamenting that Archer was too inexperienced, outsmarted by Rookie. The old fox. What was the use of holding on to W, R, or Flash? The old fox executed his Falcon Dance with precision. Rookie followed up with a decisive second E, his confidence radiating a smile, while LeBlanc suddenly displayed a marker. EDG. Rookie was momentarily taken aback, his smile faltering. And then, LeBlanc made her move. She flashed out of the dragon pit. The first segment of W, distortion, created distance toward the top lane. The second segment of our replicated distortion, landing squarely on Quinn. Shattersphere followed closely. Fluid and seamless, a masterclass in execution. Snap. EDG's Archer claimed the life of IGS the Shy. You stole my kill? In the 1v1 confrontation, Su Qingru felt a jolt of anger, her face paling slightly. Behind her, Chen Yang's voice rang out as a reminder. Su Qingru suddenly regained her focus, spotting the relentless Akali, who seemed intent on a buy-one-get-one free deal. She blinked. At this moment, their remarkable synergy came into play, setting aside their previous grievances. Su Qingru's fingers danced over the keys. Umbra Blade, the first strike, cleaved downwards. In a swift motion, Akali, who charged in, was struck from above by the Shy's Umbra Blade, leaving the audience in shock. In their minds, a song involuntarily surfaced. I want to take you to a romantic land. Wait, hold on. Why is your gameplay accompanied by a soundtrack? Are you the tie caller? Yuan Huan never had such flair. Moreover, you've already been struck down. What are you thinking? Rookie's reaction was swift. Incredible, he exclaimed, unable to interrupt the second phase of his ability unless using his ultimate. However, following Akali's adjustments, the first segment of her ultimate requires a target to be released. The speed at which LeBlanc darted around was akin to flight. How could one possibly pursue her? Yet, here he was, engaging in a forced 1v2 situation. Ning, the king, let out a low cry as he unleashed his ultimate ability, aiming to strike behind the sword demon. But how swift was Su Qingru's reaction? She immediately turned and cast her second Q. Rookie was sent flying once more. Chen Yang, lurking behind, dealt a flurry of blows, his short dagger in hand. Hiss. A dagger in hand? Surely he couldn't resist taking a bite. Rookie found himself in dire straits. After expending considerable energy in the canyon attempting to eliminate LeBlanc, his skills, Xiaojin and Sundance, were all but gone. His energy was depleted, unable to cast his Q skill. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingru unleashed a relentless assault, and Rookie, gritting his teeth, had no choice but to engage. Fortunately, both Chen Yang and Su Qingru were low on health. Spotting a chance. Rookie utilized his second R to reposition himself, executing a final bait while loudly calling out in team voice chat. Bang. The ultimate bomb. Hidden in the shadows, Ning, the king, was finally able to strike. Hiss. This Ning. On the commentary desk, Miller's heart raced, and he exclaimed loudly. Yet, it was all for naught. The bullet from Miss Fortune's ultimate swept through, but in that fleeting moment, Chen Yang's mouse and fingers deftly clicked, marking the small map. The passive clone he had left at the Rift Herald was just out of reach. The distance was too great, it automatically retracted. LeBlanc's passive effect was triggered. In an instant, the decoy returned, perfectly positioned to shield Chen Yang and Su Qingru, easily torn apart by the ultimate bomb. However, due to the nature of the skill. The damage was dispersed after hitting the first target, amounting to only half of the initial damage. In other words, regardless of the circumstances. Chen Yang and Su Qingru could not be slain. Smack. The third segment of the darkened blade sent Rookie flying, followed by the fatal strike from the sword Qi. And Rookie was down, helplessly watching as Ning was left dumbfounded. EDG. Saber eliminated IG. Rookie. In the clash of top and jungle, IG suffered yet another crushing defeat. Unbelievable. Was this still the IG renowned for its invincibility in the mid and jungle roles? It seemed unfathomable. I'm stunned, completely at a loss. How could Saber be this strong? The audience erupted once more, igniting with excitement. Miller, with his profound expertise, quickly grasped the crux of the situation. Archer had intentionally directed his clone away while flashing and utilizing his W to kill the Shy. Moreover, he precisely controlled the clone to a limit distance for retraction. Wawa, enlightened by this insight, gasped, "My goodness, what precision! Isn't that a bit excessive? Is this what LeBlanc is capable of? The deceptive enchantress? Surely, mid laners don't play like this." Suddenly, I recalled that after LeBlanc eliminated the Shy, although Rookie charged forward and Archer continued to auto-attack, he did not reposition. It was at that moment he controlled the decoy to execute a series of dazzling maneuvers, being prepared for any eventuality. Regardless, you, Ning, might toss out the ultimate bomb, but I had already taken precautions. Indeed. Well, this play by Su Qingru was absolutely exceptional. First, she managed to hold her ground against the Shy, skillfully maneuvering to secure a kill despite Chen Yang claiming the final blow. Yet afterward, her key combo interrupted Akali's skill, so stylish. Had it not been for her timely interruption, Chen Yang might have been outplayed by Rookie. Never underestimate any professional player. Especially not Rookie, the seasoned veteran with years of experience. Yet, Chen Yang's decoy blocking bullets was nothing short of astounding, utterly remarkable. Scout, a veteran player of the deceptive enchantress, understood how challenging this was and without a second thought exclaimed, "Archer, your move is invincible. Teach me when you have the chance." Just lucky, really. I should have recalled the clone sooner. Chen Yang reflected, but in the eyes of Scout, Miko, and the others, this humility seemed misplaced. Just this was luck? Who would believe that? Su Qingru believed. No. Regardless of her actual belief, she certainly feigned disbelief. Her gaze towards Chen Yang was laden with complexity. Yet when Chen Yang looked her way with unclouded eyes, she retorted, "What are you staring at? Don't come up here to steal my kills. It's quite bothersome." Su Qingru decisively took the lead, harboring a small grudge, eager to retaliate. Chapter 28. Celestial Partners. A two-level reversal. The girl from Sichuan. She is undoubtedly a girl from Sichuan. Chen Yang was not about to indulge her. He had intended to confront Su Qingru to assert his will and remain true to his original intent. Yet, this little shrimp dared to provoke him first. Very well. At that moment, Chen Yang felt no pressure whatsoever. Ding. A remarkable synergy between the host and Su Qingru has been detected, resulting in brilliant maneuvers that astonished the audience. Triggering a special reward. Active skill, Celestial Partners. Duration, 90s, cooldown period, 24 hours. When activated, the cooperation between the host and the designated target is doubled, reaching a level of profound understanding. This skill is the system's only active skill. With sincere commitment, you two are the closest partners in this world. This skill is rather intriguing. Not only is it an active skill, but it is also named Celestial Partners. It appears to be a bespoke skill tailored for him and Su Qingru. After all, he could not possibly use this skill against the likes of Scout, Miko, or Hope. That would be too terrifying to contemplate. Would it be appropriate for two men to stack atop one another? Certainly not for Chen Yang. If stacking were to occur, it would be with Su Qingru. However, one must not forget their original intentions. Suddenly interrupted by the system, Chen Yang missed the perfect opportunity to retort. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the little shrimp basking in her moment of triumph. How utterly vexing. His expression darkened instantly. Yet his tone remained deceptively calm as he chuckled. Quinn is quite adept at securing kills. I've already crafted a half-item jungle weapon. Su Qingru's small hand trembled, her triumphant smile faltering. "Eh? What about your black cleaver?" Chen Yang's voice chimed in again. "A dog devoured it." Su Qingru, exasperated, finally lost her composure. Her defenses crumbled. "Is that all?" Chen Yang felt a wave of satisfaction. How delightful. Miko and the others were left in a state of bemusement. Yet their brows furrowed as they reminded him. IG has secured 2 drakes. The third will soon respawn. Let us compete. Chen Yang declared succinctly. Without hesitation, They rushed to seize the third Drake. IG retreated. The fourth Drake. Su Qingru teleported to intimidate, forcing IG to relinquish it once more. The rhythm of the game unexpectedly slowed. Yet, a hidden crisis loomed. IG had a double marksman setup. If we include Graves, that makes 3 marksmen. Augmented by the Dragon Pit warrior Aphelios, a master at slaying dragons. Therefore, as the fourth Drake was contested, an alarm rang out. IG had vanished. Su Qingru's keen gaze swept across the battlefield, and without a moment's hesitation, she charged toward the top lane. Without a second thought, Chen Yang and the others followed suit. IG was indeed attempting to take the Baron. Although this revelation was somewhat surprising, it was merely a fleeting moment. Having been pressured early on, IG's best strategy now is undoubtedly to gamble, to directly contest the Baron, using their 3 marksmen to secure a swift steal. Failure would be catastrophic. Yet success would lead to great rewards. EDG's response was remarkably swift. Su Qingru, ever the bold one, activated her ultimate upon sighting the enemy. And she executed a QE flash into the fray. She sent the 2 most peripheral foes flying. What a splendid initiation. Observant eyes noted that among those struck was Quinn, alongside Aphelios. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang unleashed his W skill, connecting with one target after another, direct and unyielding. Exposed. Exposed. Puff's eyes widened as he saw the Enchantress charging in, his pupils dilating in shock. Nanfeng reacted swiftly, turning to hook. Too late. Miko flashed in. And the Sunfire Aegis descended from the heavens, enveloping the immediate area around the Baron, just enough to immobilize Nanfeng. The hook was thrown. Yet it ensnared Chen Yang instead. Alas, Aphelios remained beyond salvation, incapacitated and unable to retaliate. Scout seized the opportunity, executing a devastating cure combo, triggering Syndra's classic burst damage. Aphelios had no chance of withstanding it. With EDG's sudden focus fire, IG lost a marksman in an instant. The team fight erupted unexpectedly. The dilemma became evident. Should they prioritize the Baron or the skirmish? For IG, losing their most affluent Aphelios to a surprise attack meant they should retreat to the Dragon Pit and continue contesting the Baron, the safest course of action despite the inherent risks. The Shy positioned himself aptly, unleashing a barrage of damage upon the Sword Demon. Quinn's damage output remained formidable. The strong assault took its toll. And Su Qingru's Black Cleaver was insufficient to withstand it. For EDG, it was time to engage. They had the upper hand and saw no need to gamble on a Dragon Steel. They would simply execute their strategy. Yet, advancing into the Dragon Pit, Ningguang's Graves was now in full swing. The sheer masculinity of his playstyle, with his formidable physical resistance, allowed him to whittle down health bars with ease. This was the advantage of the hero, and Chen Yang felt his own health deplete rapidly. Rookie Esakali and Zaya provided significant disruption. Hope was resolute, flashing directly into the Dragon Pit to unleash damage. The system's skill, Celestial Partners, had been activated. Chen Yang, inspired, thought to himself, regardless of the circumstances, this skill was not to be wasted. Unexpectedly, its effects manifested. Initially, he had no intention of providing support to Su Qingru. He was merely engaged in the team fight within the Dragon Pit. Little did he know that as the skill activated, their synergy delivered a critical blow, clarifying his focus. With keen perception, he noticed a hidden thread amidst the skirmish between Su Qingru and Quinn. An enemy sought to disrupt their efforts. Nanfeng's Titan launched a hook directly toward them. Had he not observed the danger, the Titan's hook would have struck true, leading to disaster for the Sword Demon. However, upon recognizing the threat, Chen Yang adjusted his W skill, prepared to flash in and intercept the hook. With a resounding clash, Nanfeng's hook found its mark. Yet it was not the target he had intended, leaving him momentarily stunned. Enchantress blocked the hook. With little health remaining, blocking the hook seemed implausible. The Shy, surprised, reacted promptly, abandoning his pursuit of Su Qingru to instead target Chen Yang's Enchantress. Boom! From afar, a dazzling light erupted. Deceiver! Su Qingru exclaimed, invoking her ultimate, rapidly advancing with her E-skill. Simultaneously, Chen Yang's shadowy pursuit was ready, and he lunged towards Su Qingru from behind. Together, the Sword Demon and the Enchantress executed a magnificent 2-level reversal. Chapter 29. The dawn of the fallen nobilities rise. The ultimate explosion struck Su Qingru, leaving the commentators, Miller and Wawa, almost speechless in astonishment. The synergy. My goodness. Miko emerged from the Dragon Pit, landing his E-skill, Skyward Blade, on the Shy. And Chen Yang seized the moment, executing a swift QE combo to secure a kill. 3 segments of damage. And the Shy became the first victim of Chen Yang's electric shock in this pivotal team fight. EDG's archer eliminated IG's the Shy. Without hesitation, Su Qingru turned back towards the dragon pit. What? You say her health is low? In the eyes of a brawler, the amount of health is irrelevant when it comes to fighting. No problem. But brawlers also possess intellect. Su Qingru was no fool, and neither was Chen Yang. In an instant as they entered the dragon pit, a sudden intuition struck them, prompting both to step leftward in unison. Swish. Akali's second segment of her ultimate struck down. Rookie displayed an extraordinary level of cunning, having evaded detection within the fog for so long, and then he aimed at 3 targets: the Sword Demon, the Enchantress, and Leona, all of whom were severely injured. But fate had it that Chen Yang and Su Qingru, at that precise moment, moved in perfect harmony, as if they had practiced military posture together. IG's rookie dispatched EDG's Miko. You outside, me inside. Their thoughts were clear. After Chen Yang spoke, the Sword Demon and the Enchantress had already switched targets, with Su Qingru pursuing Akali while Chen Yang entered the dragon pit, capitalizing on his level advantage and precise timing. The smite landed. A roar echoed throughout the canyon. EDG's archer claimed the Baron Nashor. Ding. The system detected the host's precise and skillful smite, securing the Baron, granting them the basic attributes of the Dragon's Child. Chen Yang's eyes glimmered with unexpected delight. In the commentary booth, Miller had already declared a death sentence. The Baron was stolen, the economic gap widened to 0, and IG was left with no means to respond. The faces of IG's fans were marred with disappointment. In a final desperate attempt, King Ning, relying on his tankiness, managed to trade with Scout, but it proved largely futile. EDG had 3 survivors and had directly seized the Baron. As for the Infernal Drake, after the teamfight, Chen Yang effortlessly took it down. Thus, this opening match swiftly approached its conclusion. Although IG yearned to resist, at the 23-minute mark, they faced the overwhelming force of the Baron-empowered EDG. With an economic deficit of 0, what options did they have? None. They were originally a composition of 3 marksmen, early game focused, with only a relatively tanky Thresh. Oh no. Nanfeng suddenly attempted to initiate a fight, only to be swiftly eliminated by Chen Yang's combo. Tanky? Not at all. As long as I upgrade my equipment faster, there is no such thing as a tank in this game. Nanfeng's Thresh fell at the high ground, officially sealing IG's fate. Without one player, they could not even defend their high ground, and they were brutally encircled by EDG's 5 members. They unleashed a barrage of attacks against the turret. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Thresh had just 5 seconds left to respawn. They had to hold on. In a final attempt, Su Qingru once again charged forward, activating her ultimate. IG, without hesitation, retreated as the enemy advanced. However, after rushing in, Su Qingru began to attack the main crystal instead. Pop. Saber was simply too adorable, wasn't he? You are indeed a clever little creature. I can't believe it. After S7, could EDG truly have a day of redemption? IG was genuinely taken down by EDG? EDG had triumphed over IG. The memories of my youth have returned. I seem to glimpse the dawn of the fallen nobility's resurgence. Boom. The blue crystal of IG shattered. Victory. Nice. The moment the game ended, Ming Kai could not contain his excitement, charging towards Chen Yang with exuberance. Chen Yang dodged, causing Ming Kai to collide into Miko's embrace. Miko widened his eyes, exaggeratedly expressing disdain. Factory brother, get off me. You're not Qingru. I refuse you. Su Qingru's lips twitched. What did it matter to her? She was preoccupied with thoughts of the MVP prize. But, wait, MVP? Oh no. A tremendous sense of threat surged over her as she abruptly looked at Chen Yang. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yang was also watching her with a calm demeanor, arms crossed. The MVP is half my achievement. Su Qingru gritted her teeth, vying for her share of the spoils. She had no resources left. No, to be precise, she was completely out. Chen Yang remained unperturbed, simply stating, "Where is your black cleaver? You bastard." Su Qingru furiously turned away. But before long, Ming Kai approached with an announcement. Handshake is temporarily cancelled, but the interview requires both you and Qingru to go on stage. It's unavoidable, as the organizers insist. Chen Yang understood. It was unusual for a newcomer to debut with such an advantage and not be interviewed. Moreover, there was Su Qingru, the first female player to compete in the LPL, an exceptional novelty. Su Qingru coldly rejected. Sorry. I refuse to go on stage with a fraud because it would tarnish my reputation. Where is your black cleaver? Chen Yang grew curious again. Su Qingru. Chen Yang v. Ming Kai and the others were at a loss for words, but suddenly their eyes lifted towards the main control screen in the lounge, which displayed the MVP of this match. Su Qingru immediately looked up, her mood oscillating between cheer and anticipation, like a little rabbit. Unfortunately, the little rabbit was destined for disappointment. On the screen, there was the warm smile and V sign of none other than the fraud, Chen Yang, with a KDA of 706. He dominated the scene. Forget it. The chances were slim from the start, so why be disappointed? Su Qingru sulked inwardly, but as she pondered, she couldn't help but think. What was I thinking at that moment? Why did I save this fraud? If I had let him die, wouldn't my KDA be better? Oh, Su Qingru, you truly are too kind-hearted. How can one be soft-hearted towards a fraud? The little shrimp was filled with melancholy. Suddenly, a familiar voice from the fraud reached her ears, tinged with annoyance. I can't be bothered to steal credit. Lowering my profile is too embarrassing. This time, I'll save you from the bullets. Half of the MVP prize is yours. Su Qingru, all right. Completely instinctive. When she finally realized, she shot her head up, only to see Chen Yang's mischievous expression, causing her face to flush with humiliation. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! She turned her head away, her tone icy, fortifying her stance. I don't want it. Chapter 30. Hello. You are quite impressive, and I must say, I really like you. Chen Yang laughed heartily, reveling in the sight of Su Qingru's flustered expression, just as he was about to press his advantage and tease her further. Xiaoyang, enough of the antics. It's time for the interview. Ming Kai interrupted urgently, pushing Chen Yang towards the exit. Chen Yang blinked. Qingru, what are you doing? Hurry up. The club has a rule. Each interview on stage earns an extra reward of 0 coins. Ming Kai exclaimed loudly. Su Qingru shot him a disdainful glance, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she gritted her teeth and uttered each word with emphasis. I am going. Oh, fierce and sassy, aren't we? Chen Yang didn't even notice when the corners of his mouth began to curl upward. With Ming Kai pressing them forward, the two set off without exchanging a word. Simultaneously, as the MVP was announced, the thrilling highlights of the previous match were replayed on the large screen, creating a sensation. The barrage of comments was relentless. Hey, to those who just called me trash, how does it feel to be slapped in the face? Smirking face, the fishballs are a huge win. Where did that aggressive crowd disappear to? Roaring for heaven's sake, can you all just keep quiet? We VE already won. What's with the vitriol? Who knew your new jungler and top laner would be so formidable? Exactly. They are clearly newcomers. I invested 2 million fishballs, and now they're all gone. Haha. I've been waiting for you to say that. If you didn't, how could I enjoy this? Such a despicable bunch. Of course, beyond that, there were many fans fervently discussing the intricate maneuvers of the LeBlanc during the team fights and the challenges involved, each sharing their unique insights. The spectacular display of coordinated teamwork in the top lane truly astonished me. Initially, I thought it was just ordinary, simply good teamwork. But after witnessing the precise distance control of the ultimate clone in the canyon, I understood. That second W clone wasn't luck, it was sheer skill. It reflects Archer's profound understanding of the hero. I am in awe. The final wave of 2-level reversal was simply dazzling. I highly doubt even a couple of 10 years would have such synergy. In such an intense team fight, the two were able to react swiftly to protect and support each other, as if they possessed a telepathic connection. EDG has truly struck gold this time. If the fallen aristocrats don't rise this year, when will they? It is somewhat premature to say that, as although they decisively defeated IG, it is well known that this year, IG South bot lane duo has undergone a significant shift, resulting in a drop in strength. In contrast, teams like JDG, TS, and FBX remain formidable. Indeed, while EDG's history is illustrious, boasting numerous titles in domestic competitions, they have merely triumphed over one match against IG. Fans, let us not get carried away. Overall, aside from the disappointed IG fans, the remaining spectators were quite exhilarated. It seems like spring has arrived for EDG fans. This year may very well be the most promising for the resurgence of the small nation after 2 years of silence. For fans of strong teams like FBX, the emergence of a dark horse adds to the excitement. When this dark horse collides with their favored teams, the match is bound to be thrilling. Anticipation is in the air. Amidst the fervent discussions, Yu Shuang managed to interview Chen Yang and Su Qingru, and their appearance momentarily silenced the barrage of comments. Instead of the usual beautiful, or handsome, the comments shifted to celebrate today's match. Just a single game was enough to catapult their fame to new heights. After all, they had played against IG, renowned for their dominance in the LPL South top lane, mid lane, and jungle, and they won. Yu Shuang approached with a bright smile, handing over a microphone. Chen Yang, stepping forward, took it and said, "Thank you, Sister Yu Shuang. What a charming tongue he possesses. Yuxuash thought, her fondness for this strikingly handsome, remarkably skilled, yet seemingly humble young man growing exponentially. Su Qingru rolled her eyes, discreetly glancing around, aware of the cameras. Regardless of their personal animosities, public appearances must maintain a facade of harmony. Yuxuang winked. But everyone calls me Aunt Yuxuang. Really? I can't see it. Sister Yuxuang, with such fair skin, a lovely smile, and a great figure. If you're truly an aunt, then allow me to say, Auntie, I am capable, and I no longer wish to strive. Chen Yang declared candidly. Yuxuang was overjoyed. The comments erupted. Well, look at him. This is what a master looks like. I really like you. Handsome and charming. If he doesn't he have a girlfriend, who does? Is this Archer? I'm in love. I'm in love. Auntie, please ask about the key points of LeBlanc's control over the clones. I want to hear. I'm going upstairs, you straight man. Amidst the light-hearted banter, Yuxuang, not daring to delay, swiftly inquired about the thrilling maneuvers and details from the match. Chapter 31. A glint of brilliance flashed in Yuxuang's eyes. When she asked Chen Yang a question, he answered succinctly. When inquired about his evaluation of Ning Wang's strength, Chen Yang pondered for a moment and replied, After all, the elder is an elder. This time, it was merely a stroke of luck. A significant portion of the credit goes to our top player, Saber, for her exceptional performance. Su Qingru was taken aback. Yuxuang immediately understood and handed the microphone to Su Qingru, laughingly asking, So, how early did you get to know Saber? How about teamwork? It was utterly chaotic. They had only met for a couple of days, and what teamwork? Was there any tacit understanding when they were hurling insults at each other? Su Qingru sighed inwardly. Yet a faint smile adorned her delicate face as she said, something like that. But I'm not too familiar with Archer either. Is it true that you've only trained together for a few days? Yuxuang was astonished. Su Qingru nodded earnestly, stating, to be precise. It has only been 8 days. The entire audience was stunned. 8 days. You managed to achieve such synergy in just 8 days? Unbelievable. Absurd. Someone pinch me. This must be a tall tale. Could it be innate talent? Chen Yang interjected at the right moment, raising the microphone. Perhaps Saber and I are destined to be a pair. Otherwise, how could we both choose the same team, EDG, and end up together? Su Qingru's smile became somewhat stiff as she thought, Isn't it because I deceived you, and you deceived me, leading us both to face the consequences? She nodded, feigning sincerity. Indeed, it's all fate. Yuxuang gazed at them enviously, cheerfully asking, By the way, Saber, when you first faced the Shy, didn't you feel any pressure? Why were you so aggressive? Su Qingru shook her head, explaining with utmost seriousness, I wasn't thinking about anything at that moment. When I saw him attacking me, I couldn't hold back, so I retaliated immediately. The audience burst into laughter at Saber's response. Oh my heavens, Saber, you are simply adorable. The golden-haired, cute girl persona has vanished, but I prefer this Saber, a cold exterior with a warm interior. I'm utterly smitten. The interview, which lasted nearly 10 minutes, felt a tad lengthy. Yuxuang had exhausted her prepared script but remained enthusiastic, posing several off-topic questions that piqued the audience's curiosity, until the director reminded her. If we don't wrap up the interview, the next match will be delayed. Yuxuang managed to halt the conversation just in time. Chen Yang and Su Qingru left the stage with smiles on their faces, walking side by side, feeling relaxed and at ease. However, as soon as they stepped off the stage, smack, smack, the two swiftly took a step back. Su Qingru crossed her arms, sneering, How can you, with such a thick skin, still have the audacity to claim we are a destined pair? Who do you think you are? Her icy, distinct eyes glared at Chen Yang, clearly wanting to see him squirm. Chen Yang chuckled lightly, replying nonchalantly, It's fate. Su Qingru retorted, What? Indeed, it's all fate. Chen Yang mimicked a certain tone lightly. That trickster. With a single phrase, Su Qingru flared up, her cheeks flushing crimson, yet she dared not let Chen Yang notice. It would be too embarrassing. He would surely laugh at her expense. You're so annoying. Su Qingru muttered in frustration, quickening her pace to leave. Her retreating figure resembled one fleeing in a panic. Was the little shrimp quite fierce earlier? What happened now? Chen Yang felt perplexed but didn't dwell on it. After the match concluded, that evening, Ming kited everyone out for a grand feast to celebrate their victorious debut. After dinner, it was already 8 o'clock. Abu personally approached Chen Yang and asked, Xiao Yang, would you prefer your MVP bonus in cash or direct transfer? Aren't we supposed to wait until the signing fee is issued? Chen Yang inquired curiously. The signing fee from W hasn't arrived yet. Abu shook his head, smiling. That's not how it works. We settle the bonuses on the same day. Our EDG has strong discipline. Oh, Then let us go for the cash transfer. Chen Yang had no objections. He wasn't short on money. What he was eagerly awaiting was for this season to conclude so he could transfer and have the opportunity to outshine Su Qingru. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He remembered how Little Shrimp had reacted when she saw the MVP wasn't her, and how she had instinctively nodded when he jokingly mentioned splitting the bonus. Lacking funds. A glimmer of light flashed through Chen Yang's eyes. There's a term known as social death. Why not play on this little flaw and set a trap for Little Shrimp? Abu, Chen Yang suddenly called out, grabbing Abu's arm just as he was about to leave. I've changed my mind. I don't want the transfer anymore. I'm short on pocket money. So please give me cash instead. Abu was momentarily taken aback, giving Chen Yang a glance before nodding. He happened to have some cash in his backpack. Pulling out 5 stacks of bills, each containing 10,000, and handing them to Chen Yang. Keep up the good work, Xiao Yang. Your talent is remarkable. Spend more time coordinating with Qingru, and you will undoubtedly become EDG's star player, competing for honors in major tournaments, and your worth will skyrocket into the millions. Abu encouraged, patting Chen Yang's shoulder. Don't worry, I will do my best. Chen Yang flashed a bright, sunny smile. Abu assumed Chen Yang had taken his words to heart, feeling quite pleased. Such a good youth is truly rare these days. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yang, with 50,000 cash in hand, was already lost in thought. Chapter 32. In the absence of excitement, Su Qingru found herself sleepless. At 11 o'clock at night, the EDG team had just concluded a regular match, and there were no scheduled scrims or rank games that evening, allowing everyone to enjoy an early break. Normal activities would resume the next day. At this hour, Chen Yang had just finished his daily banter with Su Qingru, feeling lighthearted and content, as if the world was a better place. After shutting down his computer and pondering, he considered that it was rather late, the outside world cloaked in darkness, and the factory team members had likely gone to bed early. Everything should be fine, right? No, it wasn't. If he wanted to cause Su Qingru social embarrassment and lure her into his trap, she needed to be the one to pick up the money. The tricky part was, what if this little shrimp overslept? Chen Yang was quite distressed. Then, a brilliant idea struck him. He picked up his phone and messaged Su Qingru. Are you a pig? Clearly still awake, Su Qingru quickly replied. First came 3 question marks. Then, get online. 3 exclamation marks indicated her rising fury, an unstoppable force. The girl's delusions of grandeur were ignited. Chen Yang chuckled. If she wanted him to log in, he would. But what was the point? It would merely disrupt her gameplay. Chen Yang replied, sorry, wrong person. I didn't mean to insult anyone. I simply meant to say that the individual's present. Ahem. What I meant was, I noticed that the factory team member hadn't awakened by 6 this morning, so I thought I'd send a message to mock him. You understand? 6 o'clock, and still not awake. Sending a message, deliberately taunting. Did you not say, who else could I possibly be? You scoundrel. Su Qingru. In a fit of anger, yearned for a can of Coke, yet there was none to quench her thirst. She felt utterly deflated, lacking the energy even to pound her small fists against the bed. Lying on the bed, she was filled with impotent rage, unable to bear Chen Yang's mockery. In a huff, she replied, log in. You better log in. Archer, haven't you vented enough? If not, continue. Come on. Who's afraid of whom? Who exactly are you calling a pig? Chen Yang replied, I don't think I mentioned anyone. You liar. You scoundrel. Apologies. But I must rise at 6 tomorrow morning to go for a run, perhaps even earlier, so I shall retire for the night and save my retorts for another day. Thank you. Suddenly exhibiting politeness. Wait. This fellow must have ulterior motives. He was subtly conveying something. Su Qingru, feeling exasperated, rubbed her temples and suddenly had a thought. This trickster is intentionally mocking me. He couldn't find an excuse, so I must rise at 6 tomorrow. No. Even earlier. I must not allow him to gather evidence against me. I might even catch him not waking up. Hiki. A smile crept upon Su Qingru's lips. A little thrill coursing through her as she believed she had discovered a new way to tease Chen Yang. Alas, she was still lacking in energy. How many times had she glanced at the empty Coke box? Glug, glug, glug. She poured herself a large glass of water. But it just didn't hit the spot. Helpless, pitiful, and dejected. And to think she had to rise early. Crouched in the corner of her bed, Su Qingru found herself unable to sleep. Surprisingly lighthearted. Next door, after sending the message, Chen Yang shrugged, stealthily stepped out, and tossed a wad of cash, 5,000 yuan, in front of Su Qingru's door. This spot is practically visible as soon as the door opens. Su Qingru, if you don't embarrass yourself, who will? Just imagining the awkward look on Xia Xiaomi's face when the truth unfolds made Chen Yang's mood soar. Haha. No, no, no. I can't think about it. If I do, I'll laugh all night long. Having discarded the money, Chen Yang hurried back inside, collected his thoughts, and climbed into bed. At 5:30 in the morning. The sleepless Su Qingru was not in good spirits. Yawning and struggling to sit up in bed, feeling weak and exhausted. She craved a can of Coke for comfort. Alas, none to be found. If this continued, she might perish. No, I must go to Beaumont to request an advance on my wages. I absolutely must go. Dazed, Su Qingru stumbled out of bed. But instead of gracefully getting up, she fell with a thud. Ouch. Pain, pain, pain. Clumsily landing, she didn't think twice before sinking back into her despondency. Grabbing a bag of chips to munch on, and sipping a bit of water. Why? I entered this profession just to enjoy Coke every day. Yet, it's only the third day, and I find myself without any. Is this a life worth living? Su Qingru's tone was pitiful, nearly brought to tears by frustration. Suddenly, the memory of her banter with Chen Yang last night flashed through her mind, and she jolted awake. What time is it? Although life felt bleak and melancholic, she couldn't let that trickster Chen Yang have the satisfaction of laughing at her. After all, she is Su Qingru, the goddess of grace. Quickly glancing at the clock, it read 5:30. Phew, that's a relief. Su Qingru swiftly tidied herself up, dressed, and trudged toward the door, planning to linger outside for a while to vex Chen Yang. She was quite determined about this. However, as soon as she opened the door, her mood and demeanor hadn't even changed yet. Hey, what's that pile of red on the ground? Money. Su Qingru's spirits lifted instantly, and she hurriedly looked around, checking every direction. Nice. No one in sight. With swift steps, she bent down, scooped it up, and stuffed it into her embrace, her eyes darting. Ears alert for any signs of life before she turned and fled. Bang! The dormitory door slammed shut, and Su Qingru pressed her back against it, panting heavily. Beads of sweat glistening on her delicate face from the tension. Phew. Finally calming down, Su Qingru began to count the money. 1, 2, 3, soaring high like a phoenix. Tui. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50 bills. A total of 5,000 yuan. This amount rivals the advance that Abu promised me. Who could have dropped this? Is it morally acceptable for me to just pick it up? Suddenly, the thrill that had just overcome her waned as she sank down against the door, her large eyes void of spirit as she hugged her knees, feeling utterly dejected. Chapter 33. Not an actor, but a starlet. Together we are a match made in heaven. Su Qingru spent a sleepless night, wrestling with her thoughts for over 10 minutes. Eventually, she resolved to seek assistance from her teammates, all of whom were familiar faces. After all, the sum of 5,000 yuan was not insignificant. Were it Chen Yang's money, she would have no qualms about taking it outright. But why did she think that way? Because that scoundrel was insufferable, always provoking her. Who else should he target if not him? Calmly reassuring herself, Su Qingru pondered the implications if the money belonged to someone else, like Ming Kai or Miko. Losing such a sizable amount would surely wound their hearts. The virtue of returning lost property. No, she did not wish to. Not in the slightest. Yet, she had no choice. They all belonged to the same club. With a heavy sigh, the fleeting joy she had felt vanished into thin air. Rising to leave, she transformed into the graceful goddess she was, clutching the 5,000 yuan, ready to enlist Abu's help. What a perfect opportunity to offload her troubles onto Abu and simultaneously request a loan of 5,000 yuan in advance on her salary. How delightful. Haha, Su Qingru. You clever little sprite. Snap, snap. The familiar sound of a double rhythm filled the air. Su Qingru's heart sank, her teeth biting down lightly. What a coincidence. But it mattered not. This was her chance to show that lazybones who truly deserved to be called one. She certainly did not. What a ridiculous archer. Oblivious fool. You make me want to laugh until my teeth fall out. Chen Yang had his reasons for stepping out so early. He intended to see if Su Qingru had retrieved the money. If not, he would record a video and continue to mock her later that evening. He could hardly believe that the fiery girl, known for her daily tirades since they had become friends, could suddenly become so docile. As he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered Su Qingru. In the morning light, she wore a simple white tracksuit, her hair styled into an adorable bun, her striking eyes slightly dimmed, shadowed by dark circles. However, when their gazes met, whoosh, her spirit soared instantly. With hands behind her back, she greeted him with feigned ferocity. Hello there. Always so clueless. Now you know who the real fool is? I'll have you know, I've been awake forever. Childish. Is that all? Chen Yang's lips twitched as he discreetly glanced to the side. The money was gone. Nice, nice, nice. The plan was a success. The little shrimp had walked right into his trap. Joyful. I told you it was a mistake to send that message. Why take it so seriously? Could it be that my words hold such weight in your heart? With his plan successful, Chen Yang was elated. But that did not deter him from his habitual teasing of Su Qingru. Huh? What are you talking about? Su Qingru's nervousness flitted across her face. But she feigned nonchalance. I simply wanted to go for a run. It has become my routine. What? Do you wish to join me for a morning jog? Sure. Su Qingru was taken aback. What? You have the audacity to climb the ranks? That scoundrel. Wait, could he truly enjoy morning runs? Su Qingru narrowed her beautiful eyes, and to avoid revealing her intentions, she had to mock Chen Yang. Never mind. I fear I might run too fast for you to keep up, and that would be a disgrace. Chen Yang humbly retorted, no worries. I was the champion of the 5,000 meter race at the university sports meet. I'm confident I won't fall too far behind you. Champion, I believe that when pigs fly, do as you wish. Su Qingru, feeling increasingly frustrated, walked past Chen Yang, contemplating an excuse to use later. Oh dear. I twisted my ankle. Oh no, my stomach hurts. Oh dear, I must go as Abu has called me for a matter. Yes, she was indeed off to find Abu. A perfect excuse. In a swift motion, Su Qingru tucked the 5,000 yuan into her grasp. Chen Yang inadvertently caught sight of it. His heart raced. The little shrimp, out so early with 5,000 yuan in hand, did not seem to be heading to the supermarket. Oh no. Could it be that she intended to return the lost money? Chen Yang slapped his forehead, wishing he could spit in Su Qingru's face. Cursing under his breath, is she the reincarnation of Guanyin? She is in dire need of cash herself, yet she thinks of returning lost property. No, no. If she truly returned the money, how could he ensure her embarrassment? He had deliberately filmed the incident of losing the money the previous night, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Chen Yang's eyes glimmered with mischief as he cleared his throat and quietly muttered a curse. Damn it, it's infuriating. Just yesterday, I won 50,000 yuan in prize money, and before I could spend it, I lost 5,000. Where on earth could it be? His voice was low, as if speaking to himself, yet it was perfectly audible to Su Qingru. Suddenly, Su Qingru halted in her tracks. The girl turned her head, shot a glance at Chen Yang, then quickly returned her gaze forward, though her grip on the money tightened significantly. What a mood. Oh, how her heart leaped. Who had picked it up? Chen Yang, increasingly irritated, continued to mutter. Su Qingru silently scoffed in reply. You're the real fool. Have people lost all decency? Where did the virtue of returning lost property go? The state of one's character is appalling. Chen Yang continued his tirade. Su Qingru clenched her small fist, inhaling deeply, and countered in her mind. Virtue of returning lost property? It's precisely because of you, you scoundrel, that I refuse to do so. Hey, Su Qingru, did you pick up my money? The sudden inquiry caught her off guard. Bam! Proudly striding, Su Qingru stumbled, failing to notice the railing at the staircase corner, and bumped right into it. Ah! My knee. Pain threatened to bring tears to her eyes as she bit down hard on her lips. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Qingru did not look back, her tone laced with fury. Oh, so, she is quite the actress herself. In this small EDG, we are a perfect match. Chen Yang chuckled, hastily whipping out his phone to capture the moment. Okay, nice, beautiful. More material at hand. The net is cast, now. Little fish, just you wait. As for me, the mere thought of you makes me laugh uncontrollably. Damn it, what else with this background music? It has caused the corner of Chen Yang's mouth to involuntarily rise. He quickly reined it back in. Chapter 34. Huh? Who gave you the courage? Su Qingru felt a tumult of emotions after Chen Yang's teasing. She was both disheartened and elated. The disheartenment stemmed, of course, from the throbbing pain in her knee. As for the elation, it was simple. The realization that the $0 she had was merely a ploy. How delightful. She could now indulge in her favorite soda, feeling utterly content and cheerful. Moreover, with her knee throbbing, she found it easy to dismiss any need for a more elaborate excuse. She could simply state that her knee hurt. With a determined limp, Su Qingru made her way back to her dormitory. Chen Yang found the situation utterly amusing. The better she performed, the more embarrassing it would be once her facade crumbled. Little shrimp, you are still too naive. That afternoon, a supermarket owner arrived with 2 large boxes filled with unknown items, wrapped in black plastic bags. After being intercepted by the security guard, the guard personally delivered the goods to her. No one witnessed the exchange, save for the buyer of those items. Thank you, the cool, composed young woman said simply. After a moment's thought, she handed the security guard an additional 50 yuan, stating, "Please use this to buy yourself some cigarettes." The guard, initially reluctant, could not resist her earnest gaze and accepted with a smile, saying, "All right, I want to be polite then. If you ever need help with something heavy, just let me know, Miss Qingru." Of course, Su Qingru replied with a raised eyebrow. Her spirits lifted. That was precisely the affirmation she had been waiting for. Once the guard departed, she glanced around, and with a triumphant yay, no one else watching, she hurriedly removed the black plastic bags and bent down to push the 2 large boxes of soda into her bedroom. It took but 5 seconds. With a familiar sound of a can being opened, she exclaimed in delight, "At last, I can drink you again. Ah, how thrilling. I shall sleep soundly this afternoon. All thanks to that trickster." After finishing a can of soda, Su Qingru felt blissfully lightheaded. No, she had already collapsed onto her bed. Just then, a phone call interrupted her reverie. It was Chen Yang, succinctly commanding her, "The factory brother wants you for training. Hurry up, only you can dawdle like this, thinking you can delay your way back to your grandmother." Bang! Exasperated, Su Qingru opened another can of soda. After much internal conflict, "Breathe, Su Qingru. Do not let this silly fellow ruin such a sweet soda experience." It was merely $0. She would need to save for chips in a couple of days. With a furrowed brow, she composed herself, rising from her bed with the grace of a princess. Yet, the moment Chen Yang's mischievous grin crossed her mind, she snapped in frustration, throwing her phone onto the bed. In the EDG training room, Ming Kai called everyone over and briefly outlined his latest tactical research and the current meta strengths, specifically addressing Chen Yang. "Xiao Yang, what is your proficiency with jungle carries in the S10 meta?" I asked because I was quite taken aback by that LeBlanc in the last match. Although Chen Yang had lived up to expectations, using LeBlanc to carry the game and even snag MVP, Ming Kai was curious about Chen Yang's potential with jungle carries. Another focal point was the synergy between Chen Yang and Su Qingru. Their collaboration had already declared their invincibility to the entire LPL, showcasing their brilliance, much to the astonishment of their teammates and coach alike. Chen Yang smiled, assuring, "Rest assured, Brother Factory, I can handle jungle carries just fine. As long as the team requires it, I am at your service." Ming Kai's face lit up with admiration. What a splendid attitude. After a pause, Chen Yang added, "Unlike some, who only excel with ergot, the rest are rather lackluster. Is this whole main hero concept serious? How peculiar." "Ergot." Chen Yang tilted his head, casting a glance at the seemingly daydreaming Su Qingru. She snapped back to reality, gazing at him for a moment before pouting. "So, is your main hero LeBlanc? I never knew you had a preference for female heroes, Archer." Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, "I prefer to keep a low profile." Su Qingru retorted, "Flattery." Ming Kai and the others face-spawned. "When will you two finally start dating?" Without further ado, after a brief tactical discussion, the rest of the time was dedicated to free play rank, go, go, go. Playing solo was tedious, so Chen Yang turned to Su Qingru and asked, "Are you up for some ergot? Let us queue together and crush the opposition." "Huh, who gave you the courage?" Su Qingru replied, feeling vexed yet determined not to lose face. She agreed on the spot. An entire afternoon passed, resulting in a crushing defeat. Su Qingru's face turned pale with fury. While the man beside her reveled in joy, Chen Yang was utterly delighted. Without any matches scheduled, EDG's training maintained its usual rigor and order, characteristic of the organization. Training was conducted when necessary, breaks were taken when due, and leisure time was enjoyed. Meanwhile, online, the buzz surrounding Chen Yang and Su Qingru was palpable, especially on Douyin. In recent days, nearly every evening, a new video showcasing their unbeatable synergy as a novel duo would emerge, capturing the attention of LPL fans who exclaimed, "Echo should retire. Time Assassin, you two take over." Rookie also gained attention. During a live stream, he humorously lamented that new jungler from EDG is genuinely formidable. "I tried to intervene, but it was like fighting a 1v2. Fans quizzed him about why IG didn't take action sooner, which left Rookie feeling somewhat awkward. What could he say? Su Xiaoluo made an appearance, but the two had no interest in her. They certainly could not afford to. Yet, whispers about Chen Yang and Su Qingru's annual contract with EDG leaked through unknown channels, sending shockwaves across the community with reports of their staggering salary. Chapter 35, World-Class Jungle Guidance. Have you heard the news? My goodness, is the signing fee for newcomers truly this exorbitant? It's hard to believe. Not long ago, EDG signed a top-tier rookie from their training camp for merely 500,000. As for the W, that SA pipe dream, they are certainly willing to invest heavily. However, one must say, fortune favors the brave. Indeed, the fee for W is comparable to that of a top-tier professional player. Yet their performance against IG clearly surpassed that of a secondary line. There is an advantage to this. EDG effectively eliminates the possibility of two players transferring within a year. For once WS contract is compensated, it amounts to a substantial sum. It would cost at least over 10 million, right? After all, if someone were to leave, it would be tantamount to a breach of contract, and over 10 million could undoubtedly secure a truly elite player, making it less worthwhile in comparison. The management of EDG is impressive. Abu's maneuver is remarkably clever. Truly, this is the cunning of a veteran manager in the LPL. I am enamored. Lately, I find myself quite irked by the fans who have become unbearably arrogant. How frustrating it is. They used to tread cautiously, but now they flaunt their superiority right in my face. I can hardly wait for the next match when LG will decisively crush them. The next match is against LGD. During the summer season, the online buzz is particularly lively. Certain fresh news becomes stale after just a couple of days, such as the brilliant synergy between Chen Yang and Su Qingru that overwhelmed IG, or the exorbitant annual salary of W. During this period, Abu approached and said, "Xiao Yang, Sister Qingru, come to my office next week to sign, and the transfer can be processed immediately." Chen Yang merely raised an eyebrow, showing little reaction. However, Su Qingru's eyes sparkled momentarily before she quickly composed herself. She can certainly put on a FAAD. Chen Yang couldn't resist chuckling inwardly. Just yesterday, he had carelessly dropped 500 at the door and vented his frustrations during training, and lo and behold, the little shrimp shamelessly pocketed the money. During training, he was in high spirits, his fair lips occasionally curling into a smile. The way others looked at him now carried a hint of unusual emotion. Chen Yang was ecstatic, overjoyed, thrilled, eagerly anticipating. Keep jumping. The higher you leap now, the more embarrassing it will be for you later. He found himself impatient as time dragged on. Ming Kai had sent word. Tomorrow, EDG's second match would be against LGD. This summer, LGD appeared formidable, with improvements in team composition. They had sign lengths from RNG for top lane, Xia for mid lane, and the LCK's Peanut for jungle. Everyone was tuning their performance to perfection, and this LGD, on paper, was not far behind IG in strength. In just a few sentences, Chen Yang and his teammates were invigorated. Ming Kai even took the time to give Chen Yang extra coaching. After all, the factory brother once held the title of the world's #1 jungler. Although his world-class accolades were few, his skill was undeniably strong. His intuitive jungle playstyle remains unmatched to this day. Thus, throughout the day, Ming Kai dedicated himself to guiding Chen Yang, imparting knowledge from within. Regrettably, the afternoon turned into a delightful time for the little shrimp. In the pinnacle of the canyon, Saber's solo queue was an invincible presence. The top lane Wolf Slayer, who once achieved a staggering 57 consecutive victories, was nothing compared to that. Oh, I must mention, SAB is indeed a lifelong rival. At that time, Su Qingru was almost obsessed with this ID. Ding. System detected that the host has received insightful knowledge from a world-class jungler, triggering rewards. Mastery of Macro Control Level 2. Acuity Level 3. True Dragon S Sun Level 2. Is this truly possible? Chen Yang blinked in confusion, assessing his current attributes. Name, Chen Yang. Age, 20. Operational proficiency, 87. Acuity, 90. Creep score proficiency, 90. Macro control mastery, 92. Teammate cooperation ability, 74. Special teammate binding cooperation bonus. Target, Su Qingru, 15. True Dragon S Sun, 64. Active skill, Divine Couple. In the system's evaluation, a score of 80 already signifies an absolute elite level for professional players. A score of 80 represents superlative excellence. For example, the Shy's skills far exceed 80, but the exact figure pertains to the upper and lower limits of a professional player. As for the Shy, he is remarkably strong. His operational ceiling could potentially reach 88 or 89, perhaps even surpassing 90, which is not out of the question. What about his lower limit? It could be anywhere around 60 or 70. However, Chen Yang is different. Due to the existence of the system, his operations will never have a lower limit. He will always remain at his peak. Currently rated at 87, this will persist indefinitely. He has a premonition that in the forthcoming matches, unless he produces exceptionally dazzling results, these attribute points are unlikely to be unlocked again. He must compete in the World Championship. He must participate in larger-scale competitions. Alternatively, Receiving meticulous step-by-step guidance from an elite professional player, like Factory Brother, might yield significant benefits. Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang. Ming Kai's voice snapped Chen Yang back to reality. He wore a peculiar expression, and upon seeing Chen Yang regain his composure, he humorously inquired, "Why do you keep staring at Sister Qingru? What kind of expression is that? Wait, who are you looking at?" Chen Yang, startled, lifted his head to find Su Qingru gazing at him with a subtle smile, suddenly teasing, "Could it be that my profile is so captivating that you, Archer, are entranced?" "Oh, how utterly useless." Chen Yang, winky face, cursed the system for deceiving me. Chapter 36, Colonel. A start with a poisonous milk. EDG rose to fame after defeating IG, marking a resurgence for the fallen aristocracy. As the match day approached, these two teams became the center of heated discussions among countless fans. The supporters of EDG, after triumphing over IG, felt a swell of pride, believing that their team could effortlessly overcome LGD as well. They boasted that even if LGD brought in LGM midway, they would still be able to triumph with ease. With EDG finally regaining their stature after 2 years, their fans were understandably elated. As for LGD supporters, their unwavering loyalty was evident. With their rallying cry of "LGD is incredible," showcasing the team's profound heritage and substantial fanbase. Naturally, they were in full battle mode, fiercely countering the boastful EDG supporters. "Do we not have the top-tier top laner, Lanx, who is inferior to your Saber? If skill is lacking, surely experience is not," they retorted. "And we have an exceptional jungler, the newly minted Peanut, from LCK. Is he not formidable? I dare you to challenge our Archer." The fervor was palpable as the summer tournament approached, with the weather growing increasingly warm. The cheers resonated throughout the Evergreen Sports Arena in Shanghai. "Go EDG! Charge, LGD! Weishin is amazing!" The fans' exuberant shouts blended together, further intensifying the already lively atmosphere, igniting a sense of excitement among the crowd. In this year's summer competition, both teams had much to prove. The fallen aristocrat EDG, having languished for 4 seasons, was finally reclaiming its place on the pedestal, while LGD, with its own storied past, had endured a lengthy decline. This year, they procured high-profile players, forming a formidable alliance, and achieved an initial victory, showcasing their renewed vigor. Determining which team was stronger was a challenge. After EDG's victory over IG, they had demonstrated a shift in strategy from chaotic operations to a more dominant approach. LGD, bolstered by the additions of Peanut and Xie, had also transitioned to a similar playstyle. Lanx, while competent, did not quite shine as a top-tier player. He was more of a supportive asset. As the draft phase commenced, the commentators were lively. Colonel Gue, with a knowing smile, called out to the audience, "Who was just praising Weishin? What are you implying?" Wang Duo couldn't contain his laughter, quipping, "In LPL matches, even if players are absent, LGD will still show up." The atmosphere was electric, reminiscent of the peak encounters between EDG and LGD from Season 5. Gue remarked on the rarity of such a scene since the S5 era, and the crowd buzzed with anticipation. Wang nodded in agreement, recalling that LGD had triumphed in that year, but the current matchup was shrouded in uncertainty. With both teams undergoing significant changes, both teams boast equally impressive lineups, Gue noted. Ultimately, it will hinge on the performance of the mid and jungle roles. Wang playfully suggested they make a pre-match prediction, only for Gue to dismiss the idea, insisting on avoiding frivolity at such a critical moment. As the excitement peaked, the official LPL streaming rooms erupted with chatter. Gue's reputation for jinxing teams was well known, and his declaration of LGD as the victors drew mixed reactions from fans. The atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm and tension, and amidst it all, the blue team, EDG, confidently selected their first champion. Once again, the formidable Su Qingru was chosen, locking in the powerful champion, Renekton. Chapter 37. Let us get excited. To be frank, there's nothing wrong with this. The crocodile is formidable. This champion selection leaves little room for other top laners to impose any control. Yet, I find myself puzzled. Why does Saber, such a stunning beauty with a near-perfect score of 99 in looks, consistently opt for such aggressive top laners? Has Lulu lost her charm, or has Seraphine become less appealing? I'm torn with confusion. The barrage of comments briefly evaluates the situation. LGD's second and third picks come swiftly, as Aphelios is countered with both long-range and forced close-range engagements. EDG remains methodical, securing their duo of Lucian and Thresh. In this version, the support pool is limited to just a couple of viable options, Nami, Thresh, and Tahm Kench. Ultimately, the effectiveness hinges on the junglers. Teams with adept jungle play, like TS, SN, and JDG are currently on a formidable streak. Hence, the bottom lane duo often feels somewhat secondary. For instance, LGD's jungle choices are notably complex, with champions like Lilia, Graves, and Qiyana being deliberated for quite some time. Finally, they settle on Qiyana, one of the two dominant junglers in the current meta. However, upon reflection, there's no real issue. Chen Yang's LeBlanc performed exceptionally in the match against IG, and banning it alleviates some pressure on the mid lane, restricting Scout's champion pool. EDG continues to ban top lane champions, as Coach 7 painstakingly strategizes to secure a favorable matchup in both mid and jungle, particularly focusing on the top lane. This targeting is intriguing. It marks the first time the Wolf team has faced such scrutiny. Am I a bit pleased? Not at all. With 4 of my champions banned, what can I possibly play? Only 2 choices remain, Fiora or Mastery. The former is a definite no, and the latter is equally undesirable. Lynx is left flabbergasted. Fiora seems to be a better option against the Crocodile, and LGD's coach Xandark promptly guides Lynx's selection. Lynx exclaims, "Coach, I'm not very good with Fiora." This inner turmoil represents Lynx's last stand. Coach 7's targeted picks prove effective, as LGD's 4th choice indeed falls upon Fiora. Ming Kai's face breaks into a relieved smile. Our draft isn't too shabby, is it? Chen Yang purses his lips, casting a glance at the shrimp. Clearly amused by the surge of competitive spirit. Let us not get too pressured. Coach 7 has crafted a miracle for you. Show some spirit, kid. Su Qingru, on the other hand, becomes irate, suppressing her frustration, and snaps at Chen Yang. Please, jungler, stay away from the top lane. Her clenched teeth reveal her temporary speechlessness. Chen Yang revels in her discomfort. Ming Kai comments, "Goodness, here we go again." Fortunately, as EDG's 4th and 5th picks arrive, it's time for Chen Yang and mid laner Scout to make their selections. After some contemplation, Scout asks Ming Kai to lock in Zoe, a champion renowned for Scout's prowess. Chen Yang keeps it straightforward. How about Lee Sin? Sounds good. Ming Kai promptly agrees, glancing at the seemingly idle Miko, who innocently confirms the pick. LGD reserves their final counter for the mid lane, selecting the seasoned veteran, Old Xia. Ultimately, they finalize the composition, cementing the choices for the match. The teams are set: EDG, blue side, versus LGD, red side, top, Crocodile versus Fiora jungle, Lee Sin versus Qiyana mid, Zoe versus Orianna ADC, Lucian versus Ashe support, Thresh versus Tahm Kench. A classic lineup, particularly for EDG. After their flashy win with LeBlanc jungle last time, they have adopted a more serious approach. Fans are still adjusting to the shift. Once the compositions are locked in, discussions naturally abound. Colonel KFC immediately assesses the strength of the compositions with a score of 51-49. Although the margin is slim, LGD supporters feel elated, reveling in their good fortune. EDG fans, who were just mocked by the Colonel, now find themselves in a similar predicament. The rivalry continues to intensify, and excitement fills the air. However, it must be said, the champion selections from both teams are quite intriguing. In mid lane, whether it's Zoe or Xia's Orianna, both champions are capable of significantly influencing the match outcome once they gain an advantage. The bottom lane, while seemingly uneventful, is poised for explosive engagements due to the presence of classic champions like Thresh and Tahm Kench, which diminishes the likelihood of casualties. In the jungle, we have one champion embodying raw power and another focusing on rhythm, a striking contrast. Fans eagerly anticipate Archer's potential to execute a swift Qiyana play, launching Qiyana out of range for her ultimate, a moment that would undoubtedly be iconic. In the top lane, how exhilarating. A new generation female top laner, Saber, who shows no fear against the shy, will clash with the steady presence of Lynx. Can the stalwart top laner withstand Saber's onslaught? We shall see. As the match begins, Colonel KFC calls out, "Please, director, focus the cameras on the top lane. It's bound to be spectacular." Chapter 38, The Eerie Vision of Archer Colonel. "Your directness is rather inappropriate," Wang Duo chuckled, offering a gentle reminder. "There's no helping it. I want to see," Guan the Colonel retorted boldly, speaking candidly. This struck a chord with all the viewers, who echoed, "Indeed, we want to see." The director understood the sentiment. The blue team enjoyed a significant advantage by commencing their jungle route with a red buff. Heroes like Lee Sin, who can leverage the assistance of teammates for a red start, experience unparalleled satisfaction. Chen Yang was relishing the moment. However, Su Qingru was less than pleased. With a flutter of her eyelashes, she exclaimed, "Archer, you've got a piece of eye gunk under your eyelid. It's disgusting." Unfazed, Chen Yang responded with a gentle and affectionate tone, Could you be a deer and help me wipe it off, Saber? The rest of the team, particularly Miko, was taken aback. Had that been made public? Were they really flaunting their affection? Su Qingru was all too aware that Chen Yang was being purposely mischievous. This trickster was utterly insincere. She furrowed her brow and turned away. You're annoying. Go away. Is that all you've got? Chen Yang rolled his eyes, confident in his abilities. With the assistance of the bottom lane duo, Chen Yang skillfully leveled up his W ability at the first level, enveloping himself in a protective shield, thus sustaining no damage while jungling. He followed a straightforward jungle route, but after finishing the red buff, he ventured directly into the upper jungle. Professional players commonly develop a habit of placing wards in strategic locations, triangular bushes in the river, the mid lane bush, and the support in the lower river to ensure visibility. However, there were ways to circumvent this. Previously, Chen Yang had not placed much emphasis on these tactics, but after receiving guidance from a retired top-tier jungler the night before, his macro awareness and game sense had significantly improved. He circumvented the three wolves, proceeded to the blue buff jungle, and then stealthily maneuvered along the wall towards the Rift Herald, traversing like a tightrope walker. A spine-chilling scene unfolded. The director, astutely aware, swiftly switched to the red team LGD's viewpoint. It was evident. Lanx placed a ward in the upper lane bush, while Xie did the same in the river bush, effectively covering the entire upper river. Yet, there remained a narrow, winding shadowy path, the very place where Chen Yang was treading like a tightrope walker. Good heavens, this was terrifying. Absurd. How could this be? What kind of awareness was this? Was this game a ghost story? Did I just see the shadow of that man in Archer? Wait a moment. Wasn't Archer supposed to be a ferocious, aggressive jungler, a brute of sorts? Could a brute possess such finesse? The LPL fans watching this match were utterly astounded. Goosebumps crept up their arms in disbelief. As for Chen Yang, he adeptly bypassed the wards and nestled against the wall of the Baron Pit, slipping through two wards to successfully infiltrate the Baron Pit. What would he do next? There was no question. Place a ward and invade the jungle. Juan the Colonel's eyes widened as he clasped his arms, exclaiming, "This Archer! What awareness! May I ask, is this EDG's jungler?" He had executed the essence of the legendary jungler flawlessly. If not him, who else would be featured in the weekly top 10? Wang Duoduo's voice brimmed with astonishment. Juan the Colonel continued, "If Archer can pull off such a maneuver, it's no longer a matter of being the fourth prince or fifth prince. He is already ascending the throne as the second emperor." This title elicited laughter from many. But moments later, their expressions turned serious with contemplation. It was well known that due to the immense influence of EDG's Ming Kai, it had become increasingly difficult for subsequent EDG junglers to meet the lofty expectations of fans. Names like AI Luali, Hero, and Jiejue were each forcibly branded as the second, third, or fourth princes. This was partly commendation, indicating that fans had begun to recognize their skills, yet it also carried an underlying meaning. As long as the emperor lived, you would always be a subordinate. Though Ming Kai had retired, his legacy endured. Even with Jiejia's remarkable performance in the spring split, it was still challenging for fans to adjust their perceptions. Now, with Chen Yang, EDG's Archer, Juan the Colonel succinctly declared, the second emperor. This was a silent acknowledgement of Archer's prowess, as a fan fully recognized Chen Yang as EDG's true jungler. What an honor, what glory. In that instant, numerous fans, including those in the stands, began chanting second emperor. Ascend, ascend, Archer. In the backstage lounge, Ming Kai, witnessing Chen Yang's breathtaking ward maneuver, clenched his fist in approval. Application of knowledge. Splendid. The substitutes, Jiwenjia and Jiejia, were present as well. Jiwenjia seemed unfazed, accustomed to the routine, while Jiejia struggled to conceal his bitterness. After all his hard work, he was merely a prince, while Chen Yang had ascended to the throne in just a couple of games. How could he bear such a disparity? It was painfully disheartening. Ming Kai noticed this and chuckled, patting him on the back. Just watch closely and learn well. Jiejia, taken aback, nodded, his gaze fixed on the match screen, brimming with complex emotions, envy and admiration intertwined. After all, Archer Chen Yang was undeniably formidable. Returning to the match, Chen Yang's remarkable ward maneuver left the entire arena in a state of chills and astonishment. But why undertake such a feat? Naturally, to counter the jungle. As a late-game powerhouse jungler, Qianju was relatively weak in the early stages. After Chen Yang stealthily approached, he circled into the bush by the red buff. Lying in wait. Chapter 39. 1,000 miles away. An assist without assisting Peanut continued on his current path, destined for disaster. Juan the Colonel laid it bare. Peanut's jungle route was rather conventional, starting blue, then moving to the frogs and three wolves, before transitioning to the upper jungle for the red buff. Thus, during his ascent from level 2 to 3, an encounter with Chen Yang in his red buff jungle was inevitable. The Colonel's candid remarks alleviated the tension among LGD fans, who fervently prayed for his luck to hold. Please don't let them meet. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. Upon completing the lower jungle, Peanut made his way to the upper side to secure the red buff. Chen Yang observed the entire sequence with keen eyes. And in an instant, LGD fans felt a chill in their hearts. Sensing the impending danger, Peanut suddenly cast his Q ability towards the bush. Dance of arrows. Peanut leaped into the bush, initiating a tense confrontation. In this moment, it was a clash of titans, heroes locking eyes. LGD fans were left despondent, devoid of any remaining hope. In the early game, encountering Qianju as Lee Sin was a daunting prospect. Conqueror Lee Sin versus the relentless Qianju? Was there even a chance to fight back? Absolutely not. Chen Yang sprang into action, activating his W and launching his assault. Peanut's expression darkened as he incredulously exclaimed, How could this blind monk be here? Shi Yi and Lynx observed the situation clearly, yet were equally bewildered. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yang made his move, and little Peanut reacted swiftly, hastily engaging while retreating, employing the characteristics of a marksman to kite. However, Chen Yang was equipped with red buffs while little Peanut had blue ones. Chen Yang played as a blind monk, whereas little Peanut was utilizing Qianju. At least in the early game, under equal levels, there was scarcely any competitiveness between Qianju and blind monk. It was an utter domination. He couldn't afford to lose. If he did, it would be disastrous. Who could fathom how this blind monk ended up here? Yet this unfortunate situation was unavoidable. With this thought, little Peanut quickly auto-attacked the red buff, lowering his health, and unleashed a smite. Bang! His smite was still active. But the red buff was gone. At this moment, little Peanut's head was buzzing. He hadn't prevailed. Gritting his teeth, he awkwardly flashed towards the upper lane stone beetle, solely focused on saving his life. Chen Yang decisively followed his flash. The red buff slowed him down, and he relentlessly pursued, ultimately securing the kill. First blood was in hand. Unfortunately, had little Peanut not leveled his E ability at level 2, he might have had a slim chance of escaping. Where are the others? Where are they? Little Peanut lamented in despair as he perished, his teammates failing to assist him. Wang Duo, too engrossed in this invasion and kill, soon realized and questioned. Indeed, where are they? Why is there no support from LGD in the jungle? The details replayed. In the upper lane, as soon as the blind monk and Qianju engaged in battle within the jungle, Lynx had already taken action, attempting to retreat to assist in the jungle. However, someone was too decisive. Su Qingru. The level 2 crocodile wasted no time, flashing forward and using her W ability to latch on, rendering him immobile. Lynx also flashed back. Yet Su Qingru had a habit of not using skills unless she was truly engaged in a fight. Even at level 2, she refrained from casting abilities, which proved advantageous as she swiftly closed the gap with her E ability, using the second part to detain Lynx, forcing him to retaliate in a desperate exchange of blows. Not only did he miss the optimal chance to rescue little Peanut, but under the crocodile's relentless gaze, he found himself unable to make even a single step away. Similarly, in the mid lane, the distance was considerable, and did they truly think Li Zoe was simply a name? Scout had exerted pressure from level 1, and having observed this, Chen Yang decisively invaded the jungle, leaving Shi Yi incapable of providing support. If he dared to assist, even if he secured the kill, he would suffer a significant experience loss of at least half a level. Half a level of experience could be fatal in the realm of professional players. Thus, Shi Yi could not afford to gamble, sealing his fate from the outset and not aiding little Peanut in the jungle. Be cautious. We are under considerable lane pressure. The mid laner, Zoe, is performing exceptionally well. The jungler, let us play it safe. Shi Yi felt compelled to mediate. Lynx frowned and remarked, This crocodile is truly fierce, but he has no flash left. No flash. Little Peanut instantly took note of this information. Meanwhile, the commentator Guan Daxiao appeared utterly astonished. EDG's top and jungle synergy is impressive, but this long-distance coordination? You all can manage that too? Such divine teamwork. Saber has become invincible this round. With teammates like this, how could I possibly fear not reaching the pinnacle? Arch, from 1,000 miles away, noted the absence of assists from the divine assists. The audience was equally in awe, deeply impressed. Even in professional matches, such long-distance coordination opportunities were exceedingly rare. Not to mention Chen Yang's previous extreme maneuver around the vision, which still sent shivers down the spectators' spines. However, moving forward, neither top laner had a flash remaining. Wang Duo pointed out another focal point of contradiction. Two teams battling in the upper and mid-jungle lanes, both top lanes devoid of flashes. The implication was unmistakable. The junglers soon encountered each other unexpectedly in the upper lane, and both retreated, yielding ground. Su Qingru inadvertently felt immense pressure. In a mere 3 minutes, the opposing jungler had arrived 3 times. Once she had managed to escape solo, and on 2 occasions, Chen Yang had appeared just in time. For the first time in a professional arena, she truly felt the weight of pressure. Of course, Chen Yang was not to be underestimated. Aside from 2 successful ambushes, he had nearly collaborated with her to eliminate the Fiora, falling just short. A bead of sweat glistened on her fair forehead, and Su Qingru frowned. Suddenly hearing Chen Yang inquire, "Is the top lane holding up?" "Huh." Of course, Su Qingru was startled, thinking that Chen Yang had noticed her slight embarrassment from the drop of sweat. Realizing her misunderstanding, she shot him a glare, somewhat begrudgingly. "I have my flash, and I'm level 6 now." Chen Yang spoke up unexpectedly. Su Qingru, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Hurry, hurry." After a brief pause of 3 seconds. "Can the jungler refrain from coming to the top lane to feed? You're quite bothersome." Chapter 40, Anticipation Kick, Extreme 1 against 2. These two fellows, Scout and Miko, exchanged a fleeting glance, and from each other's eyes, they discerned an identical sentiment. How utterly envious. Is this what it means to be in a love-hate relationship? Come on, show us what you've got. The more you flaunt, the more it pains us. Chen Yang, oblivious to their silent exchange, scoffed at the very notion, as if he would engage in any display of affection with Su Qingru. How absurd. They were sworn enemies, after all. Do you understand the gravity of that? Once the 6th level was reached, he brazenly maneuvered to the top lane, appearing with unabashed confidence. Lynx, upon noticing, shivered momentarily but quickly regained his composure, remembering he too had a flash, and showed no fear as he calmly withdrew. "I have a teleport." With this proclamation, Lynx felt a surge of determination, but the radiant light of a teleport descended upon the battlefield. Without hesitation, he turned back. "I have a teleport," Su Qingru reminded over the voice channel. No retreat. Chen Yang harbored no thoughts of withdrawal. He initiated with his Q skill, Heavenly Soundwave, landing a precise kick on Fiora. However, after the first Q, he ceased all further actions. Has he faltered? Is he too intimidated to continue? The presence of Oriana's teleport was indeed formidable. Even the crocodile did not follow. Fans, witnessing the scene, quickly formed their judgments. Yet, the reality was far from what they perceived. In this crucial moment, their exceptional synergy proved vital. Although Celestial Couple had not been activated, their cooperation still boasted an impressive 89, making it an unparalleled duo in the world. Chen Yang refrained from following up with a second Q, while Su Qingru exhibited remarkable composure. Lynx, however, thought like a fan observing from a divine perspective, a hint of relief gracing his features. This teleport may have saved him. Not so fast. Xia's voice cut in urgently. Huh. Lynx was momentarily bewildered. Just then, Chen Yang, who was caught in the timing of his second Q, suddenly sprang into action. Echo Strike followed suit. Lynx, momentarily caught off guard, quickly adjusted his vision and reflexes. As a top-tier LPL player, despite sheepishly confessing to his coach that he wasn't adept at playing Fiora, his actual performance was nothing short of impeccable. Chen Yang's second Q followed closely, prompting Lynx's instinctive response to unleash his own Q skill. Void Slash surged towards Chen Yang's rear. Huh? When did Fiora's Q skill become known as Void Slash? I was utterly confused during my search. The two skills collided. Lynx's Fiora lunged towards Chen Yang, and with a flick of his wrist, the ultimate ability, Duet Challenge, instantly locked onto its target, the Blind Monk. For glaring openings appeared in all directions. At this moment, Chen Yang flashed upwards towards Fiora, and Lynx, with impeccable timing, executed his signature move, Ornn's Heartblade, at that precise moment. The audience gasped. Is this really Lynx? With such a defense, who would dare claim my Wolf team lacks skill in playing Fiora? He was ecstatic. The crowd, especially LGD fans, erupted with excitement. They believed Chen Yang's flash was a maneuver to kick Fiora against the wall, producing a floating effect to finish her off alongside the crocodile. In their minds, they envisioned the sequence, Fiora initiating with W, followed by E, A, Q, and a swift 4-hit combo to heal in an instant. Wait a moment. Whereas the crocodile? Shockingly, the crocodile remained stationary at the teleport's landing spot. Boom. Simultaneously, the Blind Monk who had just landed with a flash also refrained from using his dragon's tail, opting instead for the E skill, Thunderstrike. The fiery thunder struck down, and Lynx found himself at a loss. This was not good. His demeanor shifted dramatically, The prospect of a 4-hit combo was now impossible. The blind monk had merely flashed and used E, while the real killer move, after baiting out Ornn's Heartblade, was now preparing to W behind Fiora. R. Dragon's Tail, that shout echoed. Fiora was launched into the air, to the astonishment of all spectators, including the stunned Major Guan, just as the blind monk kicked Fiora away. She as Orianna perfectly executed her teleport. They aligned in a straight line. Thus, 1 against 2. My heavens! This blind monk, did he truly anticipate Orianna's teleportation? Major Guan shouted in disbelief. At this moment, Su Qingru finally made her move. With 49 points of rage accumulated during her last attack on minions, she unleashed her ultimate ability, instantly filled with Crimson Fury, landing a W skill on Orianna. No need for explanation, the combo was executed flawlessly. Followed by Tiamat, A, Q, A, E. In one swift motion, Su Qingru eliminated the full health Orianna, with a kick from the blind monk in between. Xia was left dumbfounded. What just happened? In the team voice channel, confusion and disarray reigned. Lynx was also at a loss. Brother, you just died like that? What am I supposed to do now? I seem to be unable to escape either. Of course, escape was not an option. Su Qingru dashed forward with her second E, closing the gap to Fiora. Lynx, desperate for a counterattack, flashed back to seek an opportunity against the blind monk. But Chen Yang was clever. Although he lacked skills and was ensnared by Lynx's ultimate ability, Duet Challenge, he stood firm against the wall, taunting, "You can't do anything to me." In the early game, Fiora's damage was notably low, especially without her ultimate healing zone activated. Single-handedly facing any champion was a challenge, let alone two. Su Qingru, overjoyed, closed in for what seemed to be a double kill. Just as her final auto attack was about to land, Chen Yang swiftly unleashed Heavenly Soundwave. His Q skill ready once more. In-game, the announcement blared, EDG. Archer has slain LGD. Lynx, another kill? Su Qingru's furious gaze shot towards Chen Yang in reality. Her delicate, fair face etched with murderous intent. Chen Yang remained unfazed, brushing her off, and quickly said, "I'll help you clear the wave. You should head back." Su Qingru, aghast, exclaimed, "Scram." Chapter 41. Clearly, the shadow of that man lingered, yet the words invincible echoed resoundingly. This maneuver, a flash to deceive. A preemptive strike timed to perfection, was utterly magnificent. Oh coach, how I wish to learn. In the midst of the cacophony, the fervent fans were nearly beside themselves with excitement, while the supporters of LGD were expressions of deep concern for Lynx. As the replay unfolded, the commentator could not help but lavish praise, drawing the ire of viewers who criticized his inconsistency. Just moments ago, you were extolling the prowess of the Wolf team, and now your stance has shifted, remarked one observer, highlighting the commentator's wavering loyalties. Wang Duo provided a measured critique. From the outset, they calculated the landing time of the clockwork. The confidence and synergy displayed by these two newcomers from Arch EDG is remarkable, a rarity even among the finest players. The audience erupted in astonishment. Within the EDG voice chat, Miko and others praised Chen Yang's brilliance. Their roles were well-defined. Miko lauded Chen Yang, while Scout quickly acknowledged the strength of the gentle girl, noting the impressive execution of the Crocodile-S combo that felled the clockwork. Hope, ever the clever one, interjected with a hint of sarcasm about the previous lessons learned. Kiana, Miko exclaimed, swiftly springing into action, calling out for the lanterns. Hope, responding with urgency, executed a desperate maneuver. However, once Kiana reached level 6, her prowess under the tower became exponentially more formidable. Despite their valiant efforts, the bottom lane duo of LGD, in concert with Kiana's ultimate, executed a flawless dive, securing a kill and escaping unscathed. Apologies, Hope murmured, shame creeping into his voice. Just as he had gained an advantage in the top lane, he quickly squandered it by falling in the bottom lane. It's all right, focus, Chen Yang reassured him. Miko echoed the sentiment, reminding him that everyone makes mistakes, and that the previous play had indeed been a stretch. This series of events shifted the momentum significantly. In the top lane, Lynx was thoroughly stymied by Su Qingru's strategic choice of an early anti-damage item, leaving him unable to inflict harm. Little Peanut seemed to have strategically abandoned the top lane, redirecting his focus to the bottom, yet even then, Chen Yang deftly claimed a dragon, consolidating their hold on both fire and water. The commentator marveled at Archer's instinct and overarching vision, likening it to the influence of that man. However, Wang Duo countered, suggesting that while Archer's awareness was reminiscent of Coach 7, it evoked a different sentiment altogether. Oh, I see. I understand what you mean. the commentator exclaimed, as the realization struck. Indeed, Archer's insights resonated with countless LPL fans, igniting a flurry of enthusiastic discussion in the chat. Chen Yang, playing as Blind Monk, exhibited exceptional rhythm, successfully ganking mid thrice and reducing Shi to a woeful 0-2. Yet, LGD was resolute in their focus on the bottom lane. Shi's teleport was reserved for that lane, while Scout attempted to intercept but fell victim to Qiyana's tactics. LGD launched a powerful assault, overwhelming the bottom lane with a 4-2 advantage, restoring a slight edge. Meanwhile, Chen Yang was occupied with the Rift Herald. The crocodile has been dealt with, Chen Yang thought, unwavering in his resolve. Chapter 42, the V-shaped Super Maj triangle kill after the skirmish in the bottom lane. Had Frost's ultimate not yet been utilized? Hope exclaimed in astonishment, clearly taken aback. Even Su Qingru, who had just pushed down the first turret in the top lane and was pursuing the duel with Fiora, was startled. Hope's face was a picture of distress, and Miko appeared somewhat embarrassed. Similarly, in the commentary booth, Wang Duo voiced his surprise. Huh? How does this Frost still have her ultimate? It was only then that he suddenly realized how well Shi had executed the previous team fight, utilizing a timely flash QR to catch two opponents in the bottom lane, conserving Frost's ultimate. Guan Daxiao nodded thoughtfully, quickly turning to the big screen and speaking rapidly. Archer's appearance was rather ill-timed. Qianju's ultimate was more akin to baiting. This revelation jolted everyone into clarity. Qianju's ultimate truly resembled baiting. The cunning fox. How will you survive this play? Xiao Huaxing's lips curled into a smile, excitedly affirming, yes, indeed, it was baiting. In the blink of an eye, the magical crystal arrow had already been shot forth. At that moment, Su Qingru's words remained unspoken as Chen Yang's expression tightened, his top-notch reflexes and acute awareness proving pivotal. In an instant, a strategy formed in his mind. Despite the magical crystal arrow severely constraining his maneuverability, there was still an angle. As the arrow hurtled towards him, Xiao Huaxing executed a dance of arrows, sidestepping to the side, both players aligned at a precise angle. Clearly a well-conceived plan. But, flash to evade, drawing the V-shape. The super wide-angle Maj triangle kill. This technique not only allowed him to dodge Frost's ultimate with the V-shaped curve but also to kick Qianju out of the Spirit of the Lamb range. However, the former was far easier than the latter. The fatal flaw of the Maj triangle kill was that the angle of the kick had to be acute, with a smaller angle enhancing the success rate. Yet now, the angle was at least 60 degrees. In a competitive setting, achieving success even once in 10 attempts would be considered remarkable. The difficulty was immense. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yang could scarcely believe the thoughts racing through his mind. And as he contemplated, he had already begun his action. He would risk it all. The Q skill, Tianyin Bow, was unleashed. He flashed diagonally upward, mere inches away, executing the V-shape perfectly. He deftly evaded Frost's ultimate while simultaneously returning with a dragon tail, sending the already weakened Qianju flying. Success was his. He had broken through his limits. Countless spectators held their breath, astonished by this display, including Chen Yang, who anxiously fixed his gaze on the arc, closely monitoring his skill cooldown. The second Q, activated. It struck true. Chen Yang erupted with joy, decisively tapping his fingers. Echo Strike, second activation. Qianju was eliminated. He had killed. He had slain. EDG's archer had vanquished Qianju. My heavens, could that angle truly work? In the commentary booth, Guan Daxiao was already roaring with excitement. Wang Duo was left dumbfounded, having just discussed Frost's ultimate, now stammering, this works too? His poetic spirit ignited, laughing towards the heavens. We are not mere weeds. A wild spirit of Chu, with a single step can alter the heavens. This blind champion. Incredible! Guan Daxiao could no longer contain his emotions. The official LPL live stream's chat exploded with fervor, and the crowd erupted into uncontrollable cheers. The V-shaped Maj triangle kill, Archer. Why are you so exceptional? My goodness. Shouldn't this be called a quadrilateral kill? Who cares what it's called, as long as it's impressive? Archer is invincible. So stylish. This angle can kick too? Absolutely phenomenal. Teacher Ma, come quick. It seems I need to learn a thing or two. Is this what a blind champion can do? My heavens, I adore this. Watching it moved me deeply. I must go home and play the blind champion. The Maj triangle kill at an angle of at least 60 degrees. I recall a streamer swearing that any angle above 50 degrees was impossible. Breaking conventions. Only Archer. Incredible. EDG is remarkable. Cheers echoed, growing louder, as the fans became utterly ecstatic. Witnessing the spectacle was even more exhilarating than seeing the match's victory. Goosebumps arose on their skin, each one feeling electrified by the display. And Wangwood was poem? Truly moving. On the LGD side, Xiao Huashan's expression had turned to stone. He exchanged incredulous glances with fellow LCK foreign aide, A.D. Kramer, their eyes conveying disbelief. It was clear in 3 words. Is this really happening? Ding. The system detected that the host, in executing an extreme maneuver, had bravely surpassed his limits, triggering a reward. Skill proficiency level 2. Chen Yang finally realized, as beads of sweat formed in his palms, that due to that singular maneuver, he had executed the super wide-angle V-Moz triangle kill. A feat he might never replicate again in his life. Brother Archer, you are incredibly cool. My goodness. Archer, I am utterly enamored with you. Apart from mastering the distance for the LeBlanc clone, you must teach me this too. I need to learn how to charm the ladies. Miko and the others were equally ecstatic. They had initially believed Chen Yang's fate was sealed. Even if he dodged Frost's ultimate, there was no way he could contend with Qianju afterward. As professional players, they were acutely aware of how detrimental it was to be without a flash in top-tier confrontations. Thus, Chen Yang's play was even more astonishing. It was flamboyant and breathtaking. Even Su Qingru, with her mouth agape, felt exasperated, thinking, how could you play so brilliantly, making it impossible for me to find an angle to criticize you? She was truly flustered. However, the recent play was undeniably impressive, remarkable. A peculiar glint flickered in Su Qingru's icy gaze as she cast a fleeting glance at her side, hurriedly averting her gaze, betraying no hint of her inner turmoil. Yet, in her distraction, her gameplay faltered. She had been trading blows with the opposing Fiora in the top lane, now approaching the second turret. A careless W, cold-blooded hunt, was blocked by Lang X's defense. Oh no. A ripple of concern crossed Su Qingru's fair face as she sensed the impending danger. She is Oriana, indeed, emerged from the bush near the stone beetle. Sprinting towards her, the spellbook could replace summoner spells, resembling a hungry wolf cub charging at her. Chapter 43. Once I take a sip of Coke. I'm ready to fight. Su Qingru activated her ultimate in a heartbeat, using her E-skill, charge, in 2 stages, desperately attempting to escape. There was no need for a fight. Even if Oriana's performance had been lackluster, she was still a mid-laner, and after just securing a kill in the bottom lane, she could kite indefinitely after activating her sprint. Su Qingru's style was somewhat reckless, but it was far from mindless. In her words, who dares to call me a fool? I'll take them down. Unfortunately, her efforts were in vain. How could Shi Yi and Lang X possibly let such a prime opportunity slip by? 2 individuals, both of whom once held the esteemed position of Dean, found themselves embroiled in a spontaneous 2v1 skirmish. In a moment of decisive action, LGD. Lanx eliminated EDG. Saber. Su Qingru lightly pinched her fingers, feeling a surge of frustration. Carelessness had cost her. This time, there was no flash, and her opponents were devoid of honor. The rapidly shifting dynamics of the game had caused her to momentarily lose focus. It was all that deceiver's fault. Chen Yang, branded with the unshakable title of a swindler, remained oblivious to the situation, seizing the opportunity to offer hasty reassurances. Don't panic, top lane. Even if we lose a couple, the jungler can still carry us. He spoke at an astonishing pace. Su Qingru's face flushed with indignation. The jungler should refrain from speaking. This is a profound humiliation. You think I, Su Qingru, am but a mere kitten? Resolute, she decided not to retaliate immediately, but instead cast a contemplative gaze upon the 2 bottles on her table. The drinks for the LPL matches were supplied by the event organizers, typically consisting of a cup of pure water and another of Red Bull or an energy drink, intended to keep the professional players in peak condition. However, today was different for her. Prior to the match, she had earnestly requested Abu, Mambu. I'm allergic to Red Bull and energy drinks. Could you possibly replace them with cola? As she made this request, anxiety coursed through her, and her peripheral vision darted around, fearful of being discovered, especially by Chen Yang. This swindler would undoubtedly climb the ranks if he caught wind of her situation, and the thought of being ridiculed was unbearable. Although Abu found her request peculiar, the mention of an allergy made him quickly grasp its gravity. He promptly sought permission from the officials. The response was, no problem. As long as you don't switch to hormones, you can drink whatever you like. Thus, Su Qingru's table was adorned with 2 cups, one filled with water and the other with Coca-Cola. Huh, just because the tiger doesn't roar. You think I'm a sickly cat? Deceiver, who do you underestimate? She mused, seizing the opportunity to gulp down half a cup of cola in a single breath. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Stop, stop, stop. Her face flushed crimson as she muttered under her breath, cursing the delectable beverage. but when she lifted her head, her demeanor had transformed entirely. A regal aura enveloped her, reminiscent of a queen commanding her subjects. Chen Yang, sensing something amiss, glanced at the seemingly fragile shrimp but discerned nothing and continued with his focus on securing the dragon. With the LGD jungle eliminated and the mid-laner positioned above, the duo from the bottom lane dared not make a ruckus. The roar of the dragon echoed throughout the canyon as EDG claimed their third dragon, a fire dragon soul. The third dragon was a fire dragon, and the fourth would be as well. Archgau nodded in agreement, firmly believing that this was a substantial gain for EDG. Given the potency of the fire dragon soul, especially when 3 fire dragons were involved. Post-revision, the water dragon soul reigned as the premier dragon buff in Summoner's Canyon, followed closely by the fire and earth dragons, with the wind dragon being the least favorable. However, possessing 3 or more fire or earth dragon souls significantly enhanced their power, akin to acquiring an extra piece of equipment. Wang Duo analyzed, in the contest for the 4th dragon, LGD will undoubtedly employ fierce tactics, relying heavily on Xia's pull and Xiao's ultimate. Gao added, or if Kramer lands an arrow on the target, eliminating a champion before the dragon skirmish. The strength of LGD's composition would be formidable. Their thoughts converged on EDG. Saber, the crocodile advancing towards the bottom lane. Undeniably, should Kramer strike the crocodile before the 4th dragon contest, the subsequent team fight would become exceedingly manageable. Saber became the focal point, and viewers of the match echoed this sentiment, with fans expressing concern for Su Qingruo's position while LGD supporters rallied. Yes, go, go, go. Kramer, we await your miraculous arrow. As the 4th dragon approached its countdown at the 23-minute mark, Lanx felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This crocodile seems to have taken some sort of enhancement. It's ferociously aggressive, and without minions pushing into the tower, I can hardly gain any experience. Given that his Fiora had just claimed a kill, one would expect the match to ease, especially since the crocodile had only 1 kill. Yet, the opponent's ferocity was unimaginable. A combination of brutality and finesse embodied in one individual. And this individual was a girl? Lanx's face flushed with embarrassment. Damn it, a girl is hammering me. Let us keep quiet about this. We'll pretend we're all blind to the fact that the opponent is female. Xia quickly reassured, no worries. Kramer will attempt to initiate. The wolf team will charge in. Lanx glanced at EDG's 5 members in the mid lane and advanced into battle. Despite Chen Yang's focus on rallying with his teammates, he couldn't help but steal glances at the bottom lane. The once timid Fiora had suddenly transformed into a powerhouse? Such an aberration must have its roots. Little Red Riding Hood, are you foolish? An enemy is approaching. Retreat now. He taunted, urging Su Qingru to withdraw. Su Qingruo's gaze darkened. Who is foolish? Is the Su Qingru who drank the cola the same as the one who didn't tea? The ignorant deceiver. Before her cola, she was the gentle goddess, possessing beauty and grace, yet lacking substance. After consuming the cola, she had transformed into a gaming monarch with a surging aura. I shall fight. Chapter 44. A true love beyond measure. Su Qingru exclaimed 3 words, unleashing her ultimate move as she engaged in a fierce duel with the Sword Princess, showcasing her savage prowess. As the icy magic arrows were unleashed, she swiftly evaded using her E-skill, only to rebound with a powerful charge that brought her back into the fray. In the blink of an eye, the situation was overwhelming. Her Conqueror fully stacked and her W skill bursting forth, it struck the Sword Princess with stunning force. Lanx found himself grievously wounded, nearly defeated. Chen Yang and Miko, hurrying down the lane, paused in astonishment. Miko's immediate thought was, goodness, how ferocious is Sister Qingru, despite her usual aggressive style. Today she appeared even more brutal. Meanwhile, Chen Yang mused, wow, this little shrimp suddenly seems quite endearing. But then he regained his composure, reminding himself to stay true to his purpose amidst the chaos. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Chen Yang's calm demeanor belied the intensity of the battle below where Lanx, on the brink of death, reluctantly activated his W skill to block a single attack from the crocodile. Though it seemed a poor trade, the truth was that without it, he would surely have perished. The magical crystal arrow missed its mark, yet the clockwork mage, Xia, arrived with a flourish, teleporting to shield the Sword Princess with her skill, command, Shockwave. The air around the crocodile ignited with tremors, yanking the ancient beast into a vulnerable position, transforming it into an easy target. Frustratingly, the Sword Princess failed to secure the kill as Lanx seized the fleeting opportunity to escape with a sliver of health. Hit him. Don't let him get away. Su Qingru shouted, her irritation spilling over, only to blush as she recalled her manners. Just then, the Titan from LGD arrived, launching a hook that ensnared Su Qingru, rendering her ancient beast powerless. At that critical moment, Chen Yang arrived, though it was Miko who had reached the scene first. Sprinting with remarkable speed, he tossed a lantern into the fray, and Chen Yang leaped to its glow, teleporting instantly to the battlefield. As the Titan swung his hook, his massive form collided with the crocodile, sending it flying with a powerful dragon tail. The trajectory was impeccable. Chen Yang's kick propelled the Titan directly into the clockwork mage, who was flanked by the barely surviving Lanx. Lanx's exclamation of disbelief echoed as he was sent reeling, meeting his demise mid-air under the weight of the Titan's assault. "The sheep's spirit respawn," cried the commentator, Guan Daxio, who could barely contain his excitement. Xiao Huasheng, positioned behind Lanx, attempted AQ skill, Rain of Arrows. But his timing was off, failing to save Lanx. The announcement of EDG's victory over LGD rang out just as Kramer unleashed his W skill, Rain of Arrows, striking Su Qingru down with ease. In the midst of the tumult, Chen Yang's eyes narrowed as he assessed his skills. With his Q and E skills ready, he seized the moment. As Su Qingru glanced his way, hope glimmered in her eyes, their fates intertwined in that instant. Chen Yang acted decisively, using his Q skill to strike at the distant Kiana, followed by a second Q to intercept Kramer's lethal barrage with precision. Su Qingru need only remain still. The mechanics of Rain of Arrows allowed for her to be shielded from harm. The commentators, who had already deemed the crocodile doomed, were taken aback by the turn of events. The chat exploded with excitement, marveling at the astounding display of skill and timing. In a nearby streaming room, a host known as Sazu exclaimed in disbelief, "Did you see that? That's the reaction of youth. That's the awareness of a 20-year-old. The chat erupted in response, "No, what we see is different. What you perceive as skill, we recognize as love." Returning to the match, Chen Yang's remarkable block extinguished Kramer's chance to eliminate the crocodile, allowing Su Qingru to escape as Scout and Hope closed in. Without question, LGD faced utter defeat, suffering a devastating 5-4-0 loss. The streaming host, anticipating the outcome, covered his face, signaling the inevitable conclusion. Chapter 45, Conquering LGD. The frustration of Coach 7. Is LGD still in the game? When this question was posed by certain LGD fans in the barrage, it already signified that there was little hope left. A forced team fight resulting in a devastating 5-4-0 exchange not only cost them lives, but also widened the economic gap and relinquished the Dragon Soul. Moreover, EDG's quintet, united, proceeded directly to claim the Baron. At the 25-minute mark, with the Baron buff and 3 Dragon Souls, EDG pressed toward the enemy high ground. LGD found themselves in a truly awkward position. The top lane Fiora could not withstand the pressure, the jungle Kiana was poorly equipped, and the AD carry Ashe was rendered ineffective in such dire circumstances. The support, Thresh. This Thresh evoked memories of IG's match, where Southwind's Thresh faced a similar plight, getting eliminated in an instant. Yet this time, the situation was even more arduous, as EDG boasted the advantage of 3 Dragon Souls. The only player who could potentially offer some resistance was Xia, whose Orianna was adequately equipped, and with a well-timed ultimate, he might have a slim chance of turning the tide. However, EDG executed their strategy with remarkable precision. Chen Yang, Su Qingru, Miko, and Scout dispersed their positions, leaving Hope to deal minor damage, akin to a living target. Yet, ironically, it was precisely this target that LGE dared not engage. Imagine a team possessing such dominance that they could afford to use their ADC as bait, illustrating the magnitude of their advantage. LGD's hesitance led to a slow demise, culminating in Hope's auto-attacks on the tower. As 2 of their front teeth fell, LGD could no longer hold back, rushing in desperately, while EDG continued to retaliate. Are we not winning at all? Some die-hard LGD fans could no longer contain their frustration, feeling a suffocating weight in their chests. Yet, did EDG lack fans? It was evident. As their voices erupted, EDG supporters countered fiercely, unwilling to back down, filled with exuberance and delight. What's the matter? Can't handle a loss? TSK. Who was it before the match that claimed the blade was dull and the waist too thin, only to whimper when defeated? Why aren't you crying now? Like Milan flying a plane? Haha, this is a competition where wins and losses are inevitable. If not pushing towers, what else can we do? Shall we topple you instead? Victory! Victory! EDG reigns supreme. Every foe is vanquished, one by one, I declare it. Your names and bodies shall perish, yet the rivers and streams shall flow eternally. I proclaim that EDG begins its resurgence today, re-entering the realm of the divine. The cheers of EDG fans mingled with the resounding victory cry as LGD's main crystal was shattered. In the second game, they secured their triumph. Wang Duoduo and Guan Daxiao immediately engaged in fervent discussion about the match. The excitement was overwhelming, leaving them momentarily speechless. Too impressive. Each player shone brilliantly. Compared to their first match against IG, Arch's standout moments remained a topic of lively commentary. The V-shaped wide-angle Maj triangle kill was extraordinarily stylish. The ancient crocodile's smooth 1v-in down the bottom lane was ferocious. Archer's Lee Sin was hailed as divine by Guan Daxiao, Wang Duoduo, and numerous fans in various official streaming rooms. Saber's crocodile was dubbed ruthlessly terrifying. Thus, the only remaining question was who would be awarded the MVP. Lee Sin seemed a natural choice, yet the crocodile also performed admirably, especially in the final 0-4-5 team fight, where he accelerated the game's victory through sheer brutality. Truly commendable. After the match concluded, EDG's 5 players stood up, faces alight with joy. The handshake ritual was temporarily dismissed, though a fist bump session ensued. Approaching LGD, they exchanged fist bumps one by one. When Chen Yang encountered Lanx's expression turned ghostly. Upon reaching Peanut, he bore a complex gaze, and when he met Xie could no longer contain himself and inquired, "How are you so strong?" Chen Yang chuckled, instinctively wanting to attribute it to their top laner's shortcomings, which made him appear particularly formidable. Subsequently, Su Qingru's voice could be heard as she conversed with Lanx. "Our jungler is also quite skilled, not just me." Indeed, while they could bicker internally, outwardly they had to maintain decorum, otherwise it would be rather unbecoming. What exactly that was, Chen Yang could not articulate. Regardless, he replied, "It's because our top laner is doing well, allowing me to play without pressure, making the entire game quite effortless. Saber is exceptional." Su Qingru raised an eyebrow, suddenly beaming with delight. As the group descended from the stage, she wore that same expression, undoubtedly striking with a top-tier beauty score of 99. Accompanied by such a sweet smile that it would be absurd not to find her attractive. However, Chen Yang found himself bewildered. "What are you so pleased about?" Rich Boy Chun wasted no time, speeding ahead with a grin, asking, "Little Red Riding Hood, has your grandmother returned?" Su Qingru's smile faltered, her earlobes turning crimson as she fixed a fierce glare at Chen Yang. Chen Yang pondered briefly before remarking, "It's impressive that you managed to only die once under such circumstances. Next time, you could be more generous and sacrifice a couple more. I wouldn't mock you for it. MVP number 2? MVP number 2. The preceding words were innocuous, yet these few words struck deep. She was in dire need of money. Yet this trickster consistently snatched her MVP, denying her the prize money that could have allowed her to indulge in soda and chips without restraint. To deprive her of her resources was a grave offense. Su Qingru was infuriated, gritting her teeth, exuding a chilling aura as she retorted, "Trickster. Who will be MVP is still uncertain. Be cautious or your tongue may slip." Boastful? Is there? Surely not. Do you genuinely believe you have a chance to eclipse me and claim MVP? Huh. That is laughable. Why would you dare to question me with such incredulity? Because my stats are 504. You wish. Not far away, Ming Kai observed the two squabbling once more, exasperatedly slapping his forehead, and asked Miko, "Did they confess during the match?" Miko, Scout, and Hope exchanged incredulous glances. Confess? How could that be? Those two clearly had the emotional intelligence of a rock. Frustrated by their lack of potential, Ming Kai muttered in dismay, "I knew it." Chapter 46, Su Qingru. Every villain has their match. Chen Yang and Su Qingru engaged in a fierce debate as they made their way to the lounge, neither willing to concede an inch, especially Su Qingru. She was deeply hurt, and the sting was overwhelming. In her displeasure, she found no qualms in verbally sparring with Chen Yang for hours. Though it was inevitable that her cheeks flushed and her heart raced, Chen Yang was relentless, employing a myriad of taunts and jests, while her initial vigor waned after the first 10 minutes, leading to a sense of repetition. In the confines of the client interface, such repetition felt inconsequential. As long as she could hurl insults, it was a victory in itself. However, in reality, it was undeniably awkward. Wait a moment. Su Qingru suddenly fell silent, furrowing her brow as she searched for something. Chen Yang tossed her a bottle, which she instinctively caught, her eyes lighting up. "Cola? Oh, I adore it. Hold on. Why would this trickster so generously offer me cola? There must be a catch. Stay calm, stay calm." Yet, she found it utterly irresistible. Bang, bang, bang. Cough, cough. After berating him for so long, her throat was parched, and it was the perfect opportunity to soothe it. "Come on, let's continue." Su Qingru discreetly masked the delight that danced in her eyes, donning her team jacket as she attempted to resume the verbal skirmish. In truth, she was reluctant. Her throat was dry, and she found it far more comfortable to unleash her wrath within the confines of the game client. But surrendering to Chen Yang? That was a laughable notion. Su Qingru would never yield easily. Her pride would not allow it. Chen Yang observed her thoughtfully, scrutinizing her closely. What are you doing? Su Qingru suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively took a couple of steps back, realizing how cowardly she appeared. She quickly regained her composure. Stepping forward to meet Chen Yang's gaze defiantly, the MVP was revealed. Chen Yang subtly masked the smirk threatening to escape his lips as he pointed towards the television screen. Today's Best Actor, Chen versus Best Actress, Su. Su Qingru frowned as she glanced over. Win EDG. MVP, EDG. Archer. With a slight squeeze. She inadvertently crushed the cola bottle in her hand, anger bubbling within her. That trickster had snatched the MVP away from her. $0 gone. Fortunately, she had been fortunate lately, finding money left and right, alleviating her worries about purchasing cola. However, why was this trickster experiencing such misfortune, losing money consistently? Su Qingru discreetly cast a scrutinizing glance at Chen Yang. Her curiosity piqued. Was this all part of his scheme? Did he intentionally lose money to allow her to benefit? Hoping to make her life a bit easier? Was it possible that he had feelings for her? The thought lingered. How could she doubt herself? With her beauty, it was entirely natural for someone like him to harbor affection. Su Qingru gently rubbed her temples. Suddenly, Chen Yang remarked, "The speed at which I lose money seems to outpace my ability to earn it. Little Red Riding Hood. Do you think my life is somewhat of a failure? Get lost." Su Qingru snapped back to reality, her ears barely blushing as she shot Chen Yang an annoyed glare, silently cursing him. Humph, like you. The wicked reap what they sow. This trickster's financial losses were merely a consequence of his misdeeds. He deserved it. With this thought, Su Qingru felt a weight lifted from her conscience regarding her newfound fortune. Naturally, she was also eagerly anticipating the disbursement of her signing bonus. Hurry up and pay me. Once I receive it, I shall gleefully throw $1 million in cash right in Chen Yang's face. No, just 50,000 will suffice. I want to hoss half and keep half, all while watching that trickster's astonished expression. It would surely be amusing. She chuckled to herself, her smile sly and mischievous. Chen Yang, who initially hadn't noticed, stood up to leave and caught a glimpse of her devious grin, momentarily taken aback. What was this little shrimp scheming now? Whatever, she is not a threat. Chen Yang rolled his eyes, gathering his resolve, when suddenly, Su Qingru, lost in her thoughts, jumped in fright, letting out a shrill scream upon realizing Chen Yang was teasing her, and shot him a fierce glare. Is that all you've got? Chen Yang feigned indifference, reveling in his triumph. I hope you continue to lose money tonight. Su Qingru huffed coldly, her voice attempting to remain discreet. As Chen Yang walked ahead, he feigned ignorance, contemplating where to lose money next without raising suspicion from the little shrimp. However, he mused. It was nearly time for the next act. He couldn't keep losing money every day, having done so twice in 4 days. One more time would suffice. Any more? And Su Qingru might start to question his motives. Precisely. Chen Yang mused lightly. Tonight's interview featured Hope and Miko, while Ming Kai waited backstage with Scout, aiming to create space for 2 specific individuals. Regrettably, the romantic scene they had envisioned was replaced by a series of playful jabs, leaving everyone feeling somewhat disheartened, each contemplating how best to unleash their frustrations once they logged in. Let us eat. Once Chen Yang and Su Qingru were ready to leave, they coincidentally ran into Ming Kai returning. Coach 7 waved his hand, leading the group straight to Hadaleo. At Hadaleo, around 7 o'clock, the dinner rush was in full swing, and the place was packed. Su Qingru's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Her expression calm and composed as she donned her EDG team uniform, a vision of youthful elegance. Following behind the others, she maintained a tranquil demeanor. Meanwhile, Miko and the others were animatedly discussing Chen Yang's impressive gameplay today, exclaiming how cool it was. The subject of their discussion, Chen Yang himself, was quite pleased. He had initially thought this place was beyond him, yet here he was. He couldn't help but tug at Ming Kai's collar, questioning, "Is there truly nothing else to eat in this city besides Hadaleo?" "Boss, reserve the largest private room," Coach 7 declared with a wave of his hand. It wasn't mere extravagance. Following a victory, the club had a policy of reimbursing a celebratory meal, and he saw no reason to skimp. Miko chimed in. "This is the only time our factory brother can be generous. You should see how frugal he is during the Midsummer Night's Dream." "Shut it." Ming Kai retorted, playfully tousling Miko's hair. Miko paled, urgently asking, private room. Where's the private room? Surrounded by numerous charming young women, the consequences of being seen would be dire. The meticulously groomed Miko was thrown into a frenzy, eliciting laughter from Chen Yang and the others. Chapter 47 3 Days for One MVP. The world did not give birth to the film Emperor Chen. Su Qingruo's delicate and charming face was cold and devoid of emotion. She quietly observed the group of boisterous men before her, their expressions seemingly etched with mockery. Men. In truth, it was not that she did not wish to smile, but rather the constraints of her persona. How absurd. All she desired was to satiate her hunger as soon as possible. Yet, they were still laughing. Why had they not secured a private room yet? She was famished. Su Qingruo's eyes urged them on, though she dared not let her impatience show. The tension was palpable. Fortunately, after the laughter subsided, they finally located a lavish private room, where they all settled down, 6 individuals occupying a surprisingly spacious setting. I'll order, Su Qingru offered, taking the menu, only to notice the astonished gazes directed toward her. Startled, she subtly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing a gentle smile on her exquisitely beautiful face. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. Just chat and laugh. I shall take care of the meal arrangements. Should. The weight of those words struck a chord in the hearts of everyone present. Wow, Qingru, you truly are extraordinarily considerate, Ming Kai exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. Casting a knowing glance at Chen Yang. Xiaoyang, our Qingru is indeed a rare gem. Such girls are hard to come by nowadays. Miko chimed in loudly, exactly. Qingru is my goddess. Mine too, mine too. Hope quickly raised his hand. Scouts scratched his head, glancing between Su Qingru, who was intently placing her order, and Ming Kai. Understanding the unspoken implication, he turned to Chen Yang. Archer, if one could find Qingru as a girlfriend, that would be the ultimate happiness, wouldn't you agree? A large question mark appeared in Chen Yang's mind. He looked at the others, momentarily dumbfounded. What are you all on about? Are you hinting at something? Stop joking around. Chen Yang rolled his eyes, dismissing the matter lightly. Damn it. Ming Kai and the others muttered in unison, clearly frustrated with Chen Yang's lack of emotional intelligence. Oblivious to their banter, Su Qingru meticulously finalized her order, handing the menu to the server. Once the server left, she feigned a look of realization, laughing awkwardly. Oh no. I seem to have ordered a bit too much. Just as Chen Yang was about to make a remark, Ming Kai interjected, no worries, the club will reimburse us. If there's too much, Xiaoyang will finish it. Chen Yang shot Ming Kai an annoyed glance, feeling targeted. Su Qingru nodded in agreement, saying, all right, I understand. Arch. Chen Yang smiled and nodded. Indeed, after all, I secured another MVP today. Though the prize of 50,000 yuan may not be substantial. 3 days of such winnings can be quite lavish. Damn it. Su Qingruo's lips twitched in irritation. However, with the promise of delicious food arriving soon, she bit her lip and endured. She would soon transform her anger into appetite. Stealthily, she had done remarkably well last time, indulging in a feast that everyone assumed they had devoured. She recalled Miko awkwardly remarking on the way home, we ate a bit too much tonight. Hick. The thrill of gorging while having others take the blame was simply exhilarating. Ming Kai exhaled in exasperation, openly critiquing, look, observe. This is what a true ironclad man looks like. Are you talking about me, factory brother? Chen Yang queried, intrigued. Ming Kai waved him off, get away from me. Don't spread your low emotional intelligence. Clearly targeting me. Chen Yang chuckled dismissively. Miko suggested a round of poker, but Chen Yang quickly withdrew, opting out of participation. Ultimately, Hope and Scout engaged in a lively game before dinner, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, Ming Kai seized the opportunity to play matchmaker, utilizing discussions about game strategies as a cover. Unfortunately, before they could delve into the main topic, the dishes arrived. Time to eat. Miko exclaimed eagerly, his eyes lighting up. Damn it, silly bird T&I. Can you not act like a fool? What's the hurry? Ming Kai retorted, irritated. But with Miko already in motion, he couldn't help but join in, shouting, eat. Eat. Go, go, go. The dinner was filled with joy and laughter. As professional players, they sensibly declined alcohol to maintain their performance. But they did indulge in plenty of juice. Midway, Ming Kai called out to Miko, T&I, let's go to the restroom together. Miko cheerfully replied, coming. The two left, leaving the others to continue their meal. Chen Yang observed Su Qingru with keen interest. The petite girl was quietly enjoying her food, appearing to eat quite a bit. Though it was unremarkable, almost elegant, like a princess. Her stunning beauty was undeniably captivating. Yet, he also noticed something unusual. while he, Ming-Kai, and Hope drank juice. Su Qingru opted for cola. Of course, this alone may not have been significant, as Miko and Scout were also drinking. Chen Yang rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat discontent. There's plenty of time ahead, I'll observe slowly. The world did not give birth to the film Emperor Chen, and the path to tormenting Su is long. With no one paying attention, he glanced around. Suddenly, the cool girl across the table lowered her head and took a large bite of a fist-sized cream cake, instantly closing her eyes in bliss. Delicious. I love such joyous gatherings. Is this what it means to be a professional player? Adorable indeed. Outside the room, Ming-Kai, having finished his restroom visit with Miko, emerged and whispered conspiratorially, "T&I, how about we set up something for those two today?" Chapter 48 today, Miko's persona is quite commendable. What? Miko was startled, shrinking back as he gazed at Ming-Kai. Ming-Kai, perplexed, inquired, "Doesn't it bother you to watch those two fight all day? Doesn't your heart feel heavy?" Miko shook his head vigorously, then nodded just as fervently. "What does that mean?" Ming-Kai questioned. "That's my goddess." Smack. Ming-Kai slapped Miko on the head, disdainfully remarking, "What use is that? The gentle girl only has eyes for Xiaoyang. Don't even mention your goddess. Not even your aunt could help." Miko felt disheartened, muttering, "But I believe I still have a chance, since the gentle girl and Xiaoyang haven't noticed, right? Their emotional intelligence is abysmally low. I can seize the opportunity." Hee. Smack. Ming-Kai slapped him again. Miko glared, somewhat irked. "Don't push me to my limits, all right? Even if you are the coach, there should be harmony and equality between individuals." Ming-Kai chuckled awkwardly. "It's just that you were so unreasonable, I got carried away." Miko grinned, wanting to curse. "So, how do we play matchmaker?" Temporarily setting aside his own emotional hurdle. And realizing his goddess was a woman forever out of reach, Miko suddenly felt a spark of excitement. To successfully unite two individuals with remarkably low emotional intelligence would bring immense satisfaction. "Let us do this." After pondering for a moment, Ming-Kai said, "I have an idea. Go buy some chocolate and a new deck of cards. Oh, and don't forget to ask the waiter for some flour." Miko, taken aback, quickly grasped Ming-Kai's mischievous expression and exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, "A Midsummer Night's Dream. You're brilliant." Damn. Ming-Kai felt a pang of irritation, wanting to hit him, but Miko was already prepared, calling the waiter to join him in purchasing chocolate and flour. Left alone outside the room, Ming-Kai suddenly felt a twinge of pride. Wow, if EDG is not invincible, then he, Ming-Kai, must settle for being the world's best for once. After all, he is the only one who has ever been in a relationship. What? Online dating doesn't count? Bah, even though we deleted each other, I still like her. She doesn't like me simply because I'm not good enough yet. The online dating guru, Ming-Kai, pondered as he leisurely entered the room. Upon glancing around, he was taken aback. What? This group is still eating? Not full yet. Ming-Kai chuckled as he sat down, beginning to set the stage for the game he had devised. Having finished eating, Su Qingru had not touched her chopsticks. Her hands resting calmly on her lap, invisible beneath the table, nodding gently with a soft smile. Chen Yang shrugged, feeling a bit bored since he hadn't found an opportunity to poke fun at Miko during the meal, remarked, "Is it time to go?" "No." Su Qingru reacted strongly. Chen Yang? Ming-Kai looked over as well. The two foodies, Hope and Scout, turned their attention. Everyone has come out to relax. And the next opportunity will be after the next match, so why not take it easy and return later? Su Qingru lowered her gaze, her voice gentle and soft. Wow, what a tone. She's truly considering everyone. The people in the private room were instantly moved to tears. Hope and Scout were especially close to sobbing. Gentle girl, you're amazing for not using our hunger as an excuse. Heartwarming goddess confirmed. Ming-Kai sighed. Why can't my online dating first love be this good? I want such a sweet girlfriend too. How unfair to Xiaoyang. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Miko's persona today is quite commendable. However, there is no need for excessive contemplation. Su Qingru is inherently aloof when in public, displaying a balance of sweetness and saltiness, deeply embedded in the collective interest of others. Yet, when it comes to him, she can be a bit irritable. Calm down. Calm down. Keep that smile from curling upwards. I'm back. Miko rushed in, carrying a whole box of chocolate bars, a new deck of cards, and a small bag of flour, brimming with excitement like a calf stepping on electric wires. Ming-Kai rolled his eyes. Can you calm down a bit? I'm already composed. Miko placed the items on a nearby service table, secretly giving Ming-Kai a V sign, signaling that everything was under control. No problem. Hope, unaware of the situation, curiously asked, Tianyi, what are you up to? Miko smiled mysteriously, doing something big. Ming Kai chimed in, smiling. After we eat and drink to our fill, of course, we'll play some games. Come on. Hope, Scout, are you done eating? Hope quietly replied, not full. Quick, eat. Ming Kai urged, his voice trembling with irritation. You little clever brat. I'm tempted to give you a smack. Can't you read the room? Chen Yang, curious and having finished eating, asked, Coach, what game are we playing that involves flour and chocolate bars? Chocolate bars? At that moment, Su Qingru, who had been silently devouring food, suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glimmering with hope upon seeing the service table. Then she thought, compared to the unattainable chocolate bars, these little cakes and tarts are truly delicious. I must find a chance to sneak out tomorrow for more. Wait, who are the chocolate bars for? If they're given to me later, should I accept them or? Damn. Su Qingru, stay calm. It's just a box of chocolate bars. You need to learn to refuse. Oh no, I can't refuse. Silently observing and resigning to her fate, Su Qingru found herself unable to resist the delightful allure of chocolate, causing her to reach for another cream cake in frustration. Well, so sweet, fulfilling, delicious, blissful. Of course, it's a wonderfully entertaining game, let me tell you. Wait, I'll just tell all of you at once while you eat. Ming Kai, refusing to let Chen Yang monopolize, turned to the table of diners, calling out. Startled, Su Qingru nearly dropped the cake she was holding beneath the table. Chapter 49. Why are you looking at me? Do you like me? Su Qingru raised her gaze indignantly. Noticing Chen Yang glancing in her direction, her face flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she thought. Oh no. He won't reveal my little actions, will he? Not one to shy away. She decided to test the waters. What are you looking at? Do you like me? Uffed. The surrounding coaches and the atmosphere creator, Miko, nearly spewed out their drinks, unable to believe their ears. My goodness, Su Qingru, your emotional intelligence has suddenly skyrocketed. Xiaoyang, it's your moment. Go for it. Everyone clenched their fists, seemingly more anxious than the individuals involved. Chen Yang remained unfazed, instead contemptuously returning the sentiment. How would you know I'm watching you if you don't look at me? Could it be that you've secretly taken a liking to me? Me? Like you? Su Qingru scoffed coldly, filled with disdain. Chen Yang glanced at her outfit. Damn, the team uniform seemed to accentuate her figure, but that was irrelevant. The illustrious actor Chen Yi had entered the scene. And even if he had to speak insincerely, he would retort with sarcasm. How could he tolerate such provocation? Goodness, how narcissistic. One might think that the big bad wolf had returned grandma to you. Truly, I apologize. I control everything, except for the airport. Su Qingru? Chen Yang? Ming Kai, Miko, and others. Hold on. This isn't how the plot should unfold. Didn't we lay all our cards on the table? Shouldn't we be moving on to a round of confessions and showering each other with affection? Why are they squabbling again? For goodness sake. Ming Kai slapped his forehead, feeling utterly unable to keep pace with this pair of lovably contentious individuals. Su Qingru let out a long sigh, feeling inexplicably annoyed by Chen Yang's words, yet more relieved. The probe was successful. The trickster had discovered nothing. How delightful. Seizing the opportunity to ease the tension, she quickly grabbed a piece of fatty beef to comfort herself. Chen Yang wore a serene smile, returning to normal as if nothing had transpired. Come on, factory brother. Miko nudged Ming Kai, whispering a reminder. Don't just stand there. With these 2's romantic intelligence, it's unlikely they'll achieve a happy ending on their own. Let us lend a hand. All right, no problem. Ming Kai nodded, taking a deep breath, and cheerfully suggested. How about we play a team-building game after we've had our fill? Good idea. Miko, ever the atmosphere creator, immediately cheered. Chen Yang and Su Qingru exchanged glances, then simultaneously looked away, directing their attention to Ming Kai. Without any ulterior motives, they both wholeheartedly agreed. Personal grievances were irrelevant to collective interests. The former was non-negotiable, while the latter warranted rational support. Ming Kai greatly appreciated this aspect of their characters. As for personal grievances, what nonsense. To them, it simply indicated a lack of emotional intelligence, with two mutually enamored individuals caught in an internal conflict, both too shy to confess first. He was even certain, if one of them mustered the courage to set aside their pride and sincerely confess to the other, it would absolutely work out. Of course, such sentiments should not be articulated to outsiders, lest they backfire. He could even visualize the scene in his mind. Action 1. He rushes to Chen Yang and says, Little Yang, why don't you take a moment to seriously confess to Qingru? She would definitely accept. They would both be so happy together. It's rare to find such a beautiful and kind-hearted girl. Chen Yang dismissively waved his hand. Her? Haha, don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly like her? Defeated. Action 2. He approached Su Qingru to encourage her. Qingru, why don't you introspect a bit? Have you discovered something? Oh, if you have, hurry and confess to little Yang. He would certainly accept. Boys like him, handsome, wealthy, skilled at gaming, and charming, are truly rare. Su Qingru coldly scoffed. Don't say that. All I've noticed is, that trickster is getting worse. I want to strangle him. I will never like him. Defeated. On the matter of how an old father should bear responsibilities. Hence, one must proceed step by step, strategically, for he was renowned in the LPL as a master strategist. The king of jungle tactics. Listen up, 6 people, 6 cards, divided into 3 groups. Those who draw 2 matching cards will form a team, all right? Ming Kai brandished 6 pre-prepared playing cards at everyone. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, with no objections. Wait, why are there 4 of you? Tianyi questioned, looking at Factory Brother with a guilty expression. Hope, blunt as ever, inquired curiously. Miko's face darkened. Speechless. He felt overwhelmed as he stepped into the circle of 5. Ming Kai began distributing cards. You won, I won, you won, he won, you. Hold on, Tianyi. Can you manage to act like a decent person for once? We agreed to mark a couple of cards, so I could gauge a bit and give those to little Yang and Qingru. Where are the marks? Where are they? Huh. Dazed. Ming Kai was flabbergasted. Looking up at Miko, who seemed to realize something and suddenly extracted 2 red heart 7s from his pocket. Ming Kai. Tianyi. What does hiding 2 cards mean? Cheating with the leftovers? Chen Yang and Miko exchanged their thoughts. Miko called him bro because of his strength, while he referred to Miko as bro due to his seniority. Yet at this moment, he unhesitatingly questioned him, raising an eyebrow. Hope and Scout immediately understood. Their faces filled with disdain. No wonder you kept winning earlier. Tianyi, can we not be decent people? You're so despicable. I'm truly despicable? Miko felt like crying, stealing a glance at Su Qingru. The goddess was calmly looking down, not participating in the discussion, seemingly engrossed in her own thoughts. Then he glanced at Chen Yang. Goodness. He was shouldering the blame. What a frustrating situation. Most critically, he had to endure Ming Kai's piercing gaze. Split. Ming Kai forced a smile, insisting, since the cards were distributed incorrectly, shall we redraw? Really? Chen Yang reached forward to reveal Hope's card, then Scout's, both black spades 4. Linking, he then uncovered Miko and Ming Kai's cards, both diamond 2s. Is there a problem here? Wait. I don't. Oh right, no problem. Let the game commence. Ming Kai's reaction was swift. Seeing the unexpected delight, he abruptly changed his demeanor, hastily declaring, Scout and Hope are a team. I and Tianyi are a team, and little Yang, you and Qingru are a team. Chapter 50 what? Copying my speech? This is the height of narcissism. Chen Yang stared in disbelief, while Su Qingru, who had just stealthily devoured another small cake, choked on it, coughing a few times before hastily downing some coke to clear her throat. However, everyone else assumed she was merely startled by Coach 7's decisive grouping. Completely unaware that she had been indulging in secret gluttony, Chen Yang similarly shot an unhappy glance at Su Qingru, remarking, Why are you coughing? You think I want to be on the same team as you? I don't want to either. Su Qingru mumbled, somewhat incoherently. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. Surprised, what do you have in your mouth? Little cake. Coke. Su Qingru shot him a glare, swallowing hard before patting her chest and gasping for breath. Goodness. I almost choked. I wouldn't dare eat little cakes like that again. If she did choke, surrounded by killers, it wouldn't be due to her youth and the many experiences she had yet to encounter, but rather the thought of her life being cut short. She would miss out on countless cans of Coke. Heavens, what an unimaginable nightmare this is. She couldn't even bear to think about it. Su Qingru was in a complete panic. Ming Kai smiled triumphantly, casting a reassuring glance at Miko, and began to explain the game. Each participant would hold a playing card in their mouths, and one of the cards would be covered in flour. The 2 players would interact, passing the card back and forth until one of them inadvertently sprayed flour all over the other's face. The first to do so would lose. The rules were simple. Did everyone understand? Suddenly, 2 intense gazes locked onto each other, Chen Yang and Su Qingru. They exchanged glances for a mere 2 or 3 seconds before simultaneously looking away. Ming Kai's heart raced with apprehension, realizing that these 2 emotionally inept individuals might not adhere to the game's logic. Winning or losing would be irrelevant if they simply decided to spray flour at each other. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yang and Su Qingru were thinking, is this all? I could never lose to you. Don't be ridiculous. Prepare to kneel before me. However, Ming Kai's thoughts were already spiraling out of control. He quickly devised a brilliant idea, smirking mysteriously, and proposed, as a compensation, The losing party must agree to fulfill one request from the winner. What do you say? Not happening. I disagree. Chen Yang and Su Qingru both raised their hands in unison. After exchanging glances, they pointed at each other and exclaimed, "What if she asks me to be her boyfriend, girlfriend? What the heck? Are you imitating my words? This is the height of narcissism." Chen Yang and Su Qingru both expressed their disbelief, while Ming Kai was utterly flabbergasted. Miko secretly facepalmed, astonished that such foolish individuals truly existed in this world. "Look, your couple's synergy has reached a level that could rival the heavens, slapping the Buddha's face in the process, and yet you remain oblivious." Sigh. Ming Kai's mind raced. And he quickly declared, "I will determine the punishment. The winning side can agree or disagree, but let us agree not to include any inappropriate or threatening conditions." Chen Yang and Su Qingru both consented, casting disdainful glances at one another, their thoughts eerily synchronized. "Oh? Are you joking? How dare you look down on me?" With a long exhale, Ming Kai felt the excitement surge as the game was about to commence. He swiftly retrieved 6 new playing cards and dealt one to each participant. "Tianyi, let us demonstrate first." Of course, Ming Kai wouldn't allow Chen Yang and Su Qingru to go first. They would be the grand finale. He immediately beckoned Miko to join him. "Xiaoyang, lend me a hand." Ming Kai and Miko both placed the cards in their mouths, exchanging wild glances. "Okay." Chen Yang grinned, scooping a spoonful of flour and thoughtfully placing it on Miko's card. Oh. Here it comes. Come on." Scout and Hope cheered excitedly, clapping the table. Su Qingru added her encouragement, but was unable to resist the allure of a small cake. Lowering her head to take a bite. "Delicious. So sweet. I'm so happy. Let us begin," Chen Yang proclaimed, and with a decisive command, stepped back. Unfortunately, Miko faltered. As the flour was poured, he inhaled sharply, resulting in a catastrophic mess. The flour was drawn into his nostrils. "Oh no." Struggling to suppress a sneeze. Miko's eyes turned red from the effort, and ultimately, he could no longer contain himself. He lunged towards Ming Kai, grabbing his arm. Ming Kai, brimming with confidence, tilted his head to catch. With a mighty spray of flour, the playing card, and saliva, everything landed squarely on Ming Kai's face, leaving him utterly bewildered. "What in the world, Tianyi? Can you do anything right? Come here, let's settle this." The usually composed coach exploded in frustration. Laughter erupted from Chen Yang, Scout, and Hope. Even Su Qingru, unable to hold back, laughed heartily, clutching her stomach as she said, "Coach, it seems you have a certain authority here. Why not take this opportunity to get back at Miko?" Indeed. Ming Kai paused, grinning as he turned to Tianyi. "How about you treat me to bubble tea for a year? Just 2 cups every 2 days. Come on, spare me. 2 cups every 2 days adds up to thousands of dollars, and I'd have to run errands for you? No way. I'd rather treat you to a couple of meals." Miko protested, sneezing uncontrollably. "That's the deal. We agreed before the game," Ming Kai declared, satisfied as he slapped the table. "You should wipe your face, brother factory, before it cracks." Chen Yang distanced himself from Ming Kai, disgusted. Ming Kai shot Chen Yang a glare, silently cursing that it was all for him. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, he swiftly called for the next group to prepare. Hope and Scout played more steadily, exchanging turns until Miko's sneezing made Scout laugh, inadvertently spraying Hope in the process. Hope, delighted, exclaimed, "Brother Shuedi, you should treat me to bubble tea for a year. I want 1 cup every day." "All right. Sounds good." Scout agreed without complaint, proving to be far more generous than Miko. Thus, only the final group remained. Chapter 51. Chen Yang versus Su Qingru. Chen Yang. Su Qingru. In an instant, all gazes converged upon them. "Oh dear, are the two of you feeling timid? Is this a sign of hesitation? Archer, this is not the demeanor I expect from you on the battlefield. Come on, Qingru, don't hold back. Are you not a little irked with Xiaoyang? Just go for it. Splash him with confidence. Go. I'm rooting for you." Miko's cheering squad rapidly expanded, with Ming Kai and the others catching on, igniting the atmosphere with fervor and encouragement. Su Qingru dabbed her mouth with a tissue, stood up gracefully, her gaze piercing as she addressed Chen Yang. "Archer, are you prepared to lose?" Chen Yang scoffed, his tone nonchalant, "Still the same old story, with your limited skills? Oh my, just those 2 lines of declaration and retort." The atmosphere in the room erupted with fervor, as if sparks and lightning danced in their locked gazes. "Let us commence." "Prepare," Ming Kai called out eagerly. And so it began. Chen Yang and Su Qingru exchanged eye rolls, perfectly in sync. Blasted, such low emotional intelligence. Ming Kai muttered under his breath, observing as both competitors clamped a playing card between their lips, shaking their hands, asking, Who wants to go first? Chen Yang and Su Qingru exchanged glances. I. Ming Kai, having anticipated this, calmly suggested, let us decide with rock, paper, scissors. They engaged in a round of competition. Su Qingru emerged victorious. Chen Yang's expression darkened. With a light laugh, Su Qingru said, come on, come on. Winning against a trickster once brings immense joy. Ming Kai deliberately poured a little too much flour on a Su Qingru's card. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with seriousness as she scrutinized the powder. Holding her breath in anticipation. Go. Ming Kai commanded after pouring. Su Qingru immediately glanced toward Chen Yang. Wait. Chen Yang, bowing down. To look up? The trickster stood significantly taller. Su Qingru shot him a glare, signaling him to lower his head. Chen Yang remained motionless. What audacity! Frustrated, Su Qingru thought, this guy must be doing this on purpose. But who is she? She is Su Qingru. Would she easily concede? Rising onto her toes, she endeavored to meet Chen Yang's gaze, and with the card clenched tightly, she poured the flour onto his card. Ming Kai and the others watched the spectacle unfold. This is amusing. But Archer, you're truly straightforward. I'm impressed. Hope whispered with a grin. Calm down, let us continue watching, Ming Kai said with enthusiasm. Puffing heavily, Su Qingru finally emptied the flour. Without hesitation, Chen Yang retaliated. Su Qingru gritted her teeth. Pour. Return. Pour. Send back. Pour. Continue sending back. Initially, this scene was somewhat entertaining, but as the exchanges multiplied, goodness! Ming Kai exclaimed, slapping his thigh, the smile on his face frozen. He almost forgot. Both of them were not ones to concede easily, especially in the face of each other, as if they bore a grudge from a blood feud. His intention was to enhance their closeness through this playful game, to nudge them towards recognizing their feelings. Otherwise, the onlookers would be left in discomfort. But it seemed, you pour. I send back. You pour. I send back. You pour. Is this never ending? Ming Kai squinted and turned to Miko. Miko, frowning in silence, suddenly felt Ming Kai's gaze and shivered, crossing his arms and asking, what are you planning? Assist a little, the coach replied with narrowed eyes. What is the play? Scare Xiao Yang. Or perhaps, intimidate Qingru a bit. That should work. Ming Kai chuckled mischievously. Before Miko could react, Ming Kai ruffled his hair, turning it into a tangled mess. The handsome Miko was left astonished, furiously roaring, even if you're the coach today. You still owe me an apology on your knees. The two suddenly began to chase each other wildly in the private room. They circled around. While in the center stood Chen Yang and Su Qingru, an infinite cycle of chaos. After 2 laps, Ming Kai seized the moment when Su Qingru was about to pour flour onto Chen Yang's card. Letting out a shriek as if to leap onto Chen Yang's back. Startled, Su Qingru's eyes widened, losing her balance. Puff. She toppled into Chen Yang's embrace, inadvertently releasing a breath, flour exploding onto Chen Yang's face. Chen Yang, winky face, Su Qingru. Wait. What just happened? Why did she instinctively falter? She even raised her hand, feigning innocence and a pitiful expression? Ugh. Su Qingru abruptly retracted her expression. Swiftly standing up from Chen Yang's grasp, questioning Ming Kai and the others, Coach, Miko, what are you all doing? Sorry, Ming Kai said, apologizing earnestly. Miko blinked, catching Ming Kai's subtle signal, and awkwardly scratched his head. Apologies, I was caught up in the Midsummer Night's dream. Damn. Ming Kai cursed inwardly. The rookie. Though Chen Yang had flour splattered all over his face, his mood was not entirely dismal. He had found an opportunity to retaliate against the small fry. So this round was not a total loss. Su Qingru, of course, refused to accept defeat, arguing heatedly, it wasn't he that I couldn't hold on. It was the coach who interrupted me and scared me. Oh, is that so? Chen Yang replied, dripping with sarcasm. Don't believe me? Let us go again. Su Qingru declared passionately. Chen Yang pointed at his cheek. Su Qingru immediately said, you could blow flour in my face first, and we can continue. Today. I absolutely will not lose. It was just an unexpected incident. All right. No. There's really no need for that. We have other games to play. Ming Kai quickly intervened, his expression contorted. This straight man is truly terrifying. However, with his interruption, Chen Yang and Su Qingru both turned their scrutinizing gazes toward him. Ming Kai forced a smile. Let us just say Qingru. Cough. Let us consider this round a draw, not a loss for anyone. How about that? Chen Yang pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled, locking eyes with Su Qingru. Actually, it's fine. Although I won, I shall not impose any demands. Consider it a concession to Little Red Riding Hood. So what exactly are you so flustered about? Chapter 52. Let S. Toast. Flustered? Su Qingru was taken aback, immediately raising her brows, discontentedly stating, Who S flustered? Am I flustered? Trickster, be quiet. What do you mean you're letting me win? Not making any demands? Huh. You make it sound like I can't handle a loss. Fine, let us just say I lost earlier. Hurry up and make your request. I don't need your concession. Chen Yang had indeed become Su Qingru's lifelong rival, effortlessly striking a nerve with a single statement that riled her self-esteem, igniting yet another round of bickering. Chen Yang smiled faintly, embodying the demeanor of a sage. Su Qingru, exasperated, glanced at the flower nearby, contemplating whether to smear some on her face to continue the game. Yet, she hesitated. As a young woman, despite her absolute confidence in her looks, the idea of applying flour to her own face seemed rather foolish. She simply could not bring herself to do it. Finally, Ming Kai seized the opportunity to interject, smilingly stating, Let us not forget that I am the judge here. Little Yang may have relinquished his right to make demands, but I still can. Whoosh. For discontented gazes shot towards him. Ming Kai pretended not to notice and calmly continued. All right. Let us have the lovely Sister Qingru and little Yang raise their glasses with the most charming and gentle smiles. Remember, both must wear smiles. Otherwise, the game continues indefinitely. Juice was served. Miko promptly filled 2 large glasses. Chen Yang frowned. Shouldn't I have one? Why must I also smile? Brother, isn't this a bit? Fine, I shall smile. With a change in his expression, Chen Yang suddenly radiated generosity. Damn this generosity. Just wait. One day, I shall have you begging me to kneel and call me princess. Su Qingru felt her teeth clench in irritation, but, adhering to the principle of accepting defeat, agreed to Ming Kai's terms. The 2 large glasses of juice on the table seemed far less appealing than if they had been filled with cola. Su Qingru pondered how she should smile. Cheers! Ming Kai exclaimed. Chen Yang and Su Qingru instinctively lifted their glasses, smiling as they clinked the oversized mugs typically used for beer together. One smile was charming, the other was sweet. Bang! Fake! Ming Kai lamented, feeling that today was an extraordinary failure. Miko patted his shoulder in consolation. After all, the emotional intelligence of this pair of straight man and woman cannot be measured by human standards. Stay calm. Ming Kai felt a surge of emotion, sighed softly, and grew more determined. I refuse to believe this. I will surely bring this pair together. Otherwise, I'll take your last name. Miko replied, Sounds good. Ming Kai's expression darkened. Can we at least act like adults? Let us keep it low-key. Miko humbly smiled. The paternal figure, Ming Kai, turned back to see the 2 guzzling down the large glasses of juice. Smack. Huh. What a shocker. Su Qingru finished first. Chen Yang's lips twitched as he noticed the glimmer of mockery in the little shrimp's eyes. Unable to contain herself, immediately turned to Ming Kai and said, Brother, I'm going to the restroom to wash my face and relieve myself. Are you coming? No, I'm fine. I've already cleaned up. Ming Kai waved his hand, maintaining the perspective of a concerned father, continuing to ponder how to bring this pair together. Chen Yang briskly left. TCH, usually silly, but now quite clever, escaping early. He thought, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Su Qingru felt quite happy, her lips curling slightly with a few drops of juice as she sought a place to sit, craving a snack. However, she felt a bit full. Burp. Su Qingru suddenly clutched her throat tightly, bowing her head deeply and pretending to play with her phone. What? Oh no, I actually burped. How embarrassing, she thought, panicking inwardly, grateful that the prankster had left. Otherwise, she would have been the subject of ridicule. Calm down. Stay composed. Su Qingru silently urged herself, her heart racing. After exiting, Chen Yang hurried to the restroom, his head down. After using the facilities and washing his face, he regained his composed, handsome demeanor, glancing at himself in the mirror with a slight smile. However, he caught snippets of a subtle conversation. Damn it. Lost again. I can't believe it. Why is EDG so strong this year? I bet on IG last time, and they let me down, getting crushed by EDG. Should I switch to EDG? They seem to be on a roll lately. Nonsense. That is impossible. I bet on EDG all last season and nearly lost everything. The odds have changed too much now. It's not worth it. What should we do then? They're facing RNG next. And if the new top laner and jungler continue to shine, RNG 1T stand a chance. The win rate is 50-50. But I can't afford to lose again. If I do, I'll lose $500,000. Damn. $500,000. Why did I bet so much in the first place? Who knew they'd acquire such fierce newcomers? If I had known, I wouldn't have bet. Wait, actually. If I want RNG to win, there is a way. Oh? What do you mean? EDG's greatest asset against RNG is their rookie top laner and jungler. We've seen their photos. If we meet them in reality, could it work? Are you suggesting something illegal? Illegal? If an accident happens, I'll just pay a little, but if they don't play, we can make tenfold profits. That's a point. But no, you're out of your mind. Only a fool would do such a thing. I'm just here for some side bets. You can do what you want. Damn. Why are you so timid? You could join in. I'm not doing it. Are you kidding? I'm not brainless. The conversation in the restroom suddenly quieted. Chen Yang furrowed his brow. Is this a group of gamblers betting on LPL matches? Listening closely, it seemed that EDG had won, and they had lost a significant sum of money, leaving them quite unhappy and plotting ways to ensure EDG lost a match. They even considered a staged car accident? How absurd. Chen Yang found it amusing but chose not to intervene. While despicable, these gamblers had not provoked him, and it would be unwise to provoke them first. He was no urban warrior seeking unnecessary confrontation. Yet, the situation did leave him cautious. Could they really be so reckless as to contemplate causing harm for a mere bet? That seemed outrageous. Rolling his eyes, Chen Yang returned to the room. Everyone, it's past 11. Shall we call it a night? Ming Kai had other games planned, but, upon seeing Chen Yang and Su Qingru clinking glasses so insincerely, decided to abandon them for another time. Let us go? Let us go back to the base and sleep. Miko and the others readily agreed, feeling somewhat tired. Su Qingru took one last sip of her cola, swallowing hard. Oh, no more burping? Nice, nice, nice. Hooray. With a newfound cheerfulness, Su Qingru exclaimed, let us hurry back. Chen Yang had no objections. Ming Kai was quick to pay the bill, a privilege of those who could do so with confidence. As Chen Yang and Miko stepped outside, he noticed no one exiting the restroom, likely because those gamblers were still lost in their daydreams. June had already ushered in the summer warmth. As the clock struck 11, the weather remained brisk, a chill in the air that penetrated the black and white team uniforms of EDG, causing a few to shiver. Su Qingru wrapped her arms around herself, her teeth chattering softly. It was absurd. Only moments ago, she had felt sweltering in short sleeves, and now, stepping outside, she found herself uncomfortably cold. Miko trembled slightly. Chen Yang chuckled. It's quite normal. If you're feeling too cold, it merely indicates your frailty. Scoundrel. Miko, Hope, and Scout simultaneously muttered under their breath, exchanging knowing glances as they reluctantly continued forward, feigning composure despite their shivers. Oh, men, what can you expect? Chen Yang smiled, seemingly intentionally flaunting his comfort as he pulled down his zipper and shrugged off his jacket, only for a sudden gust to send it tumbling to the ground. Darn it. Chen Yang's expression shifted, and Miko and the others erupted in laughter. Serves you right for showing off. Thankfully, the ground is dry. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Indeed, the pavement was clean, but Chen Yang couldn't bear the thought of donning clothing that had touched the ground. Muttering in discontent, he glanced around. Met with the excited and teasing expressions of Miko and the others, as well as Su Qingru's bewildered shivering. Without further ado, he tossed the jacket at her. Catch. Surprised. She instinctively reached out to receive it. What are you doing? Su Qingru looked up at Chen Yang. It fell on the ground, and I find it dirty. You should wear it. Chen Yang, now in just a short-sleeved shirt, revealed a well-toned physique, his muscular arms evident. Unlike the others, he was not shivering uncontrollably. Crazy. If you don't want it, then forget it. Su Qingru wrinkled her nose, feeling no sense of psychological burden. She decisively wrapped the jacket around herself, layering it atop her own, instantly feeling a surge of warmth. Ah, much better. Su Qingru closed her eyes in bliss, silently praising her decision. Miko, Hope, and Scout exchanged glances, astonished. Wow, have we discovered a new world? In her excitement, Miko dashed over to Chen Yang, pulling him aside to whisper, Brother Yang, have you finally come to understand the value of caring for a girl? Chen Yang, amused, replied, What nonsense are you spouting? Close. Miko paused, realizing Chen Yang was indeed a wealthy heir, with a luxurious seaside villa to boot. He wouldn't be bothered by wearing something that had touched the ground. He simply can't afford to be that careless. Chen Yang rolled his eyes. Miko sighed internally, recognizing that while she understood his intent, articulating a rebuttal was futile. Oh my, straight men are truly a bit terrifying. Stealing another glance at Su Qingru, she observed the girl, blissfully clad in Chen Yang's jacket. Seemingly carefree as she strolled toward the club, her pace noticeably quicker. The two of them were remarkable. Upon returning to the club, it was already 11:45 p.m. With a command from Ming Kai, everyone dispersed to their respective dormitories. Su Qingru, forgetting to return the jacket, wore it back to her room, feeling quite cozy. It was only upon entering that she remembered, but glancing outside, she noticed Chen Yang had also entered. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she thought, well, at least this scoundrel's jacket kept me warm. I'll wash it and return it later. With that, she turned and tossed the jacket into the washing machine. Suddenly, Chen Yang's words echoed in her mind. He has a wealthy heir. How could he possibly wear something filthy that had fallen on the ground? Such pretentiousness. Su Qingru scoffed, feeling satisfied after a hearty meal and a refreshing drink, deciding against late-night snacks. Eagerly, she logged into the client on her computer. Her eyes lighting up at the sight of the online name, Archer. She quickly sent a message. Saber, scoundrel, are you a fool? Or perhaps a brainless one? Archer, haha, such audacious words. It seems that Little Red Riding Hood has once again found the trail to her grandmother. Don't be foolish, it's all a lie. Your mother is no more. Saber, you bastard. As the clock inched toward 12:30 a.m., feeling fatigued from the late hour, Su Qingru growled in frustration. You're so annoying. I'll deal with you tomorrow. She retired for the night, her mind simmering with thoughts of vengeance, determined to scold him for 3 hours straight. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Chen Yang shut his computer and lazily climbed into bed. He felt slightly unwell, but dismissed the sensation. The next morning, achoo! Chen Yang sneezed, feeling a foggy haze clouding his mind and his eyelids heavy. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be have I caught a cold? This was peculiar. Chen Yang, known for his robust health, rarely fell ill, yet here he was, feeling unwell after merely a brief exposure to the cold wind. Despite his discomfort, he paid little mind, rising early to jog, and subsequently practicing the long-neglected Brazilian jiu-jitsu. With both his parents being professors, he had honed his skills from a young age. Having trained for over a decade, this art was not merely for show. It encompassed genuine military combat techniques and methods of self-defense. However, his mother had eventually prohibited him from practicing, citing the realities of a lawful society. Chen Yang himself found little use for it and had grown disinterested. But yesterday's eavesdropping had rekindled his interest. After preparing himself, he noted that the EDG Club's training match was about to commence at 9 a.m. Xiaoyang, you don't seem quite yourself today, Ming Kai remarked, embodying the role of a concerned father, approaching Chen Yang after the meeting concluded. Resting a hand on the back of his gaming chair, Chen Yang shrugged, casually replying, I didn't sleep well last night. Are you coming down with something? Ming Kai inquired. How absurd. I can't possibly be. Chen Yang sneezed again. Ming Kai raised an eyebrow. Su Qingru, overhearing, shot him a disdainful look. Ming Kai rolled his eyes and said, wait here. I'll fetch you some medicine. You're a key player for EDG, and if you fall ill, how will we face RNG? My legacy is riding on you. Level 2 gank bottom? But they don't even have Uzi anymore. Are you suggesting I target Betty? Chen Yang teased. Ming Kai retorted, whoever it is a gank is a gank. However, you might want to adjust your strategy. Currently, RNG relies heavily on their mid laner. So taking him down or overpowering their jungler might be the way to go. Fair enough. But don't bother with the medicine. Who needs it nowadays? A cold will pass with time. Chen Yang declined Ming Kai's generous offer. Ming Kai found himself at a loss for words. Although Chen Yang had declined, he decided to step out in search of medicine. It was always prudent to be prepared, regardless of whether he would actually take any. Suddenly, Su Qingru returned from an unknown errand, placing a steaming cup of hot water on the table. The cup, adorned in a delicate pink hue, featured 2 charming little rabbit ears at its rim, exuding an endearing clumsiness. Chen Yang glanced over, thinking to himself, how could one easily forsake such an opportunity? Without hesitation, he remarked with a faint smile, I never expected the renowned and reckless Saber to have such a taste. Impressive indeed. Su Qingru shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, what's wrong? What taste are you referring to? Spare me your sarcasm and speak plainly. You're quite bothersome. Pink girlhood? Chen Yang chuckled softly. Su Qingru's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she turned away, dismissing him with a huff. Ha! Are you joking? What pink girlhood? That cup isn't mine. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Yang countered. Am I blind? You just walked past with that very cup. Did I not see it? Yes. It's yours. It must be. Suddenly, Su Qingru turned to glare at him, her face filled with disdain. Archer, you have no shame. You clearly find my merits too overwhelming to refute, so you concoct this scene to unjustly place the blame on me. How absurd. I'm not in the mood to deal with you. Chen Yang remarked. Good gracious. This is not mere folly. You possess quite the audacity, young lady. Yet, contemplating Su Qingru's behavior in the League of Legends client chat, it wasn't entirely surprising. Such antics were typical of Saber, after all, her lifelong rival. True Truly a weakling's remarks were unworthy of consideration. Let us not dwell on this. I am rather parched. Observing that the petite shrimp was unwavering, seemingly resolved to maintain her stance without further conversation, Chen Yang chuckled to himself as he took a sip from the cup. Ah, the hot water scalding. Yet, it was utterly refreshing. There was unparalleled bliss in sipping hot water when one was unwell. He felt a delightful shiver run down his arms, and his sinuses cleared considerably. Ming Kai entered with a medicine just then, pausing in surprise at the scene before him. He placed the medicine on Chen Yang's table, nodding in approval. Xiao Yang. Exquisite taste, Chen Yang replied. Uffed. Nearby, someone nearly burst into laughter. Here it began. The time had come to invite others. It was already past 9 o'clock, and Ming Kai, upon taking his seat, immediately noticed the wee coach urging him on. He greeted everyone and promptly created a room, inviting participants. The 5 members of EDG swiftly joined. Soon after, the wee coach entered, taking a seat in the spectator area. Before long, the chat box was filled with notifications. Paz has joined the team. T-Cherma has joined the team. Meng has joined the team. As soon as they arrived, the Wii members eagerly sent greetings. Meng, hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Qingru sister, hee. Missing. My goodness, scheduling your training matches is quite the challenge. We finally made it. Good morning, Qingru sister, hee. Bashang. Good morning, Qingru sister. Archer, today let us show some mercy. Shall we engage in a peaceful development? Oh, and good morning to the rest of you as well. I advocate for peace today. What do you all think? Chapter 55. It seems you have misunderstood something. Chen Yang found it amusing and engaged in a brief exchange. You all are quite cheeky, he remarked. Ding ding ding. No. Please show mercy, big brother. We were just greeting Sister Qingru. Nothing more. We absolutely have no ulterior motives regarding sister-in-law. She will always be sister-in-law. I haven't said anything. Surely the jungler 1T focus on the mid lane? Innocent struggling in a 1v1 on the top lane is tough. Please spare me. Brother Archer. The 5 words from Wii misprompted a chorus of lamentation from all members of Wii. What a scene. What an atmosphere. Miko, enviously chiming in through the voice chat, exclaimed, Xiao Yang, you're impressive. Chen Yang touched his nose, feeling a bit muddled, sensing that this group seemed to have misunderstood something. However, his mind was foggy due to a cold, and he was too lazy to ponder over it further. Su Qingru, having grown weary of the chat, opened a Minesweeper game on her computer, rapidly clicking away through the first, second, third, and fourth levels. She breezed through. Her gaming talent was indeed formidable. EDG, Clearlove 7 ready? Sent a question mark. The Wii coach promptly responded with a go. The training match commenced. Compared to actual competitive matches, training sessions were undeniably more relaxed. Ming Kai had conferred with the Wii coach and decided to utilize the same champion selection from the last match between EDG and LGD, ensuring a stable lineup. Top lane, Olaf, jungler, Gragas, mid lane, Orianna, bottom lane duo, Aphelios and Leona. Red side. Hope was overjoyed to have secured Aphelios. Although officially announced nerfs for the upcoming version would affect Aphelios, it was unlikely this champion would face such intense targeting in the drafting phase again. The Wii lineup consisted of top lane, Ornn, jungler, Lilia, mid lane, Jace, bottom lane duo, Ezreal and Thresh. Blue side, it must be said, both coaches were top tier. Given that they had agreed upon the champion selections, each champion was capable of sustaining the game from early to late stages while remaining formidable even in the late game. For EDG, Gragas and Olaf could dominate the early game, while Orianna and Aphelios served as late-game powerhouses. As for Leona, from the first minute to the last, she was a master of initiation. For Wii, Ornn needed no introduction. In the late game, he became an indomitable tank, enhancing his teammates' equipment, allowing them to achieve true legendary status. In the early game, with Lilia, in this version, the jungle offered 2 premier configurations. The first, a carry-centric approach, featuring champions like Graves and Qiyana, who could evolve into substantial late-game threats. The second, a rhythm-based strategy employing champions like Lilia, Lee Sin, and Gragas, who could swiftly establish their tempo, enabling all lanes to excel. Without a doubt, both EDG and Wii opted for the same jungle tempo. We's mid lane Jace and bottom lane Ezreal would also be capable of carrying the late game, while Thresh served similar functions to Leona. From start to finish, the lineups were nearly identical. Everyone, pay attention, do not lose. I must warn you, although we may not boast the funds to acquire top-tier players, Their youth training program is unrivaled in the entire LPL. Thus, newcomers each year are among the most formidable in their respective positions. Working together, they bring forth surprises. As the game entered the loading screen, Ming-Kai spoke with utmost seriousness. Okay, I understand. No problem, surprises from we are always anticipated each year. This is a widely acknowledged fact in the LPL. I have never underestimated them. After all, I am a newcomer too, haha. Miko, Scout, and Hope all responded affirmatively. Chen Yang, feeling drowsy, did not notice their exchanges and, even if he had no desire to respond. Su Qingru was engrossed in Minesweeper. Unable to extricate herself. Xiaoyang. Qingru. Focus, you too. Ming-Kai's expression darkened, prompting him to remind them once more. Oh, my apologies. Su Qingru, hearing this, quickly closed the game, only for Ming-Kai to widen his eyes in disbelief. You were already on level 15, and you just cut it off? What a waste. Ming-Kai's heart ached. Although he did not play this game, merely watching was distressing. Please, Xiaoyang, take some medicine. Ming-Kai noticed Chen Yang's unusual demeanor and furrowed his brow, patting Chen Yang's shoulder. Don't say that. Now I can't help but think of Big Brother. It's time for your medicine. I feel uneasy. Chen Yang retorted, displeased. Shall we replace you with Jijia? Ming-Kai suggested, having realized that Chen Yang's stubbornness would prevent him from taking medication. Currently, Chen Yang's state is indeed unsuitable for competition. It's nothing serious. Am I that delicate? Chen Yang chuckled as he glanced back at Ming-Kai. It was not that Su Qingru did not exit the game. He too felt reluctant to do so, considering it embarrassing, but he genuinely believed that a mere cold was inconsequential. He felt certain that with his constitution, enduring for a few more minutes would surely lead to recovery. As for taking medicine, that was out of the question. Don't even think about it. It was simply not going to happen. Big Brother will never take medicine. After stating this, Chen Yang lifted a pink, rabbit-eared cup, taking a few sips of hot water, instantly feeling more comfortable. Recovering health. It's just a cold. No need for such fuss. Ming-Kai was utterly speechless. Since Chen Yang was unwilling to take medicine and also refused to step down, he conceded that they would simply make do with this match. After all, it was merely a training session of little consequence. He turned toward the coaching seat, surveying the entire scene from a godlike perspective. Meanwhile, with the swift loading of 78 frequency, all 10 players quickly entered the game, and the training match against Wii officially began. Chapter 56, The Ultimate Clash of the Tank, 5 kills in the solo lane. As the game commenced, Miko excitedly rallied the team, with Titan leading the charge, wielding his colossal anchor as they rushed into W's lower jungle. After all, this was a practice match, emphasizing training and enjoyment. Chen Yang and the others closely followed. A spark of exhilaration ignited in Su Qingru's beautiful aqua eyes. The level 1 team fight was about to unfold, and Olaf was undeniably formidable. Was she ready to claim some kills? CCC. This game was destined for her to shine. To no one's surprise, we was unprepared for EDG's audacity. With Ezreal, Leona, and Lilia stationed around the red buff, they were caught off guard when EDG's players arrived. Oh no. Daydream cursed under his breath, hastily activating his E ability. Meanwhile, support player Missing opted for his E skill, Zenith Blade. Run. Fight. The discordant commands rang out, highlighting the awkwardness of a new team with insufficient synergy. Their time together was too brief to intuitively grasp each other's intentions. In the midst of the chaotic level 1 skirmish, Missing aimed to engage while Daydream retreated, leading to an awkward predicament as Miko expertly hooked Missing from an unexpected angle. Should they fight or not? They had no choice but to engage. EDG was right in their face, and with Lilia as their jungler, they couldn't afford to let her invade the enemy jungle for a mere red buff. The plan made sense, but Lilia starting at the red buff was a risky endeavor, as she would be vulnerable and accomplish little. Olaf's axe and Barrel's Q were hurled towards them. Leona found herself hindered by dual slows, as if mired in mud. Unyielding, Missing retaliated, landing his E on the frontline Barrel, alleviating some of his own pressure as the aftershock triggered. W's top and mid laners swiftly approached, their proximity ensuring their timely arrival, particularly the mid lane Corki, who joined the fray alongside Ezreal. The first casualties were the supports, health bars rapidly dwindling. Daydream promptly cast a healing spell, followed by Hope, desperately trying to sustain their health. However, the level 1 heal was weak, failing to counter Su Qingru's fierce onslaught. Olaf's axe fell, and Leona perished. W's top laner Pos, controlling Ornn, arrived late but with keen awareness. Upon arrival, he immediately flashed in with his E ability, headbutting forward. Watch out for Ornn. Miko shouted through the team voice chat, but only 3 players reacted in time: Suchingru, Scout, and Hope. The former 2 dashed forward while Hope retreated, leaving the remaining players to be launched by Ornn's charge. What a hit! We's voice chat erupted with excitement. Lilia flashed in with her Q, incinerating Miko. A trade? No. We's weaknesses were glaringly apparent. The initial disconnect in strategy was their downfall. Ezreal had leveled his E, which hampered their effectiveness. Regardless of how nimble he was, cooldown still mattered. The Conqueror needed to stack up, requiring at least 10 auto attacks for full effect. Consequently, we effectively lost half of their damage output. Their firepower falling short against EDG, even with Aphelios at level 1. Suchingru's Conqueror had fully stacked, and after claiming her first kill, she shifted her focus to Lilia. Having just secured a kill on Titan, Lilia found herself trapped, unable to escape as she was surrounded by 5 opponents, despite Ornn's presence. All Paz could do was execute a spectacular headbutt. We was unwilling to back down. Another kill, is it? You Olaf, right? Paz declared. Olaf has been battered for so long, hasn't he? Let us take him down. Immediately, we unleashed their firepower, with Ezreal and Corki providing damage from the rear. Paz charged in, relentlessly attacking Olaf, while Suchingru found herself in a precarious position, her health rapidly depleting. In the final moments, 2 auto attacks from Corki and Ezreal sealed Olaf's fate. Chen Yang squinted. Although he felt heavy-headed, his eyes remained sharp. Suchingru now bore a bounty on her head, and We's trade was undoubtedly worth it. In a moment of desperation, she executed a surprising maneuver, flashing forward. Wow! Corki and Ezreal found themselves face-to-face with the barrel. Momentarily stunned. Yet, this brief window of opportunity allowed Suchingru to escape successfully. Nice job, Archer! Hope exclaimed, thrilled as he continued to unleash damage on Ornn. Damn it! I knew Saber wouldn't be easy to take down. Daydream and Teacher Ma expressed their frustrations, visibly displeased. However, a mere barrel? Hey, your health isn't so high. How dare you stand up to us? They scoffed. Without further ado, Teacher Ma and Daydream redirected their attacks towards Chen Yang, launching a fierce assault. Miko made a decisive call. From the earlier incident where Chen Yang failed to dodge Ornn's E, it was evident that he was not in peak form today. While Chen Yang was typically formidable, he was currently off his game. Thus, sacrificing him seemed the wisest course of action. Chen Yang, in agreement, willingly accepted his fate. He voiced his acceptance, but simultaneously sought a sliver of hope, landing an auto attack on the red buff, and then maneuvering behind it to evade attacks. Although everyone was at level 1, when heroes overlapped with the buff, even professional players could inadvertently misfire. Chen Yang gambled on this, and in a moment of instinct, he sought to buy time. EDG's strategy was clear: abandon Chen Yang for a greater advantage. However, one player stood apart, Suchingru, having narrowly escaped with a sliver of health. She frowned upon hearing Miko's decision. Especially upon witnessing Chen Yang's desperate evasion, she felt an unexpected surge of recklessness. Olaf. Scout gasped, startled as Ornn's skill was ready. The fragile Ornn spotted Olaf and charged towards Suchingru. In truth, Suchingru only needed to throw an axe to easily dispatch Ornn, but she refrained, cleverly maneuvering to evade Ornn's headbutt. With narrowed eyes, Suchingru retaliated with a precise auto attack against Ornn, triggering Conqueror, 2 stacks. This was inconsequential. The critical factor was that her single auto attack obliterated the already weakened Ornn, marking her score at 3-0 while she regained health through triumph. Keep fighting. Suchingru charged towards Easy in the plane without a moment's hesitation, exuding a fearless determination reminiscent of one ready to embrace death. With a reverse throw at maximum range, she skillfully positioned herself and, like threading a needle, struck both Easy and the plane with precision. Upon witnessing this, Hope and Scout wasted no time and promptly followed suit. Chen Yang frowned. He had resigned himself to defeat, only to be surprised by the little shrimp who, taking advantage of a brief resurgence, dared to return to the fray. Suddenly, he glanced at the barrel beneath his feet and exclaimed, "Scout, Hope, attack the red buff." Scout and Hope looked bewildered at first, but instinctively engaged, only to realize afterward with delight and excitement what they had done. Brother Archer is brilliant. The red buff had already sustained considerable damage amidst the chaos. As a melee hero, Chen Yang, while dodging behind the red buff, inadvertently landed several hits. Now, with just over 600 health remaining, a single basic attack from Scout and Hope struck true. Chen Yang unleashed a fully charged explosive barrel, immediately followed by another basic attack. Damage erupted all around, and the red buff's health plummeted to a critical level. A smirk crept onto Chen Yang's face as he executed a seemingly mundane execution, dropping the barrel and leveling up to 2, quickly activating his E ability, Body Slam, intending to collide with Easy, who was engaged in a face-off with Su Qingru. However, his vision blurred momentarily. Meanwhile, on W's side, the duo of Ma and Old Dream were initially annoyed but soon found themselves exasperated by the barrel's antics. Not only had it forcibly saved the bounty-laden Olaf, but it also maneuvered expertly to evade basic attacks. Indeed, it was dodging basic attacks. This left the seasoned professionals struggling to maintain their composure as they repeatedly misfired, nearly losing their cool. Just when they thought they were close to finishing off the barrel, Olaf unexpectedly turned the tide, landing a Q ability that struck both of them. Daydream and Ma initially reacted with shock, quickly followed by elation, only to have their smiles wiped away when the barrel, in a moment of clarity, executed a well-timed execution, leveling up and using Body Slam to charge right between them. The distance was unfathomable. Both left and right were extreme. They found themselves utterly incapacitated by the barrel's knock-up and stun effects. Daydream and Ma's expressions changed drastically, their hearts racing uncontrollably. This is Archer, the rookie jungler from EDG, isn't it? His mastery of skills is nothing short of extraordinary. Unlike Old Dream and the others, Miko, Scout, and Hope were exhilarated. From a goddess perspective, Ming Kai's expression froze momentarily before erupting in fervent excitement. Pounding the table and shouting, "Beautiful! Quickly, send a message to the Wii coach. EDG. Clear love. Look. Quickly, look. Is Archer not incredible?" Su Qingru, momentarily taken aback, had initially thought she was doomed. The low-health Olaf had charged towards her, seemingly playing around. But wait, surely he wouldn't misunderstand her intentions. Thinking she was there to save him? What a joke. She merely believed this was a practice match meant for enjoyment, without overthinking it. That rascal better not become too full of himself, she mused anxiously, as she swiftly executed a double kill. The announcement of double kill resonated throughout the arena. While others remained perplexed, W's top laner, Pos, was left in utter disbelief, his eyes bulging as he finally lamented. How am I supposed to play after starting with 5 deaths? Chapter 57, leading the charge in the early game, with 5 kills under her belt. The top laner pondered her itemization options. With the first 4 kills granting her an additional 160 gold, she could opt for a storm blade and a pair of boots, perfectly aligning with her needs. Alternatively, she might choose a wooden mallet and a longsword, which would elevate her attack power beyond 100, rendering her formidable. Another possibility was to acquire a blade of the Ruined King, followed by a longsword, leaving her with enough gold to even purchase a small health potion. This realization left Pos utterly flabbergasted. Professional matches differ greatly from ranked games. Securing an early lead of a single kill can feel catastrophic. An advantage of 2 kills is akin to the earth splitting asunder, while a 5-kill lead. That is a cataclysm, a true upheaval of the celestial order. However, Su Qingru's strategy was quite intriguing. After amassing such a significant advantage, she chose to invest in a serrated dagger and a pair of boots. With a remaining sum of 100 gold. A serrated dagger? What unconventional plan was this Olaf concocting? Pos, upon entering the game, felt somewhat bewildered, yet maintained a sense of determination. Meanwhile, W's jungler, Sadness, was on the brink of collapse. Resigned to fate, he opted to clear the F6 camp, the least damaging option available to him. Chen Yang had ventured into the upper jungle, still reeling from his prior exploits, unable to regain his composure. Was it true that the barrel must be inebriated to unleash its utmost potential? Despite feeling dazed, his operational awareness remained intact, albeit diminished by a few notches. Yet, even in this state, Chen Yang failed to recognize the opportunity before him. With deft maneuvering, he managed to collide with both Ezreal and the aircraft, eliciting a reaction akin to, "Heavens, lend me your expressions." He jested about invading the enemy's jungle. On the lane, Su Qingru dispatched minions with ease, leveraging the experience from her 5 kills to swiftly reach level 2. She disregarded the second wave of minions, allowing the timid Ornn to push at his leisure. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, about to voice a thought, when Su Qingru interjected, "Silence. There are no personal grievances in this match. I have always been this way. Do not speak." Chen Yang cast a glance at the cool-headed girl, sensing a hint of nervousness in her demeanor. What was she anxious about? Could it be that she was intentionally looking out for him? A smirk crossed his face at the thought of her possibly harboring feelings for him. He rolled his eyes but offered no dissent. Su Qingru took a deep breath, mentally reaffirming her commitment to victory. As long as their jungle could outperform Wei, they would triumph. Thus, she equipped the serrated dagger to push the lane, planning to invade W's jungle thereafter. Wait, Ornn hasn't been defeated yet? What nonsense is this? Who even mentions him? Enough, she thought, as they prepared to encroach upon the enemy territory. Leading the charge, Su Qingru moved with purpose, while Chen Yang followed closely, both stealthily navigating into the enemy jungle. Upon arrival, they spotted Lilia, soloing the blue frog. Good heavens! Sadness exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. If I lose these camps, it will be catastrophic. Paz perked up, recognizing the familiar phrase. What do you mean by catastrophic? No, I am the one facing ruin. Without hesitation, Sadness cried out for help. However, he had overestimated his position. Olaf's Q skill had a considerable range, and the barrel's Q was equally formidable. He found himself trapped between the blue buff and the magic frog, with no escape route. Immediately, he was struck by a double slow effect. Lacking a flash, his health dwindled under the onslaught of the blue buff and magic frog. Desperate to survive, he turned to flee, fearing the dread of a jungler who had already died twice. Yet, Teacher Yu merely replied with an apology. The barrel's hefty body collided with Lilia, who was unable to escape. Chen Yang pursued, delivering a powerful impact that left Lilia incapacitated. Su Qingru followed up with a flurry of strikes. Merely 2 blows were sufficient to bring Lilia down. Sadness, on the verge of tears, could only watch as the barrel executed the blue buff with a decisive smite, then swiftly turned to dispatch the magic frog. It's all falling apart, he lamented. Paz attempted to console him. Sadness, remain calm. You are stronger than I am. Silence. Sadness retorted, his frustration boiling over. Guys, let us surrender at 15. Of course, it was just a jest. Yet, the reality of W's situation was genuinely dire, resembling a catastrophic collapse from the outset. Su Qingru swiftly returned to the top lane, leaving Paz speechless, his smile fading as his eyes grew red. He shrank back toward the tower, cursing the relentless Olaf. Perhaps the only viable lane was the bottom. Even if Ezreal found himself at a disadvantage, he could still farm effectively. This was precisely why Ezreal thrived in the current meta, his safe farming potential. After Chen Yang dispatched the enemy's blue magic frog, he ventured to the river to claim a crab, then returned home to purchase equipment. Though he had no kills, his assists had accumulated wealth, and he possessed ample jungle gold. With a blue jungle knife and a small yellow book in hand, he made his way to the bottom lane. The magic frog and 3 wolves remained untouched, ripe for the taking. At 450, Chen Yang approached the dragon pit, prepared to solo the dragon. 20 seconds later, he effortlessly claimed the first dragon, a wind dragon. This dragon buff was quite advantageous, enhancing the effectiveness of several ultimates from EDG's champions. After securing the dragon, he invaded the enemy's jungle. Mingkai, observing from a godlike perspective, speculated on Chen Yang's next move. However, his assumptions were incorrect. Having just taken the dragon, and with only half health remaining, Chen Yang was not in a typical position to gank, especially with W's bottom duo on high alert. The support had already positioned herself in the brush, ready to scout. As fate would have it, both parties converged. Mingkai's eyes narrowed, his fist clenched. The support had a flash, while Ezreal did not. The barrel also lacked a flash. These 3 pieces of information raced through Mingkai's mind, fueling his curiosity about Chen Yang's next play. Though caught off guard by the support's presence, Chen Yang refrained from attacking. I feel a bit anxious. He communicated quickly over voice chat, move forward. Miko and Hope readily agreed, prompting the support to retreat. Without hesitation, Chen Yang called out, let us take down the support. Utilizing his E ability, he predicted her flash position and charged forward. However, after all, it was merely a cold. Just moments ago, he had experienced a dizzying close call. And now, he felt a slight haze before his eyes. He had initially anticipated the position of the enemy champion to be just in front of the turret, but unexpectedly, with a single cast of his E skill, he collided backward, directly into the defensive tower. What a blunder, Chen Yang lamented, wishing he could slap his forehead. At that moment, the brightest star on the field, the player with the yellow hair, suddenly leaped into his line of sight, landing squarely on his abdomen, ascending to the heavens. What a collision! Goodness gracious! Although this was merely a practice match, could you not be so reckless? For a moment, I genuinely believed you aimed to eliminate the enemy champion. However, taking down Ezreal is even better. Hee. With Ezreal defeated, the bot lane is utterly invincible. Miko and Hope shared in the exhilaration, especially Miko, who swiftly followed up with a skill that pulled Ezreal out of the turret's range, allowing Hope to unleash a torrent of damage. Aphelios successfully secured another kill, leaving Chen Yang utterly astounded. But seriously, Archer, To predict Ezreal's movement to such a tricky position is simply extraordinary. If it were me making the prediction, it would undoubtedly be a straightforward guess. Truly invincible, Yang. Even while battling a cold, you remain unmatched. Hope and Miko once again formed a small team, showering praises upon him. Cough, cough. Chen Yang felt somewhat awkward, hesitant to speak, primarily because, well, if he were to admit that he had merely misjudged due to his blurred vision, accidentally colliding with the wrong target. Would these fellows believe him? Absolutely not. He wouldn't believe it himself. It was simply too far-fetched. On the coaching bench, the omniscient viewpoint of Ming Kai was genuinely taken aback, prompting him to quickly message the weak coach, EDG. Clear love, wow. Did you anticipate Archer's maneuver just now? I can hardly fathom it. The weak coach responded with a terse, scram, clearly feeling envious. As for the internal voice chat of the Wii team, the player known as Dream was left in a daze for quite some time. Renowned for his unconventional AD positioning, he was quite famous within the training camp, but today, it seemed he had encountered his nemesis. The great archer appeared to be exponentially more formidable than he had imagined. This individual was akin to a humanoid calculator. As the screen flickered back to life, the way old Dream addressed Chen Yang abruptly shifted from the respectful brother archer to the reverent great archer, a title he willingly accepted. Chapter 58. The wrong cup missing's heartbeat quickened, as one of the most direct witnesses, unable to believe the spectacle before him. His eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. The maneuvering displayed by Daydream was astoundingly intricate. He understood it better than anyone else. It was undeniably biased, difficult to fathom through the lens of common sense. You might argue that predicting with the E skill was acceptable, given that the brief window of vulnerability during Flash could be exploited for precise targeting. It seemed that this new archer from EDG surpassed any previous jungler the team had known. Brothers, missing lamented, if we faced them in the regular season, we might have to weep. Is it truly that terrifying? Sadness retorted, somewhat unconvinced. He had only encountered one shocking moment, the first level's extreme Baidan attack. Daydream replied, it's even more daunting than you can imagine, Sadness. Just be cautious. If things go awry, we might not last even 20 minutes. Fraud, let's invade the jungle together. Su Qingru felt an unusual seriousness as she engaged in the game, especially in what seemed like a guaranteed victory. She meticulously calculated the respawn times for the enemy's blue buff, the 3 wolves, and the magic frog, promptly summoning Chen Yang, who nodded in agreement. Su Qingru's glassy eyes blinked, glancing swiftly before retracting her gaze, pondering how strange it was that the fraud could behave so obediently for once. Suddenly pausing, Su Qingru took a deep breath, patting her chest, and heard a soft clink, not the sound of a heartbeat, but rather the sound of Chen Yang setting down his empty cup. No water left. Chen Yang drank in vain, she thought, a smile nearly escaping her lips, which she quickly suppressed. The imposing Olaf, with a 13-6 kill count, brazenly cleared W's blue buff jungle once more alongside Chen Yang. Sadness was on the verge of tears. Their blue buff jungle had vision. However, it was precisely because of that vision that they were helplessly witnessing Olaf and the barrel champion wreak havoc. He was watching. Teacher Ma was watching. Pos was watching. And the sight was even more heartbreaking. The barrel champion cleared another wave of monsters and hit level 6, while Sadness remained at level 4. Without delay, Chen Yang returned to his jungle after the invasion, relishing in the mindless enjoyment of farming monsters. Suddenly, Chen Yang sneezed, instinctively reaching for his cup, only to remember halfway through that it was empty. Just then, a commotion erupted from the top lane as Olaf fell, taken down by W's Pa's sister Qingru. How did you get solo killed? They exclaimed, concerned that Su Qingru might get too reckless against the formidable Ornn. Miko and the others exchanged worried glances, fearing that Su Qingru's overzealousness might cost them the match, which seemed like a guaranteed win. Thankfully, the follow-up notification eased their tension. This was merely a strategic farming approach, after all. Chen Yang glanced back, bemused. As he believed Su Qingru was far too fierce to stoop to such passive tactics, she would rather charge through relentlessly than play conservatively. But upon looking back, what? Where did everyone go? Chen Yang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him and quickly checked his forehead. His temperature was indeed elevated, but not dangerously so. Just then, the door to the training room swung open, and Su Qingru dashed in, clutching her pink cup. Upon meeting Chen Yang's gaze, her ears flushed with embarrassment, and her annoyance flared. What are you staring at? Didn't you see me go get water and grab the wrong cup? With a huff, she placed the cup of hot water on the table with a loud thud. This cup has been used by you. I find it distasteful. You can continue using it if you wish. It's so frustrating. I finally found a moment to get water, only to grab the wrong cup. Fraud. You must have cursed me from behind, Su Qingru muttered. Her exquisite face, 99 points in beauty and capable of fierce combat, was adorned with an expression that screamed, "Don't bother me." I'm irritated. Hopelessly foolish, Chen Yang remarked casually, dismissing her complaints. He had no intention of drinking from the cup and continued with his game. Days when someone brought him hot water were indeed quite comfortable. He lifted the cup, took a swig, and exclaimed, "Ah, the familiar taste, delightful." His senses enjoyed a brief respite. Meanwhile, the Wii team was astonished and elated to see Pas score a counterkill against Olaf, immediately showering him with praise. "Pas, you're amazing. Ornn, we rely on you." Pas, initially bewildered, began to soar with excitement as his teammates cheered him on. As the battle commenced, the once reckless Su Qingru had now settled down, coordinating with Chen Yang to execute a flawless attack on the enemy base. After both returned home with nearly unbeatable gear, Su Qingru with 3.5 items and Chen Yang with 2, they advanced toward the high ground. "I'll provide support." Scout, eager to join the fray, rushed to offer his assistance. "Look at the AD, I'm ready." Just as Chen Yang tossed a rolling barrel, he squinted to ensure he had a clear view, confirming his aim before unleashing his ability, the explosive barrel, sending it soaring toward the enemy's backline. As the barrel exploded amidst the crowd, Su Qingru and Scout simultaneously cheered, with Miko's voice trailing behind. "Incredible. This is like a celestial bloom scattering petals." Chen Yang was momentarily stunned. "What on earth? Celestial bloom? I only blew up one Ezreal." But as he rubbed his eyes and focused, he realized the astonishing sight before him. The explosive barrel detonated at a precise angle, perfectly executed, impacting the center of the Wii team. Even the furthest enemy, the mid laner, was caught in the blast despite having explosives on him. Moreover, the ADC, Old Dream, not only was knocked back, but landed directly on the spot where Chen Yang had previously thrown his rolling barrel. Now, with his charge fully reloaded, boom. What a remarkable turn of events. Chen Yang's lips twitched slightly as Su Qingru and Scout seized the opportunity to ascend, eliminating 3 members of Wii's mid, jungle, and top. AD was also dispatched by Chen Yang's voluntary explosive barrel. Hope and Miko swiftly followed suit, and together, they launched a decisive assault that obliterated Wii's base. To be candid, despite the victory, Chen Yang felt little sense of accomplishment. His mind was clouded, and the performance in this training match was largely reliant on fortune. "I'm utterly exhausted. I need to rest a bit," he declared. Without glancing at the results, he quickly stood up and exchanged a brief greeting with Ming Kai. "All right. You should go and rest well. If you're not taking medicine, at least drink some hot water and wrap yourself up in bed," Ming Kai advised hurriedly, his joy momentarily overshadowed by concern. Chen Yang waved goodbye and slipped away. Su Qingru cast a glance at the computer screen, then at the direction Chen Yang had departed. On the screen, Olaf's stats read 10-1-3, MVP. Yet, as she observed Chen Yang's retreating figure, exuding an air of effortless coolness despite his illness, she felt a nagging emptiness. Soon, clarity dawned upon her. In the past, whenever this trickster claimed MVP, they would revel in the glory together. Now that she had achieved the same accolade, Chen Yang had vacated the scene prematurely. This simply would not do. She had to boast about her achievement. "Coach, I need to take a leave as well. I accidentally twisted my ankle and it hurts." Su Qingru suddenly sprang from her chair, concocting a clumsy excuse before dashing toward the dormitory. Ming Kai, taken aback, rubbed his eyes in disbelief and muttered, "No way. She twisted her ankle, yet is running so fast? Am I seeing things?" The two of them suddenly shared a mutual realization, and a mischievous grin crept across Ming Kai's face as he resumed his seat to chat with the Wii coach. "EDG. Clear love. So, how is it? I must tell you, it's not that our EDG's training matches are difficult to schedule. Rather, it's because the teams are simply not up to our standards. EDG. Clear of. A. Wii coach, Chapter 59, is the cola not tasty? Or is it just me?" Su Qingru hastily returned to her dormitory, her first impulse not to indulge in cola or potato chips, but to rush to her computer desk and log in. She glanced at her friend list, and to her dismay, the only friend online was Archer, whose gray avatar filled her with frustration. "That scoundrel." Su Qingru fumed, her beautiful eyes narrowing at the dull icon for several moments before she resignedly closed the client. "You flaunt your prowess while I am left in the dust. How infuriating. If you have the audacity to log in, I shall unleash my wrath upon you every time I see you, from the moment you log in until you log out, I swear." Suddenly overwhelmed by anger, Su Qingru opened a can of cola with a resounding pop and gulped it down in one go. To her astonishment, it tasted utterly bland. She blinked in surprise. examining the kin meticulously, scrutinizing the production date and anti-counterfeiting label. Everything seems fine. Could it be that I have a problem? Panic gripped her as she covered her delicate neck. Oh no, if my taste buds are malfunctioning, I may never relish the delightful flavor of cola again. And what about potato chips? Hot pot? Little eggs? She pressed her hands over her ears, spiraling into a state of distress. This must be a nightmare. All because of that deceiver. After drowning her sorrows in 2 more cans of cola, she awkwardly realized that she had overreacted. The taste was just as delightful as ever. Suchingru, what are you doing? Is it the cola that's unpalatable, or is it that slaying minions has become tedious? In a fit of frustration, she sat in her gaming chair, her delicate feet resting atop the seat, arms wrapped around her knees, her charming face contorted in dismay. Unable to comprehend her feelings and feeling increasingly vexed, Suchingru reopened the client and logged in. When in a sour mood, there was nothing more rewarding than vanquishing minions. In the past, every encounter with Archer's infuriating nickname would sour her mood after she had been bested by him, leading her to log off for a while. Late at night, she would return, determined to reclaim the 10 ranks she had lost that day, having taken a leave of absence. Suchingru spent the entire afternoon in her dormitory ranking up, achieving a remarkable 10-game winning streak in 6 hours. Meanwhile, in the training room, Miko, exhausted from his ranked matches, glanced at a live stream on a certain platform. Coincidentally, he saw the broadcaster covering a game featuring Saber, who had just executed another ruthless solo kill. With a grin, the broadcaster remarked, "Don't underestimate EDG's new top laner. She's incredibly formidable." Having played from 11 o'clock to now, it was already the 10th match, and almost all victories were decisive, with her carrying the team. Can you believe it? This is the pinnacle of the Rift, 10 matches. Except for 2 unexpected encounters with Urgot, the rest have been with different champions. This champion pool. No, it should be called a champion ocean. Miko was astounded and turned to Minkai, exclaiming, "Hey, come here. Isn't Suchingru on leave? How is she still in the dorm ranking up?" Minkai, surprised, approached. "Ranking? Are you joking? Isn't she supposed to be with Xiao Yang?" "Oh, sorry." He caught sight of a certain master executing a ruthless 1v2 and recalled the terrifying nature of straight men and women, hastily apologizing. Miko, bewildered, commented, "Suchingru's top lane play style is truly fierce. I even feel that compared to the shy, she doesn't seem so intimidating. Her aggressive playstyle may attract the jungler's attention, especially in professional matches, but she has the fortune of encountering a jungler who suits her well." Minkai instinctively offered his opinion. "Are you referring to my Yang?" Miko quipped with a sly smile. "Indeed. Even if Ning, the best jungle player in the entire LPL, were to join, he might not be able to protect Suchingru." Minkai asserted. "Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree." Miko nodded vigorously. "By the way, did you see Xiao Yang with Suchingru during lunch?" Minkai suddenly recalled his earlier concern. "I hope Yang is just resting due to his cold. If he can get up tonight, that would be a blessing. As for Suchingru, she has been ranking since 11. She probably hasn't had a moment to eat. Shall we send her something?" Minkai suggested. Would Suchingru even appreciate that? Miko pondered, recalling how aloof and proud she had been before joining EDG. It wouldn't be proper to simply knock on her door, especially since Chen Yang had never done so himself. "Forget it. I'll handle it. You continue your training." Minkai shared Miko's sentiments. A girl's room was not a place to intrude without close familiarity. Returning to his seat, he sent Chen Yang a message. "How are you feeling? Any better?" 5 minutes passed without a response. Realizing that Chen Yang was likely fast asleep, Minkai sent a message to Suchingru. "Suchingru, dinner will be served soon. Don't forget to eat. Your health is paramount." Ding. Suchingru replied, "Understood. Thank you, coach." Minkai smiled. It was hard not to like such a beautiful, charming, and polite girl. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he thought, haven't I been trying to create an opportunity for these two? Given the inherent awkwardness between straight men and women, it was likely too difficult for them to take that step themselves. This was the perfect moment to play the matchmaker. He quickly typed another message. "By the way, Suchingru, we have 2 training matches tonight, and of course, you and Xiao Yang are exempt. However, since Xiao Yang has a fever, he might need someone to look after him. If you have the time, perhaps you could check in on him? Don't misunderstand. I merely suggest you see how he is doing. If you're not interested, that's perfectly fine. Once we finish our training matches, we can go see him. Though it might be a bit late." Sure enough, Suchingru did not respond. Minkai's anxiety grew. He propped his arms on his face, deeply worried. Will this plan work? Will Suchingru go? Oh my gosh, why am I more anxious than they are? Minkai exclaimed, standing up and sitting down again, utterly frustrated. Chapter 60. No responses. The ultimate entanglement arrives. Su Qingru stared blankly at the messages from Ming Kai on her phone, her slender fingers instinctively hovering over the contacts section. But no. She admonished herself. If you express concern for him now, won't he, that deceitful scoundrel, take it as a sign of your affection? Calm down, Su Qingru. She firmly reassured herself. Bang, bang, bang. It's so infuriating. Why can't I recapture that feeling from before? After several more sips of Coke, the exhilarating sensation she once knew eluded her. Frustrated, she stomped her foot, only to hear the sound of her character being slain in the game. She had been inactive for far too long. Her opponents initially thought Saber was feigning a disconnection to lure them in, only to discover it was genuine. This was unacceptable. Attack. Her teammates immediately sent messages. Miss Saber, do you need assistance? Goddess, let me catch him for you. I have teleport. The eagerness of her teammates was palpable. They had hesitated to speak because, regardless of Su Qingru's beauty, her in-game prowess was fearsome, evoking a natural fear in others. Now that the opportunity to converse had arisen, they wasted no effort in reaching out. Su Qingru turned back, one hand on the keyboard and the other on the mouse. Replying curtly, no need. The mid laner, Yasuo, was elated to see Saber had responded and eagerly asked, Goddess, I usually see you and Archer logging in and out together. Why are you alone today? Su Qingru's eyelids twitched. Who did he think she logged in with? Delete. Which of your eyes saw me logging in with that fraud? Stop spouting nonsense. Delete. I would never log in with a con artist. Delete. What is Archer to me? Delete. Archer is sick today. So we didn't finish our games, but delete. Su Qingru groaned in frustration and chose to remain silent, diving into a relentless slaughter in the top lane. In just 10 minutes, the game concluded, and she had gained points, yet there wasn't a worthy opponent in sight. Gazing at her absurd score, for points in the king tier, she felt a pang of disappointment. Why must my messages be laden with concern for him, leading to misunderstandings? Why not mock him instead, feigning a desire to berate him? Yes. That isn't no. Wait, what do you mean feign? I genuinely want to scold him. It's as simple as that. Suddenly, Su Qingru picked up her phone again, swiftly locating the messaging app. Composing a message to the contact labeled fraud. Are you a complete imbecile? 1 minute no response. 5 minutes still nothing. 15 minutes no reply. Damn it. Su Qingru ground her teeth, muttering under her breath. Does this princess need you to reply? What do you think you are? A thoroughgoing fraud, unworthy of my attention. Even if you do reply, I wouldn't glance at it. Resolutely, Su Qingru tossed her phone onto the bed and stepped out to eat. 10 minutes later, Su Qingru returned, 2 food containers in hand, her steps light and brisk. Upon entering her room, she dashed straight toward the bed, only to find still no replies on her phone. Su Qingru, utterly discontent, she grumbled, tossing her phone aside and heading to the dining table with her food containers. She sat down elegantly, cherishing the ritual of life. One by one, she arranged each dish, along with steamed buns, Coke, and chopsticks. There was braised pork. Su Qingru's beautiful eyes sparkled slightly. She had a body that wouldn't gain weight, so she never restricted herself when it came to delicious food. The EDG cafeteria's chef was exceptional. Although she had only joined for a little over half a month, she was already well acquainted with the chef's specialties. Among them, the braised pork, known as Mao's braised pork, was undoubtedly the most delectable dish, sweet and tender. Each bite made her feel as if she could soar. Su Qingru delicately picked up a piece with her chopsticks, bringing it slowly to her lips, but just a few centimeters away, she suddenly set the pork back down. Bland. She turned her gaze toward the wall opposite her. The next room housed Chen Yang. Should I take a peek? Su Qingru abruptly shook her head vigorously. No. How could such a foolish thought cross my mind? If discovered, that fraud would mock me mercilessly. But if I'm not caught, then it's fine, right? She pondered this, and suddenly recalled Ming Kai's message that Chen Yang had a cold and was likely sleeping soundly in bed. Yes, just like a pig. Even if I slapped him, he wouldn't wake up. I'll just take a quick look. Just a glance. After that, I'll leave. Hey, Su Qingru, am not a heartless girl. Since we're teammates, it's only natural to lend a helping hand and show concern. No, that is not concern. I'm merely going to take a small look. No, I can't go. Stop. Su Qingru's delicate face displayed a whirlwind of emotions. After a considerable pause, she blinked and suddenly dashed to the balcony, rummaging through the washing machine to find the jacket Chen Yang had disdainfully discarded yesterday. I'm just delivering clothes. Su Qingru gathered the jacket, disdainfully holding just the collar, as it hadn't been washed yet, took a deep breath, and silently made her way out without shoes. Next door, Chen Yang had begun his slumber around 10 a.m. after finishing training, sleeping soundly until 6 in the evening. His head finally felt clearer as he slowly opened his eyes, the room shrouded in darkness. Have I slept this long? Furrowing his brows. Chen Yang was about to rise when suddenly, with a click, the door to his dormitory was pushed open from the outside. Chapter 61. This little shrimp is malicious, despicable at heart. In the darkness, Chen Yang blinked. The dormitory door opened and quickly shut again. The light left unturned, and the newcomer moved silently, like a thief. Chen Yang initially considered greeting the visitor, but, upon observing the situation, he suddenly froze. Who could enter his room so stealthily, if not the little shrimp? Chen Yang was puzzled. What could this little shrimp possibly want in his room? To stab him with a few words while he slept? How wicked. Su Qingru, with a conflicted expression, approached Chen Yang's bed. Her feet felt a bit cold as she thought to herself. Just place the clothes down and leave. Just place the clothes down and leave. Ahem. She softly cleared her throat, then earnestly placed the clothes on Chen Yang's bed. As if speaking to the air, don't misunderstand, deceiver. I'm not here to see you. These are the clothes you gave me yesterday. I've washed them. Cleaned them, and now I'm returning them to you. Chen Yang nearly burst out laughing. How had he not noticed this side of the little shrimp before? No. My dear family member could not possibly be this adorable. After placing the clothes down and uttering her pretty words, the room fell silent. Su Qingru, sharp-eyed, noticed that Chen Yang remained motionless on the bed. Still asleep? How dare he call me a pig? Who is the real pig here? It's evident. How shameless. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingru muttered a few insults, but received no reply. Finally, she took a deep breath and stealthily approached Chen Yang's bedside. Chen Yang's eyelids twitched. He was unsure of what the little shrimp was up to, yet instinctively felt a tinge of nervousness. He quickly calmed himself. Just then, a soft little hand gently rested on his forehead. Chen Yang nearly lost his composure, abruptly opening his eyes to meet the gaze of the hand's owner. Not too feverish. He should be fine. If he isn't awake, it's likely due to sheer laziness. After all, one could rationalize anything with the words of this deceiver. Not a single redeeming quality, Su Qingru muttered, puzzled. How could one person be so thoroughly detestable? Unattractive in appearance, and utterly unlikable in character. He was simply insufferable. Chen Yang realized he had underestimated her. This little shrimp was indeed malicious, even when he was ill and feverish. She seized the chance to sneak in and jab at him. What was this? Because it was an opportune moment to strike, believing he could not retaliate? Su Qingru, do you underestimate me so much? Chen Yang, dissatisfied and on the verge of retorting, felt the little hand withdraw, and he distinctly sensed someone clumsily pulling the covers up over him, snugly covering his nose. What? Are you trying to smother me? Chen Yang was taken aback. Meanwhile, Su Qingru softly muttered to herself, silly boy, how can you sleep without properly covering yourself? You'll catch a cold. Even a 3-year-old knows this, clearly. I've overestimated this deceiver's intelligence. Chen Yang realized who was tucking him in. But little shrimp, who covers someone's nose with the blanket? Just say the word, and I'll let you vent for 2 hours without retorting. No, he couldn't allow this little shrimp to maintain the upper hand. Since she was already here and thought he was fast asleep, why not take advantage of the situation for some mischief? Afterward, he could mercilessly mock Su Qingru. Brilliant plan. Without hesitation, he decided to put his plan into action. The master of disguise, Chen Yang, stirred in bed. Su Qingru instantly withdrew her hand, her eyes wide with anxiety. Water. Chen Yang rasped, his voice hoarse and strained. Su Qingru frowned, crossing her arms and standing afar, motionless. Chen Yang clenched his teeth, deepening his hoarseness as he painfully uttered, water. Little shrimp, I advise you to be kind, Chen Yang thought desperately. Su Qingru remained still, her glassy eyes reflecting doubt. However, after Chen Yang uttered that word, a long silence ensued, and she began to feel a twinge of concern. He wouldn't actually die of thirst, would he? Su Qingru anxiously pondered, remembering a saying that those with high fevers often felt extremely thirsty. Finally, seeing that Chen Yang showed no signs of waking, she turned to find a cup of water. It was nearby, on the bedside table. Even in the dark, she swiftly grasped it. Wait, was that her cup? Quietly, she moved into the light and examined it. Pink and adorned with rabbit ears, it truly was her own. How brazen. Su Qingru shot Chen Yang an incredulous glare before heading to the water dispenser, filling her cup with hot water. Suddenly realizing it might burn the deceiver, she thought better of it. While in a stupor, the master of disguise, Chen Yang, thought, this little shrimp is indeed up to no good. Her heart is despicable. Su Qingru decisively poured out the hot water and refilled her cup with cold water. After filling it, she frowned again, deciding to mix half hot, half cold water. Would that be too hot? Lacking experience in caring for others, she instinctively lifted the cup to her lips for a taste. The next moment, she was struck with realization. This cup had already been used by Chen Yang, and she was going to give it to him. How could she have? How could she have drunk from it? Panicking, Su Qingru felt as though steam was rising from her head. In a flurry, she intended to pour the water out again, but on the large bed, Chen Yang was growing impatient, once more drawing on his acting skills. Water, water. Chapter 62. Chen Yang, do you know that I like you? Su Qingru's fingers stiffened, her large eyes twinkling, as she mumbled, forget it, he doesn't know anyway. I might as well drink this. I, the princess, am not concerned. Chen Yang was oblivious to the murmurs of Su Qingru. Although he caught a few words, he pondered. What did might as well drink mean? Surely she wouldn't poison herself. Su Qingru held the cup and approached, standing by the bed for a long while, frowning slightly. Eventually, she sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to lift Chen Yang's heavy head. Heavy, she remarked, struggling to place it on her lap. She then turned to grab the cup and began to feed him water. Yet, her method was rather crude, almost forceful. Despite being somewhat prepared, Chen Yang was taken aback by the ferocity with which the water was poured, leading him to cough violently. Hey! Su Qingru exclaimed, startled, as she quickly set the cup down and patted his back until he stopped coughing. Just as she was about to resume feeding him, Chen Yang's face turned green. Was she trying to choke him? His heart seethed with indignation. Without a word, he pretended to turn away, rolling off her lap and onto the pillow, feigning deep slumber, even going so far as to mimic a few snores. Su Qingru blinked, reaching out to pinch his cheek, asking, aren't you going to drink? Chen Yang longed to respond with a retort when her small hand froze mid-pinch and swiftly withdrew, causing her to leap up from the bed, standing at a safe distance. Her delicate face flushed. Crazy. What are you doing? Su Qingru shook her head vigorously, feeling her cheeks grow warmer. How embarrassing. Thankfully, the deceiver remained asleep. But how could she have acted so intimately? Pinching his cheek, indirectly kissing him, caring for him when he was ill. Were these not acts reserved for lovers? Scoundrel. Su Qingru cursed suddenly. Today, she felt somewhat unhinged, perhaps due to a lack of sleep. She resolved to catch up on rest. Once her composure returned, she prepared to leave but noticed Chen Yang's phone. A sudden realization struck her, recalling the message she had sent. She couldn't let him see it. Instinctively, she snatched the phone. Although Chen Yang had his back turned, he was fully aware of what the little shrimp was up to. He rolled his eyes but remained silent. The phone contained nothing of great significance. He was curious about what mischief she was planning. Seeing that Chen Yang had not set a password, she felt relieved and immediately accessed the message records to delete the one she had sent. Then, an idea sparked within her. Why not take a couple of photos to place in his album? That way, when this deceiver dared to provoke her again, she would have the upper hand. A mischievous smile graced her lips as she snapped 2 selfies, thinking, now I have more leverage against this trickster. In her moment of triumph, Su Qingru raised an eyebrow at Chen Yang's back, feeling invigorated. Deceiver, Chen Yang mentally roared, suppressing his thoughts. His teammate was definitely not this adorable. After a few calming breaths, he couldn't allow this little shrimp to continue being so brazen and merry. With a gentle groan, Chen Yang turned over. Su Qingru, once so proud and delighted, stumbled back in alarm, colliding with the wardrobe behind her. Clutching the wardrobe, her glassy eyes were fixed on Chen Yang's silhouette. Her face a mixture of fear and embarrassment. Deceiver? Su Qingru called out cautiously. Deceiver, are you awake? She trembled again. Chen Yang remained silent. Feeling slightly reassured, Su Qingru, ever the astute girl, summoned her courage and declared, Deceiver, do you know that I like you? Chen Yang, feigning sleep, was taken aback. He nearly lost his composure. Su Qingru, startled, genuinely believed he had awakened, and in her embarrassment, she fled, leaving the dormitory door gently shut behind her. Chen Yang abruptly sat up, blinking in disbelief, grappling with the absurdity of the moment. Was his hearing faulty? Though he understood her words were merely a test of whether he was awake. Hearing them uttered by her brought an inexplicable warmth to his heart, even a hint of joy. Chen Yang pondered this peculiarity. Something's off, he thought, tapping his forehead. He set aside his musings and grabbed his phone, swiftly opening the applications. Sure enough, the little shrimp had not logged out. He glanced at the notifications and found a message from Su Qingru in the recycle bin. Deceiver, are you a fool? Seriously, am I just idly seeking trouble? Chen Yang mused, annoyed at himself. His expression darkened as he opened the camera app, His curiosity piqued. To his surprise, he found 2 photos of her. Despite his irritation, he couldn't help but admire her beauty. The first photo captured her making a silly face, her expression playful and whimsical, while the second showcased a sweet smile with a peace sign, charming enough to touch one's heart. Chen Yang frowned, suddenly reciting a mantra to himself. Punish Su Qingru. Punish Su Qingru. Punish Su Qingru. What a relief. Not. It was still bothersome. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently set one of her photos as his lock screen and the other as his wallpaper. At that moment, Ming Kai tagged everyone in the EDG team group chat. Tomorrow, the RNG starting lineup is confirmed. Top New, Jungle XLB, Mid Xiaohu, Bot Duo Gala and Ming. Pay attention. They have a new AD, and he seems quite formidable. Miko replied. Received. Scout. 1. Hope. 11. Chen Yang, initially inclined to respond with a 1. Suddenly recalled Su Qingru's earlier embarrassment. Would she be mortified if she discovered he had been awake for her confession? How awkward. Tomorrow promises to present a formidable challenge. Thus, I shall refrain from responding and continue to feign slumber. Nestled beneath the covers, my head buried deeply in the comforting embrace of the quilt, my cheeks flushed with a charming hue. The flustered and somewhat embarrassed Su Qingru found herself lost in thought for nearly 3 minutes. When the group chat fell silent, she abruptly threw back the duvet, exclaiming in delightful surprise, "Is he still asleep?" Lifting her phone, she scrutinized the screen once more, and suddenly, an exhilarating joy surged through her as she bounced on the grand bed, her fists clenched in triumph as she shouted, "Hooray! He didn't hear what I just said. This is absolutely splendid. Aha! I knew it. I, Su Qingru, am exceptionally clever and not at all foolish. How could I possibly make such a rookie mistake? Oh, aha! Su Qingru, you truly are a clever little sprite." In her exuberance, Su Qingru did not forget to leap onto the grand bed to reply to the message. Saber, acknowledged. Chen Yang, reclining against his pillow while perusing his phone, was momentarily distracted by this delayed message, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth without his notice. Nevertheless, he recalled that tomorrow would indeed present a significant challenge, facing RNG. This summer season, EDG had already triumphed over 2 formidable teams, and there was no doubt that RNG would be the next. Chen Yang brimmed with confidence regarding this encounter. Chapter 63. I dreamed someone confessed to me. EDG and RNG, 2 rival clubs, have a long-standing enmity filled with grievances. The familiar references to Spicy Hot Pot and the catchphrase, "I want all the kills in the wild," echo once more, alongside the casual quip from the Factory Brother. It's simple, just gank bottom at level 2. These sentiments arise from the fierce rivalry between these 2 teams. Consequently, every year during the spring and summer playoffs, the clash between EDG and RNG becomes the most anticipated spectacle for fans. When these 2 teams engage in battle, the fervor in the chat is reminiscent of a grand spring festival gala. Of course, following EDG's decline in S8, the LPL Spring Festival Gala has been upheld by RNG and G. Now, with the addition of 2 superstars to EDG, it feels as though the Galaxy fleet has been nearly reassembled. Although RNG has lost Uzi, MXG, and Let Me, the newly recruited AD stands ready to shoulder the burden. And the newcomer top laner Nu has already delivered impressive results in several regular season matches. Overall, the combat capabilities of both teams seem to have returned to a comparable level. A mini Spring Festival Gala is indeed on the horizon. On that day, although the match was scheduled to commence at 7 in the evening, by 7 in the morning, social media platforms were already flooded with comments regarding the 2 teams. EDG is invincible. Damn it, it's time to vent our frustrations. Since S8, we haven't beaten RNG. This year, we must win. Go EDG. Let us crush RNG. Arch, the royal family never surrenders. RNG, charge forward. Who? Please be of some help, Xilong Bao. Remember your name, Xilong Bao, not Xiaobao. Don't lose the dragon again. Baolon. Did someone me? Ahem. Sorry, didn't he mean to interrupt? Huh. Can you really bother my brother? Let us go, brothers. What is up with you, Baolon? Why 6 characters? Can it be 5? Are you implying Uzi can't do it? Oh my. This is a calamity of stars falling. Brothers, the team fight has begun. Let us go. Chapter 63. I dreamed of someone at 9 a.m. The members of EDG boarded their flight. The RNG team, being one of the wealthiest in the LPL, established their own home ground 2 years ago during the glorious S8 era, investing heavily in a luxurious stadium equipped with a highly professional competition venue and thoughtful support services tailored for League of Legends professional players. When Chen Yang and the others arrived at the RNG home ground, They couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Miko candidly remarked, "Factory brother, why don't you discuss with Abu the idea of building a pig farm for EDG while the competitive landscape in Shanghai remains untouched by other teams? Pork farm." Huh. Scout couldn't suppress his laughter, only to be met with a disapproving glance from Ming Kai, prompting him to innocently cover his mouth. Establishing a home ground is no easy feat, especially in Shanghai, where numerous teams exist, including the S8 champions IG and the S9 champions FPX. To preemptively secure a venue before these teams would be a daunting challenge. Ming Kai stood with his hands in his pockets, resembling a protective father. While his gaze wandered around as he engaged in conversation, Miko paused for a moment, and Chen Yang pondered before responding with a smile. At the very least, we should first secure a championship title. Once we have the S championship, it would be ideal to also win an intercontinental tournament. With these accolades, a modest investment should suffice for the establishment. Ming Kai nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must surpass IG and FBX. That is the minimum requirement. Thus, building a home ground in Shanghai is akin to climbing a mountain. The clever Hope chimed in. What if we relocate the team base to another city? Each team could occupy its own city, making things considerably easier. Ming Kai looked at him in disbelief, praising him. You're quite clever. Hope waved his hand dismissively. Stay humble. Today, Su Qingru was unusually quiet. Since disembarking from the plane, this was her first interaction, and it was directed toward Chen Yang. He suddenly recalled the events of the previous day, feeling a stir within him, and then remembered the incident with the phone screen, tightening his grip on his phone. He thought to himself, if that little shrimp discovered what she should not have seen, she would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly, hands on her hips and laughing uproariously. Su Qingru regarded Chen Yang seriously, her delicate face betraying little emotion, merely arching an eyebrow and asking, "Do you have anything to say to me?" Chen Yang narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Nothing at all. Su Qingru appeared calm and composed, yet her heart raced like a frightened rabbit. She was cautious as she asked this question, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. However, upon hearing Chen Yang's response, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. That's good, she murmured softly, putting yesterday's events behind her. A sudden inspiration struck Chen Yang. He couldn't allow the little shrimp to remain so unfazed. He lazily reminisced, I vaguely recall someone taking care of me while I was asleep. Su Qingru's body stiffened. Chen Yang contemplated for a moment before continuing, it seems that person even confessed to me. What did you say? Su Qingru stuttered. Her glass-like eyes filled with trepidation, preparing to find a crevice to hide in. However, I do not know who she is. I only discerned that she was a woman. As for her appearance, she probably isn't very attractive, quite the opposite. Really, Chen Yang said slowly. Pa, you're the ugly one. Your entire family is ugly. You better open your eyes and take a good look. How could this princess be ugly? Su Qingru seethed inwardly, vociferously refuting him while maintaining a facade of calmness. You must have been dreaming, she exclaimed. Oh right, a dream. Huh. Su Qingru forced a smile, her gaze unwilling to settle on Chen Yang's face. Little rascal. Chen Yang quietly chuckled to himself and suddenly had another idea, slowly stating, but that girl seemed quite gentle. Although I do not know who she is, it feels as though fate has intertwined our paths. Regardless of her beauty or lack thereof, I feel compelled to find her. Chen Yang spoke earnestly, inadvertently tugging at Su Qingru's sensitive heartstrings. Yet in this critical moment, he continued, I wish for her to be my personal maid. You scoundrel. Su Qingru felt her heart shatter, her feelings unresolved, igniting a fire within her. Enraged, she reached out to punch Chen Yang, though it was more playful than painful. Chen Yang seized the moment, feigning surprise as he asked, Why are you so agitated? Who's agitated? You are. Just kidding. Do I look like the kind of person who gets agitated easily? You're slandering me. Then why are your hands trembling? I didn't have breakfast. I'm motion sick. Motion sickness, oh. Stop with the sarcasm. You're quite annoying. I can't be bothered with you. Ahead, Ming Kai, engaged in conversation with Hope and others, suddenly noticed someone lagging behind. Chapter 64. No. My top laner cannot possibly be this adorable. Ming Kai led the group to the lounge first, where two people shared a room for rest and training. The home base of RNG was quite impressive. In the standard double room, not only were there high-end computers, but also a spacious double bed, adorned with new sheets and bedding. A gentle fragrance permeated the air. Upon drawing back the curtains, bright yet gentle light flooded in, creating an undeniably comfortable environment for both rest and training. However, a question arose. Why was I sharing a dormitory with you? Chen Yang and Su Qingru stood facing each other, the door firmly closed. They both wore expressions of disdain and discontent, glaring at one another fiercely. Forget it. Chen Yang finally conceded, displaying a sense of magnanimity. After all, although the little shrimp's attentiveness yesterday was somewhat rough, it was also quite considerate. He decided to let it slide and make do with the situation. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of distaste and dissatisfaction. Oddly enough, he felt strangely comfortable with this arrangement, even harboring an impulse to challenge Coach 7 to a direct 1v1 match if he hadn't set it up this way. Su Qingru rolled her eyes and remarked, "Stop pretending. With your secret crush on me, I bet you're overjoyed inside right now." Chen Yang understood that the little shrimp was still preoccupied with the events of yesterday, feeling a sense of imbalance within himself, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Magnanimous, he muttered to himself. Su Qingru raised an eyebrow and shook her head. "No, I'm going to sleep." She pointed to the large bed not far away and warned, "I warn you, if I fall asleep, don't do anything strange. Otherwise, you'll regret it." With a defiant glare at Chen Yang, Su Qingru swiftly dove onto the large bed, burying her head into the blankets. Almost letting out an excited squeal, she shivered with delight, transforming into an elegant princess. She calmly arranged her blanket, turned gracefully, closed her eyes, and drifted into slumber, the entire sequence seamless and breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Yang stood in awe, utterly dumbfounded. Had he just witnessed a transformation so rapid? No, my top laner cannot possibly be this adorable. Don't think I didn't see how you were just now. Stop pretending, Chen Yang teased, as he noticed Su Qingru's back turned to him. Radiating a clear disinterest in conversation, he opted for silence instead. He booted up the game and played a couple of ranked matches. During lunchtime, he stepped out to the cafeteria for a bit of self-service. Just as he was leaving, he suddenly remembered the little shrimp in the dorm. After all, she had taken care of him yesterday. This wasn't just concern, it was a matter of equitable exchange. Chen Yang pondered carefully, convinced that this was entirely reasonable. He decided to buy an extra meal. He was worried about it getting cold, a chicken burger, an Ornn's chicken leg, and a cup of iced cola to bring back to the dorm. Su Qingru was still comfortably asleep, her fair face adorably innocent in slumber. Unable to resist, Chen Yang reached out and pinched her cheek. Feeling a sudden impulse, he then pinched his own face, noting the distinct difference. Equitable exchange. You pinched my face yesterday. This time, I'm not at a loss, he murmured, pinching her once more. And for a change, this is a win-win situation. Feeling quite pleased, he placed the food on the bedside table and returned to play ranked matches, only to encounter an unexpected delight. He found himself matched with RNG's new AD, Gala. At the pinnacle of the rift, Gala initiated conversation. "Archer, please go easy on me tonight. I'm the starting player for RNG today," he added, encouragingly. During this competitive match, though Chen Yang didn't engage much with Gala, he meticulously observed every detail about this new AD. In summary, this ADC was quite formidable. Although Chen Yang's team won the game, it was not without difficulty. Gala's Kaisa achieved an impressive 10,912 score, likely the MVP for the losing side. Their bot lane had been thoroughly overwhelmed, showcasing a fierce playstyle. After gaining economic advantage, he was bold enough to deal damage and effectively execute it. However, if Chen Yang had focused on him in the early game, there was a greater than 50% chance he could have shut him down completely. Silently reflecting, Chen Yang realized he had developed a habit of primarily supporting the top lane. Before entering professional matches, he had faced Saber, who had a balanced playstyle. But after that encounter, he had focused intensely on the top lane, honing his skills to become a mid-jungle hybrid with a predatory instinct. He shared all his insights with Ming Kai, who replied within seconds, "Nice job, Xiaoyang. This information is crucial. Just wait, tonight's BP will be a delight." Chen Yang responded with a simple okay, then turned to see the little shrimp still asleep. What time was it? She had been sleeping since around 11 a.m. Now over 4 hours had passed. A real pig. Ignoring Su Qingru's earlier warning, Chen Yang, feeling slightly fatigued himself and wishing to maintain his performance for the evening, slipped off his shoes and climbed onto the bed, pulling the tightly gripped blanket from Su Qingru to cover himself as well. Meanwhile, at the RNG club, members Tiger, Dragon Fortress, Ming, Nu, and Coach Beef stood behind Gala, intently watching him complete the ranked match. After losing, they exited the game, marveling at Archer's prowess. Instead of a name as whimsical as his, it would be more fitting to call him the Harbinger of Death. After 10 minutes of silence, Coach Beef finally spoke, his tone imbued with deep apprehension. Chapter 65, Revenge, Revenge, Revenge. Upon him the depiction of the Grim Reapers, the Harbingers of Death, could not be more fitting. This archer is astonishingly formidable. Wherever he goes, destruction follows. Little Tiger exaggeratedly exclaimed, furrowing his brow in annoyance. How am I supposed to fight this? Just defend the jungle. Ming patted his shoulder, appearing rather unperturbed, smiling cheerfully. We might not even win. Oh, by the way. In fact, compared to you, my brother Nu is the one to be truly worried about. Nu, with a face full of exasperation, remarked, I've watched all of EDG's 2 matches. Archer seems to dwell in the top lane, relentlessly hunting there. I was left dumbfounded, you know? This calls for a serious contender. You could easily take a stand too. Simply play equality for all and engage under the tower. Saber's approach is rather fierce, and there's no need to engage her directly, Beefsteak suggested. I concur. Let's play the sheep. Just don't let them ban it. We must secure it first. Nu nodded vigorously, clearly intimidated by this new jungle duo from EDG. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid facing this formidable pair altogether. Even GS the Shy Ning did not exhibit such outrageousness. Of course, he had never faced the Shy Ning at his peak during S8, so he could only comment on the current state of affairs. However, there was a piece of good news. Beefsteak, with his corpulent frame, crossed his arms, resembling a large ball, and coupled with his frizzy hair and bushy beard, his appearance was quite comical. Though his tone was serious, it was hard to suppress a laugh, and little Ming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Beefsteak shot him a glare and turned to Gala, saying, currently, EDG's mid-jungle duo is somewhat invincible. I'm uncertain if any team in LPL can match them head-on. But we certainly cannot. He was still somewhat concerned for Nu and Little Dragonfort's feelings, so he deliberately glanced at them while speaking. Should either of them show any sign of discomfort, he would promptly cease. Nu and Little Dragonfort nodded simultaneously, signaling for Beefsteak to continue. He smiled and said, Gala, today's match relies on you. Since we cannot gain an advantage in the mid-jungle, let us break through from the bottom lane. Moreover, I have watched EDG's previous 2 matches. Their bottom lane is an absolute weak point. Just remember one thing. Hope, that gentle little lamb of an ADC, is certainly not as fierce as you. Little Ming winked, responding eagerly. Gala pondered the previous match and nodded. Does Archer not prefer to gank the bottom lane? This undoubtedly presents EDG's greatest opportunity, and he must seize it to strive for victory. RNG has been heavily influenced by Uzi ever since his retirement. No matter how many ADCs have come to fill his shoes, they still fail to earn the fans' approval. For instance, his previous teammate Betty was ultimately replaced amidst jeers and distrust, but he did not desire such an outcome. I aspire to be the second Archer. Recalling the last regular season match between EDG and LGD, where the commentator, Guan Daxiao, exuberantly proclaimed the rise of the second emperor amidst a flurry of congratulatory messages. That affirmation and honor are undoubtedly what every professional player yearns for, and he was no exception. At RNG's home ground, the first match of the day commenced at 5 o'clock, as countless fans from both teams surged into the venue, fervently cheering and rallying their spirits. Amidst the cacophony of encouragement, the match began. Su Qingru was roused from her slumber by the raucous cheers, though the players' lounge was quite distant from the competition area. Su Qingru had slept so soundly that her slumber had turned light. As one becomes satisfied in sleep, it becomes fleeting, just as it was for her now. Oh, so comfortable, she murmured, rubbing her eyes, suddenly jolting awake. What the? She was taken aback by the handsome face before her, recoiling like a startled rabbit, only to collide with the wall with a thud. Ouch, 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 she softly gasped, furrowing her beautifully shaped brows. Then, she glared fiercely at the fellow before her, only to realize that she and Chen Yang were under the same blanket. Su Qingru felt flustered. She desperately wanted to throw off the blanket, yet her hands remained frozen. She blinked her big eyes and huffed heavily, feeling indignant, thinking how could she endure such humiliation? She might not be able to verbally retaliate, nor could she physically overpower him, and she resolved to take action while the trickster was still asleep. With a fierce gaze, Su Qingru lifted the blanket and pinched Chen Yang's face with force. Unsatisfied, she used her other hand to pinch him again. Suddenly, a playful idea struck her. She pulled out her phone and, while pinching his face into a grotesque shape, snapped a picture. Huh, let this trickster taste his own medicine. It serves him right. Su Qingru laughed triumphantly. After taking the photo, she hopped out of bed to find something to eat. Despite having already gotten out of bed and put on her shoes, she couldn't resist turning back for one last pinch on Chen Yang's face. Hee, did you expect this? You wouldn't have dreamed it, would you? Bullying this princess? Not a chance. I, Su Qingru, will never suffer losses. With a triumphant grin, her lips curled upward, and her keen eyes caught sight of a hamburger and chicken leg on the bedside table, along with a can of cola. Su Qingru was overjoyed. Excitedly grabbing the food and gulping down the drink with delight, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes of happiness. So delicious. As for the hamburger and fried chicken, she took a bite, only to find them a bit cold and unappetizing. Frowning, she spat out the mouthful of hamburger and placed it back on the bedside table. While inquiring in the group chat about the location of the cafeteria, she stepped outside. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Were these leftovers from the trickster, or had he bought them specifically for her? Chapter 66. Coach, you misunderstood me. Chen Yang was roused from his slumber by Ming Kai's incessant phone calls. Upon answering, Ming Kai exclaimed with palpable excitement, Chen Yang, the match is about to begin. What are you doing? Hurry up, or you'll be late. The urgency in Coach Seven's voice was unmistakable. It was already 6:30, and the competition was set to commence in just 30 minutes, in 10 minutes. The players were required to enter for pre-match checks. Yet, Chen Yang had yet to arrive. Since 6 o'clock, Ming Kai had dialed over 10 times. Contemplating that if he couldn't reach Chen Yang soon, he would have to go directly to the locker room to fetch him. Frustration was mounting. Chen Yang, momentarily taken aback, quickly replied, "Oh, I'm on my way. Just wait for me." After hanging up, he turned to find the other side of the room was empty, which only added to his displeasure. Was this little shrimp intentionally seeking revenge by not waking him up and causing him to be late? He mused that perhaps women only hindered his swiftness. Fortunately, he had no affection for this little shrimp. With a roll of his eyes, he hastily donned his shoes. Noticing a half-eaten hamburger and chicken drumstick on his bedside table. Although the cola was gone, he couldn't afford to be picky. His stomach was rumbling, and he settled for a quick bite. Chen Yang was generally quite disciplined, and instances of tardiness like today were rare for him. He was surprised. Having fallen asleep at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, expecting that a 1 or 2 hour nap would suffice. However, he had slept particularly soundly, and it was rather pleasant. While munching on the hamburger, he noticed a series of tiny bite marks on the bottom. Who on earth had taken a bite out of it? He realized he hadn't touched it at noon, so it must have been Su Qingru. His expression darkened at the thought, and he was about to discard the hamburger when Ming Kai, rushing to greet him, interrupted with an urgent, "Come on, hurry in, Chen Yang," momentarily caught off guard. Chen Yang hastily stuffed the last piece of the hamburger into his mouth and followed Ming Kai inside. After entering, he casually tossed the hamburger wrapper aside. Su Qingru had been secretly observing from her seat and, upon noticing the wrapper in Chen Yang's hand, felt a jolt of guilt. Her earlobes flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze to the floor. Surely he hadn't discovered her secret? Absolutely not. Chen Yang's expression was icy. This little shrimp would pay for this. However, he soon pondered that his own earlier maneuvering could be deemed equally questionable. His mood lightened slightly. With a sigh of relief, the 5 of them gathered, and Ming Kai quickly introduced the day's strategy. Chen Yang offered a few suggestions, which initially stunned Ming Kai, but then he beamed with delight. Brilliant. They both exchanged knowing smiles. Miko, Hope, don't feel overwhelmed. We just need to hold our ground. We've got the top and jungle carrying us, Ming Kai assured them. Miko, unable to interject, pondered for a moment before turning to comfort Hope, adopting an elder's demeanor. Hope blinked innocently. Brother T and I'm not feeling overwhelmed at all. Of course you are. Miko clapped his thigh in exasperation. And if you're not, then I certainly am. Hope nodded absent-mindedly. Miko, in high spirits, patted Hope's shoulder. Smiling kindly, so, Hope, don't feel too much pressure. We just need to hold our ground. We've got the top and jungle to support us. Scout stared in disbelief for a moment before muttering, "What the heck?" Su Qingru sat quietly at her desk. Her arms propped up and her hands supporting her chin, her glassy eyes surveying the main screen. Today's commentator was still Guan Daxiao, but he had a new partner, a woman named Rita. Su Qingru didn't bother comparing seriously, concluding in her mind that she was far prettier. A smile graced her lips as she thought this. Chen Yang noticed her and promptly abandoned his conversation with Ming Kai to retort at the little shrimp. Stop looking. Their grandmother has nothing to do with you. Even if it did, it would be a fake grandmother. Su Qingru shot him an exasperated glare, too focused on the impending match to argue with the trickster. She would save her vengeance for later. A good woman's revenge is best served after a decade. All that mattered was logging in. The League of Legends client was the perfect arena for banter. At least Su Qingru thought so, especially after encountering Archer. Meanwhile, at the commentary booth, Guan Daxiao and Rita had just wrapped up a match, analyzing the pros and cons for 20 minutes before shifting their focus to the upcoming game. Guan Daxiao's excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, "The next match is even more thrilling." Who would have thought this year's Spring Festival would come early? Oh, the clash between EDG and RNG is something many fans have eagerly awaited. I bet the barrage is filled with fans fervently cheering for EDG or RNG. Rita chuckled. I'm sure it is. Guan Daxiao raised his eyebrows, saying, speaking of which, why don't you take a guess at which team has more fans cheering in the barrage right now? Rita rolled her eyes. Don't be ridiculous. Are you trying to lead me into a trap? Commentators who stir the pot get their pay docked. Guan Daxiao laughed heartily. Then, with a mysterious tone, asked Rita, which of these two teams do you know more about? Rita blinked and confidently replied, of course, it's EDG. Chapter 67. The most deceptive handsome men, EDG. How could Rita possibly favor EDG? This is quite strange, dear sister. Haven T, you only recently become a commentator for the LPL, just 2 or 3 years ago. Indeed. During those years, RNG has had more glory. It seems Rita is a true veteran fan of LPL, understanding the illustrious history of our esteemed EDG. Hehe. I have been a fan since S5. Only genuine old fans would appreciate EDG. Ah, speaking of which, why hasn't it reached 7 o'clock yet? I want to watch. What nonsense. When has EDG ever played against RNG? Be quiet. Before S7, when did RNG ever defeat EDG? Humph. They can only rely on their historical glory. ISNTS 8 RNG considered an ancestor to S10 RNG? Provocation. Let us see what happens in the match. As the discussion continued between Guan Daxiao and Rita, it inevitably ignited a fierce debate among fans in the live chat, escalating from 6:30 until 7. Never doubt the strength of the fans watching the live stream. Their passion can make one question their very existence. What? You say I'm a grandpa? My heart must be resilient. Although the fighting spirit of the fans is formidable, occasional minor incidents are quite normal. EDG, press on. RNG, never give up. The arena erupted with both sides' fans waving flags and shouting passionately in support. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, Su Qingru, and the 5 members of RNG, along with their coach, had all taken their seats. The draft phase began, and Ming Kai displayed a classic grin, raising an eyebrow at Chen Yang. Let us get started. Having drawn the blue side, it was a fortuitous moment. Chen Yang responded with a smile. Ming Kai couldn't resist snapping his fingers. Su Qingru, glancing at Chen Yang with a pretty face that conveyed both curiosity and restraint, found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Just then, Chen Yang turned to her and smiled. Su Qingru was taken aback, thinking, why the sudden gentle smile? Are you out of your mind? She instinctively shot back, and Chen Yang, still smiling warmly, said, I can tell you what I just discussed with the coach if you lean in a bit closer. Su Qingru, incredulous, thought, when did this trickster start being so nice to me? Something must be off, but his smile seems so sincere, should I believe him? She nodded, removing one earphone to reveal her delicate, pearly ear, leaning towards Chen Yang. As he leaned in, his serious demeanor shifted to one of mischief, and he said, while I would love to share, considering your limited intellect, I've decided not to tell you. Deceiver. Su Qingru reacted vehemently, turning her head sharply to glare at Chen Yang with fury in her bright eyes. Chen Yang laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. Ming Kai and the others were speechless. While the referee was utterly baffled, her curiosity piqued. Oh my, what is the relationship between Saber and Archer, the renowned high-quality newcomers of EDG? Chen Yang, recalling a saying, thought, to ruin a girl, all it takes is to lean in and whisper, girl, you cannot eat today. Clearly, the angered little shrimp had yet to comprehend the situation. Chen Yang, noticing, quickly turned to the referee, waving and mouthing, we have no relationship. This was not for the little shrimp, but for his own reputation. The referee's expression suggested disbelief. I can't trust you. My mother always said that handsome men are the most deceptive. Ming Kai, utterly exasperated, decided to ignore Chen Yang and Su Qingru's antics and declared, let us ban all ADCs. Specifically, Aphelios, Callista, and Ezreal. All banned. While Su Qingru was sulking and contemplating how to berate the trickster, Chen Yang was fully engaged in the drafting strategy, naturally aligning with Scout's plans. Ming Kai nodded, casting a knowing glance at Chen Yang, and grinned, no problem. We will definitely secure an advantage in the draft and annoy them to no end. Scout had no objections, leading to an uproar as Guan Daxiao exclaimed incredulously from the commentary desk, no way. Gala is letting EDG take such precautions? Rita was equally astonished. This is unexpected. Just moments prior, during the pre-draft discussion, Niu Pai had said, Gala, seeing how strong your Kaisa is, I bet EDG will take some targeted measures. Even if they don't engage in the bot lane, they will focus on the mid and jungle. I want to play Kaisa this round. I'll pick any strong AD champion to dismantle their entire strategy, Gala replied. Clever. Neopai snapped his fingers, suggesting champions like Aphelios, Callista, Lucian, or even Ezreal. Though slightly less effective, the impact would still be significant. EDG was destined to falter against us, and this frustration was inevitable. The 5 members of RNG had varying reactions, but they were thrilled to thoroughly disrupt EDG in the draft. Of course, there was no malice, just pure amusement. Let us continue targeting their jungler. I've watched many of EDG's matches, including scrims and ranked games, and I've identified a pattern. Archer hardly plays jungle-centric champions. While I'm unsure if he truly cannot, we can take a gamble and ban all tempo-setting champions from him, such as LeBlanc and others. Neopai meticulously strategized, aiming to lock down every strength of Chen Yang. Just then, EDG's 3 bans were revealed. Xiaoming, still chuckling, suddenly paused, exclaiming, "All ADCs? What does EDG intend to do?" The smiles on the other faces froze. Neopai was momentarily stunned. Their 3 bans had been predetermined and unchangeable. LeBlanc, Jarvan, and Lee Sin were all banned. Thus, the first round of selections began EDG as first pick. Lucian. Neopai suddenly had a realization, his expression shifting as he muttered a curse. Damn it, I've been played. Chapter 68. The Sunlit Strategy. This maneuver is truly ingenious. Several individuals immediately turned their heads to glance at Beefsteak. Beefsteak grimaced, tousled his unruly hair, clenched his fists, and finally spat out in annoyance. EDG's ban pick is utterly ridiculous. Their initial strategy was to play covertly. In the afternoon, GAA executed an extraordinary performance with Kaisa, which would inevitably make EDG cautious and engage in extensive strategic discussions. This was unavoidable, even if they knew he might not play Kaisa that evening. Targeting him was a matter of professional ethics. Indeed, they at RNG did not intend to allow Gala to continue playing Kaisa. They had already devised alternatives. Aphelios, Callista, and Lucian were their preferred choices. After all, powerful champions share similar traits. They left Gala ample room, while simultaneously focusing their bans on Chen Yang, eliminating all rhythm-based champions he might choose. This ban pick plan was nothing short of flawless. However, they did not anticipate the unexpected. EDG was even more cunning. They played covertly, while EDG orchestrated an overt strategy. So, you don't want to pick Kaisa, do you? Very well. We'll ban 3 champions and select Lucian for hope right off the bat. Let us see how you respond next. Choosing an ADC. In this version, the 4 dominant ADCs have all been banned. Oh, but wait. There's S1 left, Kaisa. If you choose her, we are fully aware of your strategy. If you don't, well, with the first 3 bans already executed. Can you guess if we will continue banning your champions? Devious. Such a ban strategy, while somewhat outrageous, especially aimed at GAA, undoubtedly troubled Beefsteak. He understood that if they reached the 4th or 5th ban, Gala's chance to play Kaisa would likely vanish. This situation could only be described as a tragic irony. Beefsteak felt disheartened. At the commentary desk, Guadaxiao failed to detect the intricate dynamics between the 2 teams, merely expressing interest. It seems both EDG and RNG have conducted thorough research on each other's newcomers. Rita, smiling, responded, "Is targeting the newcomer a customary practice in the LPL? I love it. I wonder who today will say, 'Welcome to the LPL'?" However, Arch interjected, "But Gala is not a newcomer." Guadashi retorted, "Is he not? Gala was previously the main carry for Demo." "Oh, now I see. I begin to understand why EDG is so focused on Gala." Yet, Daxiao's comment irritated some viewers. What do you know? Demo's strength is mediocre. How strong can their main carry be? They recalled that when Xiao Guadian faced G, the opposing bot lane duo was still the former VG's bot lane. I sense there is more to this. However, a mere ADC of that caliber would not make Xiao Guadian play in such a manner. Would even Uzi endure such treatment? Stop flattering. EDG is clearly intimidated by us. Though our god is gone, Gala is the next god. EDG, prepare for annihilation. Eh? Why hasn't RNG selected their champion yet? Time is running out. What is taking so long? Is it really that hard to choose? Let me have a hand with Gragas. Xiaohu excels at playing Gragas. In various official live streams, many viewers scoffed at Guadaxiao's remarks, expressing their disbelief. Meanwhile, RNG fans found his words quite agreeable. As long as you say our new ADC Gala is strong, we are friends. Suddenly, RNG fans felt anxious. The intricate ban pick struggle, confined to just a few members of the 2 teams before the clash between Chen Yang and Gala was revealed, left many spectators baffled. Even if they were aware of that encounter, they might not fully comprehend it. In summary, Beefsteak conceded. His face darkened as he remarked, Kaisa? They have relented. RNG's first and second picks culminated in the selection of the Void Girl, Kaisa. Haha. Ming Kai, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Walking over to Chen Yang and patting his shoulder, sharing in the jubilation, Xiao Yang, brilliant. This overt strategy is simply invincible. Chen Yang rolled his eyes. But let us not celebrate too soon. Gala's champion is formidable, and since he has been selected, he will undoubtedly be paired with a powerful support. This was indeed true. As Ming Kai concurred, in a predictable turn of events, RNG's second pick went to Xiao Ming, selecting a robot support? Not Thresh, no Rockin', but a robot. Ming Kai frowned, realizing this could only mean they would rely on their signature skills. Without banning Thresh, they needed to be cautious regarding Xiao Ming's choice. Consequently, EDG secured Thresh early in their second and third picks to avoid being banned out, while the third pick was for Su Qingru, who chose Gnar for the top lane. Goodness, you're not playing any of the female champions, but you're opting for a tank? Chen Yang shot a glance at Xiao Xia, expressing his disbelief. Su Qingru ignored him, sulking while reassuring herself, the match is about to start. I shouldn't argue with that trickster too fiercely, otherwise, he might not help me later. Wait, I don't need anyone's assistance. I, Su Qingru, am quite capable in lane. I just want to give that trickster a few more opportunities to showcase his skills. That is all. Internally, Su Qingru was both hesitant and proud, yet her delicate, fair face remained cold and expressionless, especially avoiding any glance towards Chen Yang. RNG's third pick arrived, locking in Lilia for the jungle position. EDG's fourth and fifth bans targeted Xiao Hu's champion pool, eliminating Syndra and Zoe. RNG, in their fourth and fifth picks, chose to target Graves and Kiana instead. No need for that. A gamble was in order. After all, rhythm-based champions must not be left for Archer. Beefsteak's response was resolute. Thus, RNG's fourth and fifth bans were directed at Gragas and Elise. At the commentary desk, Guadashiao once again lavished praise on Archer, embellishing his evaluations with a hint of exaggeration. The viewers who had previously mocked RNG fans suddenly shifted their ire toward Guadashiao. Please, stop buttering him up. Daxiao. Cease your praise. After the bans concluded, RNG locked in Jace for the top lane, opting for long-range combat. EDG's final two picks included Ice Lady for Scout, a selection that was undeniably dramatic, as EDG's composition lacked sufficient damage. Beefsteak's brow furrowed as an ominous realization struck him. This could spell trouble. Sure enough. In the fifth pick, EDG compensated for their damage output by selecting Gangplank, making his debut in the match. Chapter 69. He is indeed extraordinary, a true jungle player. The Gangplank. To my astonishment, Archer can also play Gangplank? When my brother Archer unleashes his Gangplank, it will surely dominate the entire match. Those who claim that Archer could not play jungle champions, come forth. Let us have a serious discussion. It is evident that the shock of Chen Yang selecting Gangplank is not limited to those on the RNG side. The commentators and audience alike appear utterly bewildered. Beef. With a furrowed brow, secretly cursed, had I known, I would have focused on the top lane. This new jungler from EDG is an absolute monster. There was no choice left, as RNG had reserved the last counter pick for Xiaohu after a brief discussion. Beef believed that early game momentum was crucial. What hero synergizes well with Lilia? The Orianna. One provides crowd control, while the other offers mobility, a perfect combo of unassailable control. Upon locking in Orianna, both teams' compositions were firmly established. EDG versus RNG, red side, top, Gnar versus Jace jungle, Gangplank versus Lilia mid, Ice Maiden versus Orianna ADC, Lucian versus Kaisa support. Thresh versus Blitzcrank. EDG's late-game potential is not to be underestimated. Yet when compared to RNG, it is evidently lacking. Indeed, on the RNG side, only Jace and Lilia become ineffective in the late game, while EDG seems to rely solely on Gnar for late-game capability. But Gnar is merely a frontline tank. The outcome of this match is likely to be determined in the early to mid-game. The mid-game will witness intense team fights. It promises to be exhilarating. Nevertheless, I am wholly in support of EDG. Go, EDG. Show those arrogant fans what you are capable of. The lineups of both teams were displayed on the big screen, eliciting deafening cheers and shouts. Guanda Xiao intended to use this opportunity to offer his analysis and predict the outcome of the two teams, but was forcibly interrupted by Rita. Guanda, really? I'm afraid if you continue like this, you'll be in for a beating. Rita exclaimed dramatically. Guanda Xiao, his expression dark, retorted, how could that be? A clear conscience fears no accusation. However, Spreading toxic predictions is certainly your fault, Rita replied. Guanda Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment and sheepishly asked, "Is that so?" The barrage of comments in the live chat expressed their satisfaction, praising Rita's actions. Meanwhile, the eagerly anticipated match finally commenced. In the conventional setup, the blue side's gangplank undoubtedly held an inherent advantage, opening red with the assistance of teammates. Yet, Chen Yang's jungle path was undeniably ambitious and rather greedy. After finishing the red buff, he immediately soloed the stone golem and subsequently moved on to the raptors. Such greed is unparalleled. Archer, this jungle core, is truly unique. He gives the impression that he could wipe the jungle clean in an instant. Guanda Xiao rarely witnesses such greed in jungling during matches and could not help but marvel. Have you noticed? Although Archer is extremely greedy in his jungle clear, his speed is genuinely impressive. In comparison to Lilia from the Dragon Fortress, who lost a set of frogs, both of them nearly reached their next buff simultaneously, Rita remarked. Her statement was slightly exaggerated. While Chen Yang's jungle speed was commendable and he often maximized his efficiency, nearly depleting the patience of the jungle monsters, he would, just at the moment before their patience expired, perfectly execute them. However, having cleared an additional set, particularly a stone golem, Chen Yang was still ahead by a notable margin when he reached the blue buff. Despite this, it remained terrifyingly efficient. Guanda Xiao unabashedly praised Gangplank's jungle efficiency but soon noticed something. The bottom lane was frequently being captured by the cameras. The director must have something planned, he mused. In just 3 minutes, the bottom lane had been featured thrice, each time engaged in fierce skirmishes, with both sides trading blows and then retreating. Guanda Xiao speculated. Is hope being ignited by Gala? Why does he seem so aggressively confrontational? While Gala's words hold merit, hope does not typically play like this. Perhaps it was Miko igniting Xiaoming, as it was rumored they had a close relationship off the stage, yet once on the battlefield, they must prove their worth. Rita chimed in with her own guess. No. Look. Observe Archer. His route is quite peculiar. Guanda Xiao suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to Chen Yang. After finishing the blue buff and leveraging his hero advantage, Chen Yang completed it almost simultaneously with Lilia from the Dragon Fortress. Upon Lilia's completion, she headed for the stone golem while Chen Yang, after placing a ward in the river, retraced his steps. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that Gangplank's starting items included a jungle knife, a potion, and a control ward. But what did this control ward in the river signify? Was he not seeking vision? No. Let us not focus on the ward for now. RNG should be aware that Gangplank is starting red and moving upwards. So if he goes down, he could very well secure a kill. RNG must be prepared, right? This feels perilous. Xiaoming, place a ward. Yes. If he circles around EDG from the tribrush, he may not necessarily secure a kill, but if Gangplank seizes the opportunity to emerge from the river, it could be disastrous. Xiaoming moved to place a ward. The audience, blessed with a god's eye view, could see everything clearly, and the royal fans were undoubtedly sweating bullets. However, to their relief, their hopes were not in vain. Xiaoming indeed proceeded towards the river. Was he going to place the ward? The royal fans were ecstatic. This invisible crisis was averted. Well done. Yet, just as Xiaoming reached midway, he cautiously inquired through the team voice chat, "Is Gangplank still in the top lane? Please confirm. I'd prefer to delay placing the ward." Dragon Fortress responded immediately, but Xiaoming furrowed his brow and was about to place the ward. Just then, he entered the river and spotted a gleaming 30 gold ward. The river control ward. Gangplanks. Professional players possess a keen sense of awareness. Determining the source of this control ward merely requires a glance at the tab. The top lane had a Doran's blade and a potion, and it was impossible for the bottom lane to be present there. Thus, this control ward could only belong to Gangplank. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming halted his ward placement. Certain of his assessment, Gangplank is in the top lane. Be cautious up there. Don't engage too fiercely. XLB. Understood. Thus, under the scrutiny of many eyes and amidst the expectant expressions of the royal fans, Xiaoming took a detour, refraining from placing the ward, and returned. He simply went back. Chapter 70. The Enigmatic Vision of RNG. The Second Emperor's timely intervention. What does it mean for emotions to oscillate between heaven and hell in an instant? One moment, your goddess confesses her love. The next, she apologizes, declaring her affection for another. No. Such narrow-mindedness. One moment your superior promises a salary increase. The next, they regretfully inform you that they misread the name. Your promotion was never intended for you. No. Such pettiness. This aptly describes the current sentiments of the royal fans. Watching Xiaoming traverse the riverbanks, One can only stare in disbelief as the vision and hand teeters on the brink of vanishing, almost slipping away. With the position already chosen. Yet, it is abruptly yanked back. Xiaoming. What is happening? Panic ensues. This time, it is truly over. Oh no. RNG fans are left in despair, as if a lump has lodged in their throats, unable to rise or fall. They can only watch as Hope and Miko engage in a fierce battle, with GAA and Xiaoming charging in recklessly. At a critical moment, the gunner emerges from the river grass. What a surprise. Wasn't he supposed to be upstream? Gala and Xiaoming are visibly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. It's over. The RNG fans feel utterly despondent. Gala, the ADC, embodies ferocity, too far from the turret to hesitate, intent on trading blows with Hope's Lucian. With passive abilities recharged, he strikes once, twice, thrice. Hope's fans reignite with hope as Gala flashes forward, seeking to target. It connects. A fair exchange. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, could they be outplayed? Gala, go. Hope, maneuver. Archer, take down that Kaisa with a single shot. The barrage of comments erupts, igniting excitement among both the royal and opposing fans. Yet, executing the plan is always more challenging than mere words. Hope, lacking flashes and abilities, cannot evade the incoming assault. With a grim expression, the gunner steps up, also utilizing flash. Following up with an E-skill, quick draw, he closes the gap to Kaisa. The seamless execution renders Kaisa's Void Seeker ineffective, striking gunner instead. Oh no. Can Archer react swiftly enough? Kaisa and the robot are on the brink of demise. The RNG fans feel as though they have been doused with cold water, utterly disheartened. At the commentary booth, Guan Daxiao is exhilarated, exclaiming, "The reaction speed is unparalleled. The second emperor of EDG lives up to his name, saving the day with a timely flashy. With me, you shall not perish, how magnificent." The Gunner's performance is indeed impressive, but Hope survives, while RNG's duo faces misfortune. Indeed, Hope escapes unscathed, retreating without a backward glance. But Gala suffers as his earlier aggression leaves him with little health. After being closely pursued by the gunner, he suffers 2 hits. Xiaoming's robot has already expended its flash during the skirmish. Yet, he remains audacious, dancing amidst the minions. He is forced to confront Chen Yang's gunner and Miko's titan, clearing the surrounding minions and securing a double kill. Hope is left speechless, eager to praise Chen Yang, yet sensing something amiss. A nagging feeling of incompleteness lingers. Guan Daxiao chuckles, remarking on the gunner's remarkable bounty. Noting that he entered the fray with merely 21 minion kills and exited with 35, a perfect illustration of gank rewards. Rita shares a laugh, exclaiming, "Indeed, that is precisely what we call gank rewards." However, it is frustrating that while the gunner cleared the minion wave, he inadvertently pushed it to the turret, benefiting Lucian. Guan Daxiao comments, "So, though the gunner made his mark in the lower lane, ultimately, he alone reaps the rewards? Yet this is still worthwhile." A jungle core gunner securing 2 kills early on is quite formidable. Rita, eyes gleaming with admiration, can no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "This gunner is exceptional. Archer is truly remarkable." Of course, they respond, "Our little nation's second emperor is undoubtedly fierce. I foresee this gunner achieving legendary status." In the comments, while the royal fans express their disappointment, the opposing fans rally with excitement, their enthusiasm undeterred by their smaller numbers. Indeed, Chen Yang has secured a significant lead. Before returning, he even harvested a set of river crabs and stone beetles, returning home to purchase 2 essential items, a serrated short dagger and a red jungle knife, along with a pair of boots. In a mere 5 minutes, the gunner's equipment is terrifyingly powerful. Meanwhile, Guan Daxiao suddenly revisits an old topic, capturing everyone's attention. Why did Xiaoming hesitate to place a ward when he was so close to doing so? Was it some sort of supernatural event? Had he done so, while he might still have faced a gank, at the very least, he could have sacrificed himself to save Gala. The commentators and viewers in the official live stream remain bewildered, engaging in fervent discussions. Chen Yang, equipped with formidable gear, ventures back into the upper jungle, clearing the 3 wolves and magic toads. Afterward, he habitually reminds, "Watch out in the top lane." Su Qingru hesitates, feeling a void as Coach 7 had already discussed the strategy for this match. Yet, Chen Yang's unexpected lack of attention leaves her feeling empty. Oddly enough, it might be better if he doesn't come. No one will contest her minions. "Huh. I certainly won't beg you to come. Even if you do, you better scram." Su Qingru blinks, focusing on her duel against Jace, when suddenly she hears Chen Yang's voice. "Can you hold them in the top lane?" "Of course. Come quickly." She swiftly engages her Q ability, disregarding the boomerang's landing point, charging her rage. Transforming into Mega Gnar, she leaps into the air, executing a perfect flash and slam. Nu, caught off guard, finds himself in an awkward position, stunned against the wall by the giant Gnar SE flash adjustment. Chapter 71. Unrestrained Exaggeration. A sudden and silken strike to my astonishment, the newcomers were left dumbfounded. Can NAR truly engage in such audacious play? They are all professional players. Yet I was unaware of such prowess. How splendid! Chen Yang's eyes sparkled as he witnessed Su Qingrou's recent E-flasher sequence, which executed a stunning Z-shaped maneuver, forward E, upward flash, followed by a downward R. It was simply exhilarating. Indeed. Who am I? Su Qingrou, basking in the accolades, had her pearly lips curve into a proud smile, radiating delight. However, her expression soon turned frosty as she muttered under her breath, "Ha, did you really need to praise me?" Chen Yang chose not to engage in a quarrel with her at that moment. K, the top player, utilized E to advance, deploying smoke bombs and leveraging Jace S wall to execute his second Q skill with pinpoint precision, dealing explosive damage. Though Nu eventually revived, the gunner's talent, phase rush had already been triggered. In the end, Nu was forced to use a flash but was relentlessly hunted down by Chen Yang, who claimed his third kill before Su Qingrou could react. "I'll help you clear the lane. You should head back home quickly, or you can return now," Chen Yang urged. Su Qingrou, already anticipating Chen Yang's intervention, shot him a glare outside the game. Yet, her gaze lacked any real venom. Chen Yang, with genuine enthusiasm, assisted Su Qingrou in dispatching 2 waves of minions, increasing his last hits by 4. It was that his last hitting skills were subpar, rather. He seemed to hear the sound of tiny shrimp grinding their teeth in frustration. "Frustrated, are we? Just asking if you're upset." "Very much so," Chen Yang retorted, chuckling. With his kills in hand, Guandaxia once again lauded the gunner with 4 words. "He is invincible." Chen Yang did not disappoint Guandaxiao's assessment. His equipment was unparalleled, and he claimed another wave of kills in the top lane. He boldly invaded the upper jungle of the Dragon Fortress, finding the F6 absent, the red buff yet to spawn, and only a group of stone bugs available. He then turned his attention to the bottom lane, continuing his jungle invasion. Initially, everyone presumed that Chen Yang's audacious incursions would surely lead to a confrontation with the Dragon Fortress, which would spell disaster for Lilia. However, whether due to Chen Yang's astute evasive maneuvers or the Dragon Fortress's exceptional awareness, the two parties never encountered each other. Only when Chen Yang ventured into RNG's lower jungle did the Dragon Fortress pass by the blue buff location. Rita promptly inquired, "Did Archer spot Lilia?" "It seems unlikely," came the reply. "It's hard to say. Archer might have seen her, or he might not have. Regardless, RNG will certainly not initiate trouble," Guandaxia remarked. "Oh? The RNG bottom lane is retreating," Rita noted. They've spotted the gunner's position, and he has hidden in the secluded bush near the bottom tower after finishing off the magic swamp frog. Will EDG directly attempt to dive the bottom lane? Guandaxia pondered. However, from Chen Yang's actions, it appeared he was still leisurely clearing his jungle, and after defeating the magic swamp frog, he astonishingly leveled up to 6. Wait, Lilia is only level 4. This level disparity is rather significant, isn't it? Rita exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. It's quite understandable. The gunner acquired a substantial wave of minions in the bottom lane and another wave of experience in the top lane, far surpassing Lilia in jungle clears, Guandaxia explained. At that moment, Chen Yang had emerged from the magic swamp frog, leaving the two commentators perplexed. Although the minion wave in the bottom lane hadn't yet pushed to the tower, they could have waited in the triangular bush, just as FPX's doing often did, waiting for the right opportunity. Was he perhaps concerned that RNG had placed wards in the bush, intending to execute a stealthy ambush? Such overthinking. Lilia had already positioned herself and was well aware of their presence. This time, EDG is surely in for it. Even if you are a level 6 gunner with 3 kills, what of it? This dive, foreseen by RNG, will surely lead to your demise. Charge forth. Let Gala secure a couple more kills and ascend to greatness. The Clockwork Lady is also making her way here. Could there be an opportunity for a counterattack? A 4 versus 3, a total annihilation. Attack. Little royal family, slay them. RNG's fans' eyes sparkled with excitement, enthusiasm bubbling forth. Meanwhile, EDG supporters were drenched in cold sweat, their eyes fixated as they watched Chen Yang leisurely approach RNG's bottom tower, stepping confidently and with a sense of grace. It seemed he was indeed heading for a 3-man ambush. The hearts of RNG fans soared. It's happening. While EDG fans felt a sinking dread. It's over. Miko inquired, "Are we diving?" Hope reported his status. "I have D but no F." Yet, In the next instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Chen Yang advanced towards the bottom tower, without exchanging a word with Miko or Hope, he suddenly tossed a smoke bomb directly into the secluded bush. A swift placement of vision. The level 4 Lilia was revealed. The seamless execution of his abilities was reminiscent of a silken flow, even more fluid than one could imagine. In the blink of an eye, Lilia was no more. Just as the Dragon Fortress twisted a finger and furrowed their brow, their screen abruptly went dark. A sudden kill. EDG Archer has slain RNG's XLB. When this declaration echoed throughout the canyon, many were taken aback. The gleeful smiles of RNG fans still lingered, while EDG fans remained tense. Guan Daxiao's voice broke through, filled with profound astonishment. Did the gunner just eliminate Lilia? No, it's more than just a kill. This gunner gives off an aura of cunning strategy. The Dragon Fortress was completely deceived. A thunderous applause and cheers erupted in the venue. Across various LPL official platforms, countless messages flooded in. Incredible! What the heck? I'm stunned. A sudden kill? Who claimed Archer didn't notice Lilia? Clearly, he did. And this was a deliberate feint to bait RNG. What a performance! Archer, you could win a Golden Horse Award with such confidence. Without a hint of hesitation. You boldly guessed Lilia was lurking in the bush? This combination of moves is simply stunning. EQR, right? So cool. No, it's obviously EQA. What is this? There was a red smite in the middle. Didn't you see the gunner S smite go off? Regardless, the damage is absurdly high. The Dragon Fortress must be bewildered. Is this real? How can RNG even contend? With one less player, a 3v3 is utterly hopeless for them. Damn it. Is it yet another fleeting joy? It was not merely a fleeting joy. With the gunner boasting 4 kills, how would RNG proceed? The Dragon Fortress had practically lost control of the jungle. Among the barrage of comments, many astute viewers recognized that after Chen Yang's instantaneous kill of Lilia, he did not dive the tower, but rather returned to the jungle. The timing was impeccable. The blue buff had respawned, and he was clearing it. Goodness, how will this match unfold? I feel utterly suppressed. At this moment, Xiaolongbao furrowed his brow and expressed his frustration, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The initial clash in the jungle occurred with him at level 4 facing an opponent at level 6. Such a daunting predicament. Although defeating another jungle monster would allow him to level up, he would only reach level 5, lacking his ultimate ability. Shall we focus on the mid and bot lanes? Xiaoming inquired. Very well, I shall aim to reach level 6 first, Xiaolongbao replied, his words laden with exasperation. Not long after this exchange, a resounding roar echoed through the canyon. The first dragon had appeared. The Wind Dragon? It had been single-handedly claimed by Graves. The players remained oblivious to this development. However, from a divine perspective, it was clearly displayed that the game had progressed to the 8-minute mark, with a staggering economic disparity of 2,300 gold. EDG leading over RNG. Chapter 72. The celestial couple seizes the initiative. With a sudden release of his hands from the keyboard, a certain individual, Rita, marveled at the dismal state of the economy. For RNG, the only option was to avoid conflict. In the top lane, Jace faced off against Nar, who, equipped with a tanky build, was nearly impossible to kill. Cough. What does it mean that this Nar possesses 2 long swords and 1 short sword? Originally, Colonel Guan maintained a composed demeanor as he analyzed RNG's potential pathways to victory, but as he pondered, his eyes widened in surprise, only to swiftly narrow again. 2 long swords and 1 short sword. Rita echoed, her understanding of the game not quite as profound as Colonel Guan's. Yet she discerned instantly that this Nar was likely aiming for a blade of the Ruined King. Indeed, Sab harbored doubts about Saber's aggressive and formidable playstyle. She was always poised to strike like the sharpest spear, Colonel Guan awkwardly admitted. The barrage of comments sparked quite a reaction among fans, who erupted in laughter. Suddenly, a realization struck them. Saber was also an exceptionally attractive female character. Oh my. The astonishment and allure reached new heights. The director, a person of action, continued to transition the match footage with tension and order, while the smaller screen shifted to Su Qingru. Her refreshing single ponytail framed a delicate, fair face. And as she played, her brows lightly furrowed, her crystalline eyes filled with seriousness, tinged with a hint of frustration. Was it because she felt vexed after such a prolonged struggle without securing a kill against Nu? Some fans of RNG, who moments ago fervently lamented the team's struggles, now softened their tones, contemplating a shift in allegiance. I think it's time to support EDG. 363, all with G, we're all brothers. Why quarrel so heartily? How despicable. I, representing the royal family fans, look down upon you. I, as a staunch supporter, Reject you. Saber is ours to protect. Watch out. Be careful of archers. Shoot me, shoot me. Give it to me. Are you driving up there? Although I lack evidence, you must be a superficial fan, right? No, no. Perhaps liking Archer means you are also a skill enthusiast. My views were too one-sided. Colonel Guan, oblivious to the barrage of comments, continued to analyze the situation on the field. In truth, if Nar builds this way, RNG can indeed secure a kill. But it hinges on seizing the right opportunity. In the bottom lane, with Lucian and Thresh having both summoner spells available, the chances are nearly non-existent. However, in mid lane, if Lilia collaborates effectively with Orianna, the Ice Queen could meet her demise. Thus, for RNG to break through the early game stalemate and prevent the match from becoming a stagnant pool, it truly depended on the choices made at Dragon Pit. Rita concurred. Indeed, although Dragon Pit has been pressured considerably, for RNG to truly turn the tide, it still relies on him. Just as they conversed, a skirmish erupted in the bottom lane. Gala's valor was once again on display. Chen Yang was unable to join the fray as he was busy in the jungle. To everyone's astonishment, the screen flickered, revealing 4 players from each side, all summoner spells expended. The result was that Miko fell first, while Gala and Xiaoming barely escaped with their lives. Hope managed to unleash a significant ability, but it only grazed Kaisa's flowing attire, leaving her with minimal health. She fled. Damn. Hope must be more cautious with his positioning, Blitzcrank and Xiaoming's signature moves. Miko held back his thoughts but felt the need to offer a reminder. Hope immediately admitted his fault. Okay, I'll definitely be more careful next time. Chen Yang interjected. Can we coordinate to take the Rift Herald once I respawn? Miko replied. Sure. Chen Yang nodded. In the arena, RNG's fans were suddenly filled with exuberance, unable to contain their enthusiasm, chanting, Gala is incredible. The divine successor. Go RNG. The team's voice chat mirrored this sentiment. Xiaohu, Nu, and Xiaoming were all extolling Gala's brilliance, commending his remarkable play. Xiaoming suggested, we can take the Herald, Thresh is down, and Lucian ISNT coming. It's a 5v3. Indeed. Nu and Xiaohu became more cautious in their positioning to avoid excessive damage, while Ji and Xiaoming returned home, heading straight for the top lane. With Dragon Pit initiating the Rift Herald, Colonel Guan, still praising the previous skirmish in the bottom lane, suddenly caught sight of RNG's movements and immediately changed his tone. RNG has seized an opportunity for a preemptive strike. They are gathering to take the Herald. Rita discreetly glanced at the economic disparity. Due to RNG's bottom duo's efforts, the economic deficit had been reduced significantly, now leveling at 0. Rita remarked, if RNG successfully claims the Rift Herald this time, they will regain at least 500 in economy. One must admit, RNG's decision-making and execution are among the finest in the LPL. Rita's praise delighted RNG's fans, while the EDG supporters grudgingly acknowledged their opponent's adeptness at seizing opportunities. Furthermore, RNG had never been a weak team. This match should inherently be more challenging than their previous encounter with LGD. The current flow appeared smooth and effortless. Entirely attributed to one individual, Archer's performance on Graves was exceptional. This man, who had been met with skepticism since his debut, truly excelled after wielding a jungle carry champion. Invincible. Should I go? When Hope realized RNG had initiated combat, it was already too late. Coupled with the earlier 2v2 defeat in the bottom lane, he felt overwhelming remorse. It's inconsequential. I have flash. I can attempt to steal a look while you quickly recover health from the plating. Chen Yang shook his head, not blaming Hope, but rather encouraging him. Hope felt deeply moved and began to devour the plating. Look at me, Little Red Riding Hood. Chen Yang had maneuvered to the upper side of Dragon Pit. As all 5 of RNG were engaged at the Rift Herald, an objective being pulled out and currently besieged by RNG S5. RNG S5 members were fully aware of Chen Yang's presence, but they paid little heed, even if your Graves is at a higher level with better equipment. We are 5 strong. Do you dare to come down? Even if you call upon your top and mid laners, we remain unafraid. Colonel Guan analyzed the situation thoroughly, stating, in fact, RNG is hoping that EDG overextends, resulting in a 3v5 scenario. If they win, they can recover the entire 2,000 economic deficit. However, the issue was that Archer was unlikely to make such a blunder. After all, the Rift Herald only offered 2 plating. Hope had already claimed 1 in the bottom lane. Rita seemed to believe that Chen Yang was merely taking a stroll, just to glance around. After all, every jungler behaves similarly. It's a psychological dilemma. Whenever significant map resources like the Dragon, Elder Dragon, or Rift Herald are in play, even if you know you cannot secure them. You still want to peek if the enemy engages. Not peeking feels uncomfortable. I am just like this. Believe me, I am certainly not alone. Su Qingru, overhearing Chen Yang's words, retorted, "Are you planning to engage, you deceiver?" Anger. It was palpable. "Hui, directly," Su Qingru declared. "There is no need for violence. However, we can secure the Rift Herald, and if we can eliminate an enemy in the process, that would be even better." Scout swiftly remarked, "Okay." Originally, Scout had prepared to engage with his Ice Claw, intending to initiate a fight with his ultimate ability, Frozen Tomb, to create an opportunity for Chen Yang to seize the Rift Herald. Upon hearing that his task was so straightforward, he was slightly taken aback. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain," Chen Yang replied. "How shall we proceed?" Scout questioned with skepticism. Yet, given Chen Yang's confidence, he hesitated no longer. The river was well lit, and they observed that the Herald's health had plummeted below zero. If not now, then when? With the sharp instincts of a seasoned player, Scout launched an attack on the enemy jungler, utilizing his ultimate ability, Frozen Tomb, which struck the nearest enemy, the Clockwork Champion, to ensure Su Qingru's coordination. Chen Yang focused intently, silently reciting a thought in his mind. Instantly, they seemed to share an unspoken understanding, leading Su Qingru to cast a curious glance at Chen Yang, suddenly feeling that he looked rather dashing, almost as if he exuded a charm she adored. At that moment, Scout had diverted RNG's attention. "Now," Chen Yang exclaimed, launching a sudden strike with his explosive fruit, descending from above. Yet, before he could touch the ground, a white aura enveloped him. "When did the gunslinger acquire Mercury?" Colonel Guan exclaimed in astonishment. Rita, filled with curiosity, questioned, "Wait, the real issue is, did the gunslinger actually go down?" Colonel Guan's shock shifted focus, now watching the gunslinger with a mix of fear and disbelief. As Chen Yang's gunslinger soared through the air, the Mercury effect freed him from control, allowing him to unleash a series of devastating combos. Swiftly drawing his weapon, adjusting his position, and delivering a final explosive shot. The sound of the Herald's demise echoed through the rift. "EDG. Archer has claimed it. What the heck? Xiaolongbao, your smite. Never mind. I won't blame you. The gunslinger's smite is indeed formidable. Archer, you're incredible. You think just because there are 5 of you, I, Archer, would shy away from stealing it? Not a chance." The crowd erupted in cheers, a cacophony of excitement filling the arena. Xiaoming's expression darkened, but his actions quickened as he flashed in with his ultimate ability, enveloping the gunslinger in a powerful electromagnetic field. "Silence him. Kill the gunslinger," Xiaoming shouted excitedly. The bounty on the gunslinger was substantial. In monetary terms, eliminating him was worth more than claiming 2 Rift Heralds. The RNG team understood this, excluding Xiaohu, and they surged toward the dragon pit. Jace transformed his weapon, slamming down with Skyward Leap, while Lilia's W ability morphed her magic stick into a hammer, striking forward. Kaisa, without her ultimate, pursued with her E-ability, Overload, to chase the silenced gunslinger. Colonel Guan's keen eyes detected something essential amidst the chaos. "But RNG is not at a loss," Rita commented. "Not at a loss?" Colonel Guan retorted, "The toxic effects haven't even manifested yet." Su Qingru's Nar launched into action, executing Q and E to enlarge midair. Although she didn't use Flash, her 2 E jumps positioned her perfectly. She had deliberately timed her attack as RNG charged towards the gunslinger. At this moment, RNG's members were all in the dragon pit, and she unleashed a massive ultimate ability, striking 3 enemies, Jace, Lilia, and Kaisa, against the wall. "Nice." Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with admiration. "What the heck?" Xiaoming was taken aback, his jaw dropping in disbelief. What was initially meant to be a control maneuver turned into a chaotic escape. The robot dashed towards the 3 stunned teammates in the dragon pit. Chen Yang didn't even have time to use Flash, while Su Qingru, fearing the enemy would recover too quickly, leaped over the wall to join Chen Yang. Now, the top tier consisted of RNG's 3 stunned champions, with Nar and the gunslinger in the middle, followed by a half-health Clockwork champion, and finally, EDG Scout, the Ice Mage. Xiaohu thought, "What in the world? How did this turn into a siege against me?" Frustrated, he lamented internally, realizing he had used all his skills against the Ice Mage and never anticipated the gunslinger would steal the Herald right under their noses. Even more shocking was the fact that after stealing it, he could casually escape and engage in a skirmish against the Ice Mage, who was now surrounding him. Xiaohu was dumbfounded. Without skills or teammates, what could he do? At that moment, he removed his hands from the keyboard. A brief moment of darkness followed. He was gunned down by the unstoppable EDG. Archer, an indomitable force. Chapter 73. The flavor of love, 5 individuals seized the initiative to secure the Rift Herald, only to be met with a devastating counterattack, resulting in 1 casualty and leaving them empty-handed in the canyon. They suffered a double loss, both their pride and their forces. The RNG team was left bewildered, while the fans of the royal family wore expressions of disappointment, some gritting their teeth in disbelief. How could this archer be so audacious? How did he steal this? The fans exclaimed in admiration, "Archer is invincible." What a spectacle it was. The aerial display of the Mercury's embrace was simply exhilarating. Xiaoming. Haha. Xiaoming was not even supposed to secure the herald, but with his remarkable hook, he provided unexpected support. Thank you. This herald is a free gift. With the economic deficit eliminated, it felt incredibly satisfying. EDG was destined for victory. The exuberance and confidence were palpable. And after a moment of triumph, it was finally time to bask in the delight of success. Colonel Guan was left speechless, finding the entire herald skirmish utterly theatrical and beyond imagination. Ultimately, he concluded that Archer's profound familiarity with the Graves hero was the key factor. Who would have predicted that at the 11-minute mark, he would not have completed his jungle item but instead opted for a Mercury's treads, employing explosive fruits as acrobatics to secure the dragon? In the RNG lounge, Beefy's face was painted with embarrassment, faced with the analyst's perplexed gazes. He could only shrug in silence. Who knows? I have studied all of EDG's scrims and matches meticulously, and they have never utilized a jungle-centric hero. However, this was hardly his fault. After all, even professional players have limited hero pools. Players with extensive hero repertoires are often etched into the memories of fans. Much like the legendary battle between Wu Tian and Buddha in S5, where they showcased 18 different mid-lane heroes in a single season, an extraordinary feat yet, for Chen Yang. This was trivial. With the system's assistance and operational metrics in place, even if he struggled with a newly released hero initially, by the second match, as long as he grasped the specific skill usage, he would master it with finesse. Thus, targeting Chen Yang's hero pool during the draft was fundamentally misguided. Of course, Beefy was oblivious to this. Had he known, he would not only refrain from banning Chen Yang's heroes, but would also curse. Are you kidding? Where is the true hero pool among professional players? Colonel Guan and Rita meticulously analyzed every detail of the herald skirmish. Suddenly, Rita posed a question. Where will this herald be deployed? Bottom lane, I presume? Guan speculated. It's evident that EDG is entirely focused on the bottom lane. Rita expressed doubt, recalling that since EDG's inception, whenever Archer secured the herald, it had always been deployed to the top lane. Guan chuckled knowingly. Are you implying something? He maintained that deploying it to the top lane was utterly futile. Rita's thoughts, however, were soon validated by Chen Yang. Holding the herald, he farmed in his upper jungle for a while before glancing at the clock. 12 minutes had elapsed. He promptly declared, "Push the top lane. I'll grant you the herald." Su Qingru was taken aback, her tone laced with disbelief. Is this truly for me? I thought I was left to fend for myself. Chen Yang frowned and retorted, "It's not for you. It's for your mother." Su Qingru felt her temper flare at his words, but her pace in pushing the lane noticeably quickened, revealing a disconnect between her words and actions. Without delay, Chen Yang cleared his jungle and headed to the top lane to place the herald, subsequently making his way down. The core of his strategy remained unforgotten, to secure kills in the bottom lane. Deploying the herald to the top lane was also a strategy to prolong the bottom lane matchup, allowing for more opportunities to catch opponents off guard. As for the mid lane, oh no, he had forgotten about it. To the spectators and commentators, this scene reeked of romantic undertones. Who said esports lacked love? The herald's provision was unmistakably infused with a strong scent of romance. How sweet. In the midst of this, the fans of Su Qingru fervently defended her, claiming, "Don't be ridiculous. Saber is innocent and not in a relationship." Meanwhile, Chen Yang's fans were blunt, flooding the chat with declarations. Nonsense. Archer is clearly my husband. What are you all thinking? As the match intensified, after Chen Yang deployed the herald to the top lane, the action unfolded rapidly. At the 13-minute mark, the bottom lane became a battleground. 4.5 minutes later, another skirmish erupted, followed by a brutal 2-kill at the 6-minute mark, and yet another pair of kills at 9 minutes. By the 20-minute mark, they had slain the dragon and destroyed the bottom lane tower, signaling its downfall. At this juncture, Chen Yang's record stood at an astonishing 8-0-3, an absolute godlike performance. EDG held dominion over 3 dragons and had secured a significant lead against RNG. Gala, with his temperament fraying, felt utterly exposed. They VE completely figured me out. Their relentless focus on the bottom lane makes it impossible to play. I can brawl with Lucian, but every time I engage, Graves always shows up. Who can withstand that? Gala gritted his teeth. The draft strategy had been a misstep, and EDG had outmaneuvered them, forcing Gala into a corner where he had to select Kaisa, while they spent the afternoon devising strategies to counter him. Xiaoming frowned deeply. Having not laughed throughout the match, there was no choice in the matter. This reality had long been evident to everyone. Perhaps due to previous lackluster targeting of the bottom lane, Gala had been performing well, leading them to overlook this crucial aspect. What was meant to happen would eventually come to pass. There was no need to overthink it. The absence of action was merely a matter of timing. While the bottom lane tower fell, it was not the first blood tower. That honor had been claimed by Su Qingru's Nar in the top lane. For her, the match had not yielded many kills, primarily because Newsjace was exceptionally steady. Despite being a long-range champion, he occasionally chose not to farm, opting instead to focus on tower damage, refusing to engage. This left Su Qingru feeling exceptionally frustrated. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Dragon Fortress was in full swing, with Lilia aggressively hunting, while Scout faced 2 untimely deaths, resulting in the mid lane tower's loss. However, Chen Yang quickly retaliated alongside Scout, not securing any kills but demolishing the opposing mid lane tower. The economic disparity had equalized, yet EDG still maintained a lead. Viewers understood that as long as EDG could remain steady and avoid catastrophic errors, victory was all but assured. At most, within 30 minutes, RNG would find it impossible to defend. However, just as the fans echoed this sentiment alongside Colonel Guan's commentary, Chen Yang encountered Xiao Hu in the mid lane. In a fateful clash, Chen Yang boldly pursued him, relentlessly attacking and forcing Xiao Hu's Oriana back towards their collapsed mid lane tower, akin to a relentless deity, striking down all in his path. Yet, Colonel Guan suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, Xiao Hu is not alone. There's a whole team behind him. Graves' pursuit has gone too deep. He is in grave danger." Chapter 74. The end of the road, even in death. Execute the quintuple kill. What meeting of valleys exists within the canyon? Without brothers, there can be no alliance. As soon as the brothers arrive, with a thunderous buzz, the air around the clockwork grew tense, and the little tiger retaliated. With a flash of R, the shot hit its mark, sending Graves spiraling upwards. Chen Yang realized the danger. This clockwork was somewhat resilient. He had to use the Mercury E-flash to escape. At that moment, Su Qingru's gentle voice whispered in his ear, "I am right behind you." Chen Yang immediately reconsidered his strategy. Despite his finger poised over the quick key for the Mercury band, he refrained from fleeing. Instead, he unleashed an AQ strike, obliterating the clockwork, while simultaneously using the E skill, Quick Draw, to sidestep the incoming cannon shot from Jace. Unlucky for him, the hook missed entirely. Instead, he opted to flash and slam down, summoning his ultimate. The electromagnetic field encompassed Graves. Silence. Just when it mattered, Su Qingru arrived, unleashing a powerful R that flung 3 opponents away. The robot, Jace, and even the farthest, Lilia, were all pinned against the wall. NAR's divine palm stunned all 3. Saber's mastery of NAR was remarkable. This moment was a landslide. The commentator, Guan Daxiao, grew increasingly excited. Next up, a 2v5. With Su Qingru incapacitating 3 foes, he charged directly towards RNG's ADC, Kaisa. The effects of his smite still lingering, he quickly closed in on Gala. Gala, with his rapid movements, performed admirably, but unfortunately, he evolved his Q without the means to upgrade his E, which would have delayed his demise. Nevertheless, Gala's skills were undeniably impressive. Engaging Graves in a duel, he was unfortunate to be left severely injured by Chen Yang's 2 shots. With E skill overload ready, Gala seized the opportunity, using his R skill, Void Seeker, to aim at Graves' rear, targeting NAR from the farthest distance possible. Such positioning was commendable. Among the current LPL ADCs, few could maintain composure and identify such an advantageous position in a split second, showcasing Gala's exceptional skill. However, in the moment he transformed into a streak of light. A golden grenade erupted in the distance. The ultimate explosive followed swiftly, igniting a fiery demise for Graves. As Kaisa landed, EDG fell. Archer eliminated RNG. Gala faced a grim reality, his expression darkening as he gritted his teeth. This blasted Graves. Not only is his damage high, but his ultimate prediction is uncanny. Chen Yang remained unfazed, swiftly dispatching the ADC. The ultimate explosive misfired, striking Lilia and Jace. Though the damage was minimal, he retaliated with a smoke bomb, enveloping Lilia in its shroud. The first thought in the smoke-filled Dragon Fortress was that they had struck their target, prompting an excited call for the ultimate, shouting, He's stunned. Kill Graves. Nu dashed out of the smoke, only to realize, with a grim expression, that Graves had already retreated, leaving only NAR vulnerable. However, as he charged at NAR, Graves returned, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. This Graves, with his godlike equipment, was virtually invincible. Nu could hardly withstand the onslaught. Quickly flashing away to the robot's rear, Nu had not been in the smoke, and upon using his Q skill, he aimed to hook NAR. Little did he know, Graves was cunning, seemingly anticipating the move, swiftly executing quick draw to shield NAR from the hook. This Graves, Little Ming gritted his teeth. Kill him. Just kill him. Nu was invigorated, just as the Dragon Fortress charged forward, hammering down where Little Ming's hook had landed. Clearly a predicted strike, Nu transformed into his hammer. Q, Celestial Leap. However, as he leaped and struck Graves, a thunderous sound erupted. Graves had previously unleashed his ultimate, the End of the Road, just before Little Ming's hook connected. At that moment, the second part of the End of the Road retracted, and with Nu's health nearly depleted, he executed Celestial Leap, landing in front of Graves, instantly falling victim to a lethal blow. 3 kills for Graves. Rita screamed in excitement, recalling Guan Daxiao's earlier praise for NAR's landslide. This moment was aptly described as explosive. Indeed, the ultimate explosive, combined with the shotgun's relentless barrage, mercilessly harvested lives. Guan Daxiao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, 3 kills. He has already secured 3. Is there a chance for a pentakill? If Jace falls, RNG loses all fighting power. Graves, pentakill. The fans erupted in enthusiasm. The atmosphere charged with deafening cheers of pentakill. 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 Graves charged forth. Archer. Pentakill. The Emperor is invincible. Kill, kill, kill. The royal family fans could only remain silent, watching helplessly as Little Ming, powered by overload, began to slow down, while NAR, in concert with Graves, delivered a 4th kill. Quadra. There remains but one. The Dragon Fortress. Lilia, in a frantic bid for survival, fled beneath the second tower, pursued relentlessly by Chen Yang and the increasingly eager Su Qingru, who believed this pentakill must be hers to claim. Although it was not her pentakill, but that of the traitor, regardless of who secured the glorious 5 kills. It was a triumph for the entire team. NAR, though shrunken and low on health, charged valiantly. Lilia retaliated with an E skill, the sphere rolling towards NAR, immediately slowing him down. The Dragon Fortress turned and executed a Q skill, small kill all. Su Qingru's NAR, equipped with Blade of the Ruined King, Black Cleaver, and Berserker's Greaves, increased in tenacity upon transformation. Though he could endure much, once reverted to his smaller form, he became fragile, swiftly falling to the Dragon Fortress's display of skill. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yang shot Lilia, landing a critical blow, while the Dragon Fortress prepared to smash down with his W. Chen Yang utilized quick draw to evade the strike, but could not escape Lilia's second small kill, all mark. The Dragon Fortress activated his R skill, Night Song. Could it be? Fans gasped, hearts racing, eyes fixed on the screen, watching the 2 champions showcase their prowess beneath RNG's second tower. Just before the stun arrived, Graves managed to land a shot, but the Dragon Fortress activated his Guardian Angel, transforming into a golden statue beneath the tower. In that final moment, Chen Yang also unleashed his Q skill, the End of the Road. Truly, the situation mirrored the name of the skill itself. The End of the Road was cast, and just as the tower landed another blow, Graves fell, with no bounty to be claimed by Lilia. Countless breaths were held, not merely for Graves' demise, but because although he had perished, the End of the Road yet remained. The broadcast fixated on this moment. The second segment of the End of the Road versus the Golden Statue, who would revive first? The answer was about to unfold. Beneath the Golden Statue, Lilia sprang to life. And at the perfect moment of the second phase, Desperate Straits, she unleashed a devastating attack, vanquishing Pentakilli EDG. Archer achieved a pentakill. In an instant, the venue was filled with the fervent roar of the crowd. Chapter 75. I bought 3 bottles of cola, drank, poured, and spat. A pentakill. Haha. Misfortune is invincible. I, Archer, dominate the field. How splendid. In this era of jungle supremacy, could this be the very first jungle champion to achieve a pentakill? Archer is simply magnificent. Although I may have perished, the glory of this pentakill shall not elude me. What a thrill. I am utterly enamored with Archer's charisma. How delightful. Life may fade, yet the spirit lingers, the soul endures as a heroic ghost. This pentakill evokes such fervor. My goodness. As a devoted fan of our modest nation's electric team, I once believed that the resurgence of a fallen noble was the greatest surprise. Yet I could never have anticipated that Archer would amplify this astonishment to boundless heights. EDG, you are astounding. Once a fan, forever a fan. The curtain shall never fall. Brother Archer, let me not mince words. By virtue of this pentacle, even if you were to eclipse my own handsomeness, I shall never cast aspersions upon you. Unbelievably cool and stylish, this misfortune. How I envy your prowess. Why, oh why, did our LGD not acquire such a jungler? Instead, we ventured to the LCK to recruit a lesser talent. I can only imagine the joy had we secured Archer back then. We would have soared to greatness. This jungler, I too desire. Our RNG yearns for him as well. Who dares to claim that Archer, from our humble nation, cannot master the jungle? Step forth. The pentakill has silenced the naysayers. In the arena, Chen Yang's pentakill ignited a fervor that would resonate for the next 3 minutes. The atmosphere surged as countless fans erupted in cheers, their voices igniting a fire of support for EDG. But why 3 minutes? It is simply inevitable. The most affected by this pentakill are undoubtedly the 5 members of RNG, who find their morale shattered. As the pentakill concluded, RNG succumbed to an irretrievable decline. With EDG seizing the Baron, the economic gap widened to a staggering 24 minutes, a deficit of 0 gold. Especially Misfortune, who in a crucial moment eliminated Gala's Kaisa in an instant, striking a vital artery. RNG resigned. Could do not but watch as EDG's 5 champions effortlessly dismantled their high ground. It is indeed disheartening. Commentator Gu Daishao reiterated his praise for the EDG team. One cannot help but. Chapter 75. I bought 3 bottles. It was remarked that compared to the spring split, EDG had merely swapped their top, jungle, and bottom players. Yet, the overall sensation they imparted felt as though the entire team had transformed. They suddenly seemed unrecognizable as EDG. The former EDG had never given me such a reckless impression. They were a seasoned powerhouse in the competitive arena. Rita's words struck a chord. During the post-match display of camaraderie, Miko led the way, followed by Hope and the mid laner. Scout. Chen Yang and Su Qingru walked closely behind, side by side. Chen Yang exchanged fist bumps with each member of RNG, Kongwa with a grimace, Xiaohu with a look of resignation, Gala appearing somewhat melancholic, and Xiao Ming smacking his lips. Eventually, he could not refrain from suggesting, "Let us duo Q together next time." Chen Yang chuckled and playfully winked. "Are you trying to steal strategies? I scoff at that. Your EDG's draft was exceedingly devious." Xiao Ming lamented, expressing his discomfort from the outset of the draft, which had left RNG at a disadvantage. Chen Yang shrugged, deflecting the blame. "Our coach is the factory boss. You are right. He is quite the seasoned veteran. In the future, feel free to scrutinize him without hesitation." Xiao Ming laughed heartily, nodding in agreement. "Oh, and I must say, you are genuinely impressive. Although you are a newcomer, you outshine every veteran jungler in the LPL. Primarily due to my top laner's exceptional performance. My dear Qingru is simply outstanding," Chen Yang replied. At that moment, Su Qingru, who had been speaking behind him, chimed in. "The jungler's prowess is not my concern. I barely made an impact in this match." Chen Yang turned around and met Su Qingru's gaze. "What are you staring at? You look rather silly," she remarked, glaring at him, before slipping past him with her hands stuffed in her pockets. Chen Yang rolled his eyes, thinking, "This little shrimp has started to get cocky again. Oh right. Is it time for the signing bonus to be distributed? Little shrimp. If you don't embarrass yourself, then who will?" he teased, eliciting a hearty laugh from himself. Suddenly, Chen Yang felt an overwhelming sense of ease and contentment. In the lounge, Ming Kai took a moment to congratulate each of them individually. Naturally, they planned to dine together that evening. After some deliberation, they decided to enjoy a barbecue at the base. There was a spacious courtyard behind the base, and the kitchen was equipped with a barbecue grill. They would slip a little money to the chef to keep him around a bit longer to prepare some skewers, which sounded delightful. Ming Kai particularly focused on Chen Yang, showering him with compliments to the point that Chen Yang felt embarrassed, exclaiming, "Coach, don't get too carried away. It was merely a pentakill, something I achieve quite frequently." Chapter 75. Are you trying to show off again? Ming Kai retorted, his tone laced with irritation. Chen Yang's lips twitched in amusement. Was this truly what one called showing off? "Ah, your perspective is rather limited, coach. How might one prove it?" As Chen Yang turned, he found himself caught in the gaze of Su Qingru, her eyes sparkling like 2 pools of water, fixated on the large display screen. He couldn't help but smile. Tilting his head towards her, "If you don't believe me, just ask Little Red Riding Hood." Su Qingru frowned, immediately detecting the mischievous glint in Chen Yang's eyes. She averted her gaze, refusing to engage with him. Chen Yang quickly interjected, Little Red Riding Hood. Haven't I frequently garnered pentakills? Especially when we play together. You're always the fifth one I eliminate. You liar. Why don't you just vanish? She shot back, exasperated. The humiliation was unbearable. It simply could not be tolerated. With the fury of a small, ruffled rabbit, Su Qingru glared at Chen Yang, their eyes clashing in a silent duel. Observing their renewed banter, Ming Kai took a step back to avoid collateral damage. However, a staff member approached and, raising an eyebrow, relayed some news before returning to them. Xiaoyang, Qingru, you two are needed on stage for an interview. Chen Yang readily agreed. Sure. I refuse, Su Qingru protested. Dreading the thought of enduring another round of Chen Yang's ostentatious boasting, she felt a surge of irritation. She had no desire to engage in this charade of mutual flattery. The club is providing free cola during the interview, Chen Yang added. Su Qingru raised her head skeptically, glancing between Chen Yang and Ming Kai, who was occupied with other matters. Chen Yang waved the 10 yuan note in his hand. The money's already in my possession. Are you going or not? If not, I'll buy 3 bottles myself, 1 to drink, 1 to spill, and 1 to sip while pouring out my disdain. You monster. Fine, I'm going. Upon hearing this, Su Qingru's face drained of color, horrified at the thought of someone treating such a delightful beverage so cruelly. With a sudden burst of energy, she leapt to her feet. Let us go, off to the interview. Chapter 76, Another Stage Interview. The truth behind the eyes. As Su Qingru walked towards the stage, a realization gradually dawned upon her. She furrowed her brow, her heart filled with suspicion. Wait a moment. Why would that fraud suddenly think to threaten me with cola? Has he discovered something? No. That is impossible. Yet, a fly does not land on an egg without a crack. Ugh. He is the fly, and I am certainly not the egg. In any case, something unusual must have a reason behind it. Su Qingru slowed her pace. Without turning around, she remarked, why would the club suddenly offer cola to the guests on stage? Why not juice? I don't know what you think, but I prefer juice. Chen Yang nodded, his hands tucked in his jacket pockets, mimicking her posture. They both relished this gesture, looking particularly dashing in their EDG uniforms while executing it with grace. What does that mean? Su Qingru pondered, somewhat perplexed. She glanced back at Chen Yang, who smiled gently at her and asked, what's the matter? Are you suddenly enamored by my looks? Unable to escape the allure of my charm? Huh. As if I would ever be interested in you. Stop joking. Su Qingru scoffed lightly, retorting, you're dreaming. Just a moment ago, they had been bickering, yet now they were captured by the camera, their faces brightening with smiles. Chen Yang, exuding warmth, was as gentle as a spring breeze, while Su Qingru's smile, though subtle, was undeniably beautiful. Hello, Arch. The host of this surprising interview turned out to be the commentator, Rita. Chen Yang was equally astonished, since when could commentators double as hosts? However, he had his own words to share. Taking the microphone, he playfully teased the host, Sister Rita, juggling both commentary and hosting. The organizers should definitely compensate you with double pay. I'm quite concerned for them. Rita burst into laughter, her exotic looks giving her a striking presence as a mixed-race beauty with long legs and a curvy figure, ranking high among the 4 flower girls. She responded with glee. The last time I saw you being interviewed by Yu Shuang was quite entertaining, but experiencing it in person is even more delightful. Really? No. Please don't get carried away, Sister Rita. My persona is that of a pure and innocent character, certainly not a flirt. Chen Yang waved his hands repeatedly. Rita laughed again, and Su Qingru blinked, feeling somewhat odd. She had pondered this before. Why did this fraud sound so charming in front of other girls? Yet be so contrary with her? Oh, we're sworn enemies. It all began with our chance encounter in ranked matches at the peak of the canyon. Well, that has nothing to worry about. Thankfully, this fraud doesn't flatter me. Otherwise, I would surely yield and speak kindly to him. Archer must spend his entire life being berated by me. Su Qingru vowed silently. Suddenly, Rita recalled something and addressed the audience. I wonder if everyone remembers the question posed to me by Guan Daxiao just before the match. Chen Yang and Su Qingru exchanged puzzled looks, yet the atmosphere heated up. Yes. Sister Rita, you mean the one about which team you support? Exactly. You all have great memories. Rita nodded approvingly. At that time, I answered EDG. And the reason is quite simple. It's because EDG has the incredibly handsome player, Archer, who possesses exceptional skills and techniques. It's hard not to like them. Chen Yang felt flattered, realizing that this woman was quite perceptive. Of course, there's also Saber. If you have time, you must teach me how to play top lane. I absolutely adore your gameplay, Rita added. Su Qingru nodded earnestly, sure. In front of the camera, despite her cool demeanor, she was far from aloof. Rather, She resembled a well-behaved child, a personality that endeared her to many. Now, let us get to the main topic. There is a question that has puzzled both me and Daxiao, and I believe the fans, whether present or watching online, are equally curious. Why did Xiaoming halt in the river bush during that skirmish at the 4-minute mark when he was clearly prepared to ward? Rita posed the question that struck a chord. As soon as it was asked, it received a resounding response from both the live audience and various LPL streaming platforms. No. It was better described as a chorus of inquiries. Chen Yang chuckled. Well, this is quite simple. I wonder if you all noticed. My starting items were the jungle knife and a health potion, right? Chen Yang inquired. Oh, I remember now. Rita, having commentated this match, quickly recalled the details. I started my jungle route from bottom to top, something that everyone in RNG would know. The usual strategy is to either secure the river crab or gank top, or perhaps ambush someone, which is quite understandable. However, I went straight to the bottom lane. That's a bit of an unconventional thought process. Yet, that alone wouldn't be enough to make Xiaoming lower his guard. So, before heading to the bottom lane, I deliberately removed the ward in the river. I wonder if you all noticed that? Su Qingru's brows furrowed tightly for a full 3 seconds before enlightenment washed over her as she looked at Chen Yang. You mean? Yes, precisely. It was that ward in front of the dragon pit that confused RNG's judgment, leading them to believe I was still in the top lane. This ward was also to scout Lilia's position and secure the river crab. After all, Misfortune's early game combat power far surpasses Lilia's, and they could hardly fathom that I, as a misfortune, would willingly sacrifice such a significant jungle advantage to gank the bottom lane, Chen Yang explained. Rita was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. This mindset, this strategy, this intricate scheming, is this what it means to be a professional player? My goodness. So that's how it was. It was Xiaoming's fault. I apologize for misjudging you. From the moment Archer appeared, she felt he had the innate talent of a cunning and domineering CEO. Now, it was evident. But, I like him even more now. This strategy is simply invincible. I'm so curious if this was something Archer devised on his own or if it was a collaborative effort. I assure you, don't misunderstand. I'm not that devious. Uffed. Haha. You've made me laugh so hard. Watch out, or I might come at you. Without brothers, there is no alliance. If you're my brother, come and take me down. I'm Zazawi, one-hit crit. The audience, both live and online, was left in a state of shock and uproar upon uncovering the truth. Stunned by the revelation, they found themselves grappling with the implications. This was merely a battle of 1st and 5th layers. Archer stood at the atmospheric layer, entirely in a league of his own. Simultaneously, Xiaoming, resting in the RNG backstage lounge, listened to Chen Yang's intricate strategies and designs, his face darkening as he could only silently lament. This person is genuinely formidable yet cunning. Chapter 77. The True Essence of a Saber, because he raised me. Rita's inquiry swiftly turned to Su Qingru. Saber, surely your strategy and plans from EDG were directed at RNG's bottom lane, correct? Indeed. Su Qingru nodded. Then, since it was aimed at the bottom lane, what do you think about Archer placing the Rift Herald in the top lane? Rita nearly inquired if it was out of love. Su Qingru looked at Chen Yang with a troubled expression. Why are you asking me this? Asked the one who made the deceitful move. Chen Yang instantly understood, taking over the conversation with a smile. This is because our top lane is already quite formidable, with excellent mechanics. Regardless, nurturing her would certainly yield benefits. Moreover, if the Herald were placed in the bottom lane, I would have nowhere to go during those critical minutes. As soon as he spoke, it instantly reminded everyone of the merciless training that Gunnar had inflicted on RNG's bottom lane in the recent match. One could feel sympathy for GAA 970 and Xiaoming after that. Rita, curious, asked, what about the mid lane? You have an ice maiden there who can provide support. She could also have been placed in the mid lane. Chen Yang's face finally displayed a hint of shyness and embarrassment as he awkwardly replied, at that moment. I truly forgot we had a mid laner. I owe Scout an apology. It wasn't that you forgot the mid lane. It was clearly love surpassing all else, right? Hey, what does even mean? Archer's moniker is rather unappealing. We must decisively call him A, as it sounds far cooler. Oh, you are right. A, I love you. Rita and all the fans in attendance burst into laughter, with even Su Qingru unable to suppress a smile, finding Chen Yang's playful banter amusing at times. After failing to ask a question, she redirected her inquiry to Su Qingru. For the final question, Sab, Lilia had already fled into the turret, and we saw you. A fragile output-oriented NAR, still charging into the turret despite being low on health. What were you thinking at that moment? Su Qingru tilted her head, pondering seriously before responding. Archer nurtured me throughout the entire game. I had to repay him in some way. Therefore, without a second thought, I charged in. Su Qingru spoke candidly. Huh. Oh my, Saber is adorably charming. Who wouldn't adore such a girl? I absolutely love your words. Without a second thought, I charged in. Oh, how cute. The more I hear it, the more I want to repeat it 100 times. I absolutely adore Sab's interview with EDG's top and jungle. It was simply delightful. Once the interview concluded, Chen Yang and Su Qingru stepped down from the platform. Chen Yang led Su Qingru to the vending machine to buy some cola, only to find that 10 yuan was insufficient to purchase 3 bottles. He was utterly speechless. How could Coca-Cola be so expensive? 5 yuan a bottle? He distinctly remembered it being 3 yuan. Oh no, I've been boasting too much. The vending machine only accepted cash, and he had only 10 yuan on him. With a grim expression, he awkwardly bought 2 bottles of Coca-Cola. Su Qingru scrutinized Chen Yang seriously, suddenly bursting into laughter, saying, Didn't you say you wanted to buy 3 bottles? What, can't afford it? Why not ask the coach for money? You be quiet, Chen Yang retorted weakly, shooting a glare at the little shrimp. 1 bottle is enough for me. Otherwise, how many do you plan to drink? More would be wasteful. I don't want to drink Coca-Cola. I simply feel you are not keeping your word, Su Qingru corrected him. Oh, you mean drinking while spitting it out? Chen Yang suddenly asked, making a show of opening a bottle of cola in front of her. Stop. Su Qingru snatched the 2 bottles away. If you don't want to drink, fine. Give them all to me. You can buy yourself a bottle of mineral water. I won't care how much you spit out. Su Qingru hugged the cola tightly, shot Chen Yang a glance, and turned to leave. How could she continue to maintain her composure in front of her favorite thing? But if she let her guard down, the trickster would notice and ridicule her. Thus, the best strategy was to retreat. Chen Yang rolled his eyes. Considering that they would soon be boarding a plane back to the Magic City for barbecue, the barbecue would not start until at least 10:30, oh my. So he purchased a bottle of mineral water, costing 1 yuan. Next to it was a vending machine for lollipops. With only 2 yuan left, Chen Yang bought 2. He later regretted it. What am I doing? Why did I buy 2 lollipops and a 1 yuan bottle of mineral water? I could have bought a bottle of Waha or Nongfu Spring for 2 yuan instead. Not buying the lollipops, I could have gotten a 3 yuan bottle of Baishui Mountain, which would have been quite good too. How could this vending machine sell a 1 yuan bottle of mineral water? I've been duped. No, it was just a moment of mental lapse. Chen Yang shook his head, pocketed the lollipops, and quickly returned to the lounge to rejoin the team. Ming Kai had already booked the flight tickets. They arrived early to familiarize themselves with the environment, but after the game, there was no need to linger. Staying longer would only waste money on hotel accommodations since RNG's home base did not provide nighttime lodging. At 8 o'clock, after completing all match-related matters, everyone headed to the airport in an orderly fashion, boarding the plane, 2 to a row, finding their seats in economy class. Coach 7 had hoped for some special treatment, like first or business class, but feared the higher-ups at EDG might have his head for it. Chen Yang and Su Qingru, unexpectedly yet predictably, sat together, with Su Qingru on the inside and Chen Yang on the outside. The little shrimp had brought a bottle of cola onto the plane, and once seated, Chen Yang curiously asked, Where's your bottle? I didn't see it when I was in the training room. I gave it away. Su Qingru waved her hand casually, though her earlobes turned slightly red as she recalled her hasty escape from the vending machine before returning to the lounge. Standing at the door, she had been so excited. I'm so happy, I can't help it. I need another sip. TSK, TSK, TSK. Oh, it's so good. Just one more sip. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wait, it's all gone. What an awkward memory. Click, click. Su Qingru dared not dwell on it, and was grateful that no one had witnessed her at that moment. Otherwise, it would have been so embarrassing. Chen Yang was too lazy to inquire further, tilting his head back and closing his eyes to take a short nap. Su Qingru gazed out at the scenery for a while, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before popping the cap, considering they would be flying for 2 hours. She only took a small sip before quickly resealing the cap, cradling the precious bottle in her arms, leaning back, and dozing off. However, while napping, although she could control the direction of her head, when she truly fell asleep, she unconsciously tilted to the right, resting her head on an incredibly comfortable shoulder. Chapter 78. It feels like being doused in dog food, doesn't it? The plane from the capital to the magical city glided slowly through the sky. Chen Yang had indulged in a lengthy afternoon nap, despite the energy drain from the competition. The rhythmic hum of the aircraft had lulled him into a brief slumber of less than an hour. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Goodness. Instinctively, he attempted to shake off the small creature resting there. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Su Qingru. Her adorable sleeping face twisted in a cute manner, and he rolled his eyes but refrained from moving her. This accursed cuteness. Silence. Do not utter a word. This could not possibly be his top laner. He opened a bottle of water and took a sip, his gaze drifting from Su Qingru's delicate cheek to the window. Outside, darkness enveloped the sky, suggesting it was around 9 o'clock in the evening. In no more than an hour, they would arrive, and dinner awaited. Speaking of which, his stomach grumbled slightly. He hadn't eaten a proper dinner, having only consumed a cold hamburger left over from lunch and a piece of fried chicken leg. Chen Yang pondered whether the barbecue planned for the night would still be edible. I don't like you, a muffled voice whispered beside him. Chen Yang turned his head to find Su Qingru frowning in her sleep, her brows knitted tightly, seemingly lost in a dream. Remarkably, even in slumber, she remembered to scold him. His expression darkened momentarily as he contemplated shaking her off his shoulder, imagining the delightful sound of her head colliding with the armrest. Oh, how amusing that would be. But soon, he realized something was amiss. In her dream talk, he discerned phrases about running away from home and never returning, which made him realize she likely wasn't scolding him at all. His mood lightened slightly. Yet, what kind of background did this little shrimp come from? What experiences had shaped her? Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity about Su Qingru's origins. Professional players tended to be quite young, typically accompanied by parents when signing contracts. He was an exception. His professor parents returned home only once every few months, and he had no inclination to inform them. As for Su Qingru, she appeared to be around 20, well, perhaps 19 in reality, a young lady who had come alone to sign her contract, which was quite peculiar. Furthermore, how could a 19-year-old girl remain so composed upon encountering such a substantial signing bonus? Abu had mentioned that Su Qingru's treatment was identical to his own, a yearly contract. Could she also be a wealthy heiress? Chen Yang clicked his tongue, feeling a stirring in his heart. This little shrimp was indeed extraordinary. My stomach hurts, Su Qingru muttered again, her small hands pressing against her abdomen. Her brows furrowing into a tight line, her face etched with a sense of grievance, yet she remained soundly asleep. If your stomach hurts, then open your eyes. Seek out medicine, drink warm water. What good is your mumbling? Am I meant to alleviate your discomfort? Chen Yang shot her an annoyed glance, finding her incessant fussing rather bothersome. Su Qingru nestled closer against him, and Chen Yang sighed, reassuring himself that they were teammates. Mutual assistance was only natural. If he were to harm this little shrimp, they would lack a formidable top laner in future competitions. He vowed it wasn't simply out of concern. The bonds of camaraderie outweighed any personal grievances. He was, after all, a good person. He reached out to gently massage her abdomen, calling for the flight attendant. Could you please bring me a cup of warm water? Thank you. The attendant quickly returned with hot water. Chen Yang also requested a spoon and fed Su Qingru a few spoonfuls until she tightly closed her mouth, refusing to drink any more. What a nuisance, he muttered under his breath. Noticing that her delicate brows remained furrowed, showing no signs of relief, he remembered he had 2 lollipops in his pocket. Sweet treats were generally favored by girls, weren't they? He retrieved one, unwrapped it with one hand, and popped it into her mouth, shoving the other directly into the pocket of her shirt. Before long, Su Qingru's expression began to relax, and Chen Yang, after observing her for a moment, turned his attention back to the scenery outside the window. An hour passed, and the plane finally landed at the international airport of the magical city. Ming Kai called out from the front, "We're disembarking. Everyone, wake up. Aren't you hungry? Hurry, the Club S shuttle is ready. 3 to a car. Let us hustle back to the club for barbecue. Go, go, go." "All right. I can hardly wait," exclaimed Brother Chong. "I'm starving to death." "Hey, Xiaoyang, is Qingru still asleep?" "Let her be, like a pig," Chen Yang retorted disdainfully at his teammate, while unbuckling Su Qingru's seatbelt. He bent down and lifted the little shrimp onto his back. The flight attendant, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. She had never seen anything like it before and hurriedly approached, asking, "Sir, is your girlfriend?" "She is not my girlfriend." Chen Yang swiftly corrected her, explaining, "She's feeling unwell, so I didn't want to wake her. Carrying her down is no trouble at all." Yes, that's fine," the attendant stammered, still in shock. The man was so handsome, and the girl so beautiful it felt as though she had been doused in dog food, didn't it? Here we go again. These two are relentless. I'm losing my mind, but it's not the first time, so why bother feeling foolish? Tianyi, Hope, run fast. Anyone who lags behind will have to share a car with Brother A and Sister Qingru. With that, Scout S words ignited a flurry of movement as Miko and Hope dashed forward. Ming Kai followed closely behind, his expression particularly vivid. 5 minutes later, Scout sat in the same car as Chen Yang and Su Qingru, rolling down the window to unleash a frustrated roar. Coach, you're not playing fair. Huh? Ming Kai, seated in the front, rolled down his window and flashed Scout an exaggerated middle finger. The traffic in the magical city remained bustling even at night. The EDG team split into 2 cars, taking over half an hour to reach the club, arriving just past 11 o'clock, considerably later than anticipated. Chen Yang continued to carry Su Qingru as they exited the vehicle. Ming Kai and the others hurried toward the club, especially Ming Kai, who had deliberately skipped dinner at RNG's home turf and was eagerly anticipating a meal. Quickly, I'm heading in first. If the chef leaves, I'll be devastated. Ming Kai exclaimed, rushing ahead. Zizi, wait for me. Take me with you. Yanggu, you hurry and bring Qingru along too. As his inconsiderate teammates dashed off, Chen Yang felt 3 dark lines appear on his forehead, increasingly convinced that this little shrimp was indeed quite the burden. Perhaps he should just abandon her. Why bother? A top laner could be found elsewhere. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, Su Qingru, nestled against his back, stirred awake, blinking her drowsy eyes before suddenly realizing something. She cautiously glanced down. Was she on the back of that scoundrel? Chapter 79. The cola I won by skill. What do you have? Su Qingru was taken aback by the conclusion she had drawn, her eyes widening in astonishment, her delicate features momentarily frozen in shock. Soon, she became aware of what was in her mouth and, upon spitting it out, discovered it was a lollipop that had been completely devoured. No wonder her mouth was tinged with sweetness. She initially thought her lips had been coated in honey. That liar. Why did he abandon me? Su Qingru pondered deeply, considering that perhaps it was because she had fallen asleep and he didn't have the heart to wake her. Pa, how could that be? If it were the case, that scoundrel would likely want to shout in my ear. Digga. Although somewhat accurate, it was undeniably true. It was certainly something her nemesis Archer would do. Wait, where did my cola go? Su Qingru furrowed her beautiful brows, only then realizing that the precious cola she had clutched on the plane, having consumed just half a bottle, was missing. That bastard. This trickster did it on purpose. Enraged, she clenched her teeth. Without a second thought, she thrust her forehead against Chen Yang's nape with force. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The person in front had yet to say anything, but she was already on the verge of tears from the pain. She had been a bit foolish, forgetting to moderate her strength. Chen Yang abruptly halted his steps. At this moment, if he still didn't realize that Su Qingru had woken up, he would be a fool. He disdainfully tossed aside the little shrimp who was holding her forehead in pain and retorted, Are you stupid? Shut up. Give me back my cola. Su Qingru fumed. Sitting on the lawn in front of the club, her eyes reddening as she confronted Chen Yang. Speaking of this, Chen Yang felt a twinge of guilt. Carrying a little shrimp was troublesome enough. He had no time to care about cola or not. Pa, guilt? Over a bottle of cola? Besides, that cola wasn't even bought by me. Chen Yang rolled his eyes at the little shrimp, his face filled with disdain. Su Qingru's face flushed crimson, immediately realizing that she had overreacted. Oh no, I'm going to be found out. Determined to take drastic measures, she thought of escape strategies. Yet she couldn't suppress her indignation. After all, it was more than half a bottle of cola. But, I won that cola fair and square. Why should you deny me? After uttering this, Su Qingru felt an immediate sense of relief. Then can I tell you that the 10 yuan was originally mine? And that the club's promise of free cola during the interview was a mere facade? No, not yet. This social death has just begun. Revealing it now would be utterly dull. The little shrimp would probably be too embarrassed to show her face afterward. Such matters should be revealed gradually. Once you are accustomed to it, the sudden unveiling of the truth will be far more amusing. Haha. Her smile gradually twisted into something unsettling. Enough of this nonsense. I'm off to have barbecue. Chen Yang waved his hand, deciding not to dwell on the little shrimp today. Barbecue? Su Qingru contemplated, finally pulling herself out of her cola-induced stupor. While it was a pity to see over half a bottle of cola discarded, she thought, if I go for barbecue, surely there will be more cola waiting for me? Wherever I go, there is cola. Why must I cling to that one bottle? Wait for me. Su Qingru scrambled up from the lawn, muttering in frustration about how despicable this trickster was, abandoning her on the grass. Although the grass was soft and plentiful, making her fall less painful and rather pleasant, the incident had indeed cleared her mind, rejuvenating her energy. Tonight, she would return to the client and spar with Chen Yang until 3:30 in the morning. As expected, that evening, Su Qingru unleashed her full potential. On the LOL client, she and Chen Yang engaged in a fierce verbal battle. For every remark Chen Yang made, Su Qingru retorted thrice. The AS verbal sparring today saw the renowned actor Chen succumb to fatigue and exit prematurely, while actor Su unexpectedly claimed victory, delighting in her triumph to the point of nearly bouncing off the walls. When Su Qingru climbed into bed, she removed her jacket and discovered a lollipop in her pocket, seemingly a twin to the one she had devoured earlier. When did I buy this? Su Qingru wondered, scrutinizing it carefully, trying to recall, certain she had not purchased such a thing. Compared to lollipops, her affections lay firmly with cola and chips. Oh, right. I remember there was a lollipop vending machine beside the RNG home ground. Did that trickster buy this? After some contemplation, she concluded that it was indeed the only plausible explanation. She opened it, intending to enjoy it, yet hesitated. Huh, what do you mean hesitated? It's just too late. Candy isn't good for your teeth. Ah, that's it. Time to sleep. Su Qingru. Yawn. A viral video of EDG's archer achieving a pinnacle swept across towing. In the video, Graves remained composed, countering a sudden attack from Ornn. Swiftly dodging with a Mercury and delivering a devastating ultimate, collaborating with Nar to ruthlessly claim kills in a 2v5 situation. With 4 kills secured, the 5th kill saw the fragile Nar charging tower, while Graves provided powerful support. Although Lilia's impressive ultimate could not stop the explosive second phase of Desperate Straits, it still led to a pinnacle. This video was accompanied by the title, Am I That Strong? EDG's second Emperor showcases the core power of Graves, teaching RNG how to behave. Incorporating the name of the RNG team undoubtedly generated significant buzz. Similarly, the mention of the second Emperor of EDG caught attention, especially when coupled with the standard dramatic opening. That evening, it exploded across the internet. Longtime LOL enthusiasts, who hadn't watched matches in a while, were left astonished. Whoa, when did RNG become this weak? Wait a minute, didn't I see RNG sweeping through the domestic scene, even toppling the undefeated 18-game streak of IG? And wasn't EDG in disarray? Bro, your dynasty hasn't fallen yet? The village S internet is down, and S8's RNG now only has 2 members left. Moreover, EDG has risen to dominance this summer. Exactly. Oh my god. I was there live when Asian secured the pinnacle. I was utterly stunned. The crowd erupted in cheers. I was there too. My ears were ringing from the excitement, but it was absolutely exhilarating. Asian was incredible. It's hard to believe he is a newcomer this year. And EDG's new top laner, Saber, is stunningly beautiful and utterly charming in interviews. My word, I think I'm falling for EDG while watching their matches. Excuse me, pure bystander here, but why is Graves so smooth? Good brother, is that you? Don't hide. I saw your last hitting. It was the best in the game. In the first match, he flipped S8 champion IG. In the second, he crushed this year's unbeatable LGD. In the third, he utterly annihilated RNG. EDG is truly on the rise this year. Asian, I want to learn how to play Graves like you. Farming the most and being able to secure pentakills. I think you're dreaming. Yonggu, you've taken over Douyin completely. This morning, I spent 20 minutes in the restroom, and out of 10 videos I scrolled through, 7 were related to you. Just how absurd is that? As soon as lunch was over and they arrived at the training room, Miko eagerly approached Chen Yang, smartphone in hand, ready to chat. Chapter 80. I really want to punch him, is that so? Chen Yang turned his head to glance, nodding slightly, and offered an evaluation. This marksman is truly exceptional, dazzling to the eyes. How does he even execute such maneuvers? To be frank, I wish to learn. Miko? A question mark. Are you? Apologies for the interruption. I must take my leave. Without another word, Miko turned and walked away. I simply cannot bear it. This person is terrifying, truly out of my league. Chen Yang chuckled, nonchalantly returning to his seat. Beside him, Su Qingru disdainfully remarked, You have no shame. Who boasts about themselves like that? Your skin is thicker than a city wall. Aren't you the one whose wall Qin Shi Huang constructed? Enough nonsense. How about a couple of ranked matches? Chen Yang casually inquired, shaking off his clothes. Huh? Who would play with you? Su Qingru initially intended to refuse, thinking that this afternoon was meant for relaxation, perhaps indulging in some casual games like Link Up or Minesweeper. She had no desire to engage in a battle of wits with this trickster. It was giving her a headache. However, her keen eyes noticed that Chen Yang, while shaking off his clothes, had dropped a wad of bright red cash. Gulp. It seems he has been running low on funds again. Merely purchasing a few clothing items has consumed a significant portion of his resources. And with the recent price hikes of cola and chips at the supermarket, after careful contemplation, Su Qingru slapped the table with determination. Come on then. Who is afraid? Log in. Chen Yang let out a chuckle and turned to log in. Su Qingru, with her sharp eyesight, promptly bent down to pick up the wad of cash, tucking it under her mouse pad, her heart racing wildly. This was already the third time she had picked up money. Each time was more thrilling than the last. Yet, with each occurrence, the psychological pressure lessened. For this was the trickster's money. Who told him to be such a scoundrel? Serves him right. What are you doing? Chen Yang's voice suddenly interrupted. Ah! Su Qingru jumped, glancing at him in a panic. In an instant, she feigned indifference, tilting her head aside, searching for an excuse, just admiring the scenery. Hurry and log in. Are you afraid? Chen Yang, fully aware of the small shrimp's inner turmoil, chose not to expose her, eagerly awaiting the day she would stumble. Su Qingru then remembered. I really want to punch him. What is the rush? Are you so eager for me to hit you? She turned to glare at Chen Yang before logging into her account named Saber in the rift, with a mischievous glint in his eye. Chen Yang cleared his throat and peered down at Su Qingru's desk, asking, by the way, what is under your mouse pad? It seems rather bulky. Nothing. What are you looking at? Don't look over here. My mouse pad. It's, sanitary pads. Want to see? Su Qingru, flustered, blurted out something embarrassing, defiantly locking eyes with Chen Yang, who was momentarily taken aback. Shall we begin? All right. Finally regaining her composure, Su Qingru felt a twinge of suspicion, keeping her gaze straight ahead while stealing glances at Chen Yang. His calm demeanor only deepened her doubts. Why do I feel like Chen Yang is constantly scheming against me? But I can't pinpoint how. Wait a moment. 5,000 yuan? Su Qingru furrowed her brows, numbly accepting the game, selecting her hero and configuring runes. Pondering, would an ordinary person casually toss away 5,000 yuan? Clearly not. What did that trickster say again? She recalled Chen Yang's grumbling from that morning. Damn. It's annoying. Just yesterday, I won 50,000 yuan, and now I've lost 5,000 without even realizing where it went. Damn it, so irritating. Repeating each word, Su Qingru concluded that this crude way of swearing was something she should learn to emulate. Ugh, I'm getting sidetracked. The key point is, 50,000 yuan was in one pile. If it were to drop, it should have been all 50,000 together. Yet this trickster lost 5,000? How peculiar. Moreover, it's rare for this trickster to spend cash. Why did he specifically ask Abu for cash that day? And she remembered that everyone has a habit of tying up every 10,000 yuan for easier counting. Is it that the club lacks this practice, or? No. If they did, even if the trickster didn't lose 50,000, he should have lost it in increments of 10,000. I need to find a chance to ask Abu. Su Qingru pondered, recalling that time at the restroom door of the base, just the two of them. One going left and the other right. Chen Yang also accidentally dropped 0 yuan. Why did he drop a neat integer of 0? If he were to spend, there should at least be some change. Or is he so generous that he often uses change as tips? Wait a moment. If it's this guy? It's entirely possible. Su Qingru shot a resentful glance at Chen Yang, recalling his frequent boast of being a rich second generation. Rich second generation. Su Qingru scoffed internally. Though this time her voice didn't reach Chen Yang, who glanced at her with curiosity. What are you doing? We're on opposite sides, right? My side is already engaging the monsters, and you're still in the fountain? Chen Yang inquired. Huh, what? Su Qingru snapped back to reality, hurriedly equipping her items and making her way to the lane. It's over. The first wave of minions is undoubtedly lost. I know how I look. Just shut up. I merely wanted to give you a chance, Su Qingru interrupted excitedly. 30 minutes later. Bang. Thank you for letting me win. Chen Yang smiled contentedly at his score, 9 points in the rankings. Meanwhile, Su Qingru's face turned icy. You jerk. I lost again. Dropped 12 points. I only have 0 points left. Just a few more points, and I'll drop from the top rank in the country. Danger. Top rank in the country. Danger. You're so annoying. Su Qingru stood up, contemplating leaving for some fresh air. Yet, she sat back down, suddenly remembering the stash of cash hidden beneath her mouse pad. Although she had used sanitary pads as a cover, who knew whether this trickster would believe her? What if he came over to peek? Exposed. Continue? Chen Yang pondered many things, but Su Qingru's rapidly shifting thoughts were beyond his comprehension, as he was not a psychologist. Reluctantly, Su Qingru nodded. Let us continue. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. For the sake of that money, she had put in considerable effort. Continue. Not willing to lose face. She raised her voice, urging Chen Yang to start the game with newfound vigor. The two resumed their duels. That afternoon, they played 7 ranked matches, facing each other 3 times. Su Qingru lost 3 and won 4. Overall, it was not a loss. Though what gnawed at her was that this trickster was positively grinning from ear to ear. I really want to punch him. Yang go, wanna grab a bite? Miko, having just finished her ranked training, approached Chen Yang. Go. Chen Yang smiled at the little shrimp before leaving with a light-hearted step. Phew. Su Qingru exhaled in relief. She took the item from beneath the mouse pad and tucked it into her blouse pocket. After a moment's contemplation, her elegantly shaped brows furrowed. Perhaps it was time to investigate further? Chapter 81. The Super Detective Su, Intelligence Online. Su Qingru, an action-oriented individual, decided to visit Abu as the cafeteria would remain open for a while. Upon arriving, she noticed the door to Abu's office was ajar, revealing Abu engrossed in some documents. She knocked lightly and called out, Qingru, is that you? What brings you here? Abu instantly set down his pen and paperwork, welcoming her with a smile. Come in. Sit down. The signing bonus will be available in a couple of days. Are you in need of funds again? It's not that I'm short on money. Su Qingru replied, shaking her head as she took a seat. She glanced outside to ensure they were alone before confiding in Abu. I have a question for you. But you must promise not to tell anyone else. A secret? Abu chuckled lightly. Something like that, Su Qingru nodded. Of course, as the communication officer. I would never disclose anything, Abu assured her sincerely. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, Su Qingru finally asked, if I were to win MVP in the next regular season, would I receive a bonus of 50,000? Indeed, everyone is subject to the same terms. Abu confirmed with a nod. And yes, you can redeem it in cash, if that is what you prefer. What type of cash are we talking about? Would it be in neat stacks or all mixed together? Su Qingru inquired with particular seriousness. Abu responded with a playful tone. What kind do you desire? Not receiving the clear answer she sought, Su Qingru decided to be more straightforward. Last time, when you gave that con artist, Archer, his 50,000, was it in stacks of 10,000 or in one large mixed sum? Abu was momentarily taken aback, finally grasping her meaning. However, the astonishment was evident on his face as he contemplated. Why do you ask? This is crucial, Su Qingru insisted, clenching her fists. Abu's resolve softened at the sight of the earnest young woman pleading with him. Unable to resist, he revealed, it was in stacks, 5 in total. Wrapped in white paper. To ensure Su Qingru understood, he even pulled out a stack from his drawer for her to see. After a brief glance, Su Qingru comprehended. So, Abu, Archer has received MVP 3 times. Does he request cash every time? Not at all, only the first time. Xiaoyang mentioned, he prefers not to use cash and favors mobile payment methods like WeChat. It's much more convenient. And he can always use his card if need be, Abu explained. Okay, thank you, Abu. Remember, keep this to yourself, Su Qingru said as she prepared to leave. Hey, Qingru, Abu called out, but she had already turned and walked away. He sighed, rubbing his temples while glancing at the contract on his desk, still awaiting his signature. These young people today, why can't they be more composed? He resolved to give Xiaoyang a heads up later that evening to pass on to Su Qingru. As he pondered, he recalled hearing from Mingkai that Chen Yang and Su Qingru shared a rather unique relationship. He wondered just how deep it ran. Meanwhile, Su Qingru had departed the manager's office and made her way to the security desk, pocketing a pack of cigarettes she had earlier retrieved from her dorm. They weren't expensive, but not exactly cheap either, enough to buy 7 bottles of soda. Having lived in the bustling metropolis for many years, Su Qingru was well-versed in the subtleties of social exchanges. She approached the guard and inquired, could you please check Archer's travel records from 8 days ago? Thank you. She offered the pack of cigarettes. The guard waved his hands. No, I can't accept this. I just took a pack from you last time. Let me help you for free. Please accept it. I'll need your assistance again in the future, and this task is rather complicated. Oh, and I have training tonight. So if you could send the details to my phone, I'd appreciate it. Su Qingru quickly jotted down her phone number. Seeing no other option, the guard reluctantly accepted the cigarettes, assuring her, don't worry, I'll have this sorted out for you in no more than 2 hours. Thank you very much. And please, keep this matter confidential, she earnestly reminded him. Of course, you can count on me, he replied with a smile. With that, Su Qingru felt a wave of relief wash over her. Having completed her errands, her mind was now focused on gathering information from Chen Yang. She was confident that the evidence from both Abu and the guard would suffice, but she also sought Chen Yang's personal testimony, which she deemed equally essential. However, a thought struck her. What if this con artist had intentionally discarded the money? What could his motives possibly be? As she walked toward the cafeteria, she furrowed her brows in contemplation, reasoning that it was unlikely the con artist had any romantic interest in her, though it was conceivable. She doubted he would act so benevolently. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. She recalled Abu mentioning that the signing bonus would be available soon, within 2 days, in fact. If she were unaware that Chen Yang had deliberately discarded the money, what would happen when the signing bonus arrived? The answer was simple. She had already devised a plan. She envisioned demanding 100,000 in cash and then, with great satisfaction, tossing stacks of it at Chen Yang's face, laughing triumphantly as she declared, "Keep pretending to be a con artist. Who isn't wealthy these days? I, for one, am indifferent to such trifles." Then, she imagined Chen Yang's sinister grin as he retorted, "Really? Who was it just days ago that was gleefully picking up cash like a fool?" The mere thought left her blushing furiously, and she felt as though steam was rising from her head. Quickly, she dashed up the stairs, returning to her dorm in a flurry, collapsing onto her bed and rolling about like a playful caterpillar. At that moment, Chen Yang had just emerged from his dormitory, having called a repairman to fix the washing machine after dinner. As he stepped outside, a sudden gust of wind swept past him, as if a shadow had darted by. "Is there a giant rat in the base now?" he mused aloud. "What? A giant rat? Where? Let me catch it," the burly repairman exclaimed, intrigued. No, thank you. I'll manage this myself," Chen Yang replied hastily, paying the repairman 200 yuan to send him on his way. Yet, standing at the door, he cast a suspicious glance toward the neighboring room, pondering the unusual circumstances. When things seem amiss, there is bound to be something strange afoot. Chapter 82. Battle Directory. Chen Yang, impatiently awaiting Su Qingrou's emergence from her dormitory, sought to uncover the reason behind Xiao Xiaomi's fervent enthusiasm for the upcoming match. It was too late. He had already departed for the training room. Ming Kai was reclining at his coaching desk and, upon spotting Chen Yang, promptly greeted him. "Xiao Yang, come and take a look at our upcoming battle directory." Chen Yang approached and took the pad from Ming Kai's hands. Glancing briefly at the upcoming matches against our W and E star, both of which seemed devoid of challenge. Indeed, both teams have played 3 and 4 matches respectively, all losses. "We should secure victory with little to no pressure," Ming Kai remarked with a calm smile. "Brother Factory, you exude confidence. One might think you were the one participating in the match," Chen Yang quipped, raising an eyebrow at Coach 7. Coach 7, predictably incensed, retorted, "Damn it. Don't get cheeky with me. The coach holds sway over the year-end bonus evaluations. Be careful, or I might make things difficult for you." "I was wrong," Chen Yang quickly admitted. Ming Kai blinked, momentarily stunned, and replied, "You're not supposed to concede so easily. Aren't you a rich second generation? Shouldn't you be indifferent to such matters? Why the sudden meekness?" Chen Yang furrowed his brow, equally puzzled. "Yes, why is my response like this today? I'm suddenly rather concerned about money. After all, I am a rich second generation." He tapped his forehead, amused. "I don't know. Perhaps it's because I aspire to be a wealthy first generation. Being labeled a Nepo baby is rather unflattering." Ming Kai chuckled, teasing, "With an annual salary starting at W, plus bonuses. If such a person is deemed a Nepo baby, then I dare say 99. 9 of the world's population must fall into that category. Let us not dwell on that." Chen Yang interjected, recalling Su Qingrou's earlier encouragement for him to pursue a professional career, a thought that left him feeling uneasy. He decided to change the subject. "Why suddenly show me these? We've already faced RNG and IG. Truth be told, those 2 teams should pose no threat. That's what I thought too. But there is something peculiar." Ming Kai's expression turned serious. "Peculiar?" Chen Yang inquired. "Yes, come with me." Ming Kai glanced around before leading Chen Yang to his computer desk, where the atmosphere felt more private. With a solemn expression, he retrieved another device and began to operate it swiftly. Soon, Chen Yang noticed the pad displayed a site labeled LP. TV. "Isn't that some betting website?" Chen Yang instinctively wanted to refuse, thinking, "I am not that kind of person. With my striking looks and wealth, if I wanted a girlfriend, I would have found one long ago. Why would I need to resort to this?" Before he could voice his thoughts, Ming Kai spoke first. "This is a betting site for the matches." "Huh?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, leaning against the desk, his voice lowered in astonishment. "Brother Factory, you seem quite serious. I didn't expect you to engage in this sort of thing behind closed doors. Get lost. Am I that type of person? You check it out. And if you have questions, just ask me. Keep your voice down." Ming Kai handed the pad to Chen Yang. Taking the device, Chen Yang scrutinized it closely. The interface was straightforward, displaying each team's name alongside an oval dial. A simple click would allow one to place a bet. The higher the bet, the taller the oval beside the team. As he examined the odds for the upcoming match where EDG would face RW in 2 days, Chen Yang was taken aback by the disparity in odds. RW's odds were astonishingly higher, 7 times that of EDG's. Furrowing his brow, he thought, This shouldn't be the case. He glanced sharply at Ming Kai, who returned his gaze with a knowing expression. Chen Yang quickly diverted his eyes. Pondering the implications, how could our W have such high bets against us? Is there an insider leak? No. Even if our W had an insider, their strength is evident. Even with a hidden ace, it would be challenging to win. Hence, it's still EDG, right? But all our key players are in the training room. Brother Factory. You can't be implying. Miko, Hope, and even Scout, none of them fit the bill, and Xiaomi. Definitely not. I can assure you of that. Chen Yang concluded, recalling that Xiaomi had been struggling financially and required support to get by, certainly not in a position to gamble. Wait. Chen Yang suddenly halted, gazing at Ming Kai incredulously. Coach 7, you don't suspect me, do you? Ming Kai chuckled. Initially, I had my doubts. Your strength aside, you are a rich second generation. Bah. What rich second generation? Chen Yang protested, flustered. But now I'm certain you're not involved, Ming Kai asserted. Seasoned from years in the professional circuit and adept at reading people, Chen Yang's reactions were genuine, devoid of deceit. Who else could be bold enough to place such a hefty bid against our W, betting on our EDG to lose? It's utterly nonsensical. We've secured 3 consecutive victories while our W is on a 3-match losing streak. Could they possibly have a secret weapon? Chen Yang pondered, frustration creeping in. There's something else you haven't considered, Ming Kai added. Something else? Chen Yang frowned. S4, our EDG Nami. Beef noodles. Ming Kai's hint was unmistakable. Chen Yang was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You can't be referring to the chefs at the restaurant, can you? Let us not kid ourselves. Could a chef possibly wager that kind of money? Ming Kai, equally perplexed, replied, that is precisely why I'm so conflicted. We're facing a team with a losing streak, yet I can't shake this unease. After all, unusual circumstances often herald deeper issues. These betting sites are insufferably tedious. As Chen Yang contemplated, a sudden realization struck him, echoing a previous conversation he had overheard. In the restroom, EDG's greatest strength against RNG lies with the rookie jungler. We've seen their photos. If we bump into them in reality, would it work? Do you really think that it's legal? Legal? If we inadvertently collide with them, the worst that happens is a financial penalty. But if they don't play, we could make a tenfold profit. Surely you jest. Did we not agree to avoid such foolishness? Chen Yang's frown deepened, instinctively sensing danger, his fist clenched. Fine, aside from this group. Who else would be audacious enough to act this recklessly? It's all fun and games until real safety is at stake. Who wouldn't turn hostile? If that's the case, why not indulge in their madness? I'm not going to lose everything to you lot. Chen Yang's resolve hardened, a cold smile gracing his lips. Without waiting for Ming Kai's astonished reaction, he composed himself and asked, Brother, do you have a way? Let us place a bet too. Chapter 83, The Miscommunication, It's Winning Together. Ming Kai gazed intently at Chen Yang for a long moment, finally advising, Yang, a professional player betting on the outside, even if it's on their own victory, can lead to detrimental exposure. Yet, some individuals never learn until they feel the sting. Chen Yang refrained from sharing what he had overheard at Hadaleo that day, wary of Coach Chi's overreactions that could disrupt everyone's peace. The professional league, after all, is a prestigious battleground. Teams like our W and E-Star, regardless of their current performance, are not easily subdued, especially when one is in a poor state. Hence, Chen Yang resolved to handle this matter independently. Ming Kai, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless, pondering when Chen Yang had become so principled. However, Chen Yang's words did provoke him to think deeply, leading him to respond, having played professionally for so many years, it's impossible not to have some connections. If you wish to pursue this, I'm willing to assist you with the wager. A subtle smile graced Chen Yang's lips. How much do you plan to bet? Ming Kai casually inquired. 8 million. Chen Yang replied. What? 8 million? Oh, Brother Chong, while I may be a second-generation rich kid, the most valuable asset in my family is that seaside villa. This is all I can presently muster, and if my signing bonus doesn't come through, I might be left with nothing but the wind to sustain me, Chen Yang explained, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Wait, hold on. I'm not concerned about the amount you wish to wager, Ming Kai hastily interrupted, a look of horror on his face. That is too much. Too much. Yang, I know you're confident about defeating our W, but have you considered that if someone is willing to bet such a hefty sum against our W, there must be a reason. They undoubtedly possess sufficient assurance that we will lose, hence the wager. The enemy is concealed while we are exposed, and at this moment, we remain oblivious to their potential schemes. Can we counter them? So, Yang, while I'm not opposed to your desire to gamble, I even wish to support you in teaching those individuals a lesson. But have you thought about the implications of betting 8 million? What if we lose it all? 8 million is no small sum. It represents at least 2 years of my earnings, and then assuming I've been living frugally. Chen Yang mused to himself, dismissing the notion of their underhanded tactics as mere trifles, believing that with careful consideration, he could navigate the situation. If they intended to target anyone, it would likely be him and Su Qingru, with the latter being a more probable target due to her being a girl, making her an easier mark. After all, during EDG's 3 consecutive victories, Sab had proven that. Thus, before the match against RW, as long as he ensured Su Qingru's protection, there should be no unforeseen complications. This match was destined to be a victory. Brother Chong, trust me, I would not gamble recklessly without absolute certainty. We have known each other for quite some time. Do you believe I am someone who easily succumbs to impulsive decisions? Chen Yang countered. Ming Kai scrutinized him anew. To be fair, aside from your somewhat low emotional intelligence, you truly possess no other significant flaws. After a brief hesitation, Ming Kai finally relented. All right, I'll assist you. And I'll contribute an additional 1 million to share in the stakes. That is not quite right, Chen Yang chuckled. It's not about sharing in the losses. It's about winning together. Ming Kai dismissed him with a wave, and not long after, he received a transfer from Chen Yang. Despite having earned over 10 million in salary during his years as a player, the sight of such a hefty amount entering his account for gambling was exhilarating. Ming Kai felt his heart race, opting to step outside and make a call instead of indulging in these distractions in the training room. The evening training session was monotonous and tedious, primarily consisting of ranks, rank, and more rank. Chen Yang did not invite Su Qingru to join, and she, in turn, deliberately avoided him. Why would she seek discomfort and risk losing her points? After all, she was quite clever. As she pondered, she realized her suspicions about being scammed had grown stronger. She just needed tangible evidence. At 10 o'clock, Ming Kai returned, patting Chen Yang's shoulder. It's all set. And I also reminded Tian Yu to be cautious with his diet. EDG has no substitute for the support role, so I'm considering every angle. Especially after the beef noodle incident during S4. While Chen Yang expertly controlled the jungle mouse, executing flawless attacks, he engaged in conversation with Ming Kai. Su Qingru overheard their exchange and cast a curious glance at Chen Yang. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "Scammer, what were you and the coach discussing in code? Why not speak plainly?" "I'll tell you after this match," Chen Yang replied. "Not interested," Su Qingru retorted, promptly closing her mouth. As memories of Chen Yang's antics during yesterday's match resurfaced, leaving her feeling disgruntled. With a roll of his eyes, Chen Yang finished the game. Ming Kai did not call for a dismissal. Instead, he continued into a second match. Su Qingru scoffed, internally muttering, as expected. You can't trust a single word from a scammer. The training persisted until 11:30, at which point Ming Kai clapped his hands. All right, everyone, you're dismissed. We have one more day of training before facing our W again, but this time it's in Shanghai, so there's no need to arrive early. Oh my, Brother Chang? You're messing with my mindset. I just started a ranked match, and now you say we can rest? What the? Haha, Tian Yi, keep it up. I'm done, so I'm off. Me too, Brother Tian, goodbye. Oh, Yanggu, good night. Sweet dreams, Qingru. Bye-bye. Hope and Scout eagerly shut down their computers. Bidding farewell, while Miko, left speechless, clenched his teeth and continued with his ranked match. Ming Kai remained at the coach's desk, seemingly engrossed in research, likely studying strategies for the upcoming match. Chen Yang, having finished his game, powered down his computer and called out to Su Qingru. No, she flatly refused, grabbing her water cup and attempting to leave. What are you talking about? We are rivals. How can we return to the dorm together? She thought, incredulous. Chen Yang, swift in action, grasped her arm. Hey, I need to talk to you. Exasperated, he rose and dragged Su Qingru outside while addressing a serious matter, devoid of any personal grievances. I don't believe you. Su Qingru fumed, though she followed Chen Yang out, her expression still sour, her head drooping in frustration, resembling a puppet being led along. Little Red Riding Hood, do you have any plans tomorrow? Will you be leaving the base? And what about the whole morning the day after? Any thoughts on going out? Chen Yang inquired. Chapter 84. Who Prevails and Who Falls? Undercurrents flowing, Su Qingru lifted her gaze to Chen Yang, wanting to retort, what does it matter to you? However, the earnestness etched upon the trickster's face rendered her momentarily hesitant to speak out of turn. After a brief contemplation, she replied, of course I need to go out. Go out for what? Chen Yang frowned. To buy cola. No. That cannot be said so casually, she corrected. I am going out to buy clothes. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Qingru declared. Buy clothes? Chen Yang scrutinized her, noting, didn't the team distribute several uniforms? Rolling her eyes dramatically, Su Qingru scoffed. How could a girl wear a uniform every day? Isn't that what you do? Shut up. Chen Yang muttered, chastising himself for his lack of restraint. Observing how content the little shrimp seemed, he was compelled to tease her. You should refrain from going out for the next couple of days, Chen Yang advised. With skepticism. Su Qingru shot him a glance, her flawless face expressing disdain. Why should I? I'm not delaying training. I'm just stepping out for a little while. How can you be so quick about it? Chen Yang, who was always forthright, found himself genuinely curious. Don't girls typically shop with a myriad of minor goals in mind? Little did he know, Su Qingru's face flushed crimson. Why so quick? It's because I am not going out to buy clothes. Just heading to the supermarket to pick up a case of cola. How long could that possibly take? Hey, you're quite annoying. Can you let go of me? I want to return to the dorm. As they reached the upper floor, Su Qingru vigorously attempted to dislodge Chen Yang's grip on her wrist, but no matter how she tried, she could not escape his hold. Chen Yang, unwilling to engage in a futile argument, conceded, if you're going out, you must take me with you. Did you hear? If you don't bring me along, even if you sprout wings, you want to get out. Why should I? Su Qingru glared at him, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation. Why? Because my fist is bigger than yours, Chen Yang declared, resorting to intimidation. Humph. Su Qingru huffed, irritated, and managed to break free from Chen Yang's grasp. To his surprise, she succeeded this time. Joyful, she returned to her room without even uttering a good night. Lazy to say good night. More like there's no need, she thought. In the past, her banter with Chen Yang on the LOL client would often conclude with playful jibes. You jerk, go die quickly. I'm going to sleep. Apologies. I am truly unaccustomed to this, Chen Yang mused, feeling a peculiar sense of responsibility weighing upon him, as if fate had conspired to place a heavy burden upon him. Nevertheless, the thought of an impending lucrative opportunity brightened his spirits. With only 2 days remaining until the competition, RW's betting odds had already risen to W, and undoubtedly, they would continue to climb. After all, much effort had been invested in preparing various strategies. Surely a substantial profit was to be made from this seemingly insignificant regular match. Moreover, if EDG's odds remained relatively stable around 1 million, it was unlikely that the opposing side would increase their stakes significantly in the next couple of days. However, should EDG's odds surge into the tens of millions, to secure such a hefty sum, the other side would undoubtedly respond by raising their stakes above 10 million. At that point, it would be fascinating to observe how the bookmakers would play their cards, potentially lowering the odds to 1 to attract more attention, thereby doubling the money wagered. In summary, apart from himself and those backing RW, who were engaged in covert maneuvers, everyone else was likely left in the dark. Ultimately, this was merely a game between two parties or even just two individuals. Daring to employ underhanded tactics, one could hardly expect a light defeat. A smirk played on Chen Yang's lips as he turned back towards the dormitory. Tonight, he intended to retire early, rise at dawn, engage in a jog, practice Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and keep a watchful eye on the little shrimp, ensuring she did not wander off. Wait, why did he suddenly feel as though he were a canary in a gilded cage? As Chen Yang had anticipated, when Ming Kai placed a bet of 0W on EDG, the external betting platforms erupted in chaos. Prior comments had echoed sentiments such as, what is happening? EDG, with 3 consecutive victories, has worse odds than RW, which has suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Is the bookmaker up to something? I knew not to trust such external platforms. Thankfully, I only wagered $100, haha. My heavens. If this is merely the bookmaker's ploy, then it's not a concern. Indeed, while RW faced EDG, it was absurd to assume they could triumph. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not believe RW could win. Yet, the odds were enticing, and many were tempted to take the plunge. When EDG's odds unexpectedly surged to 0W, the comments shifted dramatically. What the? Has a big player finally entered the fray? If I'm not mistaken, that W must have been wagered in an instant, likely by a single individual. Incredible! To bet such an amount, they must be quite the player. How about RW's odds? Haha. The bookmaker, platform official, do not slander us. Our platform has strict regulations. The bookmakers absolutely do not participate in any betting activities. Feel free to verify. Our platform is constantly monitored. What? How can one verify? Even if you did, so what? We are merely small players. Exactly, apart from you. Who else would be foolish enough to bet on RW? Betting W? Have they lost their minds? RW has suffered 3 consecutive defeats this year. Bookmaker, platform official attached, image 1. My goodness, I can't believe it. In that instant, All users of the betting platform were taken aback, staring in shock at the displayed chart, which clearly indicated that the W on our W originated from a total of 25 different accounts. Indeed, if it were a rigged bet, there would be no need for so many accounts. One account could suffice. Furthermore, there was no need for such theatrics, self-verification, and image sharing. In a remarkably short time, the platform officials released another statement. Due to special circumstances and excessive betting amounts on both sides, EDG versus RW odds have been adjusted in advance, officially revised to 1-2. Undoubtedly, this adjustment from the platform officials sent shockwaves through the community. Even more alarming, shortly after this adjustment, the betting volume on RW surged again, reaching a staggering 0W within just half an hour. The entire betting platform went into a frenzy that night. Who was it? Who was behind the more than 10 million wagered on EDG? Such figures for a regular season match were already absurd. How could RW dare to match such stakes? Had they lost their minds? Hey, word is circulating that RW has a secret weapon. EDG will undoubtedly lose. Pa, if that were true, would you dare to disclose it? You probably rushed to bet on RW long ago. Spare us the theatrics. We aren't fools. To hell with it. I want to believe. Why not take a chance? If a big player is willing to wager over 10 million, why should we hesitate? I'm considering the fact that EDG's primary C position is currently the top jungle. If they suddenly falter against a weaker team, could it be that someone received advance notice? For instance, in the next match? It is not outside the realm of possibility that Arch might. Within EDG, there are whispers of treachery and manipulation. What are we waiting for? Let us place our bets and charge forward. Nevertheless, I steadfastly maintain my faith in EDG. After all, the stakes are not exorbitant. Should we face defeat, so be it. I shall continue to believe in the unparalleled prowess of my champion. Fools. The evidence is irrefutable. EDG's loss is inevitable, and yet there are those who remain oblivious. I am invincible in this realm. Let anyone who dares approach meet their demise. Ignore the naysayers and support the latter. Comrades, let us make a bold move tonight. Fill the right side to the brim. A villa by the sea awaits us. Indeed. I am all in. By heavens, I too shall dive in, aligning with the elite, filling the right side to capacity. Chapter 85. Never submit. Unless for a greater cause the following day, Chen Yang rose early, dressed himself, and opened the door. His phone, nestled in the pocket of his jacket, began to ring. Upon glancing at the screen, he was surprised to see an unexpected caller at such an early hour. He took his time before stepping out. Leaning against the door frame to answer the call, his tone laced with amusement. What's up, coach? Calling me so early to go out for a 5-kilometer jog? The voice on the other end, Ming Kai, was tinged with fatigue and irritation. Did you not sleep at all last night? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Ming Kai grumbled a confirmation, explaining, I was monitoring the odds all night. It's now 1-7 in our favor, with them at 0. They really went all in. Huh? Chen Yang shared his astonishment, realizing that the opposing team's financial backing was greater than he had anticipated. However, he remained unfazed. The more they invested, the better it was for him in the long run. Who knows? Ming Kai continued, venting his frustration. It's maddening. Once I got into it, I couldn't relax all night. I wanted to sleep, but my mind wouldn't let me. My father's incessant nagging echoed in my head, and it was unbearable. Chen Yang's expression darkened at the thought. He contemplated hanging up but remembered that Ming Kai held sway over the year-end bonus evaluations. So he bore with it. Just then, the door beside him swung open, revealing a tall young woman clad in a light-colored long-sleeved sun-protective shirt and blue jeans, topped off with a baseball cap. She walked past him with an air of calm confidence, seemingly oblivious to his presence. After a few steps, she suddenly quickened her pace. Stop right there, Chen Yang shouted, a smirk playing on his lips. What? Xiaoyang, what did you say? Ming Kai asked, unable to catch the words. Oh, Brother Chang. Make sure to get some rest today. Regardless, you need to conserve your energy. Even if you're not playing tomorrow, you're still crucial to the team. Don't forget, you also invested $1 million. Chen Yang casually informed Ming Kai before hanging up and chasing after Su Qingru, who was now jogging away. Despite her speed, Chen Yang, accustomed to morning runs, easily caught up with her. At the foot of the stairs, he seized the back of her shirt, preventing her from escaping. Su Qingru turned, her expression a mix of annoyance and indignation. What are you doing? Where are you going? I'm just going out to buy breakfast. Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. Su Qingru, no longer the timid girl she had been the day before, responded with newfound assertiveness, though her bravado felt somewhat forced. Fine, since I need to exercise anyway. I'll come with you, she declared. Chen Yang, in a notably good-natured manner, agreed. You. Su Qingru stumbled back a few paces, realizing her predicament. "Ah, you figured me out, you rascal," she exclaimed in exasperation. "Let us not escalate this to a matter of personal freedom," she warned, her eyes narrowed. "All right, I won't bother you anymore," Chen Yang conceded, feigning surrender. Su Qingru raised an eyebrow in surprise, intrigued by his sudden acquiescence. "Is this a change of tactics? Perhaps my queenly demeanor has intimidated him," she mused gleefully, shedding her hats in a moment of triumph. As the morning sun filtered through the doorway, illuminating one half of her exquisitely beautiful face, she bore a smile that radiated joy. At times, Chen Yang found it difficult to remain indifferent. She truly was captivating. "Don't follow me. I'll be back shortly," she insisted, though her tone was light. "Just be careful," Chen Yang replied, rolling his eyes. Su Qingru, undeterred, walked away with a spring in her step, her hands tucked into her pockets, a smile lingering on her lips. Chapter 85. Absolutely not a servant. Behind her were steps. 1, 2, 3. With each stride forward, the rhythm persisted. 1, 2, 3. Chen Yang. Su Qingru halted in her tracks, turning to confront Chen Yang once more. With a furrowed brow, Chen Yang remarked, "Why are you shouting so early in the morning? Don't you realize others are still sleeping? Such a lack of decorum." Fuming, Su Qingru sought a retort but found no suitable words, her frustration mounting. She contemplated striking this insufferable man before her, yet what good would that do? Hitting him was out of the question. She sensed that under Chen Yang's influence, she could hardly endure for 3 seconds. So, perhaps a little coaxing? No, absolutely not. She, Su Qingru, would never submit to this deceiver unless, of course, it was to procure some cola. Chen Yang. The urgency of her empty pantry compelled her to soften her tone. Tugging at Chen Yang's arm, she looked up and pleaded, "Just let me step out for a moment." "Just a moment, please?" Chen Yang stared in disbelief, chuckling, "Are you trying to act cute with me?" "Sort of." Su Qingru gritted her teeth and nodded, all the while cursing inwardly. "How dare you toy with me, you deceitful, petty-suited man. Just wait until this princess, no, this queen, return with cola and chips, and I will unleash my wrath upon you. For now, let you bask in your fleeting triumph." She, Su Qingru, knew how to endure and adapt. Chen Yang found the situation peculiar, yet could not deny the warmth it brought, instinctively reaching out to ruffle Su Qingru's hair. Su Qingru, with a compliant demeanor, lowered her delicate face. Chapter 86. Stop the nonsense. Let us go. After the morning exercise, Chen Yang swiftly returned to the base, immersing himself in training. However, he sensed that Xiao Xiami was not in her usual form, displaying a lack of focus during their ranked matches, resulting in several unexpected losses. The formidable dominance she once exhibited in the national server seemed to have vanished. Chen Yang considered inviting her for a couple of games, but her current state was concerning. Could it be that Xiao Xiami is the ultimate traitor lurking outside? He mused, having vouched for her character. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Su Qingru swiftly turned her face away, her body language clearly indicating her disinterest in conversing. Chen Yang, feeling bemused, chose to disregard her attitude. Training continued until late into the night, and upon returning to his dormitory at 11 p.m., he was astonished to find the 2 bottles of cola he had left on the table still untouched. Could it be? He pondered, opening his computer and logging into his account, curiosity overwhelming him. Had he misjudged all along? Perhaps Xiao Xiami had no profound obsession with cola, merely a casual preference, indifferent to its presence or absence. As he contemplated this, a message lit up the chat box. "Saber, are you a fool? You scoundrel. How shameless and petty. Master of tricks, ultimate schemer, and hurry up and perish." Chen Yang dismissed it, realizing that today, his opponent was exceptionally fierce, demanding his utmost effort. With a determined mindset, he prepared for battle, his expression growing serious as the sound of his fingers tapping the keyboard echoed in the dormitory. Enough of the nonsense, let us go. The summer regular season of the PL was scheduled for the evenings, and tonight's match featured EDG facing RW. The second game of the day commenced at 7 p.m., allowing players to rejuvenate. Ming Kai, full of vigor, encouraged everyone to disperse but reminded them to return to the training room before 6 p.m., strictly prohibiting any food during this time. The stakes of this match were particularly high. Maintaining their mental state was paramount. After analyzing the upcoming strategies in the lounge, Ming Kai clapped his hands, granting the team some free time. However, he warned, do not underestimate the importance of this match. Miko, puzzled, questioned, "Why is it so crucial? It's just RW, right? Are you overly anxious, factory brother? Can I afford to be anything less than anxious?" Ming Kai replied sternly, shedding his fatherly demeanor for the serious countenance of a coach. "Tianyi, Your attitude is a significant issue. As professional players, we must treat every match with the utmost seriousness. Past achievements are history. Securing new victories is my true desire. Each match should be approached as if it were the most important one of your life. Do you understand? Miko, taken aback, could only stare in disbelief. Realizing the gravity of Ming Kai's words, Ming Kai, pleased, patted Miko on the head, causing the young player to flush with indignation, leading to a playful spat between them. Meanwhile, Chen Yang reflected on how he had not spoken to Xiao Xiaomi all day, feeling a sense of disquiet. This morning, she had risen early, only to turn away upon catching sight of him after his morning workout. It was all rather peculiar. With a raised eyebrow, Chen Yang initiated a conversation. Are you going out to buy drinks? I'm in a good mood today. Let me treat you to some cola. No, Su Qingru turned her head, struggling to utter a simple no, continuing her cold demeanor. Despite her aloofness, she couldn't suppress her desire for cola, having gone without it for 36 hours. Lead the way. She finally relented, tugging at him. Chen Yang, still seated with a smile, watched the unfolding drama with amusement. What's going on? Aren't you supposed to take me to buy cola? Hurry up, Su Qingru exclaimed, a hint of urgency creeping into her voice. Her earlier pride seemed to crumble. She was eager to find a legitimate reason to indulge in cola, yet her momentary stubbornness had cost her that opportunity. You're being unreasonable, she scolded, noticing Chen Yang's nonchalance. I'll go myself, he declared, prompting her to rise in frustration, unwilling to tolerate such treatment. Chen Yang found the situation both exasperating and amusing. He knew she wouldn't actually go alone. All right, let us go, he finally conceded as they stepped outside together. Despite Su Qingru's attempts to mask her excitement with a facade of indifference, her eagerness was evident, and Chen Yang couldn't help but smile at the unfolding scene. However, just as they were about to depart, a large food cart filled with stacked trays barreled down the hallway, nearly blocking the passage. Watch out. Move aside, someone shouted. In her thoughts of cola, Su Qingru was momentarily oblivious until the cacophony jolted her back to reality. She barely registered the approaching cart before it was upon her. With a swift reaction, Chen Yang dashed forward, wrapping his arms around her just in time, propelling them both away from danger. The cart crashed behind them, sending plates crashing to the floor with a deafening clatter. Chen Yang held Su Qingru tightly, bracing himself against the onslaught of falling dishes. Thankfully, his physical condition allowed him to withstand the impact, but he was taken aback when a knife fell from the cart, narrowly missing his shoulder. The narrative stretches on, but I shall pause here for now, allowing for further refinement tomorrow. Chapter 87. It seems I might have a bit of affection for you. Wang Haili is a notorious gang leader in the Lixia district of Magic City, known for his ruthlessness and ferocity. Recently, a wealthy heir approached him with an offer of 50,000 yuan to carry out a task, to inadvertently injure Arch, one of the main players from the EDG club. Upon hearing the term inadvertently, Wang Haili realized the ample room for maneuvering this operation and eagerly accepted. He devised various schemes, such as confronting the two targets directly and provoking a fight, or pretending to lose control while riding an electric bike, speeding towards them with reckless abandon. However, he also contemplated a more cunning approach, casually passing by the EDG club's entrance and stealthily spilling some lubricant on the steps, ensuring that anyone who stepped there would slip and fall. Despite devising a plethora of tactics for unintentional harm, he was taken aback to discover that the targets rarely left their premises. Wang Haili was flabbergasted for 2 full days until the day of the match arrived, when the wealthy heir, in a fit of rage, messaged him, berating him for his incompetence and threatening dire consequences if the task was not completed. Disregarding the threat, which he deemed laughable, Wang Haili felt the sting of potential humiliation should he fail. Thus, he infiltrated the match venue disguised as a server. To his astonishment, he was actually mistaken for one. The restaurant staff, oblivious to his true identity, inundated him with trays, stacking them high until he was burdened with an entire cart overflowing with dishes. Fuming silently, he pushed the cart in search of an opportunity, all the while muting his phone to avoid distractions from the wealthy heirs, who were engaged in empty boasts about vast sums of money. As the clock approached 7, he grew anxious, wondering if Arch was truly holed up in the training room until match time. Just as despair began to set in, fortune smiled upon him. While maneuvering the cart towards the back door, he spotted his target, a stunning young woman, more beautiful than anyone he had seen on television. In that moment, he realized she was undoubtedly out of his league. Scanning the area for surveillance, he decided to seize the moment, pushing the cart forward while feigning a loud commotion. As he charged ahead, excitement coursed through him. Nothing could thwart his plans. However, just as he was about to collide with his target, an unexpected figure dashed forward, grabbing the beautiful girl and rolling them both out of harm's way. This unforeseen turn of events caused Wang Haili to lose his grip, and the cart toppled over, sending plates, spoons, chopsticks, and even knives crashing to the ground like a torrential downpour. Panic washed over him as he realized the gravity of the situation. He was merely a brash thug, reckless in his pursuits, yet the thought of causing serious injury sent shivers down his spine. He quickly bent down to check on Chen Yang and Su Qingru, primarily concerned about Chen Yang, who had narrowly escaped a blade that had grazed his shoulder. Chen Yang, taking a sharp breath, cursed, directing his ire at Wang Haili for his reckless behavior. Wang Haili, observing Chen Yang's nonchalant demeanor, felt his temper flare once more. Meanwhile, Chen Yang comforted Su Qingru, who seemed momentarily dazed and unresponsive. As he instructed her to close her eyes, a sardonic smile played at the corners of his lips. While he regarded the menacing figure of Wang Haili, now clad in a server's uniform yet exuding a palpable aura of intimidation. Chapter 87. It seems I have become somewhat entangled in this gambling affair. I have never cared for your trivial matters. Do as you please, earn money or lose it. It bears no significance to me. But how dare you truly lay your hands on me? How dare you? As Chen Yang spoke, a chilling expression deepened at the corners of his mouth, and a hint of crimson flickered in the depths of his eyes as he advanced menacingly toward Wang Haili. The latter stumbled back in confusion, opening his mouth to offer an explanation, only to realize too late, damn. Who is the thug here? Why should I fear him? You're asking for death. Wang Haili raised his fist, intending to intimidate Chen Yang. If Chen Yang did not retreat, he would strike the boy. After all, how strong could a gamer be? However, this action only served to enrage Chen Yang further. With a fierce glare, he swiftly kicked Wang Haili's knee. Haili winced in pain, his expression shifting dramatically. Chen Yang followed up with a sharp blow to Wang Haili's abdomen, causing him to nearly retch from the pain. Yet, he was no coward. Despite the agony, he managed to glare at Chen Yang and threw a wild punch in retaliation. You're dead meat. Chen Yang bent down, seizing Wang Haili's waist and, with a surge of tremendous force, executed a judo throw. The glossy tiles echoed with a dull thud. Wang Haili's eyes widened in terror, feeling as though every bone in his body might shatter. But this was not the end. Having sustained significant injury, Wang Haili soon found himself at the mercy of Chen Yang, who seized his collar and unleashed a flurry of punches upon his face. Stop. Please, don't. Wang Haili wailed, finally begging for mercy. Yet this individual, who appeared to be merely a video game player, bore such a cold demeanor. And his martial skills, could it be he was a retired Special Forces soldier? Within mere moments, Wang Haili was reduced to a pitiful state, crying out in despair. Chen Yang, however, showed no signs of relenting until Su Qingru, who had been in a daze, suddenly regained her senses. Chen Yang, please stop. She rushed forward to grasp Chen Yang, only then noticing the long gash on his right arm. The EDG jersey, being black, had initially concealed the wound. But as time passed, blood began to seep profusely. Su Qingru's complexion paled, and instinctively, she released her grip. Torn between the desire to let Chen Yang continue punishing the fool and the rational thought to urge him to flee. Chen Yang, you must get up. Your arm is injured. Ignore him and come with me. After delivering another punch, Chen Yang's fury finally began to ebb. He glanced at Wang Haili, who was now unrecognizable. His expression icy as he scoffed, using petty tricks? Who fears you? Wang Haili coughed violently, blood frothing at his lips, his eyes wide with terror. No longer daring to provoke this formidable figure. The previous throws and relentless punches had instilled a deep sense of fear and panic within him, cursing the wealthy heirs 1,000 times in his mind. Even if he returned, this incident would haunt him as a psychological scar. No, it could not stand. His elder brother would not let this slide. Those wealthy heirs were surely conspiring against him. He would have his revenge. Get lost. Chen Yang hissed, tearing off Wang Haili's server uniform, his brow furrowing as he turned to leave. Su Qingru hurriedly followed. Chen Yang, are you in pain? Please, don't leave. Let me call and find out where the medical office is. We should go there. Seeing Chen Yang's arm, soaked in blood, she hesitated, wanting to assist him but unsure, her heart racing with anxiety. Chen Yang, amused, replied, what are you thinking? It would be foolish to go directly to the medical office after beating someone so badly. Wouldn't he? He raised the server uniform, smiling. I didn't leave fingerprints on him, only on this clothing. Besides, there are no surveillance cameras in that corridor. So, I'll commend you on this. I struck him without leaving a trace, and no one will know. Frustrated, Su Qingru, without waiting for Chen Yang's response, dragged him into a nearby room. The backstage of the stadium was spacious with many unused rooms, and this one was no exception. Stay here. I'll fetch the first aid kit and be right back, she instructed, helping Chen Yang sit down before dashing out. In a remarkably short time, she returned, bearing a first aid kit. Chen Yang, surprised, remarked, "How did you return so quickly? We didn't go far. The EDG lounge has a first aid kit." "I was quick," she reassured him. "No one noticed." As she opened the kit, retrieving antiseptic and bandages, she knelt to unzip Chen Yang's jacket. He allowed her to tend to him, though his brow furrowed in concern, recalling a time when he nearly choked on water while sick, thanks to her clumsiness. "Can you do this?" Chen Yang asked, apprehensive about the severity of his injury. "Of course. I've lived in Shanghai for nearly 3 years and have dealt with simple injuries before," she replied confidently, but suddenly gasped. "Chen Yang." Upon removing his jacket, Su Qingru was confronted with the sight of the wound. Long, though not deep enough to expose bone, it was still about 7 to 8 centimeters long, and blood streamed down his arm. "Quick, stop the bleeding, or you'll bleed to death," Chen Yang urged, exasperated. "What are you dawdling for?" "Oh, right." Su Qingru hurriedly grabbed clean gauze to tend to the wound, being cautious not to cause him further pain. Yet, with such a deep cut, discomfort was inevitable, and her brow furrowed in concentration as she worked. With every wince Chen Yang made, Su Qingru slowed her pace, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Does it hurt?" she finally asked, tearing off a piece of gauze. "Very much," Chen Yang replied candidly. Biting her lip in concern, Su Qingru suddenly had a bright idea. She remembered the lollipop in her pocket. Setting the gauze aside, she swiftly produced the candy, unwrapping it and placing it in Chen Yang's mouth with a cheerful smile. "Is it sweet now?" Chen Yang was taken aback. This familiar lollipop was one he had left in her pocket during their flight. He realized she had likely found it long ago, but chose not to eat it. "Are you really feeding me something you didn't want?" he questioned, a hint of amusement in his tone. "It was sweet," he replied, a slight frown on his face. Su Qingru scrunched her nose, muttering, "That's strange. The last time I had it, it was quite sweet, which is why I saved it." "Saved it?" The words brought an inexplicable joy to Chen Yang. "I understand now." Su Qingru let out a soft chuckle, suddenly reaching out to forcibly reclaim the lollipop from Chen Yang. She lowered her head and took a bite, then handed it back to him, saying confidently, "Now it must be sweet." "Why?" Chen Yang asked, perplexed. "My little mouth has been smeared with honey," Su Qingru replied, her smile particularly enchanting, playful, and sweet. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment before he responded with a smile, enjoying the lollipop. "Hurry and bandage me. Don't delay any longer." "Okay." Su Qingru swiftly bent down to tend to his wounds, and in no time, she had finished. Chen Yang couldn't help but reach out to tousle her long hair, amused that this little shrimp had scolded him. "Chen Yang, why did you save me just now?" Su Qingru inquired earnestly, not pulling away after tending to his injury. "If you were hurt, how could you compete later?" Chen Yang replied. "There are substitutes," Su Qingru countered, her gaze dropping as she sat on the ground, arms wrapped around her knees, resting her chin on her forearms. "I heard your conversation earlier. Was that person trying to harm you on purpose?" Chen Yang paused, then nodded solemnly. "Yes. Is that why you haven't let me go out alone these past few days, out of fear that I might be hurt?" Su Qingru pressed further. "Yes." Chen Yang affirmed again. Su Qingru's long eyelashes fluttered like delicate little fans, framing her exquisitely smooth porcelain-like face. She spoke softly. "I'm sorry." Chen Yang suddenly laughed, finding it amusing. "What are you apologizing for? You should be scolding me instead. Why didn't you tell me sooner? And if I got hurt, you'd have the chance to win MVP, right? You've always been short on cash." Su Qingru's eyes widened as she looked up, although touched. She couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. This was the root of her recent coldness towards him. "This morning, Mambu transferred the money to my account." What? Chen Yang's composure faltered. "Huh? Are you wondering why I haven't rushed over to flaunt it in front of you, to throw the money at you?" Su Qingru scoffed coldly. Chen Yang's expression remained stiff. Su Qingru huffed softly. "I've already figured it out. You intentionally dropped money for me, aiming for me to accept it without guilt, so you could boast about it after I received the signing bonus. In reality, it would lead to social embarrassment. If that were the case, I'd be too mortified to even find a crack in the ground to hide in. You're such a schemer." Chen Yang was even more astonished. You knew? Is that surprising?" Su Qingru replied, her pride swelling as she lifted her fair chin. "I'm clever. My brain works exceptionally well. Stop underestimating me." Chen Yang felt a pang of regret, lamenting his missed opportunity. But outwardly, he maintained his composure, surprisingly feeling a sense of unexpected relaxation and contentment. As peculiar thoughts washed over him, this feeling intensified like an unstoppable tide. Chen Yang suddenly grew serious, gazing down at the proud girl sitting on the ground, hands clasped around her knees. Little shrimp, there is something I need to tell you. Go ahead. I think I might like you a little. Chapter 88, Sweet Hi. Hello, my boyfriend. Chen Yang's voice was soft yet earnest. His deep brown eyes fixed intently on Su Qingru, instantly rendering her flustered. Ah, you. Su Qingru sprang to her feet, hastily attempting to retreat. Only to find her legs numb from sitting too long, and with a gasp, she began to topple backward. Chen Yang, quick on his feet, rushed forward to steady her. Don't touch me, Su Qingru exclaimed, her face paling. Chen Yang chuckled. Can you at least stand firm? Otherwise, if I let go, you'll fall flat on your face. Shut up. Su Qingru bit her lip, and Chen Yang's teasing managed to calm her nerves somewhat, shooting him an annoyed glare. She bent down and made a break for it. She was about to turn and leave when Chen Yang called out, Hey, you're just going to walk away like that? Well, actually. Su Qingru grasped the doorframe, stuttering inexplicably. Just a moment, deep breath. Deep breath. Turning to Chen Yang, she asked, Is this your way of confessing? How can you be so hasty? Besides, after bullying me for so long, you think I would just agree? Her reasoning was sound and irrefutable. All right, Chen Yang nodded. Then I won't confess. You liar. I knew not to trust you too much. Su Qingru huffed. Chen Yang smiled. Well, since I just saved you, why not repay me with your heart? I call this a case of leveraging kindness for gain. And if I refuse? Su Qingru retorted. Chen Yang found himself momentarily at a loss, his mind racing with words. But all he could conjure were insults or cheesy lines to banter back with her, none of which felt appropriate. What more could a girl who has already been confessed to want? Waiting for an answer, quite urgent. Su Qingru suddenly laughed, bending over and clutching her stomach, leaving Chen Yang speechless. What was she trying to convey? Oh dear. It turns out that coaxing a girl is far more challenging than simply hurling insults at her. Actually, I already gave you the answer, Su Qingru whispered, raising her beautifully shaped eyebrows and quickly adding, If you didn't know, then forget it. Come find me when you do. Bye. With that, she waved and dashed away. Chen Yang fell into a contemplative silence, pondering for a while before recalling a memory. The last time he had a cold, Su Qingru had sneaked into his room to care for him. At the time, she had thought he was awake and had tentatively asked 3 questions. Liar? Are you awake? And, liar, do you know I like you? Chen Yang was taken aback, yet his lips curled upwards uncontrollably, although the situation had been peculiar. And her words were clearly laced with ulterior motives. The fact that she had expressed such sentiments indicated her feelings were genuine, albeit not yet fully formed. It was akin to that romantic phrase, Actually, I liked you even before you liked me. Sweet. The lollipop in his mouth tasted even sweeter. Suddenly, he pulled out his phone, glanced at the lock screen, then opened it to view his home screen, before sending Su Qingru a message. Little shrimp. Do you want to know what my phone lock screen is? Dong. Su Qingru replied. Chen Yang sent her screenshots of both the lock screen and home screen, along with the date settings, July 7th. After sending the message, Su Qingru took a long time to respond, until 3 minutes later, she texted back, That rascal. So you knew all along? Infuriating. But hello, my boyfriend. Accompanied by a grinning photo. It was her wallpaper and screensaver. A snapshot taken in the RNG lounge on the day of their match, while someone was asleep. Chen Yang was genuinely unaware of this. Yet, the date was set for July 8th. Did they actually synchronize their settings? Chen Yang chuckled, feeling a warm sensation wash over him, an indescribable emotion. They were supposed to be eternal rivals, yet somehow, amidst their interactions, they found themselves inseparable. This realization surprised even Chen Yang. His phone chimed again, and he looked down to see another message from Su Qingru. But don't think that just because you're my boyfriend, you can do as you please. If you make me unhappy, I'll still scold you. I'm always ready for that. Ah, the familiar banter returned. Chen Yang pressed his lips together, putting his phone back into his pocket. He glanced at the messy waitress's jacket on the floor and decided to shove it into his suitcase, leaving only the jacket draped over him to conceal the injuries on his arms. In truth, he was merely being cautious to avoid any unnecessary trouble should things escalate. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence was quite slim. Those wealthy second-generation heirs, who had bet secretly, resorted to underhanded tactics against the teams. If this scandal were to surface, they would face dire consequences. The integrity of the game? Surely, they were inviting disaster. That betting platform was not just theirs. There were far more formidable and wealthier entities lurking. To maliciously cut off someone else's means of livelihood would be inviting retaliation. As for the over 10 million they had let slip, Chen Yang scoffed. You'll have to swallow this bitter pill, consider it a reimbursement for my medical expenses. With a medical kit in hand, Chen Yang headed towards the EDG lounge, reflecting on how lucrative this situation had turned out to be. Not only had he gained over 10 million, but he had also intimidated those foolish heirs and, to top it all off, acquired a girlfriend. It was not merely a break-even, it was a resounding victory. Time had already passed 6:30. When Su Qingru returned and subtly informed Ming Kai that Chen Yang might be delayed by a few minutes, Ming Kai immediately sensed something was amiss. Upon seeing Chen Yang appear unscathed, he couldn't contain his joy, rushing over to scrutinize him from head to toe, visibly relieved. "I'm glad you're okay. Just a small issue," Chen Yang replied with a smile, brushing it off. Ming Kai's expression suddenly turned serious. "By the way, do you have a spare team uniform? If not, that would be disastrous. I definitely don't want to wear this outfit to compete." Chen Yang shushed him, signaling for silence. Yes, follow me." Ming Kai understood. Though his eyes narrowed in frustration, he prioritized Chen Yang's well-being. Su Qingru peeked over, wanting to speak, but Chen Yang shot her a glance. Her earlobes flushed crimson as she bit her lip, mouthing, "I didn't tell the coach anything. Be careful." Chen Yang nodded in response, following Ming Kai to the corner of the lounge where they kept the uniforms. "Hurry, take it off so I can see how you're doing," Ming Kai urged. Concern and anger etched across his face as he produced a brand-new team uniform. Chen Yang shrugged off his jacket, and Ming Kai gasped upon seeing the bandages wrapping around his arm, his paternal instincts kicking in as he exclaimed, "Those lunatics. I'm fine now. I've dealt with everything that needed to be addressed. As for you, you need to take that medical kit away. It's best to dispose of it." Chen Yang replied nonchalantly as he began to put on his jacket. Suddenly, Ming Kai raised an eyebrow, halting Chen Yang's actions, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "Xiaoyang, that bow on your belt is rather charming. It must have been tied by a lovely girl, right?" Chen Yang chuckled in response. "What else would you think? It's tied by an exceptionally attractive girl, the most beautiful one you've encountered thus far." "Nonsense. The most beautiful girl I've seen is the gentle one," Ming Kai scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. It wasn't that he deemed Chen Yang unworthy. Rather, it was the startlingly low emotional intelligence of the latter that vexed him. Despite his strenuous efforts to foster connections, Chen Yang, with his singular charm, could hardly hope to achieve success. Isn't that the greatest joke of the 21st century? Enough chatter. The judges are outside urging us on. It's time to take the stage. Chen Yang found little inclination to explain himself, thinking, what is there to clarify to a single dog? This moment, indeed, was an embodiment of disdain, a married man's condescending contempt for the solitary. It was only then that Ming Kai remembered, hastily adding, "Right, off we go. Oh, by the way, are you prepared for the competition? I haven't brought a substitute jungler today." With a snap of his fingers, Chen Yang affirmed, "No problem." Chapter 89, The Battle for the Throne of the Third Prince of the Emperor. Welcome back to the LPL Summer Split regular season, proudly sponsored by Mercedes-Benz. We are about to witness the second match of the day, featuring EDG versus RW. Both teams present an intriguing narrative, as one has achieved a remarkable 3 consecutive victories while the other faces a daunting 3-game losing streak. It is of paramount importance for EDG to maintain their winning momentum and reclaim their former glory, striving for a 4th consecutive win. Conversely, RW is eager to halt their losing streak. Despite their recent struggles, they have faced formidable opponents, particularly V5, who has become an unexpected contender with 4 straight wins. Today serves as an opportunity for them to demonstrate their mettle. The match is poised to be captivating, pitting the resurgent aristocrats against the concealed dark horse, the blade-wielding rogue, who has been lurking in the shadows for 2 long years. Moreover, we must not overlook the presence of the former EDG jungler, the third prince, Hero, now in the ranks of RW. Thus, this match can aptly be described as a battle for the throne. As the advertisements concluded, the atmosphere was electrified by the commentary duo, Miller and Wang Duo, who heightened the excitement. EDG's fanbase is undeniably vast, with cheers erupting even before the match commenced. In stark contrast, RW supporters remained relatively subdued, a reflection of their recent struggles. Yet, the lack of fervor from RW fans stirred unease among certain attendees, who murmured discontentedly, "Something feels amiss. This situation is not what I anticipated." Though I know RW possesses a secret weapon to defeat EDG, their weak presence upon entering is disconcerting. I wager a month's salary on this. In a group chat filled with affluent youths, the chatter was lively despite the modest size of their circle. Big Wang. This time it's a sure win, right? Haha. Chen Ershao, absolutely. Little Ming has confidently assured us. How could it not be secure? Lu Ziyue, I'm merely following the trend. If things go awry, it's his misfortune. I disdain his reckless actions that disrupt the rules. Dongqingyu, hey, don't speak carelessly. Meng Xiao is still in the group. He might just be lurking. System notification. Lu Ziyue retracted a message. Dong Qingyu. With both sides likely to take the stage soon, shall we speculate on who from EDG might be absent today? Chen Yang. I hope it's that archer. Not only does he play well, but his appearance leaves much to be desired. I confess I'm envious. If Mengwen dares to target Aber, I will turn against him. Lu Ziyue. But we all know it's futile. The most probable target is Saber, as females are generally easier to manipulate. Big Wang damn. Regardless, I've invested significantly, over $1 million. A double return is acceptable. Jiang Hengyue, you all need to pipe down. A female gamer, no matter how attractive, cannot compare to me. And why has T Mengwen spoken? It's been ages. Could he have messed up? Lu Ziyue, he wouldn't dare. Eugene, I've invested a fortune. If I lose, he'll face the consequences. Big Wang, I trust him. The group chat fell silent. The affluent youths, though not present at the venue, were glued to their screens. As the official LPL broadcast transitioned, all 10 players from EDG and RW entered the arena. From left to right, they focused intently on EDG's lineup. Mieko, Hope, Scout, and even SAB. They walked with an air of composure and tranquility, utterly unfazed by the stakes at hand. The expressions of the wealthy youths shifted dramatically. Big Wang, Mengwen, you better show yourself. Eugene, Mengwen, don't you dare betray me. Jiang Hengyue, Mengwen, even though I bet only 40,000, losing it stings. You need to speak up. Lu Ziyue, enough talk. Let us pay him a visit. Some previously silent wealthy youths could no longer contain their anxiety. This time, they had wagered nearly 20 million. With each contributing at least 200,000, some even as much as 2 million. The realization that their investments could evaporate ignited their fury. Just then, Mengwen, bombarded by messages, finally responded, something has gone awry. This revelation was unlikely to quell their anger. However, Mengwen quickly followed up with another message, accompanied by a photograph. The image depicted the dreadful state of Wang Haili, a sight too harrowing to bear, a true visage of defeat. Mengwen, I'm currently in the hospital. Wang Haili suffered humiliation and sought vengeance on me, leaving me in this state. Wealthy youths, shocked reactions, Mengwen. Moreover, he claimed that Archer is a madman. During their altercation, Wang Haili stood no chance against him. The ferocity of Archer's strikes was akin to a lethal assault. Wang Haili's terror was palpable and genuine. But what good were these words? Big Wang, Eugene, and Lu Ziyue comprehended the implications. Chen Yang, Mengwen, you've got guts. Dong Qingyu, haha. Lu Ziyue, I suppose I've just taken a loss. Big Wang, this situation was bound to happen. I should have known better than to engage in such deceitful tactics. Eugene, from now on, anyone who attempts such schemes will find themselves on my bad side. Let us play fair. System notification. Eugene has exited the group chat. System notification. Dong Qingyu has exited the group chat. System notification. Lu Ziyue has exited the group chat. In a blink, only Mengwen remained in the chat. Lying on the hospital bed, he typed with a single finger, regret etched across his face as he muttered, damn it. Had I known, I wouldn't have engaged in such frivolous endeavors. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he declared resolutely, all right, Arch, you are impressive, truly remarkable. If it comes to it, I shall support EDG in the future. At the Jingping Chung Sports Arena, under the intricate stratagems of both coaches, the band pick phase between EDG and RW was concluded in a mere 5 minutes. The arena erupted once more with a wave of fervent cheers. EDG, let's go. EDG. Charge forth. A Shun is invincible. Jian dominates the top lane. RW rally. Chapter 90. Are we competing or courting? During the fervent cheering segment, EDG seemed to overshadow all, leaving RW fans at a loss. They too had shouted in support, yet their voices paled in comparison to the thunderous cheers for EDG. What could they do? Players, rally your spirits and strive forward. Wait. Goodness. The visuals of EDG truly astound, suddenly realizing, with sparkling eyes, that Saber is the legendary first female top laner in LPL, and she is exceptionally formidable in battles, right? So stunning. And that Archer, the rumored second emperor of EDG, is quite the dashing figure, isn't. All these teams in LPL, perhaps we should switch allegiances. Supporting EDG seems rather appealing, especially given RW's dismal performance this season. Never underestimate the depth and intensity of a person's inner thoughts, just as in the current arena, where the few RW fans are being drowned out by the overwhelming cheers of EDG supporters. The game swiftly commenced. In this round, EDG selected the red side, with a top lane Malphite, jungle Xian Zhao, mid lane Syndra, and a bot lane duo of Aphelios paired with Tom Kinch. On the blue side, RW had a top lane Wukong, jungle Lee Sin, mid lane Zoe, and a bot lane duo of Ezreal and Leona. The battle began. This time, Chen Yang chose to start at red. What does this signify? It marked the first time since joining EDG, whether in scrims or regular matches, that he commenced in the upper jungle, targeting the buff. Miko was taken aback, anxiously asking, "What on earth are you doing, Yang? Are you really starting at the jungle?" "Of course, why not?" Chen Yang calmly shot Miko a sidelong glance. Su Qingru interjected, "Why can't we start at red? Although I'm malphite and slow, I can help Chen Yang withstand some damage." Miko, Hope, Scout, everyone was flabbergasted. Chen Yang frowned and said, "Can we focus? This match is crucial. We cannot afford to lose. Bring your A game, all right?" Yang, why do you sound just like Factory Brother?" Hope remarked, somewhat speechless. "Can I sound any different? We both have our bets on the line. Besides, I've wagered 8 times more than him. If I lose, how will I buy soda for my little shrimp?" "Focus," Chen Yang reminded. Okay, Scout responded, still maintaining their composure despite the shock. Regardless of the astonishment, winning this match was the utmost priority. Yet, some comments were simply too startling. After reminding them, Chen Yang added, "Qingru, shall I gank top at level 2? Wait, what?" Everyone was astonished. Could this be the same Chen Yang, known for his emotional ineptitude, speaking so tenderly? It was unbelievable. After so many matches, they knew Chen Yang referred to Su Qingru only by her champion name or as Little Red Riding Hood, each title dripping with disdain. But today, he called her Qingru. Goodness, even his tone has changed. They thought, wanting to shout, "Great Dragon, show your true form, this ISNT my Yang." At level 2, they could attempt to gank, provided he dared to engage in combat. Su Qingru responded earnestly, disregarding the astonishment of her 3 companions. "Then let us fight," Chen Yang stated plainly. As the red buff spawned, the battle commenced. Su Qingru charged ahead, shielding Chen Yang from damage. As her sturdy form took hits, Chen Yang said, "You can retreat now. I can handle it. I'm fine. I want to lose minions." "I can take a bit more," Su Qingru replied. "I'll handle it," Chen Yang insisted. "I've got this. I'm malphite." "All right then. Okay, I'm off." In this brief exchange during the red buff encounter, their teammates were left bewildered. Without delving deep into banter, they were internally questioning. Are they competing or courting? Oh my, are they really in a relationship? Yang and Qingru, together? Is this real? Aren't these two known for their bluntness and lack of emotional finesse? The shocking questions that filled the air seemed insurmountable. Amidst this confusion, First Blood erupted in the top lane. Chen Yang and Su Qingru executed a brilliant synergy, exploiting the low mobility of Wukong before he reached level 2. With a precise rolling stone and Chen Yang's red buff, they secured the kill on Holder. Ding. Detection of excellent synergy between Host and Saber, First Blood achieved. Rewards granted. Special teammate cooperation ability, target, Su Qingru 5. The voice in Chen Yang's mind left him momentarily stunned. He had thought skill points could only be acquired by reaching the World Championship, having been dormant for years. Miko and the others were equally astonished. Just moments before, they were baffled by the duo's behavior, and now they had secured First Blood? What a romance they have. No, wait. They're playing exceptionally well. Miko exclaimed, "Yang good. You're amazing." Scout echoed, "Qingru is impressive." Chen Yang replied earnestly, "Qingru's cooperation was spot on. That rolling stone was executed flawlessly, preventing Wukong from escaping. No, it was your skillful setup. My third Q was perfectly timed to deal damage. Otherwise, how would he have fallen?" Su Qingru responded with equal seriousness. Hope glanced around, amused. Remembering the last time he was frustrated with himself for being slow, he encouraged his teammates to speed up. This time, he was grateful for his cleverness in timing his remarks, leading to a rather amusing scene. Miko and Scout were indeed, as Hope observed, frozen in disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. They couldn't help but glance at each other, then return to their lanes, fully engrossed, as if struck by divine lightning, utterly bewildered. "Please, tell me, who are you two? Our top and jungle have never been this harmonious." Thus, the saga of bewildering teammates continued. Suddenly, Chen Yang and Su Qingru spoke in unison, addressing Miko, Hope, and Scout. "In the future, if you wish to offer compliments, kindly include both of us together. Thank you." Chapter 91. The failed usurpation. In a calm demeanor and with an unruffled tone, an unspoken understanding and absolute synchronization prevailed among the players. Frankly speaking, Miko and his companions were no longer astonished. It was indeed today, no, just moments ago. They had been startled far too many times. to the point where they could barely eat. You guys are unbelievable, Miko grumbled, but soon steadied his mind and focused intently on the match. Due to their overwhelming surprise, the bottom lane found themselves at a disadvantage, causing fans to eagerly speculate about the mental state of Shin and Jianjie. Chen Yang and Su Qingru, however, chose to exercise moderation. After all, they hadn't uttered much. It was merely the casual exchange of teammates. Perhaps, due to the previous poor exchanges between the two, their current interaction felt more akin to that of ordinary teammates and gaming partners, leaving them both bewildered. It was akin to a person who typically savors savory tofu pudding suddenly switching to sweet. The onlookers would inevitably react with astonishment, their expressions betraying their shock. Let us maintain our composure, Chen Yang remarked quietly, catching Su Qingru's inquisitive gaze, to which he responded with a nod. Fully concentrated and committed, the EDG team, fueled by determination, was a force that Ornn could scarcely withstand. Chen Yang, nursing an injury on his arm, adopted a more measured pace this match, eschewing his usual bravado. Selecting the champion Zhao Xin was intended to facilitate a more laid-back approach, for Ming Kai understood the profound impact such an injury could have on a professional player. A moment's lapse in judgment could lead to a painful setback. Thus, Coach Seven's choice of hero for Chen Yang was clearly considerate, reflecting Ming Kai's attentiveness. Chen Yang felt reassured, recognizing that this match had a small shrimp capable of shining, and his primary objective was to navigate the jungle without mishap, building resilience with his items. As an injured player, there was little incentive to exhibit a combative spirit. However, Hio, the jungler for RW, harbored different intentions. Despite having also played for EDG, Hio had evolved from being the illustrious third prince to feeling a twinge of bitterness, especially after having been traded away. His prowess was undeniable, yet the transition was a bitter pill to swallow. With the match underway, Chen Yang prepared to play it safe, focusing on healing his wounds and transforming into an ultimate tank. Meanwhile, Hio, filled with confidence, initiated an invasion. The early game power of the blind monk was formidable, and with the Conqueror rune, he was a dominant force in the jungle. Having calculated the respawn times of the magic swamp frogs and wolves, Hio communicated with his bottom lane teammates and boldly charged into the enemy territory. Miller, observing Hio's trajectory, was taken aback. Wait, isn't this the blind monk? This emperor of the jungle is actively initiating an invasion. Wang Duo, equally excited, noted that Hio was no longer passive. As the match progressed, it became evident that the junglers were on a collision course, igniting a fierce battle in the jungle that had fans on the edge of their seats. Curiosity surrounded Archer's unusually composed gameplay. Despite a successful gank at level 2, Zhao Xin had only taken action once in 6 minutes, a stark contrast to Archer's typical aggressive style. At this moment, Hio, now level 5, made his move into the jungle while EDG's bottom lane pressed the wave to RW's turret, clearly indicating a disparity in lane strength. However, this was precisely what RW and Hio desired. With the lane pushed, support from mid lane would be hindered, caught off guard by Hio's daring incursion. Chen Yang had just finished off the wolves when he spotted the blind monk emerging from the brush. Reacting swiftly, he engaged in combat, unleashing his skills. Counter-invade, Chen Yang thought, a smile forming as he prepared for the ensuing clash. The ensuing battle was intense, both champions exchanging blows. But Hio was at a disadvantage despite his advantage in health. Chen Yang, opting to retreat towards the blue buff brush, drew the attention of the magic swamp frog, leading it into the fray. Hio followed closely behind, but Chen Yang was ready. Miller remarked on the tense situation, noting that even with equal health, the fight would favor Hio due to the Conqueror rune. Wang Duo concurred, praising Hio's control over the match's tempo. As the skirmish intensified, Miko urged Chen Yang forward, but he remained calm and collected, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he maneuvered stealthily into the brush, redirecting the swamp frog's aggro towards Hio. Hero, unprepared for the sudden assault, was struck by the first ADC's onslaught, losing a significant portion of health. In a moment of desperation, he lunged towards the brush. But Chen Yang's response was swift and decisive. As the chaos unfolded, Chen Yang executed a perfectly timed combination, utilizing his skills to capitalize on the moment, leading to a pivotal moment in the match. One could hardly fathom the extraordinary maneuvers and thought processes exhibited by Zhao Xin on the opposing team, a level of sophistication beyond their wildest imaginations. It was not just him. Both Miller and Wang Duo were equally astounded. The way he evaded hostility in the bushes, directing the magic swamp frog to assist Hero with its spray, while simultaneously executing a lunging thrust with his W skill, skillfully testing the limits of the magic swamp frog's patience and the cooldown of its E skill. dashing forward to secure the kill before it could reach level 6. Such a mindset is unfathomable. No, it is beyond anything one would dare to conceive. Is this truly how the game is played? Miller could only laugh in disbelief. This spells doom for Ha Wang. Wang Duo, in all honesty. Hero was acutely aware of his impending demise. While he was not afraid of facing a level 5 champion at level 5, the enemy had an ultimate ability at their disposal. Without uttering a word, he fled. Yet, Chen Yang was not about to grant him that opportunity. With a smirk, he unleashed his skill at lightning speed. Lunar Guardian, the tempestuous waves of wind and lightning erupted, abruptly interrupting the blind monk, who had been poised in the bushes to scout, and sending him crashing against the wall. The cooldown for his second Q skill had finally elapsed, and with a swift succession of Q1, Q1, Q3, he launched a combo, followed by a basic attack. DG. Arch echoed within the game, a voice resonating through the digital realm. Apologies. Chapter 92. I shall bear the burden. You shall output. I shall be the tank. You shall claim the heads. The schemes of the Crown Prince to invade and usurp power were effortlessly crushed. And the fans of EDG, particularly those belonging to Chen Yang, erupted in exuberant cheers. Wow, Asian is simply magnificent. I never anticipated that the counterattack at level 6 would be so stunning. My mind is blown. Is this what they call the second emperor? I'm utterly enamored. Hero's team is left dumbfounded. A phrase suddenly came to mind. As long as I live, you shall forever remain my junior. It was merely a playful expression to describe the current situation. Miller, with piercing insight, lamented, Hero's invasion has failed, granting Zhao Xian yet another kill. To be fair, Hero has fallen into an absolute disadvantage in the jungle. Indeed, it's quite possible that Asian is planning a counter-invasion, Wang Duo remarked. Regrettably, they were mistaken. Had it been the usual Chen Yang, he would have charged forth without hesitation, not only seizing such a significant advantage but also thoroughly dismantling the enemy's jungle. However, the current Chen Yang was remarkably composed. After dispatching Hero, he promptly seized the opportunity to head to the dragon pit, claiming the water dragon. And just like that, EDG secured their first dragon. Miko sincerely remarked, Yang Ge, you are simply ruthless. Indeed, and Su Qinru is impressive too. Her performance in the top lane has been extraordinary. Chen Yang couldn't help but smile, recalling how they had just agreed to praise one another. With no equipment upon returning to base, he found that Su Qinru had also just returned. They both began selecting their first items simultaneously. Chen Yang had initially planned to build Sunfire Aegis on Zhao Xian to play the role of a pure tank. However, as soon as he crafted the Sunfire, Su Qinru suggested, Chen Yang, you should focus on dealing damage. Go for the warrior build with the Black Cleaver. Very well. I shall absorb the damage. You shall deal the blows. I will be the tank, and you shall claim the kills, she declared. Miko exclaimed, my goodness. Where can I find such a girl? Bring me a stack. No, 100 stacks would not suffice. For a young man playing League of Legends, what could be more romantic than a girl uttering such words? These two undoubtedly had a unique bond, but when did their relationship become so close? After this match, you must confess to me, Miko insisted. I can hardly bear it. This tension is unbearable. Scout and Hope chimed in, absolutely. Chen Yang chuckled, rolling his eyes in feigned exasperation. All right. This agreement not only indicated his consent to Miko's conditions but also to Little Shrimp's proposal. Since Little Shrimp wished to play this way, he saw no reason to disappoint her earnest intentions. Su Qinru beamed with delight upon hearing Chen Yang's affirmation and decisively chose her first item, the thorn mail, along with a ruby crystal and a pair of boots. Chen Yang chuckled, the monkey will surely weep. Indeed, it's essential, Su Qinru proudly declared, raising her elegant neck. Truth be told, with the stone man at level 6 and equipped with such items, it would be a disservice not to tower dive against that monkey. Without a second thought, Chen Yang followed closely behind the stone man. As Su Qinru pushed the lane, Chen Yang started by attacking the stone crab. Holder, without fail, was thoroughly annoyed, cursing, what on earth is this? She is not even building Sunfire and goes straight for Thornmail. Does this girl even know how to play? He was furious, absolutely furious. When he said she didn't know how to play, it was merely a manifestation of his own frustration, a forced taunt. Yet, there was little he could do. As soon as the stone man equipped this item, he was practically untouchable. Even if he and the blind monk attacked together, they would struggle to take down this stone man. Wait a moment. Why is the stone man pushing the lane so quickly? Holder realized as EDG's red minions breached the tower. His eyelids fluttered, sensing impending doom. I might be dove upon. Hero, who was just behind, remarked confidently. If they dive, I can reach in 3 seconds. There is no need to worry. Play boldly. From what I understand, EDGISNT that formidable. As Hero confidently uttered these words, Su Qinru arrived, unleashing her ultimate ability with no explanation, charging with invincibility straight into the monkey. Holder was immediately launched into the air. Little friend, are you suddenly filled with questions? Hero, what nonsense were you just spouting? EDG is not that fierce. This top laner is like a tiger unleashed. A true force to be reckoned with. Suddenly, Hero awoke to the realization, oh no, I've underestimated them. The current EDG is far from what it used to be. They are now a reckless EDG, especially this top laner, who plays without reason, charging in mercilessly. She appears so gentle and beautiful. Yet my mother always said that the prettier the woman, the more deceptive she can be. Hero rushed forward as Chen Yang followed closely behind, utilizing his E-skill. Fearless charge, landing perfectly and triggering his passive to unleash a flurry of 3 successive attacks. Just as the monkey touched down, he was regrettably sent airborne once more. Holder's health plummeted, blood gushing forth. Upon landing, he was left with almost no health, and just in time, Hero's blind monk arrived. Delivering a kick, but Chen Yang adeptly evaded it, while Su Qinru was caught off guard and struck. Miller's eyes sparkled with excitement as he analyzed from the commentary booth. Wait. There is an opportunity. Our W has a chance. The damage from the Stone Man and Zhao Xin is evidently insufficient. So as long as the blind monk can deliver a spectacular kick, combined with the monkey's ultimate control, they could turn the tide against EDG's top and jungle. It seems like EDG is getting a bit reckless, Wang Duo added. But was that truly the case? Of course not. Chen Yang would never grant our W such an opportunity. As the blind monk approached with his second Q, the monkey was just about to land, unleashing his ultimate ability, Havoc in Heaven, sending foes soaring. Yet, Chen Yang's reflexes were equally sharp. He seized the brief moment before being knocked up to unleash his own ultimate ability, Lunar Guardian, sweeping through. Both Chen Yang and Su Qinru were sent flying, but simultaneously, the blind monk's second Q was interrupted. Was this interruption too powerful? Timely? Absolutely. Miller, who had initially declared EDG's defeat, was left stunned, yet he pondered, our W still seems to have a chance, because the blind monk's kick remained. And the monkey's ultimate control was in play. In this version, there were 2 phases. Holder had already activated his W skill. He had pressed it. If he could just unleash his art and knock them up, combined with the blind monk's vision and positioning, he could kick both of them away. However, Chen Yang executed a preemptive W skill, Wind Slash, abruptly lunging toward the left front. Holder was taken aback, frantically pressing Flash. In his perspective, the golden flash of his escape illuminated the screen, yet Zhao Xion's damage still struck him. Death flashed before EDG, and the world shattered. The most striking display of courage from Miller is evident here. I am immensely relieved that I refrained from uttering any superfluous words earlier. Otherwise, I would have faced humiliation, which is quite disheartening. Archer, as a person, simply cannot be comprehended through conventional reasoning. Hero did not anticipate this twist, despite having gained visibility and preparing to engage. The moment he unleashed his predictive W, he inadvertently led to the demise of the monkey, which seems rather audacious, does it not? Alas, in the midst of chaos, Hero aimed at a specific direction, initiating a flash with the intention of executing a combination, only to be thwarted by Chen Yang, who had already foreseen his move. Just then, Zhao Xian, with a sudden fearless charge, burst forth from behind him, creating an awkward scenario. The flash was intended for Zhao Xian, who had just lunged into his rear. This move could not be retracted, and he unwittingly propelled Zhao Xian out of the tower's range. The RW fans were left utterly astonished. Chapter 93, The clanking of arms resounds amidst the battle. Who will witness the gentle breeze of white feathers? What are you doing? Ha Huang. Ha Huang. Hey Ha Huang. Wake up. How can you be asleep during the match? Everything was fine, yet you kicked the opponent out while they were clearly under the turret. Ah, the benevolent monk. Goodness, even Ji Gong wouldn't play like this. After summoning the mighty dragon to slay monsters, the Arhat's palm strikes with such finesse. Unlike you, who, regardless of deep-seated enmity or blood-soaked grudges, simply says, oh, I forgive you. The comments burst with laughter. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Goodness, Ha Huang, I never knew you were this funny. I shall bestow upon you a new title, Harvard. Uft. Are you serious? Oh no, that kick from Harvard has struck me right in the funny bone. My stomach hurts from laughing. The hero himself appeared utterly baffled, feeling quite embarrassed. He desperately wanted to explain, damn. It's not that I kicked it poorly. It's this Zhao Xian whose reaction speed and awareness are simply absurd. Absurd, I tell you. Seizing this opportunity, Su Qingru hastily made her escape. After all, she was the one tanking the turret, and with her health so low, if that kick had truly been a combo, she would have been finished. After all, each blow from the turret grows more painful. Thus, the importance of that skill cannot be overstated. Without a second thought, Su Qingru exclaimed, "Chen Yang, your play just now was superb. Nice. As expected of you, the second emperor. Stop it, you did well in crashing into them. Your ultimate initiation was decisive." Chen Yang replied as he maneuvered around. Su Qingru didn't turn back, merely chuckling, her gaze fixed on the computer screen. That's because our teamwork is exquisite. We share a tacit understanding and deserve the praise. Indeed, Yanggu, Qingru, you two played splendidly. Miko interjected, fulfilling the wishes of certain onlookers. Oh no, that feeling is returning. These two are not merely competing, they are flirting. Scout remarked, Zoe is moving in. Yanggu, be cautious of the hypnotic bubble. I'm following Zoe closely. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's expression instantly turned grave. He was maneuvering past the RW's swamp frog wall, while the blind monk approached from the triangular grass, flanking him, with Zoe ahead. Chen Yang focused intently, and Scout rapidly assessed the situation, ultimately concluding that the terrain was not in their favor. The Monkey King's revival time was imminent, and he had teleportation available. Therefore, it was prudent to focus fire on the first ADC of the canyon. His W skill, Wind Slash, pierced through the air. Yanggu, after I push with R. You need to retreat quickly. Retreat? Why not kill? Chen Yang countered. Counterattack? Scout was momentarily stunned, glancing at the Monkey King's revival timer. Only 3 seconds remaining. Has Yanggu lost his mind? With enough courage, anything is possible, Chen Yang added, mentally calculating the timing. Suddenly, he took a step back. Just as Zoe's hypnotic bubble sailed over the blue buff wall, landing precisely where Chen Yang had just been. Yet, due to his minor retreat, he narrowly avoided it. Goodness! How can this be explained? Fans, isn't this absurd? Quickly tell your god to shut it down. It's pointless to keep it running when we might not even stand a chance. The laughter that had erupted due to Hero's antics was abruptly silenced, replaced by shock and disbelief. Even a small group of fans felt, he must be cheating. Absolutely outrageous. A miracle. This week's top 10 has yet another highlight. The speed of the hypnotic bubble's trajectory was so swift, and with the blind monk's vision, how could one possibly evade it? Even professional players would kneel before such skill. RW's mid laner, Huatian, was momentarily dumbfounded, yet his reaction was swift. He recognized that this archer was no ordinary player. The recently acclaimed second emperor of EDG, known for his prowess, was indeed formidable, likely even more so than rumored. He hesitated no longer conserving skills. The bubble might miss, but it was merely a small control. The damage would still land. In but a flash. In less than 2 seconds, a super long-range star shot was unleashed, simultaneously executing the skill, reflexive leap, traversing the blue buff wall. At that moment, Hero's foot landed a hit, and the second part of the attack followed suit. Once again, demonstrating multitasking and foresight, Chen Yang's skill, of course, would not dash towards Hero but instead towards the swamp frog. A foreshadowing, perhaps? The previously activated first ADC of the canyon came into play. Otherwise, Zhao Xin's fearless charge wouldn't reach the frog. Just a hair's breadth apart, they narrowly missed each other, creating the illusion that they were almost shoulder to shoulder. Zoe's long-range star shot fell short. In the commentary booth, Miller and Wang Duo were left in utter astonishment, jaws dropped in disbelief. But who was Wang Duo? Upon witnessing this scene, if he did not feel inspired, that would be uncharacteristic of him. With a booming voice, he declared, just as a song was left unfinished, the echoes of spring linger on amidst the clashing arms and iron steeds. Who will witness the gentle breeze of white feathers? This Zhao Xian, so graceful, perfectly executed. The top lane turret dive, the flawless cooperation. The anticipation to slay the Monkey King, the skirmish in the jungle, the deft movements, evading the bubble with blind vision, and then the star shot. Having engaged in countless battles, he charged through the enemy lines with each shot and each steed. His elegance remains unchanged, positioning, a spectacle for all. Zhao Xian has graced the competitive arena before, yet only Chen Yang's Zhao Xian provides an alternative sensation. The legendary Zhao Yun of the present age truly embodies the spirit of heroism. Naturally, fans were ignited by Wang Duo's poetic tribute, cheering and shouting with fervor. A god is so cool, so graceful, so impressive. Absolutely, a god? You must be using some special shampoo. I use it too. We are truly destined. Too handsome. Too handsome. Evading the bubble with blind vision, then anticipating the E skill to dodge the star shot, the key issue, is also blind vision. This awareness transcends mere skill. So smooth. Oh, this Zhao Xian, I adore him. I truly adore him. In the live streaming room. The lively Sizzle Pig was watching the match while engaging with the audience, boasting about how to play the upcoming E-star. It was quite normal for him to follow EDG's matches. Not to mention, EDG has a stunning beauty scoring a perfect 99, along with an undefeated jungler. Given that in the next match, Esther's team would face EDG, he needed to pay close attention. Upon watching, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, we have a problem." Just a moment ago, he was bragging, "Hey, our top laner is really better than our W. Just let the little white play an incredibly tanky hero. And it will be fine. Focus on the bottom lane. Target the top lane. You can try, but it won't work. I assure you." Yet, in the next instant, Zhao Xian and the Stone Man not only executed a poetic turret dive to slay the Monkey King, but Zhao Xian also slipped into our W's jungle, showcasing a flurry of smooth moves, evading skills with precise blind vision, leaving him utterly astonished. At that moment, he held half a banana in one hand, chewing. And as he finished chewing, he pressed the remaining banana directly to his nose, still not reacting, continuing to stare blankly. The comments erupted into laughter. Teacher Piao. Hey. Is this Teacher Piao coming back to his senses? Amidst the laughter echoing from countless comments, PDD bore witness to Syndra's flash and the subsequent strike with Zhao Xian that led to the demise of Blind Monk once more. Why once more, you ask? For clarity. Inquire with Hero. As reality set back in, he found himself twitching at the corners of his mouth, forcefully patting his companion beside him, exclaiming in awe, "Goodness! The god of war! Did you see that? Lu Bu, this fellow is utterly formidable, isn't he?" Chapter 94. Some individuals, as they continue to live, transform into mere advertisements. The skirmish at Weno was undoubtedly a defeat for RW, and the situation deteriorated instantaneously. Although Holder's teleport was swift, reviving him directly to the fray. The golden-skinned Monkey King sped towards Zhao Xian on his cloud. However, just as he approached, the radiant light of the teleportation beside Zhao Xian vanished. The colossal stone giant's sudden emergence demonstrated what true intimidation means. As Su Qingrou's massive rock advanced, Holder immediately faltered, turning tail to retreat to the top lane. Or rather, was he not overtaken? Thus, he sought refuge in the bushes. The audience erupted in laughter, finding the match utterly amusing. My goodness, Holder. You've settled into the bushes just 10 minutes into the game. Surely, this cannot be right. He promptly seized the Rift Herald. Chen Yang could not suppress a smile, remarking as he turned towards the river, with Su Qingru closely trailing him. The duo now exhibited an almost unrestrained dominance. The Stone Champion held a significant advantage in the top lane, leading both in levels and minion kills against the monkey. As for Chen Yang, let us not even discuss it, lest Hero weep. With 3 kills on Zhao Xian, how could they possibly contend? After securing the Rift Herald, Chen Yang returned to base for a brief adjustment before heading straight to the top lane to unleash the Herald. Holder's face turned a shade of green, utterly helpless. Ultimately, the first tower in the top lane fell at a mere 11 minutes. Though Chen Yang had often assisted in the past, today's performance was exceptionally smooth, even bringing a sweet satisfaction to her heart as she was reassured by Zhao Xian's presence beside her. As for our WS morale, it had nearly shattered, particularly for Holder. With the loss of the tower, he found himself 2 levels behind the Stone Giant, and the Rift Herald struck fiercely. Had it not been for their bottom lane duo's timely arrival, the second tower would likely have succumbed as well. Holder was undeniably in a state of profound discomfort. He was only level 7, while across the lane, the Stone Giant stood at level 9. Even if Saber stood still for 3 minutes, they would struggle to vanquish her. In the commentary booth, Miller and Wang Duo emerged from their astonishment at the blind vision maneuver, beginning to reassess the situation, only to realize that our W appeared to have no points of reversal. The bottom lane was under pressure, the mid lane was strained, and the top lane lay in ruins. Wang Duo aptly remarked, "Hero isn't faring any better, is he?" With the first tower's fall, the jungle was practically lost. While Holder could still hide beneath the tower to farm minions, what about Ha Huang? What was to be done about him? This sentiment was quite valid. Hero, as a blind champion, bore the title of early game Rhythm King, yet found himself reduced to a 0-2 scoreline. The discomfort was palpable, and RW had entered a frantic avoidance mode, retreating to farm. However, their strategy bore flaws. They relinquished dragons, jungle resources, and towers, and in a moment of carelessness, they were annihilated. The Stone Giant's ultimate struck, with Zhao Xian fearlessly charging alongside. Once these two united, who could withstand their onslaught? Hero watched helplessly as his score transitioned from 0 to 0 to 0 to 1, then to 0 to 2, culminating in a dismal 0 to 4. The economic gap continued to widen. W was unaware that merely 21 minutes had passed since EDG secured their third dragon, and the economic disparity between both teams had surged to an alarming extent. Yet they understood that a confrontation was inevitable, especially as the Stone Giant and Zhao Xian brazenly pushed towards the high ground. The leader, RW, Zhang Wuji, ADC, declared, "We must take them down in one fell swoop." With both the Stone Giant and Zhao Xian carrying bounties, their elimination would yield significant rewards. Such a notion, if left unspoken, would remain unconsidered. However, once articulated, it sparked a flurry of excitement. Our WS5 members swiftly regrouped, eagerly surging towards the bottom lane. With the monkey leading the charge, followed closely by the blind champion and the support, Nami. The leader Ezreal trailed last, while the mid lane Zoe remained absent, occupied with her own minion wave. The match had been thoroughly dominated for over 10 minutes, and the audience was beginning to show signs of aesthetic fatigue. At this moment, witnessing RW finally take decisive action sent a shiver of anticipation through the crowd. Wang Duoduo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wait, wait, wait. Is RW finally about to confront the two most fed members of EDG?" Ezreal, boasting a commendable item build with a Muramana, Iceborne Gauntlet, and Grievous Wounds, presented RW with a potential opportunity. Miller speculated, Saber, perhaps? Wang Duoduo raised an eyebrow, daring to entertain a bold idea. Miller articulated this audacious thought aloud. They aren't considering a 2v4 engagement, are they? This notion was indeed audacious. The ADC for RW was none other than Ezreal. Their discussion revolved entirely around him, as this hero, with a completed Muramana and Iceborne Gauntlet, proved nearly invincible in small-scale skirmishes, particularly against the seemingly clumsy Stone Giant and Zhao Xian. Moreover, the leader had developed quite well, arguably the best on RW's side, even surpassing expectations with an executioner's calling. Could this truly be Saber's moment? As the adversaries entered his attack range, Su Qingru charged towards the backline of Ezreal and the blind champion with unwavering resolve, executing a Saber-like initiation. However, the leader was quick to respond. Before being launched into the air, he flashed over the wall, landing in an exemplary safe position. Having prepared for a long time, the leader's mind raced, flooded with brilliant poetry. Gazing upon his prime position, he observed his fully charged QWR abilities and his ample blue mana, igniting an uncontainable ambition within him. Is it not true that your top laner bested ours? Did your jungler not overpower ours? Is it not because your top and jungle pressured us so thoroughly that our W could not lift its head? Oh, but that is merely because our ADC has yet to make his grand entrance. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Wuji felt an exhilarating surge of confidence, yearning to annihilate all challengers and assert his supremacy, for he had indeed found the perfect position. Even Miller in the commentary booth marveled, "Oh, the leader's positioning is superb. He is outputting damage from behind the wall, gradually whittling you down. Could this be the moment he finally steps into the limelight?" With a smirk, the leader's fingers swiftly danced over the Q ability, targeting Zhao Xian behind the wall. A precise shot was unleashed. A flash of golden light erupted. A flash? The leader promptly executed the E ability, Arcane Shift. Oh, this was too effortless. You come at me, and I shall evade. With the Iceborne Gauntlet slow, he could kite Zhao Xian and the Stone Giant effortlessly, reveling in his prowess as an Ezreal. Yet, just as this thought settled, the unexpected occurred. Zhao Xian's Blade of the Ruined King activated, and in a mere heartbeat, he struck Ezreal twice amidst the chaos. Critical hits, and the additional damage from the Electric Blade. E-ability bonus damage, 15. The effects of Arcane Shift were still lingering, yet the claws of fate had sealed the deal. EDG. Arch Ezreal was obliterated in an instant. An unbelievable scene unfolded suddenly as the fervent smile on the leader's face froze, leaving him with an expression akin to having seen a ghost. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? His exuberance was extinguished in an instant. Watching Zhao Xian, who strolls leisurely yet decisively to assist the stone golem, he couldn't help but recall a popular phrase circulating in the Alliance. Some individuals, as they live on, transform into AD to seek validation. Oh dear, I am precisely that AD. Gazing at the pitch-black screen, the leader, filled with regret, lightly smacked his head. Just moments ago, he was brimming with confidence, yet now he felt an exasperating itch in his teeth. Chapter 95. Teammates pressing for answers. What is going on between you two? The unexpected turn of events left everyone in disbelief. Was it possible that Easy fell in midair? My goodness, I was so startled that I nearly dropped my snacks. Look at A's equipment. It's outrageous. A blade of the Ruined King, dual infinity edges, and he hasn't even completed his jungle item yet? Why does this remind me of Aram? It suddenly dawned on me why Easy met such an untimely demise. The fear of being dominated in Aram by Xian Zhao. I adore my 6 Infinity Edge Xian Zhao. He remains unbeatable. However, A's performance in this match was truly flamboyant, simply exhilarating. In a 4v2 situation, RW's ultimate carry, Ezreal, was swiftly eliminated, provoking a wave of astonishment from the audience, even leaving the commentators, including Miller, momentarily speechless. Just moments prior, I was devising an escape plan for Ezreal to dodge the Golem's ultimate with the flash over the wall, only for Xian Zhao to follow him with a flash. While Ezreal would arcane shift back and continue dealing damage, kiting both the Golem and Xian Zhao to their demise. Yet, the script was indeed flawed by a bug. Miller, caught between laughter and tears, remarked that it felt as if Xian Zhao's strikes were aimed at him rather than the commander. Wang Duo chuckled, stating that at least the script confirmed Miller's correctness. Was that a consolation? I will accept it. Nevertheless, it must be said that RW's swift elimination of Ezreal effectively signaled the end of the match. When the commander was taken out, the other 3 members of RW reacted promptly, flashing back to their high ground with decisive speed. There was no alternative with Malphite's unyielding tankiness. Coupled with Thornmail and Sunfire Aegis, he was nigh invulnerable. A single hit from Lee Sin barely grazed him. Meanwhile, on the opposing side was Xian Zhao, whose thrusts effortlessly obliterated them. Thus, the 3 of them retreated hastily, inadvertently ceding control of the dragon. Nearly 2 minutes later, EDG gathered as a quintet, easily demolishing RW's nexus. Chen Yang wore a knowing smile, announcing, "Happy." This match was indeed fraught with twists and turns. Yet the rewards were immense. Not only was a windfall of nearly 10 million yuan imminent, but he also gained a girlfriend. It felt strangely delightful. Everyone, you were phenomenal. Ming Kai, ecstatic over $1 million in earnings, rushed towards Chen Yang for an embrace. Hey, watch out for the injuries. Chen Yang stepped back just in time. Ming Kai then realized, chuckling as he extended his left hand for a high five, only to hesitate and awkwardly switch to his right hand, muttering, "I forgot which arm you injured. Let us just do a fist bump." Chen Yang grinned, his left hand meeting his right with a satisfying sound. Everything was understood without words. Of course, their shared glance held meanings only they could decipher. "Let us move," Miko urged, as Kay, Scout, and Hope followed suit. Chen Yang and Su Qingru did the same. Su Qingru, curious, tugged at Chen Yang's shirt, asking, "Did you just exchange glances with the coach? Did you notice?" Chen Yang feigned surprise. "Who do you think you're fooling? I saw everything." Su Qingru's bright eyes sparkled with mischief. Chen Yang teased, "I'll tell you later." "Don't. Please tell me now. You can't leave me hanging like this." Su Qingru appeared increasingly impatient. At that moment, A approached, and Chen Yang bumped fists with him. "I must admit, you were truly remarkable. Initially, I was quite skeptical about your moniker, but now all I feel is admiration. I look forward to our next encounter." Chen Yang responded with a gracious smile and a nod. "Sure, a duel of champions is always welcome. This time, consider it a minor victory for me. But I'll have to be cautious next time." Hero was taken aback, feeling an inexplicable fondness for Chen Yang's words, his smile growing more intimate. "Your Majesty, please bestow your wisdom." "Not at all. Ascending to the throne is no easy feat, especially with the princes plotting against you," Chen Yang jested, moving on swiftly, only to be playfully scolded by the commander. "Hey, please refrain from such antics next time we face RW. Dual infinity edges on Xian Zhao? I cannot endure it." Zhang Wuji grumbled, to which Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. After the post-match gathering, the team returned to pack their belongings, each having brought their own keyboards, which needed to be cleared away after the game. Su Qingru felt elated throughout the match, but had barely touched her soda, leaving a full cup behind. With her hands full, she looked longingly at it, reluctant to part with it. "Are you a little glutton?" Chen Yang observed and, with one hand, lifted her keyboard and mouse, teasingly ribbing her. She had a rather endearing clumsiness, making one want to protect her. Su Qingru pouted, her words contradicting her feelings. "I just think it would be a waste not to drink it. It's mostly because it's filled with soda, right?" "You? How did you know?" Su Qingru exclaimed, astonished. "Just a guess," Chen Yang quipped. "Aha, you've been caught. You scoundrel. Are you looking for trouble? Even if I am your girlfriend now, I want to go easy on you. But your words may soften, yes? You, fine. You win. I want to argue with you," she retorted, Shall I bring you an entire case of soda when we return? Absolutely. Chen Yang beamed. You're the best. As they lingered at the back, their conversation went unheard. However, upon returning to the lounge, suddenly, Miko, Scout, Hope, and even the bystander Ming Kai rushed over, encircling the two and cornering them. For pairs of wide eyes fixed intently on Chen Yang and Su Qingru, with Miko leading the interrogation. Yang, Qingru, hurry up and explain what is going on between you two. Quickly. Chapter 96. Post-match interview of the daily series. Chen Yang and Su Qingru found themselves encircled tightly by four individuals, creating an atmosphere that was almost stifling. Su Qingru felt a bit uncomfortable and glanced at Chen Yang, who promptly grasped her delicate hand, intertwining their fingers and lifting them up. His calm demeanor infused with an inexplicable sweetness. As you can see, it's an ordinary romantic relationship, he stated. The reactions from the four were varied yet united in their astonishment. Minkai gasped. What? Miko exclaimed in disbelief, while Hope and Scout shared incredulous looks. The consensus was clear. They were all utterly shocked. This cannot be happening. You two must be joking, one of them exclaimed. Chen Yang chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. How novel. Su Qingru's ears turned crimson as she pressed her back against the wall, wanting to speak but feeling the atmosphere was all wrong. Ultimately, she resigned herself to the thought, let the trickster handle it. He has the thickest skin. However, Chen Yang had no time for such trivialities. He began to gather his belongings, declaring, we won't be dining out, right? If not, let me take Qingru out for a bite. He waved dismissively at the four, who remained in a state of shock, their minds struggling to process the overwhelming information. Doesn't this prove another point? Math from elementary school truly is useful. Who knew that two negatives could indeed yield a positive? Let's go, Chen Yang said decisively, pulling Su Qingru through an empty space. Once outside, the flush on her ears spread to her neck, and she hurriedly protested. Let go. Why are you holding my hand? Chen Yang released her grip and turned to look at her, bemused. Isn't it normal for couples to hold hands? After all, we just shared a piece of candy in there. That was an accident. Su Qingru quickly clarified. It's fine, I understand. What do you understand? I'm not telling you. You really are a jerk. Their playful banter continued, now tinged with a newfound intimacy that felt natural to them. Hey, Xiaoyang, Qingru. Why don't you two go up for the interview? We need a moment to digest this information, one of the onlookers suggested. Their stunned expressions were interrupted by an official calling them up for the interview. Coach Seven unhesitatingly assigned the task to Chen Yang and Su Qingru. Chen Yang readily agreed. Do you need to take care of that shoulder injury? You're agreeing rather quickly, Su Qingru remarked, concerned about the visible wound that was quite alarming after their intense game. It's nothing. We'll deal with it later. Chen Yang waved off her worries, since Su Qingru wouldn't let him hold her hand any longer. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, smiling brightly. Good buddy, side by side. Go away. Su Qingru retorted, taken aback by his comment. She playfully stepped on his foot. But just before applying full force, she eased up, reflecting on how their relationship had changed. Now that they were officially together, did it count as hurting something that belonged to her? On the main stage, Yushuang had been waiting eagerly. According to the cards, the interview was supposed to feature the EDG mid and support. Therefore, she was surprised to see Chen Yang and Su Qingru emerge from the tunnel. Wait, how did it turn into a top jungle duo? Wasn't it supposed to be mid and support? Yes, 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 she exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as she greeted them. The fans in attendance were equally astonished. The interview is with Shin and Jianjie? Thank goodness we didn't leave early. Everyone knows that Shin and Jianjie's post-match interviews are absolutely delightful. Chen Yang, feeling comfortable among familiar faces, greeted Yushuang effortlessly. Hello, Yushuang. He also addressed the fans, saying, hello, EDG fans. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable upon seeing their idols. Yushuang seized the moment, smiling as she asked. Archer, did you know that fans recently gave you a special nickname, Shin? What do you think of it? Shin? Because I'm the god of basic attacks? Chen Yang replied, bewildered. He quickly waved his hands. No, that title is better suited for ADC players. I prefer to dominate with skills. Yushuang burst out laughing, teasing, oh my, your perspective is quite refreshing. Fans gave you that name because it starts with and your performance is quite impressive. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. I must have been looking at it from the wrong angle. I was standing before. But now I understand. I should be lying down to appreciate it. The audience erupted in laughter. Shun, you are truly remarkable. Not only are you handsome, but your words are delightful as well. Yushuang then turned to Su Qingru. By the way, what do you think about the nicknames Jianma and Jianjie? Do you prefer either of them? Su Qingru considered the question seriously before shaking her head. To be honest, I don't like either because they sound a bit old. The crowd erupted with laughter once more. Transitioning back to the game, Yushuang first posed a question to Chen Yang. Archer, it's well known that your playstyle is typically quite aggressive. Why, in this game, did you focus on farming in the early stages? Was it due to a disparity in champions? Chen Yang held the microphone and spoke. It is not merely a matter of heroic disparity, primarily. I had discussed it with the coach beforehand. He specifically instructed me to play with more steadiness, opting for a jungle-focused style with Zhao Xin. Yushuang, taken aback, remarked. So, it was unexpected that the blind monk would proactively invade my jungle, and I ended up defeating him. That kill quickly accumulated my advantage, and feeling cornered, I decided to take the initiative. Chen Yang candidly shared that this was indeed his most genuine thought at the time. Yushuang chuckled, I see now. Meanwhile, in the hero's backstage lounge, the others were left dumbfounded, gritting their teeth as they clenched their fists, exclaiming, Damn it, Emperor 2, why didn't you share this earlier? If you had, who would dare invade your jungle? Fans could not help but join in the banter, teasing, looks like Hao Huang is taking the blame. Yushuang continued with her inquiries. Now, let us discuss the most remarkable moment of the match, the blind jungle positioning to evade skills. Chen Yang pondered briefly before replying. This aspect relies partly on luck, but it also requires calculating steps and timing when Zoe approaches from mid lane. With the right positioning, there will always be a chance to evade. As for the magic swamp frog, it's a little trick. Wherever there are monsters, activating it in advance often leads to unexpected outcomes during team fights, much like what happened this time, a true foreshadowing. Yushuang's eyes lit up with realization. I've learned something new today, and let us ask Saber about the final team fight. We all saw your decisive play. Was it because you anticipated that EZ would be eliminated by Zhao Xin, rendering you fearless? Su Qingru, her brows slightly furrowed under the watchful gaze of Yushuang and countless fans, shook her head with difficulty, stating, I simply felt that I wouldn't die, so I charged in. What a delightful revelation. Jianjia's interviews never fail to amuse us. I felt I wouldn't die, so I charged in, I exclaimed. How charmingly innocent. I'm utterly smitten. The interview concluded amid laughter and joy. Having completed her work, Yushuang noted that there were no other matches or interviews for the day and proposed, a god, Saber, why don't we go out for a meal? Her gaze was sincere, her smile pure and warm. Yet, even though Su Qingru had never been in a relationship, or had she? Well, 2 hours of dating counts, right? Regardless, she was clearly aware of the underlying dynamics. Apologies, but the coach has insisted that we dine at Heideleo tonight. So, can we plan for another time? Su Qingru said apologetically. Is that so? Yushuang understood the rationale behind the celebratory dinner for their victory. Many LPL clubs operate similarly to motivate their players. All right then, we shall plan for next time. Su Qingru nodded solemnly, while Chen Yang, amused and slightly exasperated, recognized his little shrimp's jealousy but chose not to confront it, instead smiling and agreeing, next time. For sure. As they parted ways, Chen Yang took Su Qingru's hand and returned to the lounge. Oh, just earlier you wouldn't let me hold your hand. And now it's all right. Ah, women. Once the interview concluded, he entered the training room, where a group was staring blankly at the main screen. Amused, he teased. Not to be rude, but MVP isn't any of you. No matter how hard you stare, it won't change anything. You're wasting your time. Those in relationships are indeed so audacious. Miko and others promptly rolled up their sleeves, cursing lightheartedly. Ming Kai glanced over, tempted to join in, but then recalled Chen Yang's injury. Wow, you're still flaunting despite being hurt. You truly fear nothing. All right, everyone, let us stop. Tonight, we'll find a private room for barbecue instead of going to Heideleo, Ming Kai interjected. Barbecue? That sounds great. Finally, someone understands. Let us go, brothers. Barbecue awaits. Miko and the others were instantly distracted. Chen Yang could not help but chuckle. They quickly wrapped up, tossing their belongings onto the bus, which was set to take them back, while the 6 of them headed to the barbecue restaurant, entering the largest private room. As they placed their orders, Su Qingru took the lead, quietly jotting down an impressive number of skewers, 10 here, 20 there, and of course, 30 for the grilled pork belly, the soul of the meal. Hey, did you bring the chocolate bars from last time? Ming Kai suddenly remembered the mini-games he had set up to facilitate a connection between Chen Yang and Su Qingru, although they only completed a few. Honestly, both of them were too straightforward, lacking in social finesse. Actually, little Yang and Qingru have decent emotional intelligence. Perhaps their romantic skills just need some work, Miko remarked. How could that be? I brought them home that day and devoured them that night, Miko retorted. Chicken-flavored? Ming Kai raised an eyebrow. Of course not. It was chocolate-flavored. Miko responded. Enough with the nonsense. You can't be serious. Go buy another batch, Ming Kai urged, pushing Miko out the door. Why should I buy? If you want it, you can get it yourself, Miko replied lazily. I don't care about that. Little Yang and Qingru may not know how they ended up together, but doesn't it feel a bit precarious? I can't help but worry that they might get together today and break up tomorrow. Their romantic emotional intelligence, you understand. The protective instinct kicked in for Ming Kai, who quietly confided in Miko. Miko paused, then sighed dramatically. Wow, factory brother, you're quite perceptive. But don't you think you're being a bit harsh on me? Qingru is also my goddess, even if she doesn't feel the same way about me. It pains me to constantly think of ways to matchmake her with other men. Are you going to run errands or not? Of course. The two quickly reached an agreement, with Miko excusing himself to the restroom. Just then, Su Qingru finished ordering, and Chen Yang entered with a bundle of Coca-Colas, cheerfully announcing, no alcohol today. Let us enjoy some cola instead. Chen Yang, you're simply too nice. Love you. While others may not grasp the sentiment, Su Qingru understood completely. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing the entire bundle of cola, shining like stars. As Chen Yang sat down, she immediately flashed him a sweet V sign. Chen Yang winked back at her. This moment, it was their little secret. Chapter 98. Allow me to teach you how to drink cola. Su Qingru eagerly opened the can, unable to contain her excitement as she took a sip. Ah, the long-lost flavor after 2 days. Sheer delight. Her eyes sparkled, and her spirits lifted with that single sip of cola. Chen Yang, intrigued, seized the moment while Ming Kai had excused Miko and was engaged in conversation with Hope and Scout, and inquired, Little Shrimp, is cola truly that delightful? Absolutely. Su Qingru replied without hesitation. After a brief pause, she hesitantly pushed the cola towards Chen Yang. Her lips pursed as she encouraged, you should give it a try. I've had cola before. Chen Yang rolled his eyes. Su Qingru shook her head, her expression serious. When you drink it, you must clear your mind. Don't think of anything at all. Oh, and as a beginner, it's best to take a deep breath before you drink. Close your eyes, then lift the cola and gulp, gulp, gulp. Ah, taking a big swig is just exquisite. As she spoke, Su Qingru couldn't help herself, her eyes twinkling as she lifted the can and demonstrated, taking a generous gulp. See? Just like that. Her expression radiated joy once more. Chen Yang, a beginner, pondered. So there's such an art to drinking cola? Enlightened, he noticed the eagerness in Su Qingru's gaze, compelling him to nod and take the can. All right. I'll give it a go. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, lifted the cola, and gulped it down in one swift motion. Done, Chen Yang said, placing the can down with an air of indifference. You don't have anything else to say? Su Qingru asked, incredulous. No, Chen Yang replied matter-of-factly. Su Qingru's gaze turned scrutinizing as she assessed him intently, her expression thoughtful. Chen Yang, something seems off. Perhaps your drinking posture was incorrect? While I gulped, you, wait. Chen Yang interrupted the chatty little shrimp. It's not that I have nothing else to say. I found it quite sweet. Sweet, indeed. Perhaps it's because your little mouth is coated with honey, she retorted, her ears flushing crimson as she shot him an annoyed glare. I'm done talking to you. I'm going to fetch some pastries. Go ahead, Chen Yang chuckled. Su Qingru stood abruptly, turning on her heel and hurriedly walking away, flustered and somewhat flustered. After all, she had meant well, trying to spare the deceitful one from discomfort, only to find herself outmaneuvered. It was truly frustrating when good intentions bore no fruit. Dressed in her EDG team jacket, Su Qingru wandered about with her hands clasped behind her back, her demeanor clouded with discontent. The barbecue restaurant was spacious and well-equipped, offering a delightful array of self-service dishes, including pastries, fruits, and snacks. She approached the buffet, eagerly selecting a few items. Oh, there's also a crispy snack. Her eyes lit up as she discovered another treasure. Su Qingru quickly grabbed a plate, scooping and filling it to the brim with a spoon. With a second plate in hand, she began to collect potato chips. Once they were gone, she moved to the third plate for cream cakes. After that was cleared, she reached for the fourth plate of egg tarts, and then for the fifth, cantaloupe, clapping her hands in satisfaction. She surveyed her perfect 5 plates and murmured to herself, this should be enough. I can say that the deceiver wanted some, and since he is my boyfriend, it's only natural he helps me out. Having a boyfriend is wonderful. A sweet feeling washed over Su Qingru. With her hands full, she called out, excuse me. Could you please bring me an extra large tray that can hold 5 plates? Thank you. Wait, what? The waiter replied. Su Qingru turned, puzzled, as she noticed a waiter standing nearby, his expression one of sheer disbelief. That look seemed to say, "You really intend to take all that?" "Ah, just a small taste. A mere glimpse, but since we are strangers, I shan't elaborate." Where had that waiter scurried off to? Had she frightened him? Su Qingru turned, only to freeze as she caught sight of a figure before her. The man standing there, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and impeccably tailored black suit, was an incongruous sight in the otherwise relaxed atmosphere of the barbecue joint. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and her expression turned slightly frosty as she swiftly averted her gaze, pretending to focus on her fruit platter. "I have no home, miss. It's been 3 years," he insisted. "Are you jesting? What a time to play tricks on me. Should I respond with a line about how I have no intention of returning to the Su family? The elder wishes to apologize to you." Su Qingru's hand trembled slightly as she held the spoon, her clear eyes shimmering for an instant before swiftly dimming. She lowered her long lashes and said, "I'm sorry, but I do not accept, and I now have a life of my own. I am happy, content, and have no desire to leave this life behind. Please convey this to him. If he genuinely wishes to apologize and treat me well, he should refrain from interfering in my life, as before. Now, say nothing more. And please leave." Just then, she noticed Miko entering through the door, and her facade of calmness returned as she greeted her with a soft smile and exchanged a few words. "Okay, I will fetch it. You head back inside, little Qingru. Oh, don't forget this." Upon hearing that Chen Yang wanted some snacks, and realizing Su Qingru had taken too many to carry, Miko promptly offered her a chocolate bar. Su Qingru accepted it and turned back toward the room. "Snacks, snacks. Did I really take that many?" Miko rushed over, quickly gathering all the plates and placing them onto a large tray, lifting them effortlessly. In truth, the snacks were rather light, though perhaps a bit challenging for a girl to manage all at once. As Miko worked, she noticed the elderly gentleman staring blankly at Su Qingru's retreating figure and couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "Old man, what are you looking at? Do you think our little Qingru is beautiful?" The old gentleman regarded Miko with a complex expression and remarked, "Young lady, is the game truly that enjoyable?" Miko, momentarily perplexed, suddenly recalled the scene from earlier that day when Chen Yang and Su Qingru had been playfully affectionate during their gaming session and retorted, "Pfft. The game is hardly as entertaining as being in love." The old gentleman blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. "Are you implying that our young lady is in love? And that is why she refuses to return with me? Break apart, break apart." As the day unfolded, a delightful cake was offered, exuding an enticing aroma that captivated the senses. It was well known that Yang, from their household, had an insatiable fondness for such treats, often prompting the gentle Su Qingru to fetch them. "Go on, indulge yourself. It's complimentary," she cheerfully encouraged before waving goodbye and returning, eager to discover what mischief Ming Kai was concocting. The old gentleman pondered over the small cake in his hand, having watched Su Qingru grow up. He was acutely aware of her preferences. This treat was undoubtedly favored by their young mistress, leaving him to wonder who the unfortunate soul was that had fallen prey to her whims. "Ah, well, I shall return to report to the master. It's been 3 years. There's no need to rush," he murmured to himself. Su Qingru soon returned, her steps light and unreserved, meeting Chen Yang's inquisitive gaze. She placed a selection of chocolate bars on the table. "Chen Yang, your cake, crispy snacks, cantaloupe, and potato chips are all waiting behind. Miko entrusted me to bring this back first." "Such a little glutton, always eating and pretending to be innocent," Chen Yang remarked with a playful grin. Ming Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly tucked away the chocolate bars. "Let us eat first. These will serve a purpose later for a game." "I refuse. Coach, the games you devise are riddled with pitfalls. Last time, I was inexperienced and fell right into your trap. I won't be fooled again." Su Qingru resolutely declined, secretly thinking of indulging in more skewers and a refreshing cola instead. "Such cleverness, Su Qingru." Chen Yang smirked from his chair, mildly exasperated. "You were not fooled at all. Last time, I had an ungrateful soul splash me with sauce." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Qingru scratched her head. "You were just too fast. I couldn't keep up. Besides, I did tell you to retaliate, but you didn't. So who is to blame here?" At that moment, they both turned their gaze towards Ming Kai, who played the role of coach. "Indeed, I take responsibility," he conceded, his mouth twitching as he nodded in agreement. As they chatted, Miko entered with an ample platter of snacks, cakes, and fruits, followed closely by a server bringing freshly grilled skewers. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, igniting Su Qingru's appetite as her eyes sparkled with eagerness, almost drooling at the sight of the skewers. "Let us begin." Chen Yang laughed at her enthusiastic demeanor. Knowing she was typically shy around others, he boldly declared, brothers. It's time to feast. I want a skewer of pork belly first. The sight of the beautifully marbled meat, glistening with fat, promised an exquisite melt-in-the-mouth experience. Soon, the conversation flowed as the group eagerly began to enjoy their meal. Chen Yang observed Su Qingru with newfound admiration. Though she appeared refined and dainty while eating, a closer look revealed her voracious appetite. She swiftly devoured the skewers, savoring every bite, cheeks puffed in satisfaction. "What are you staring at? Hurry and eat," she playfully chided, acutely aware of his gaze. In the past, she might have felt self-conscious, but now that this charming rogue was her boyfriend, she saw no reason to hold back. After all, how could she allow him to think she had a small appetite? Chen Yang took a bite of the pork belly, chuckling, "Little shrimp. I never realized you had such an appetite." That's because Su Qingru continued munching, her words muffled. "I've always had a hearty appetite. Why waste my gift of being able to eat without gaining weight?" She paused, then added, "Oh, Chen Yang, remember this. Never deny me food, or I might just break up with you. I can tolerate anything, but not being deprived of snacks and cola." Suddenly aware that she had been overly verbose, Su Qingru quickly took a sip of cola, her spirits soaring. This was what one called a masterful diversion of conversation, and with a blissful smile, she continued to enjoy her meal. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing he had underestimated her delightful nature. As he took a deep breath and sipped his cola, Su Qingru observed him closely, noticing his delighted reaction. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she clapped her hands in glee. "You're making progress. Keep it up, and soon you shall discover the wonders of cola." Chen Yang, feigning disdain, pushed the cola towards her. "You can have it. I don't understand the joy of drinking cola." Unfazed, Su Qingru took a hearty bite of her skewer, fully immersed in the feast before her. Chapter 99. The second round of the coach's dinner game. Swallowing her food, she hurriedly picked up the bottle of cola and took a sip. Ah, what bliss! The joy and refreshment were palpable. Of course, Su Qingru maintained her composure. In front of Chen Yang, she had little to hide. Although her expressions of happiness were subdued enough not to be overheard by Ming Kai and the others across the table. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. The group continued to enjoy skewers until 9 o'clock in the evening, feeling quite satisfied with their meal. Everyone was content, except for Su Qingru, who was discreetly tossing some crispy snacks into her mouth. Ming Kai, unaware of her actions, thought she was simply tired. He decided it was time to move on. Standing up and clapping his hands, declaring mysteriously, "All right, everyone, it's game time." "Oh, you really came," they exclaimed. "Coach 7, please spare us." Hope and Scout, still nursing the wounds from the last game, voiced their reluctance, while Scout directly called out to Miko, "T and I, come play Dodija with me." Miko looked up, eager to agree, but then reconsidered. "Forget it. You're just going to cheat." Scout turned to Chen Yang, inviting him. "Yanggu, care for a couple of rounds?" "Elko. Last time was a misunderstanding. I never cheat at cards." Miko protested, shooting a glance at Ming Kai, who awkwardly chuckled and interrupted. Hey, what's going on?" A post-meal game is an unconventional form of team building, mandatory, which means whether you like it or not, you have to participate. Moreover, I've even requested some perks from the club. "What perks?" Miko and the others were taken aback. Even Chen Yang looked intrigued, smiling as he asked, "What kind of perks? Is the club giving out free girlfriends? I recently heard that EDG is considering signing host Yu Shuang." Under the table, Su Qingru kicked Chen Yang lightly in frustration. When he looked back at her, she mumbled, "You really do have a crush on Sister Yu Shuang, don't you? Am I not as pretty as her?" Her cheeks were stuffed, and a bit of cream lingered at the corner of her mouth. Chen Yang chuckled, noticing no one was around. He quickly reached over to wipe the corner of her mouth, teasing, "You're undoubtedly prettier than her, but you're so naive." "Chen Yang, you're asking for it." Su Qingru shot back, irritated, her lips tickling from his touch. Instantly, both of them froze, caught in a moment. Ming Kai, oblivious to their secret exchange, smiled broadly, extending 2 fingers. "We have a 0 yuan dinner team building fund. We'll split into 3 groups, and the final winner from each group will receive 100 yuan. So, are you interested now?" "Well, what?" Miko exclaimed, slamming the table. Scout's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Coach, let us get started." "Hey, Yanggu, Qingru Jinjia, what are you doing? We could win 1,000 yuan in this team building event. Let us go." Hope chimed in, equally enthusiastic, before turning to the other side of the table. "Oh, there is no reason to skip such a good opportunity. How will we split into teams?" Chen Yang, regaining his composure, quickly withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. "Let us draw lots."